See, we're putting pressure on NASA. You know, we're getting disclosure. If we you get a little help from people like Moyak and Zedek instead of arguing with us, we're getting more and more disclosure on real things that are happening, and y'all are not appreciating it, man. Y'all are still giving us fucking friction, man.
You, Brian.
Go ahead, bro.
Brian, I'm trying to respond to you, man. It's
I thought he was responding to me, but I guess I'll wait.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Brian. I mean, go ahead, Zane.
Okay, real quick. I don't want to cut anybody off, Brian. We have geostationary satellites that are not that far away from us, that are very far. There is something called diurnal drift that does. They have to adjust these occasionally to keep them in that spot, but they're not just sitting there. They're actually orbiting the Earth, but that orbit happens at the same exact angular velocity as the Earth's rotation. So that's that. The balloons can't go higher than 120, 130 feet. What, Brian?
I thought they were stationary above a ground position.
Yeah, but they're
so that means by definition they would have to be orbiting the Earth because the Earth.
You believe something? Okay, so you think something's orbiting with the Earth? Then but as far as the ground goes, relative to the ground, it's just sitting right above us, though.
Well, it's sitting. It's always aligned with the ground, but it is orbiting because the Earth rotates at 2,000 tangential velocity, and that you can extrapolate that way out in the space. And it has a much higher velocity, much all the way around it, but it's still orbiting. So yes, you can say it's sitting there, but it is basically aligned with the spot on the ground, and it still is orbiting the sphere, regardless if it is spinning or not. It is orbiting.
What do these satellites have on board?
It had the velocity, bro.
What does that satellite have on board?
NASA launched their rockets a certain direction to get extra velocity out of this. But now you're giving
they have to get the velocity to be in orbit.
Wait, man, let me finish my fucking sentence, dude. Calm down. You're saying that a satellite relative to the ground has a velocity. It's just sitting above a certain point it's got a velocity now.
Yes, and as you go further away, that velocity would be required around the Earth. That's the velocity it has. Now, if it's too close to the Earth, it'll be whizzing by, and it won't be over a stationary spot. But it goes further away, Brian. It'll go slower and slower with respect to the ground, and eventually it'll be the exact same ground speed, 0, but it is still going a very high velocity required to keep it in orbit of.
Wait, I got to point.
You believe anything? Go ahead.
I got to point something out. This is awesome. So Zanuck was saying, and of course the ballers all disagree on this, and I'm sure they still haven't worked it out, but he was saying that the atmosphere goes behind the Earth as you go higher, but that at commercial flight altitude, it's so low, it's such a small amount that it doesn't really matter by the time that the plane is flying, adjusting for wind, right? So that and this is just basic fluid mechanics, right? Like, of course, the atmosphere is going to go further and further behind the Earth. Now, what they claim is that they sent a balloon up almost 30 miles high and stayed there for 110 days. So how much would the atmosphere be moving behind the Earth at 110 miles? And how is this a balloon adjusting for that Coriolis to stay in the same place for 110 days?
Hey, Whitsett, you roboted. Can you please repeat that, please?
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to still robot then, but
no.
So
robot. I don't think it might have been him.
Yeah, you didn't robot.
No, he was roboting.
Whitsett was roboting?
Yes.
Yeah, I did. I got it. From what it said, I heard it.
Maybe you did a little. I don't know. If you want to say it again.
No, it's all good. I just wanted to answer the question. How does the balloon go up almost 30 miles, stays there for 110 days? It's going to go much greater high up without accounting for it. How does it stay in the same place for 110 days?
Yeah, you were roboting a little, but I think we heard you.
I will say this. I looked at your link, but you didn't give us a link, of course. The link tells us that it went around the Earth in 10 days. Of course, it only went around a tiny fraction of the Earth, just through the bottom of South America, and it's not exactly what anybody would call circumnavigating. That, as well as it only went up to 107,000 feet, not 180,000 feet.
Okay, I never said any of the stuff you're pretending I said it said. Dude, I dropped the link because Xanax said that they don't do it anymore. And I said, this is an article from 2 days ago saying that they did it. And they're the ones that use the word circumnavigation. I never claimed that this balloon was 180,000 feet. I never claimed how big they claimed the circumnavigation was. All of that is irrelevant. If anyone wants to address my question about how they supposedly sent a balloon up 30 miles and it stayed there, quote unquote, for 110 days, how would it be accounting for Coriolis at that height?
I'm gonna have to see what the motion of that balloon was. Do we have the link?
Yeah,
to
their payloads when they retrieve these things, these pilots and these people are fucking like they got a guns guarding it under lock and key, bro. They can't even won't even let anybody board the plane. Anybody see their shit? It's top secret.
Okay.
Why is it so fucking classified? Why is it all under lock and key?
Can we answer what's this question first? Before we start answering this weird question. Do you have any more information about this the example you're talking about, so I can find it?
Yeah, look up long duration scientific balloon from NASA. I'm driving, so.
Yeah, and the question was to Xanax because Xanax had an issue with it, right?
Yeah, well, Xanax was saying that when we were talking about the atmosphere, he was saying that as you go higher, the Earth's atmosphere is further and further behind the Earth's rotation, but that at cruising flight altitude, that you're really not going to notice it because it's just a few miles per hour at that height, and by the time you adjust for wind, it accounts for it. So I'm saying, okay, well, now we're going way higher than 35,000 feet, like over 4 times as high, and the balloon supposedly staying there for 110 days. So then what would be the adjustment for Coriolis at that height, and how did it accomplish that for 110 days?
It's space junk.
Well, first off, I'm trying to find out if it was geostationary or whatever you want to call it, stationary over the ground.
Well, it says stayed there. That's all I know. Is it
stayed up in the atmosphere and traveled?
There's entire networks. Literally entire networks up there, bro. That y'all denied for all these years.
You could see 100,000 foot balloon, 100,000 square foot balloon.
Well, let me point this out, right? So according to your own claim, was that when it's that high, because first you try to, like, Xanax invoked jet streams and all the wind that wouldn't let it stay relatively in the same place. But then we talked about, obviously, there's basically no air up there, so you're not really dealing with wind. And your rebuttal was that just the slightest bit would have a drastic effect. So then let's do the math. Let Xanax do his math, where he got the alleged number of the Coriolis at commercial flight altitude, and then let's do the math, and then you explain how just like 10 miles per hour wind is going to have a drastic effect on the balloon at 120,000 feet.
I agree with that completely. Now we got to find out how far that balloon moved. Yeah, staying up there is not something that clearly states that it stayed over one spot. Staying up there means staying up in the sky. It could have moved 1,000 miles or moved 10 feet. We don't know what's staying up there.
There's entire networks. Well, what is it? What good is a satellite that's racing around the Earth doing? And you're complaining about a balloon that might move 1,000 feet, but you think that we're doing something with these satellites that are racing around the Earth and we pretty much just lose complete signal every 90 minutes?
That's not a geostationary thing. So what you would do with moving balloons is you would aim at them with your directional antenna, and you would gather information from it that it's collecting, or you can have it bring down the data at the end. It's hard to say whether they're doing active or not active.
It's firing a signal, bro. You don't need to fire a signal up to it. It's firing a signal down to you. It's spread out, bro.
I said to listen to it. Aim your antenna at it. And you listen with an aimed antenna.
It's omnidirectional, man. It's shooting out a signal, that's shooting out everywhere in its visible range.
That would be cool, except for the fact that we don't see an omnidirectional signal necessarily.
Well, you think they're doing that from L1 or L2, but they can't do that from just over our heads, man. I mean, you're not thinking, bro. You're thinking with a bias.
You keep bringing L1 and L2. We're not talking about that.
What do you mean we don't see an omnidirectional signal? What signal are you talking about that is specifically directed towards one specific receiving antenna or dish?
You know what? I'm going to redefine what I'm saying. I am looking at an antenna that's at a fixed location when I look at it with my DirecTV. 20 years, I have not had to move that fucking antenna. It is very precisely aimed at that area. If I move the bolt one flat, I drastically lose signal. Which one flat of that only adjusts it, not even visibly perceivable.
Right, but the transmission that would be coming from a specific spot in the sky where they could be placing balloons that seem to last at least 110 days, right? So if 3 times a year you switch out the balloon that's in a specific area, if the balloon is transmitting a signal that is omnidirectional, which transmission would be just that, just because you're receiving it from the same specific angle doesn't mean that there can't be something that is residing within that same spot in the sky. You're trying to allude that the balloon or the satellite would have to have some sort of directional signal towards your dish. No, it's omnidirectional, and the way that your dish is receiving it is based on how you're orientated to that omnidirectional signal that's coming from that satellite.
It depends on what you're doing. I mean, basically, omnidirectional is not used very frequently. I'm not talking about balloons specifically, but when you have a high gain situation. When you have a high gain situation, you aim that signal at as wide as like a hemisphere. You could have a 120-degree antenna if you want. But they don't shoot out omnidirectionally or even pseudo-omnidirectionally.
So what is your idea of non-balloon satellites that are space satellites? What antennas are they using that are directional, that directs it directly to your house specifically?
No. They don't direct it directly to your house. They direct it like
then why are you bringing
direction
this up?
of Earth?
This is a complete
or possibly even a few degrees of coverage. Because a few degrees from 30,000 miles covers thousands of miles.
Yeah, none of this matters because this is just a diversion away from the actual point that Witsit was making, that, hey, NASA even claims we can put a balloon up here, it can stay up there for 110 days, basically in the same freaking location.
No, well, that's not in evidence at all.
Well, I would like to point
stay in the same location.
They've been
I'm looking at
doing
the article. Did anybody else look at the article?
No,
it doesn't mention how weird.
Oh my god, dude! I'm conceding that, right? Well, I'm trying to concede to you, and so yeah, like when it just says "stay there," it could just mean stay in the air. Fair enough. But I did just now drop a patent where they use electrodynamic thrusters to keep the high altitude balloon in a single position for long duration.
Right. They go up and down according to they'll drop down according to how far they need to adjust, and then they go back up above the wind. But look, here's the thing, dude. They've been doing this forever, dude. Like I said, in South America had like less than a dozen balloons. The LG network. It was real hard to find this information back then, and I pulled it up like 5 years ago, man. The entire LG network, cell phone network for South America. Like, I mean, this is stuff we've been showing y'all for a long time, and we're finally getting more disclosure. And I mean, what do y'all have to say about the guy who didn't know about any other sat? He's been doing it for years and didn't know about any other satellites being launched other than balloons. I mean,
Well, they're not satellites. That's part of the problem.
They are satellites.
Well, actually, but the legal definition of them is 100% a satellite. And just so you know, I didn't bring up dropping altitude. They use electrodynamic thrusters to keep the balloon in the same position.
Is there an example of one of these in working order, or is this just a patent?
I don't know. I'm driving, but this is what's funny, right? Like, when you guys act like it's not possible or something, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, this is what's goofy to me, though. Like, do you guys actually think that they just release every single thing that they do?
No, I don't think they release everything they do. However, there are certain things that, like if they're using not magnetic thrusters, they're using electric thrusters. I'm guessing that they're talking about using something like we see with that little triangle that they put on the ground to direct air.
Shut up.
Okay, you guys are just fucking intolerable.
You just keep fucking talking.
Fuck you.
Wait, everyone chill,
dude,
man.
why are you blowing up, bro? Damn.
So I got a phone call, sorry, but all I'm saying is that, like, when they're very secretive with their balloon facility, and proof of this is that they immediately came out and tried to check on them. He said that they noticed that they had all kinds of antennas and cameras pointed towards the entrance and the perimeter. They immediately, as soon as they set up to make to film on public property, they sent their employee out there to like check on what they're doing. So they're like very like secretive about the stuff that they do. And of course they would have an official explanation as to why, just like the Chinese spy balloon. They would say, we can't let everyone know what we do with all of our balloons and all of our technological capabilities with balloons. But there are very simple ideas that can keep a balloon in a single place, certainly where there's not much wind, right? You would be able to keep it in a small little diameter if you were to use anything that creates any thrust.
Yeah, but bro, we're acting like Austin. We're acting like there's one balloon up, and bro, there's networks of balloons up there. There have been for a long time, man. I remember seeing through night vision years and years ago, way before this argument, and wondering what all these little moving things were up in the sky, and they would like start going towards each other, and then they they like clump together for a second, and then spread out. They look like little microbes or something through night vision. And I look back, and I'm like, duh. I'm like, it was fucking balloons, bro. Just networks of them up there, just moving around and shit, and just kind of.
Well, that is a very interesting point. I said this in the movie as well. Level with me. I'm like, it's a well kept secret that there are many thousands of balloons over your head at all times, and that's a fact. I didn't just basically say that in the movie. Almost no one realizes that there are thousands of satellites that are tied to balloons. And that these balloons are launched every single day all around the world. And normally they coordinate the launches together. And they can go admittedly as high as 186,000 feet. I mean, who really knows how high they could in theory go when they claim that they can actually use a balloon at that crazy height they claim to echo in, right? You could just use like Mylar, different types of material, and maybe even go higher. I guess the argument would be buoyancy itself would be the issue. If you're using like electrodynamic thrust and you have the slightest bit of buoyancy, then you could go at extreme heights and you can keep it in a certain area. So the point is that the public doesn't realize that the vast majority of cellular data that isn't on ground towers and internet in remote areas and all kinds of surveillance and data compilation comes from balloons above us, whether the Earth's a ball or not.
And think of this, and like I said, it took a dozen. I think it was a little bit less than a dozen. I'll lean toward the globe. I mean, whatever. It's a dozen balloons to give a whole continent, LG network, a cell phone network. So if we got way more than a dozen, so we got thousands of them up there, they could do whatever they wanted with a network like that.
Does anybody remember an interview back in the day with a pilot that was tasked, like worked in a team of pilots that were tasked with collecting these balloons prior to them actually crashing into the Earth, meaning they had aircraft that they were utilizing to basically hook these balloons and drag them into the aircraft prior to them hitting the ground. Does anybody remember that interview? It was like
I remember. If you're thinking of the one I'm talking about, it was a whistleblower guy, and who was saying that it's top secret. It's a top secret program, and they can't. They won't let anybody on to see the payload. And it's just balloons and shit. It's crazy.
they get scrambled. I've seen the video. They have a video. It's a whole video series or whatever. They're capturing these balloons when they're coming down.
Yeah,
they have a whole network of planes that go out and catch these satelloons from when they fall.
And it's very rare that they miss them. And when they do miss them, that's when you have these, random balloons with satellites attached to them that you see the news reports about. Yeah.
And what's super
they're
cool?
collecting them every day, too. Every day.
I'm about to start something called like a theory. I'm not. Damn it. Don't worry about the name. Anti-flat earthers ruin everything. But anyway, I'm going to start a thing that makes like different documentaries. And one of the ones I'm going to cover is the Satelloon thing because it's such a secret. And what we're going to do with NASA audits, one of the things we're going to do is FOIA and demand information, not just through FOIA, about the Satelloon project. We want to know all the details. They're very vague on their websites. They don't really give details. They release like one page article every 3 years or something.
Yeah.
Right. They rarely give you details.
Not to say you shouldn't attempt it, right? But just be prepared for the fact that NASA is considered DOD and they're going to have some sort of national security interest to not allow that information to come out to you. Just be prepared for that. Not saying
it'll
that
just
that
be in the
should be an
documentary.
excuse.
Just give it value.
That they refuse to answer questions.
Yeah.
Make it a contract, give it value, and FOIA request that information. Just let them say no. Just let them tell you no that they're not going to give you that record.
And here's
they
the thing:
charge
it could be
$1,000 for FOIA requests. So like I can't go into detail, but we have alternative methods to get information because like what they did at Jaron, like they charge thousands of dollars to get information, and they make you wait half a year, and then they give you like crap. So
yeah,
it's
but
like you
I
got
said, nowadays everything's on file. Though. Nowadays it's a click of a button. It shouldn't be like I said. I can understand where a long time ago they had to make copies of VHS from film onto DVD or something, you know. So maybe some of that price is just not the whole price, but maybe some of it's justified. But now it's just a file and a quick click of a button, so it should just be administration fees, and it should be maybe $100 or
Exactly.
$200.
Dude, we're fucking
no
paying
excuse
them.
anymore.
Listen, we keep a lot of those motherfuckers alive. So eventually, one way or another, we're getting answers. Do you feel me?
Well, dude, this is ISS spacewalk footage from a few years ago, dude. I mean, they still do the same thing. They don't care about logic, integrity, or honesty. They run you in circles, and then they just make it where it's so exhausting to try to get information that you're probably not going to keep doing it. And if you have to wait 6 months to get bad information, then like how often
document that, bro? Document that process, bro. That's evidence alone, pal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're about to get the NASA odds finally off the ground because I'm having to go through all these resumes. But like, there's so much stuff that they don't explain to us that they need to answer for. And I think the biggest one would be having them admit on record that they have many thousands of balloons up there gathering data. They literally say this is how they study the ionosphere. Dude, why would you not just have satellites making readings of the ionosphere? If it goes from 50 to 400 miles, the satellites would get all the ionospheric readings you could possibly need. But no, They have to use balloons to get the ionospheric readings. They have to use balloons to give the remote areas internet, right?
This is why I said put the anti-flat earthers like Zanuck and Moyock and Kosho and all these guys look, we're literally pulling and bringing information forward. We've showed them at least enough where they change stuff, and it's like if we could get them on our side, we could get disclosure. Like if we could get Team Globe on the fucking job, dude, we could get way more disclosure.
Good luck.
Kind of real life shit going on, right? But they won't. All they'll do is argue with us, no matter what we show them, dude. It's ridiculous.
They came at me for standing for
their ball.
speech, buddy. Yeah, dude, I was standing up for free speech, and they attacked me viciously for like a year. So I don't know what you expect to get out of them.
What's it? Have 25 people all put in the same FOIA request, register mail, get proof of delivery. All of you. Everybody, 25, and I'll guarantee you'll see that document in a jiffy.
Well, that's one of the things we're doing. Is we're using our legal rights that has nothing to do with FOIA. FOIA is a trap. FOIA is a trap to make you not be able to get information.
Send you requesting the information. But make sure 25 people are doing it and all witness it. That's a common law grand jury. And look, if you put value on the requests, put your dollar stamp on the top and autograph it, put your thumbprint, seal the contract. Make a contract, 25 people. Send it to NASA, whoever you want documents from. Just keep that original, the request for information. Keep the original, make copies. Then you send it to every time you want information, you 25 people get together, put a dollar stamp on it, register mail it to them, get your request in. And I'll guarantee you, they're not going to violate contract law.
That's a good idea, man. But here's the thing. Like I keep saying it because every time we bring them new information, it's like, bro, I own a concrete business and I'm having to go online and show them this network for LG covering an entire continent. Like why didn't we already know about that? You know, so every time we get new information, like the guy who said he didn't know about any other way that the satellites are being launched, like, dude, eventually we're pulling up this information, dude. We're obviously better researchers, or we give a shit, or we look in the right places, or we're diligent enough to find this information and keep bringing it to their attention. They're going to have to get aggravated and sooner or later see the light. Like, holy shit. I mean, I feel like they should, Like we
I gotta say,
showed them.
man, any living, breathing person that doesn't think NASA's being like suspect about anything is just lying to themselves, right? Like it's obvious that they are hiding something, whatever you think it is, right? They're hiding stuff, and if you can't accept that, then they're obviously not going to help us at all, right? Like if they're not even interested in figuring out if they are lying or anything, then I mean, you just got to let that pipe dream go, my dude.
Yeah, if you send me a copy of that request that you're going to request to them, send me a copy. I'll register mail one to them. I'll be a witness. I'll be a witness to it.
Here's the thing, Brian. We don't need Moyak or Zanuck or Kosho to help us do anything. Let's be honest.
But we definitely don't. But man, I'm saying if we could get them on our side, look, they don't have to admit the Earth's fucking flat. I'm telling them on a level that they should be able to relate with. Like, look, dude, we're showing you this. Like when I showed live that network, like, dude, that had to be painful to them for a second. But all this other shit we're showing them, like, look, get on our team. You don't have to admit the fucking Earth's flat or nothing like that. But join us and calling out the horse shit, bro.
Brian, you're being naive, brother. They're not paid to do that. They're never going to do that.
Yeah, you're assuming that they're operating in good faith when they have conversations with us.
Some of them could be.
Look, we got to stand up. We don't care about ballers. We just want to get the information that we're requesting. That's all we want. We want some answers. That's it. We don't have to go crazy and hate people or nothing. We just need to do it ourselves, though. These things about getting on here and just arguing about nothing, that's not productive.
I am being a little naive, dude, because they'll be arguing. They'll forget all about that network as soon as they leave this server, come back in a couple weeks. They'll forget all about the network giving cell service to an entire continent, and all this other shit we told them. Like Austin, that was in the movie, right, Austin? In the Level With Me movie with the guy who works at the satellite balloon launch.
Brother, real quick, I'm just saying that out of love to anybody. Like the reason we're all here talking is it's double-edged sword, real sharp too, both edges. Like we're here spreading truth between each other, amongst each other, and discovering more truths, and then but also we're being distracted, right? A lot of it by Kosho, Zanuck. You got True Gem Pandas, you get everybody, McToon, the FTFE, right? All that stuff. So it's double edged, but we have to be here at least for now, spreading this message. But I just don't want people to think that we're ever going to sway an anti-flat earther to go back, to the truth or whatever. But anyway,
Kosho, you wouldn't be curious enough to inquire to NASA?
All I can do is hope that you guys heal from whatever it is you guys are fucking going through.
What are you talking about? Heal? You wouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about anti-flat earthers, or you guys have the truth and we don't.
Kosho, let me ask you this:
good faith conversation.
Yeah, you do.
Don't ask me anything, Brian. In the time that you guys were talking about that, I already got all the information from NASA.
Good.
Right?
No, you didn't.
Share with you guys, but you guys don't need Kosho
was like so arrogant to me. He was like, I'd pump the brakes on saying it. I'm about to get it in a couple of days. I'm about to have all the information and the footage from the cameras that use the stars to navigate on Artemis. And that was like 3 months ago. And you said you didn't actually do it. But you were so arrogant as to how stupid I was being about how we never get to see footage with stars, right? So it's like either you're scared to actually find out that they're not going to give you the footage of the stars, or you just flex on people to try to make them feel like they're
less. And then I did.
Kosho, whatever happened to that?
How did you figure out? After I talked to the second time, I did talk to them.
Whatever
you learned from us, though. Why do you get to talk to them?
Hold on a second, Brian. Are you on a phone? Are you on a phone, Brian?
Yeah. Actually, I'm on a phone.
Your microphone is extremely loud. It's clipping. It's blasting our eardrums off. I don't know if you can somehow, turn it down or pull, speak further away from it or something. Please. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Just real quick, what did happen to that live rocket launch from 24 hour recording of Artemis from the ground up to the moon? Whatever happened to that, Kosho?
What are you talking about?
The live feed that they said that they were going to download when Artemis got back. The guys were so excited because they had so much video to go through, and they were going to share it with everybody. Because they had those they were bragging about how many cameras they had that were going to constantly record.
That's what she was asking.
Those were
well,
good days, huh?
I'm saying they said that there's going to be from the beginning to the return. So
Yeah, they
from the
never said
launch
that.
to the return. Yeah, they
They
did.
never said there'd
Yes,
be
they did.
live
They
footage.
said
They
they
never
had
said
Yes,
there'd be
they
everything.
live
did.
footage from the launch to the return. They never said that.
No, dude. They said they had everything recorded. The girl
Yeah.
said, "Why can't we live stream it if we were able to do it with the moon?" They didn't answer the question, and they said, "Well, we're gonna. There's so much stuff we have to go through, but as soon as we go through it, we'll have it all released to you guys immediately."
That
That's
question was
fact.
about the splashdown, like I just said. That was in regards to the
My
splashdown.
my
No,
question
she
wasn't.
asked why. She said, "Why can we live stream the moon landing, but we can't live stream this mission?"
That question was in reference to the splashdown. I went and I looked for the actual conversation because that video makes it sound like she's talking about the entire mission, but they were talking specifically about the splashdown.
Hey, did
Okay.
she say why did we live stream the moon landing?
Yeah, she said that.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay. Hold on, Kosho. I posted the video of them talking about before like pre-launch. Maybe it's still on there. I don't know. They kind of take things down once they realize things. But they were talking about, so there was like 4 of them. There was like 3 dudes and a chick. They're sitting at that table. If you remember, the old white gray haired. Before it launched, they were talking about like how they have all these cameras and it's gonna record all the footage like from the launch, and they're gonna have them. And then, matter of fact, they posted those like they flipped through like camera flipped through those cameras, and you can see it like while they were waiting to launch it, you can see those cameras. Not all of them, but they would show the one inside the cabin as well, and then they showed the one outside, a few of them on the outside, and then then it takes off, okay, and then apparently they were going to record. That was just like a constant record. They were going to be able to record all of it because they even bragged or they spoke about how they have to record for their data. They want to make sure, like, for when they get the data back, they'll know like through that data, like, so they have visuals, and they even use it while it's flying. They use it to see if everything's, if things are like let's say you're gonna like press a button and release something. They need visual, visual. What's the word I'm looking for? Evidence. Like they want to make sure that I pressed the button and then that little hook came off, and then so they had these cameras set up. Kosho. Now there was a girl in the interview. She was like, "Are we going to be able to see all that video from since it was you guys said you were going to record all of it?" He said, and the guy he bragged. Yes, we have all of it from when it went all the way to the moon, and then when it circled around, and when it came back, and when it splashed down. He's like, but there's so much data. We're gonna download all of it, and then we'll make it available. Like that, dude. I wish you could just watch the video and then not lie
I did watch
here.
the video.
Oh, you did. So
they had a team working on
So you saw it, Kosho. Okay, so do you
Yes,
remember?
they weren't talking about all the footage. Every
No.
button press.
Okay,
They
Kosho,
didn't say
Kosho,
that.
you saw
That's
it.
not what the
Kosho, you
camera's
saw.
for.
Kosho, you saw it. So do you remember when they said we use the cameras for visual audits or whatever they called it, so that way they can check while it's launching. Do you remember them saying that? Because if
I do.
Okay, so with that being said, to the next part, they were talking about how they're gonna have that video because they actually analyze it when it gets back. So
Okay.
this is
That
what he
in
was talking
reference
about
to the
downloading
launch.
it.
That was in reference to the launch sequence.
Correct.
That's not in reference to the entire mission. They never said that there's live footage of the entire mission, and then they're going to download.
No. I didn't say. Hold on, Kosho. I didn't say that they promised to have live footage. I said that they promised to have recorded the footage from launch and then going around the moon and then coming back and splashing down. And then they said that, see, maybe you're just like misunderstanding what I'm saying. So maybe I had to repeat it. Now that you know that I wasn't talking about a live feed, I'm saying that they had a live.
I didn't mean to say live feed. I mean uncut,
okay,
like the whole footage from the whole thing.
Well, they said they did, and they needed to because they needed to record that so that way because they use that data for future missions. So that way they know like all the checkpoints and everything was right and all this nonsense. But
why don't you post a video and I'll post the one that I found. Okay.
Well, it's probably the same one. Post it and let everyone watch it. I posted it a long time ago, bro, and it took me a long time to find it, by the way, because it's hard because the algorithms now, if you go look for it, dude, it's hard to find shit, bro. It's like it's like they want to hide and bury the fact that they said even that phone call, even that woman saying, "Hey," she called in, or maybe it's a guy. I think it was a woman. She's like, "Hey, so Okay, it was a lady. Can you find that video? Don't tell me to, because I couldn't find it, dude. I searched everywhere, I couldn't find it. Honestly, it might be a simple YouTube search for you, but not for me. I think for me, they try to like direct me away from that shit because they know that I'm talking to Kosho and they don't want me to bring out evidence, bro. They keep it from me, bro. Maybe from you because you talk to them every day. You call them and get information. So then, why don't you just ask your buddies? Hey, do you have the interview or do you have that whole video? Maybe they'll give it to you. But I'm just saying, Kosho, you can't deny what Witset's saying because this is something we all witnessed. We all heard it. We all saw it. If you watch the video, we all heard it. And they were bragging about how many cameras. Oh my gosh, 23, 24, some GoPros and this and that and all these. They were bragging about it. So why wouldn't they have it, Kosho?
Those
if they had it all set up.
Navigation.
Where really?
Yeah, most of the cameras for navigation, really.
Okay. So you're saying that they didn't hit record on those cameras?
No, I'm saying that data is available and that those cameras aren't pointing at the craft, they're pointing at the stars.
Okay, where is it? Where is it? It's available.
There's a big database with all the NASA data. I'll pull it up. I'm looking for your video through your text currently. So give me a second.
Do you have a link? Because I would love to watch the internal camera, the 24/7 camera that they had for the cockpit. I would love to go through that data, see what all they do, like what all happened. You know, because they had dummies. Remember, they put like dummies in there. I want to see like what were their effects. I want to see if their faces moved when it went around the moon, like if it pulled their head or what. You know what I mean? I want to see what happened. All this nonsense, bro. But where's put the link so I go check it out.
I'm looking through your searches. I mean, your post right now. Find the video that you posted. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it was like a few months ago, bro. It was like a 2 weeks. It looked like 2 or 3 weeks after the launch. But you said you have it. You said you saw it. You can find it.
I've seen it. Yeah, and you said you posted it.
I did.
So this is me finding the video by looking through your
post.
Oh,
okay. That's fair. Go ahead. Find it. But I'm still questioning, where is all that data at, bro? Where's all the video? You said you have a link of all the data, and I said post a link, bro.
Yeah, they have a database where they have all sorts of catalogs for all their data, and you can request the stuff that's not on there, and there's stuff that's just readily available.
All I want is strictly just the video of it, dude, from the launch. I want to see like when it starts to veer off, and I want to see the Earth getting smaller and smaller away. I don't care if it takes me a week to watch it, bro. I want to watch every minute of how it goes so high and it's now going away from the Earth, and then it's so far away from the Earth you can see it as a ball. I want to. Kosho, how easy would it be for them to have shown a camera that was on the ass of this rocket ship to just show the Earth becoming a ball over a time lapse? Why didn't they do that, Kosho? Why? Oh, because they don't have to prove that it's a ball? Is that going to be your answer? But think about it, bro. Like, how amazing. It's 2023, bro. People take pictures of their fucking dinner at fucking Applebee's. You don't think they wouldn't want to fucking take a fucking video of the Earth?
When you say people, you're talking about assholes, right?
Yeah, I'm saying.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that the people who are doing these NASA missions aren't assholes.
I'm saying people, bro. I'm saying like when I go on my fucking social media, I'm like, dude, I'm hungry now because everyone fucking takes pictures of food, and I'm like, wow. But how about like why don't the man's greatest achievements, and we don't fucking get a video of it?
Yeah, Pycrophon, listen, you should just be satisfied with what you have, okay? You little smart mouth flat earther.
Yeah, or don't be satisfied at all because they're not necessarily worried about your satisfaction. But what you're asking
wow.
Well, I mean, they're not. That's what anyway. But the NASA missions, the Apollo missions, I mean, they did something similar. I forget which mission it was, but they're at the exact same time at the translunar injection, which is when they start when they're going towards the moon. They're like sort of leaving. They're not leaving Earth's orbit, but they've extended it and they're now headed towards the moon. they turned their cameras back and looked at the Earth. And that's exactly when the Artemis mission also turned their cameras back on. Before then, I
Oh,
don't
they
remember
had
any
to
live
wait
footage.
till they got to the same position as they did. Got
They
it.
didn't have to wait, but that's when they decided. I wasn't even expecting that. And they had the cameras live. They had the cameras live for the rest of the mission.
Well, but you do realize though that like they could have recorded the Earth looking like amazing, dude. Like when you're only 20,000 feet away. All right, cool, whatever. We could all see that, right? But when you're like 200,000 miles away, like that'd have been cool to
They
like
got some
get
of the
that.
coolest shots, man.
It would have been cool if they had a time lapse of the Earth just getting farther and farther and farther. Like, but from the ground though, like, come on, dude. Like, that's okay that you believe the Elias Coast show. That's fine. It is what it is. But I'm just
You know what
saying
else
though.
is funny? Like, dude, they would have showed the footage of the stars. They would have released the cameras that were supposedly taping all the stars throughout their mission because it would be crazy to see the stars from space, and they didn't show any of it.
Yeah, I would just deny that too.
You say that, but it's funny how there's nothing to deny.
Yeah, you would. I mean, how many cameras was on Artemis? How many cameras was on that
There's like
spacecraft?
And how many of them,
right?
and how many of them were supposedly looking at the stars?
Yeah, you won't ever be satisfied with anything they do.
Yeah, a ton of them were looking at the stars. How come we didn't get any of the footage from the stars?
And here we go. I posted a live stream of a NASA spacewalk, and it took under a minute for it to be denied, just as a Disney Channel thing. There you go. Whatever you get won't be enough.
There you go. Make sure you divert away from the fact that you don't have any stars. Anything but be an adult and address the fact that there aren't any stars, right? I mean,
There aren't any stars.
That's
they
right.
did- they
Where's
didn't-
the footage from space where we see the stars?
There are
they
80
just didn't
million
take
images online for
There you
the
go.
Hubble
There
Space
you go.
Station,
Yeah.
James
But Hubble,
Webb.
it's funny that you brought up Hubble whenever NASA themselves say that the plane called Sophia can actually take just as good pictures of the sky as Hubble does. So let's get back to the actual. Let's get
Yeah,
back
they
to the
don't.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, that's what NASA said.
Hey, Witsit.
That's not true.
Witsit. This
You want to
Witsit.
bet money on it? Wait, do you guys want to bet money?
You're mischaracterizing whatever they said. Absolutely.
Sophia is actually true, and they did say that they could get the same fucking
Yeah, dude, you guys
quality.
just deny everything. It's like the reason I have to say you want to bet so much in here is because you guys just blatantly lie. And like I'm not.
Thing is, you're the one that made the claim, so support it. Show me where NASA says they can take photos from a plane that are as good as Hubble.
We've
And then
seen
you
it
admit you were wrong.
countless times, bro, and you still deny it. And then
Show
we'll
me
show
it.
you
Sophia.
today. Hold on, we'll show them today,
Come on.
and then they'll come back a month later and just deny it again, dude. It's
Robert
Yeah, but
Bassano
so-
exposed all of that years ago.
Yeah, Sophia
Robert
is
Bassano
dead.
completely exposed the fact that Sophia is Hubble.
No, Sophia has been retired. Like 3 months ago, it took his last flight. I watched it over Las Cruces, New Mexico, on its final flight to the graveyard.
Yeah, right after the Webb, right after the
Yeah,
James
because they would
Webb.
never replace that thing, right? Because Left Lane is NASA. He knows everything that they do. You know, I'm just gonna admit you guys are goofy, right? I asked for a video of the stars in these space missions, and then you said there are so many pictures online, like as if that's an actual rebuttal to what I just said.
Hey, Witsit.
not at all.
Here's
It
Witsit,
actually is.
here's a good analogy. Here's a really good analogy, Witsit. Like, think of it this way, okay? Have you ever watched like a play? Have you ever seen a play like in a Broadway show or something, or like a theater? Have you ever seen one? I'm asking.
No,
That's a,
I don't go to Broadway.
Okay.
I'm not gay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. Like, have you ever seen a play, like ever in a theater? Never. Okay. Even in school, in high school, you guys never did a play. Nothing. Anyways. So what happens in a play is like there's a scene, and then everything goes dark. Okay, and then when all the lights come back on, there's a whole new set on the stage. That's kind of like NASA. They show you on the ground in the spaceship, and then everything goes dark, and then the next scene, they're in the ISS. And
Okay,
it's
but wait,
like,
let me. I need to drive this home real fast. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I asked for a video of the stars during space missions, including Artemis. His response was, "There are tons of pictures from Hubble of stars." How is that an actual answer to what I asked for? And this is where we get crickets, because you just said it was. So, like, come on, support that asinine claim when
I'll
obviously
answer that question as soon as you post evidence that NASA claims that you could take Hubble quality photos from a plane.
They're
Sophia.
the same pictures, bro. Hold on.
They are not the same pictures, and they are not the same quality.
They are identical pictures.
This is how
you've never seen it.
Honest, right? Like whenever you got called out, right? You instead of admitting that, yeah, of course, a picture from an alleged satellite is not the same as video of stars in a space mission.
It would be better actually. Images are better because it's easier to focus and study and compare. So it's actually better evidence.
No, it's not. So whenever, because the thing is that you're changing position.
It's better evidence, and you hand waving it doesn't
Stop over talking him.
A grown man that's supposedly a lawyer, and you can't control yourself either. Like why? Okay,
you're just full of shit with it. That's okay.
There you go.
I'm still waiting for those images though.
Okay, I'm going to try to say this again. Obviously,
I'm getting them right now. I'm getting them, Austin.
Photos and videos are not the same thing. I want a video of these stars in live time where we're seeing them move around in space in a video where they're supposedly in a certain position in space, and we see the stars change relative to their position. They claim the way they navigated in space with the Artemis mission was by cameras looking at stars, which means we should have video of stars throughout the mission, but we don't have any of it. And bringing up a picture doesn't change that.
But that's what they have to do. They have to divert away to something else.
There's stars on their live screen right now. If you look at my share, I have no idea why.
Is this actually a video from the Artemis camera seeing the stars? I'm going to go out and venture that it's not. To me, it's super weird that you guys have to do stuff like this. If it's such an easy to defend, provable fact, then just be like, oh yeah, we don't have it. Who cares? Well, why wouldn't you just say that?
Well, I mean, my whole argument is of all the millions of images that are proposed to be from space that gets complete denial. You don't accept any of them. And you're asking for more images from space, which you're going to continue to deny.
I posted a video and it took under 60 seconds for someone to say that it was fake.
They're not
There
stars.
you go. Look what they do. They're like a cult. So this is literally deja vu from just a second ago. Left Lane said the same thing, and then Steel City jumped in and did the same thing, right? And then you guys just did it
What's
again.
wrong with what I did, Winston? I'm making a point that we post evidence, we provide evidence, and you hand wave it away.
No, I just posted what you asked for, and you're going to hand wave it away. Sophia matches the Hubble shit to the T, and you probably won't even watch it, bro. Everybody else
I will watch it, but I want to see where NASA.
They'll never speak up.
Where'd you post it at, Brian?
Let's get back to the actual point here.
In live text one.
Okay, I got it.
Right, for just always obfuscating and diverting, pretending they're addressing the point, but clearly not, which is blatant dishonesty. And then you just turn around and did it again. So, like, Artemis supposedly used cameras to look at the stars to navigate, which means there should be on file many different camera angles of stars throughout their entire mission. Now, of course, they don't show us that. Why would, if they're just going to make us stare at this same footage that doesn't change for hours, that's super boring at Artemis, why wouldn't you cut to one of the cameras that show all the stars around it? Oh, but no, they don't do that. Okay, so then we should be able to at least get it now, right? Oh, no, we can't. Well, there has to be at least some video from other missions that has the stars in it in a video. Oh, no, there's not. Hubble, though. You don't see how that's blatantly disingenuous as a response? Or to just gaslight people and say, you'll just deny it if we do have it. Well, good thing that there's nothing to deny, I guess. Kosho tells me he was going to get the footage. Turns out that nothing happened with that. right? So it's like
I just told you, dude. All the information, all their stuff is on a database online.
oh, so the videos of the stars is online.
All of their data, all their research and data. They have a giant catalog of data, and anything that's not available readily, you just put in a simple request.
So is the video of stars online?
Some of the stuff in the Artemis mission was already on the database, and some of the
videos from the stars are online.
Yeah, some of the stuff from the navigation, from the data that they collected, is online.
Hey, yeah, please show me the video. You're being intentionally dishonest again, right? Like, and
I'm not talking to you anymore, asshole. Dude, I'm not being dishonest to you, dude. I'm telling you straight up shit, dude.
No, you're not.
The data's
so
online.
I asked for the video of the stars, and you're intentionally using the word data back and forth over and over to avoid that there's not a video of the stars. You just keep saying data. So if there's a video of the stars, drop it. Well, you know there's not. That's why you keep on
doing that, Kosho.
Deceptive by saying it has the data on there because you don't want to answer the actual.
Some of that data is video, yeah.
Okay, so the video of the stars, drop in the chat.
So do we now need to spend the next 2 hours of pulling in flat Earth, no face, no name accounts to constantly harass you in the chat, Kosho, for the next 2 hours for the evidence?
Don't speak to me for the rest of the day, dude. How about that?
Oh, I don't care. So we'll just continue we'll bring flat earthers into the chat and just tag you over and over again, Kosho. Where's the evidence? Where's the video? Where's the evidence? Where's the video? Because literally that's what you guys do to Witsit. Like, I'm not here to defend Witsit at all, but it's pretty annoying the double standard that you guys have, or I don't know, the team that you guys have assembled to be able to harass people online and then not provide any of the
I hired all of them and participated in that, so it's a good thing to bring up to me.
Freaking hell.
I never fucking ever did that in my life, so I don't know what the hell you're talking to me about.
Is there a video or not?
Yeah,
is there a video? Do you have the video, Kosho?
Kosho posted 2 different ones. What am I missing?
You would think that NASA on their YouTube channel would have posted these videos because what an amazing thing that would be for everybody to see. But why didn't they?
No, I think he's this video. So is that?
You said there was
one
video.
Where is it? Stars from Artemis. Where's it at?
Said it was there. Video, not data.
Pretending that it's in here.
I just want to see a rocket launch with where they view the horizon on the way up, and it turns into 2 horizons. I want to see the 1 horizon turn into 2 horizons and get smaller and smaller. We've never seen that.
Exactly.
That's simple shit. That's simple shit.
Exactly. I want to see the rim of this ball, and as we go farther away, it gets smaller. And then even show the other cameras that are pointed forwards, so that way we can see the moon get closer and closer. But like I said, it's like a play. They show one part when it's on the ground, and then they're like, "Oh, here we are at the moon, guys!" And they have a whole new camera, and then they're like, But interestingly enough, it looks like the fake. Oh, I have a video of that. I'll post it right now. Let me find it.
Kosho, in the second video that you posted with stars from the ISS, they're very colorful, and it's a moving layer of sky. But in the live one that I'm running, that same layer is running in the foreground over everything as a layer. You could see it now. It's really interesting. The pink stars, there's quite a bit of color in these stars in the second video you posted, and it matches what's running live right now as a clear layer over everything. I don't know why, but it's definitely the same type of view of stars with the same coloration.
Okay, so wait. So when you said that he dropped them, you didn't know what you were missing. He dropped the videos that I've actually shared like 100 times of the ISS. We're talking about them going out past low Earth orbit in space missions using stars to allegedly navigate with 12 different cameras looking at the stars in the Artemis mission. I want to see the footage of that.
I don't blame you.
He said there was video.
Yeah, he said that, but you know how long you'll be waiting till you actually get it?
Austin, do you have anywhere that I could find that the missions that I forget the name of the missions the in 58, with all the nuclear things that you mentioned in the movie?
Yeah.
I don't see any mention of the purpose of those being public.
They don't really go into great detail. I mean, they just say that they wanted to test the missiles, and they wanted to do it where it wouldn't be dangerous to other people. So they just recklessly blew stuff up in space, I guess. But,
So do we have
Winston,
any
I found it.
whistleblowers or anyone that talks about the firmament in that case, or do we have anyone that mentions that?
Well, I dropped an document in my timeline of School in the Globers last episode that in that very year, 1957, they that's when they first tried to do the high altitude stuff. Was like 57, 58. It's called the International Geophysical Year, and that's when they get a collaborative effort through all the international major nations to agree to work on monitoring the North and South Pole region. And then they start to shoot stuff up in the sky. Before that, they were detonating like high altitude balloon explosives and stuff long before the 1962 Operation Fishbowl. Anyway, so in 1957, there's a document that was declassified in 2000 through our government that talks about the firmament having different zenith distances and how they were able to like master an approximation method that determined the brightness of the firmament.
Hey,
so
Winston,
what a coincidence in timing, huh?
Hey, Winston, I found the video, dude. I fucking can't believe I found it. I had it saved on my other phone from November. Kosho, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I already found it.
Listen real quick. Look at.
Collecting on Artemis 1 and the mission itself is preparing to carry humans to the moon. The Orion Imager team is going to be monitoring every aspect of visual spacecraft performance for the entire duration of the mission. The first time that we're going to be live streaming digital video from its spacecraft back down to the Earth from the vicinity of the moon. That's never
Boom, bitches. Okay, let me post it though. Holy fuck, this is beautiful. This is beautiful.
You just
where is it?
You just fucked up all the Globers Apocryphon.
Where's the video at?
First of all, we were there when that happened. They
did claim that they have it. So
they had footage the entire time they were going around the moon, and they showed that live.
He said entire duration of the mission, dude.
Oh my god, Kosho.
Yeah, he said they would be what he said was they'd be collecting data. He said they'd be collecting data the whole mission. And then he said that
he said it's the first time ever they'll have a live stream video.
Yeah,
a digital live stream.
Here, go ahead and play that part back. Play that part back.
I'm going to post it. I'm going to post it so everybody can save it. And then next time they hear some nonsense like you're talking, we could just recall this video.
It said live from the moon.
He wasn't saying the same for both things, dude. He wasn't saying that they were going to live stream everything that they were
video. Apocryphon just fucked up the Globers. That's fucking right.
There it is.
Right
there, boom. Dude. There it is. Boom. There it is.
That's a knockout punch right there.
I'm glad I saved it. I was like, oh fuck, I do have it. I thought I couldn't find it on you. You can't find this on YouTube. I tried so many times. Luckily, I fucking saved it. But check it out, guys.
Just knocked the Globers out, dude. I was like watching a boxing match. I just seen the final blow. Just fucking. Goddamn.
So fucking glad I found it, dude. Shut everything up right now. All the lies. All the obfuscation, all that, bro. Get out of here, Kosho, with your lies. Don't tell me
different statements, dude.
It said live stream from the moon.
Two different statements. He said one statement. He says we're going to be recording the whole time.
Can't you just believe in a ball?
It's hard for him to respond with everyone talking over him.
Calm your
tits. He said both statements. He said two statements. He said they're going to. He said we're going to be recording everything for the mission. Blah 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 blah. And then he said, this is the first time we're going to be live streaming data directly from the moon back to Earth or whatever.
Video.
He said both things. Those are two different statements.
No. You are. It's almost like, are you even listening to what you? That's not what he said. First of all, that's not what he said. It's almost like I said, it's a football game, and you're like, no, it's a baseball game. Like, no, what are you talking about? That's two different things, bro. That is not what was said. Hear it again.
He literally acts like he works for them. Like literally,
dude, this is fucking ridiculous. You guys are so dishonest. It's fucking absurd.
It's
the imagery that we're collecting on Artemis 1 and the mission itself is preparing to carry humans to the moon. The Orion Imager team is going to be monitoring every aspect of visual spacecraft performance for the entire duration of the mission.
Visual.
The first time we're going to be live streaming digital video from its spacecraft back down to the
Earth.
Digital
video.
Knockout punch. That was the knockout punch.
Live streaming.
The two
lower resolution,
video,
more compressed, because we have to fit it into a thinner pipe, if you will. Every one of these cameras is in its position where it is, and it's configured the way it is for a very.
They even gave us the schematics of where they're going to put all these cameras.
We can see with the cameras, or spacecraft performance. The imagery teams at NASA are composed of dozens and dozens of very highly trained, very specialized people, engineers, technicians, analysts. If we can see it, we're going to try and keep an eye on it. Imagery has been invaluable throughout the history of NASA. We flew cameras on Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, all of that stuff that we saw when the astronauts were on the moon. It helps us detect the unknown unknowns.
The unknown unknowns.
That we didn't anticipate happening before. So when we do fly people on Artemis 2, we can have a high confidence that everything's working.
And I
Zanuck
rest my
speaking?
case.
Sounds like Zanuck. So, Kosha, where's the video?
Yeah, I have the link. I actually have it right here.
fucking killed
I'm
it.
actually not providing it to you. I'll probably provide it to Brian and Apocryphon in
Yeah.
a little bit. But I'm
Not gonna
yeah,
provide it to me.
you guys are being I don't want to say what, and I'm not interested. I'm not interested in providing anything to you.
I'm not talking to you.
I'm not going to talk to you. It's funny because you guys all call
you
me
guys
a
are being
liar
as
for some
toxic
reason now.
as
No matter
you
where I go,
complain
it's like,
about. You guys are the most toxic people in this community, dude.
Because you're wait, let me
Dude,
point out, it's
Apocryphon.
because you're blatantly disingenuous.
Yep.
Because when I asked for the footage of the stars from the Artemis missions, you said that it was available, and you intentionally kept saying data when I asked for video, so that you could pretend that it did exist and trick the audience into the fact that that was provided when you know damn well that you were intentionally changing the word to data to say it was
You're
available.
a liar. You're a liar.
No,
You're
no,
evil.
wait.
You
Us
suck dick.
exposing you-
But
us
guess what, dude?
exposing
I
you
already
as a
said that there's
liar is
video.
not toxic.
I said explicitly
to
there's
turn it around.
video. I said
It's
it
not
explicitly.
toxic for
There
us
is
to
video.
expose your
There
lies,
is video.
Yep.
There
That's
is
When you get
video.
caught in a lie,
There
you
is
call the
video.
other person a liar.
What the hell is
No one's
going on
intentionally
here?
not
All
saying
your
that.
buddies try to call me a liar because you guys just want to project your.
Well,
Dude,
why?
you're just not
Why is?
exposed. We all
Why?
heard and
Wait a
saw
minute.
it.
Yeah, hold
Apocryphon
on.
literally played the video
Kosho
after you denied it. After
Kosho
you
is being
denied
called
it, after
out,
you denied
and
it,
y'all
you
aren't
posted
allowing him to
something.
respond.
We
One
literally
at a
heard a
time.
live video. We literally heard a live video.
You just keep
twice
talking. Just keep
already.
talking.
You've
Just
been
keep
fucking
talking.
We're going
exposed.
to.
Guys,
We're
everyone
going
stop.
to. The
One at
problem
a
is
time, please.
left lane. Left lane. The issue is you have somebody who's been called out specifically for being deceptive. We all heard it happen. He's doubling down and then trying to project his
Dude, you're making a fucking assumption and calling me dishonest
incredulous,
for it, dude.
dishonest
I was telling you that there were all the
on
data.
double
I said all of the data, and then you thought I was being dishonest because I didn't say video. And then I'm telling you the video as well, just in case you're so fucking like clueless you don't understand that. I mean all the data. It's
So you're gonna
available.
flex
There's
not
a
having
place
it
that has
and
all the
flex
data, and the
having it?
data that's not on there that's available, you can request it. I went and after I searched for after I talked to Witch the second time, I searched for it, I found it, and it's fucking the whole database of all the
Either
data
way,
that they have.
big time flex.
Video of the stars and stop talking. Drop the video of
No,
the
I'm not
stars.
interested in fucking talking to you, dude. I'll provide it to
Kosho's
somebody else, and you can
spiraling.
ask them for it. I'm not talking
Kosho's
to you guys about this
spiraling.
shit, dude.
You're not
about it?
interested in talking, but you keep talking and not posting the fucking video that everybody's requesting.
Yeah, I'm not providing it for you, dude.
Why
Ask
you not
Brian
calling
in
him
about 2 hours.
You've been
Brian will
fucking
have it for
Why
you.
you not calling him out, bro? Wait, time out. Left lane. Why you not calling him out? You just came into White Knight for him. So he told me that he said the data back to me
I'm
like 5
out.
times.
I'm out.
I'm in the middle of talking, dude. So then I cornered him and said, wait, I said video. Why do you keep deceptively saying data? And he said the video's in there too. I said, okay, provide it. Now he's saying you can ask him for it. So why are you not calling him out, left lane, for being
Fuck,
intentionally
I said you can ask Brian for it
I
because
don't
I'll be
see
giving it to
anything wrong
Brian.
with what he said, and you're misrepresenting what he said.
No, he says video. I was
Crap.
all the time.
He,
I was all this time.
left lane, he
I'm not
literally did the
talking to you
exact
fools
same
anymore.
thing. When Apocryphon played the audio from that, he literally did the exact same thing with that audio.
Because the audio doesn't say what he's saying it says. He didn't say, hey, we're going to provide all the live data for the entire mission. He said, we're going to be collecting all the data for the mission. And then he said, this is the first time we're going to be live streaming from the moon.
Said that
From the
live
moon.
video from the
Specifically, he
vicinity
said
of
from the
first
moon.
time. From the vicinity of the moon for the first time. That's what it says. Which means
Right,
near
yeah,
the
so
moon.
these are two different statements.
So is there a video of them live streaming footage from the vicinity, aka near the moon? Is there?
Yeah.
Is
Wait,
there?
time out. I just want to clarify, Coach. Are you saying that you sent the video from the cameras on Artemis that use the stars to navigate, and it shows videos of stars on the mission, but you're just sending it to Brian? Is that your claim?
Yeah, I'm not talking to you anymore, but I will be sending it to Brian when I get a chance. So ask him for about it in
so
about
you
2
don't have
hours,
it.
and hope that he has it for you.
So you still don't have it. And left lane again. This is where you don't.
No, I have it right. I'm looking right here at the fucking database I was talking about.
I bet you are. I bet you are looking at the video right now, but you can't share it with everyone. How is it? Why would you defend what he's doing right now?
Why would anybody need to defend what I'm doing?
You're saying that you know that there's video of the stars from the cameras during the Artemis mission, and you're not providing it.
And not to you.
Okay, so left lane, is that mature? Is he being mature?
It's not mature. I'm not telling you it's mature.
You guys
are pissing me off though.
If you're just gonna make fucking claims, bullshit claims in here, and then not provide evidence for it, you might as well just go on mute and stop wasting our fucking time.
And the only reason there's some history.
Well, if you're going to continuously misrepresent him, I don't blame him for disengaging.
Yeah, for sure. Left. Keep white knighting him, because this is the history behind this. The reason that there's tension behind this is because how this all started was I was in here. I specifically remember driving back from my haircut, being super chill, and just mentioning why don't we have the videos from the alleged Artemis mission, right, where they could videotape the stars. And then he said, we do because they used them to navigate. I'm like, okay, where are they? Can I see them? And then he said, I don't know. All the data is available. And I'm like, wait, how do you know that exists if you haven't seen it? That turned into, I'm going to ask them. He jumped in later when I was talking about it. And he said, you might want to pump the brakes. You're going to look really stupid here soon because I'm going to get the videos from NASA in a couple days. I'm in the process of getting the videos, and they should be responding to me soon with the videos. And you're going to look really stupid for saying that. Right? And he was super arrogant, talking down to me about it. And this was months ago. And now he's claiming it's just publicly available, but he can't show anyone. So left lane, now that you know the history, are you still going to defend it?
Now you know Witchett's version.
I don't take what you just said as gospel.
Okay, there you go. Hey, Coach, let me guess, you're going to lie about what did I tell the truth about what happened? Yes or no, Coach?
Yeah, you were getting a haircut and you were being super sweet to everybody. And I came in and I told you I was being really hostile and toxic, as you said. But in actuality, the parts of that's true is I told you that that you can there's a place to request it. I'm looking into requesting it, and that was that time. And I got the email and the information for the people for the that would have the data, but I didn't follow up on it. And then you talked to me about it again. And you said, did you ever follow up on that or get anything from that? And I said, no, yeah, I forgot totally about it. I didn't even do anything with it. And then after I taught you that time, I then did send the email, talk to those people, got the information about where the data is held and the database. And it's available to everybody. The database that has not just that mission, but all their missions.
Wait, time out. So I gotta correct this here, right? So what actually happened was you said you were already in the process of getting it, and that you should receive it in a matter of days, and then I was going to look really stupid for questioning it. That's what you said. In fact, you said it multiple times. You actually jumped in super arrogant and derogatory and said, you're going to look really stupid whenever I get this. If I were you, yeah, your little
that was in reference.
Yeah, I think you did say that, Coach.
Saying that's not that was in reference. That was in reference to you saying that they make it. They don't make it available. What was it exactly about the pictures that they take? That there's no pictures of stars. There's no pictures of stars from the spacecraft.
How can they navigate? How can they navigate using the stars when the stars are going to look identical everywhere in the solar system? Like no matter where we go in the solar system, you look up and they're going to look identical.
Because how do they navigate? When they're near the Earth, they can use the stars like that. But when they're not near the Earth, they usually use other celestial bodies like the planets and.
But you did say that, Coach Show. You did say he's going to look stupid, man.
Yeah, but it wasn't.
You said within a couple days because you were about
because he was claiming that there's no pictures of stars from space.
Now that's a lie, right? Because what I said the entire time was that there should be videos of the stars. Well, I said, why would they not just show us if they're going to make us just stare at the Earth and the Moon in the same frame for hours? Why would they not cut and show us different stars if they have video? They have 20-something cameras on board. Then they should show us stars. And you guys have the excuses of all this. You can't because of the way the lighting works and all this stuff. And I'm like, what? You could just turn away from the light source. You could just have a camera look away. And then you said, I know they have footage of it because they use the cameras to navigate. I'm like, that makes it even worse. Why didn't they show us the stars? Is it? Okay, that's the actual context. I never said anything about they don't have pictures. I said, where is the video of the stars changing a fly through space?
Yeah, they typically don't use the star. Why would they change? They typically don't show this. I mean, they don't use the stars to navigate when they're not near the Earth. That method is. I mean, it's useful in some contexts, but it's not. They can't. It's
I
not
don't see
used the
how.
same way. Yeah, I
I
know,
don't see
but
how
but
it's useful
you can tell
because
like
hold on,
your
they're
orientation and
if
stuff.
if they're orbiting, if they're going around Earth and then slingshotting, bro, it's worthless because they're at a different angle every split second, bro. It's pointless. I don't get it.
No, it'll make sense when it's in reference to the Earth, but when they're not referencing the Earth, the best that it'll give you orientation. And you
They're
can
literally
go
changing
certain
every orientation
directions.
like every.
They won't give
I
you
mean, they're
position.
every 60. How long does it take them to do 69 miles? So every changing by a degree, brother. So they're changing every second. They're changing 2 degrees or 3 degrees or something. I mean, maybe not that quite, but still, they're constantly changing, dude. So you say they use the planets?
Yeah. Whenever they use celestial bodies that are closer. Whenever they're they
Man,
can't
I
use
don't
the
see how you
stars.
believe all this bullshit, bro. You just make it sounds like you're making excuses, bro. I'm just saying.
This is what they
Wait,
say.
just to clarify, though, Coach, I want you to specifically state it. You're saying that you yourself have seen video of stars from the Artemis mission.
I haven't seen videos that show stars from the Artemis mission, but I have seen where that the whole database of the the star trackers, which included videos, where all that's stored. I didn't watch the videos. I didn't see if you can see stars in them. But that doesn't matter because the star trackers, that's the whole point of them. And they have video.
Oh, it does
They're showing the
matter.
video.
It definitely does matter. You could definitely just make a computer program to say, yeah, this is where the stars would look like with your navigation system at certain distances. In fact, that would have to exist for you to ever shoot someone out into space. You've already had to have simulation of the tracking system working perfectly before you would ever dare risk sending it to space. So that doesn't help us at all. Like, I want to see the actual video of the stars. And in fact, dude, you should be able to see the stars so incredible in space because there's no atmospheric obstruction. You should be able to see the stars. It should be so beautiful. You would just be swimming in stars. If they're going to show us hours of us just staring at the Earth and the Moon in the same place, why would they not show us hands down the most beautiful thing that they could show us ever in the decades long?
There's plenty of.
Wait, where's Artemis now, Coach? Where is Artemis now? Where did it land?
Somewhere in fucking a NASA facility. Why?
Hey, Coach, that was a rhetorical question.
Why?
Yeah,
why is that a rhetorical question? Why was it asked then? What's the point of asking that question?
Because we already know that you can't.
So we
even
didn't
look at or video in space, the stars from space, because you would just produce the video if you had it.
There's
you told
plenty
us
of
we had
pictures
it.
of stars in space that's already been provided in this conversation. He's asking specifically about ones from the Artemis mission.
Well, when I was filming that bitch, when I was filming that launch, dude, it never got above like 10 degrees above the horizon. Like as it come up the coast before it disappeared behind nothing. I mean, it never got above 10 degrees. Even if it's flying level, like to get higher, still, to my point of view, shouldn't it be getting higher especially as it's leveling out close to where I'm at? I don't get it.
Brian, how did you measure that angle?
I didn't measure it. I'm just going off of the footage. Like it's just barely above the horizon. Like wasn't that high?
You should watch Witset's last video where he makes fun of people for guessing.
Huh?
You should watch Witset's last video. Yeah,
I made fun of the guy making a definitive claim about the distance to the sun based on just guessing the angle during a half moon. Yeah.
But now we have the other lights and even apps on our cell phone that could be better than guessing. So
yeah, no, it's all.
I told you to download one. Why didn't you?
Dude, first thing you're doing is telling us that Earth is the size of one of them little lights in the sky, bro. Until you prove that, it's all a big waste of time, bro.
I gotta say that all the ballers I've talked to have watched my Skull and the Glovers episode. You guys are. I'm proud of you guys for going to class, bro.
I watched a few minutes and I thought it was preschooler.
Did you learn anything, or just ignore it?
It reinforced something. Reinforced
something. Save face. Try to save face.
Yeah, Lewis said he watched it. They all watch them. It's super funny.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Then they can't acknowledge that they watched it because he's literally giving. Look. When he does these schooling the Glober videos, he's given the history of the official narrative. So you don't like it because it's a bunch of horseshit, but this is the official narrative, guys. The history of it.
No, we don't give a shit about what happened 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. Yeah, you're correct. You don't give a shit about what happened. You're an ignorant fool.
Well, wait up. Now they don't care what happened thousands of years ago, but as a gaslighting technique, they've been saying the talking point that we've known the Earth was a globe for thousands of years for the last 7 years straight. They've been saying we proved the Earth was a globe thousands of years ago, but now you guys don't care because then I start to unravel the specifics of how they claimed they proved it, and it's all remedial nonsense that doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe at all. So now all of a sudden you guys don't care about it.
We got to get some better ballers on here, man. These guys are remedial.
Straight up, explore flat Earth. You are so correct about that. You are so fucking right about that, dude. I've seen these same guys come in day in, day out with nothing new and just fucking more.
You guys just pat each other on the back all day, don't you? It's just a big circle jerk.
Well, then why don't you go do something else?
They just lie.
They're so much better than the straw man they make up about us.
You know why you guys don't do something else? Because like if you guys created a Discord, no one would go. But if we go created a new Discord tomorrow, you guys would come. Yeah, because you guys are such
never has anybody on there compared to here.
They follow us around like a bunch of lost puppies.
I can post
it's kind of like the kids that you
online
never
database of 80 million images. Anybody interested in that? 80 million images.
Look, how about all the research we do to point out the deception and y'all just ignore it?
No interest in that, Brian, huh? 80 million space-based images of stars. You have no interest in it.
I watched all of his last 5 debates. I watched his Schooling the Globers, and I watched all of his YouTube videos, and I could listen to all of them talk on Discord every day, all day for years. They're so stupid.
Yo, this is audio chaos. If anyone, hey, yo, I know you guys can hear me. Don't power through me. Am I roboting?
No.
No.
The shit is audio chaos. Okay, so I'm not done. The shit is audio chaos. Does anyone want to do a one-on-one, make a presentation, or I don't know, maybe we have to do a list?
No.
So we're doing a list?
No.
No,
we got to do something.
Yeah, I kind of also added to it some of it.
Yeah, sorry, Jeremy, if I added to that.
Well, Chucky came in to stir the pot, you know, because we had Kosho pinned down on his claims of these videos using the stars to navigate, and then there's no actual presentation of the videos, so Chucky's got to come in and try to stir the pot and agitate it. So, Chucky, do you have any evidence that Artemis used cameras that pointed at the stars for navigation? Do you have any videos of the stars from Artemis cameras? I mean, they claim they live streamed it.
They can't navigate using just that claim alone is horseshit. Like Kosho just said, they might maybe right when they're on the ground or something, but as soon as they leave the Earth and
Chucky, a question.
They said they're live streaming.
I mean, why is everyone responding but Chucky?
Well, it looks like he doesn't have a response because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I think he left. Never mind.
All right.
Maybe he left.
I just recorded a live. I just recorded a live anomaly. If you guys are interested, it was just while all this was going on. There was like a string flopping around in the middle of the screen.
I saw that. That's awesome.
I don't know what that is, but I backed it up and OBS'd it just now because it was live while you guys were talking.
Yeah, it's at 50 minutes after the hour.
Right now, Dan, I'm watching your live stream.
It's looped there. Yeah, that's a loop. It's no longer the live shot. It's the OBS I just did.
But look at how it's flopping around, dude. And I thought things don't do that in. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
And then they zoom in to get out of it, and then they go, "Fuck, we got to fix that." They're gonna have to bring in somebody, so they change the shot right away. They change the shot. So
what is that thing that it's connected to? There, so that white string right there is what you're talking about.
I'm gonna call it a manually operated control. you know that little radar thing that we always see going around. That little
it spins.
That's the controller for it.
That's funny.
So Left Lane, are you gonna just tell Kosho that he lied about the video from the stars moving around the moon, the live video? Are you gonna tell
No.
Kosho that hey, you shouldn't
Yeah,
lie like that?
y'all are still lying about him. You're still lying about him. I
You're
can't
just
I can't get
projecting,
involved
dude.
in that. I'm tired of that.
Kosho said he knew the video existed, he had seen it, and then he ends up saying he hasn't seen it.
Yeah, you
Left
were
Lane,
here
are
for
you
that
gonna
whole
tell him
interaction,
what
man.
right?
You're
That's not
fucking
how to act.
dishonest just because someone's on the same side as you in a fucking debate. That's ignorant. That's like you're coming here
I
with
just
a
just
fucking you're coming here with a war. You're coming here with a war
so you
mentality,
just
man.
want to keep
No
on.
matter what
Just
no
keep
matter
on.
what the person on your side says, even if it's a straight up contradictory lie in live time, exposed lie in live time, recorded, you'll still back them just because they're on the quote unquote same side as you.
Okay,
He's
so
like
about
the
20
sheriff.
minutes ago, Brian claimed that he had a video of NASA admitting that Hubble had the same capabilities as Sophia. His video contains no such statement from NASA.
What are you talking
Is
about?
anyone going to call him
That's
out
a
for a lie?
lie, dude. What are you talking about? I said that I got a video showing.
I watched your 9-minute video. I watched 9 minutes and 4 seconds. At
It's
no
way longer
point.
than that. Hold on. The video is
It was
longer
9
than
minutes
that
and
that I
4
posted.
seconds is what you
Why are you lying,
posted.
bro? Wait, why are you
It was
lying?
9 minutes and
I
4
didn't say
seconds.
NASA said anything, dude.
That's
Guys,
exactly what was claimed.
Did anybody in here claim that
Yeah,
NASA
someone in here made
said?
that claim.
So what
NASA
I
admitted.
said, what I said was NASA admitted. Yeah, I said NASA admitted it, like basically inadvertently by showing that the same
Okay.
quality footage exists.
I'll send the wrong video,
And
man. I'll send the
that is a
video
lie.
the employee
That
from
is a
NASA.
lie.
I'll send
Yeah,
the
it's
guy.
the employee. Yeah, exactly.
So Left Lane's been in the background, silent, not saying nothing, just sitting back.
Wait, but wait. What's that guy have to
White
say
knighting
about the
everybody.
video?
White knighting everybody.
Right, that guy was
Dude.
mid-sentence. Why?
They do not.
What are you
They
guys
do
doing?
not have the same
Oh, you're
capability.
going to interrupt me? Now you're going to interrupt me.
Please.
I'm going to start muting people. Go ahead, guys. Or we can make a list.
Well, just let me get this out real quick before I go searching for another video.
Go ahead.
Okay. What do you have to say about the video posted? How Sophia is getting the same identical shots?
No, it's not getting the same identical shot. At no point is anyone saying that other than the person who made the video.
How about the pictures being identical?
What the hell are you talking about? Pictures being identical.
Oh my God, bro! I'm not
I
going to talk
watched
to
your
you.
video. It was 9 minutes. It didn't have any freaking pictures that were identical to anything else.
I
Steel
posted.
City, just to clarify, whenever you see that the NASA employee himself says that it has capability to take pictures like Hubble, then you're going to admit you're wrong, right?
No, when it has the
said no.
same capabilities. That was your point. A lot of things take pictures.
Hey, buddy, when NASA employee says that it takes like just as good a quality pictures as Hubble, are you going to admit you're wrong?
Don't be shading this now. You made a very clear statement. Same capabilities.
Yes, because Sophia was much more modern, so it had better optics.
I can take a photo, and a professional photographer can take a photo with a very expensive camera. We're not gonna make the same quality photos.
Isn't it funny that you just disregarded what I said? Sophia was more modern, so it had better optics.
Sophia was also just 30,000 feet in the air, as opposed to being out in orbit. So
That's
it
the
did not have
point,
the same
though.
capabilities.
That's the point. If you look at 57 minutes after the hour, I should have tagged you to it. I posted. It's a simple Google search. You can put it Sophia pictures, and they are just as beautiful, if not the same, from Hubble telescope. And you can click on it and search thousands of these fake, awesome, amazing, artistic, rendered, cool things they've posted. I don't even know why we're arguing this.
Especially
because the
because
Glovers lie about. I mean, okay, we have
Well,
stopped
true.
using the word lie, maybe, but
You
they
know
just
who-
they skew everything, right? Like obviously the point
No.
here.
No.
I'm in the middle of
claim.
Still City. I'm about to put you in timeout. I'm about to put you in timeout for an hour.
NASA admitted.
All right, dude, you're
NASA
getting
admitted.
All right, you're getting put in timeout.
Fuck you.
I've asked you.
Okay,
Don't be lying, bitch.
Hold on. The video I posted, I just went and watched 5 seconds of it. and he's online and showing
That
the
guy's
specs of the telescope. There's
name.
an identical telescope with the identical imagery data, and when they're in the air, and the guy doesn't even deny it. And this dude just comes on saying, "Where did NASA admit this and that?" Dude, he's just looking for any little thing to, I want him to comment on the information that he just heard, where and the images he just saw and the data being the same. Like he's got no comment on what he's seen.
Do what I did, Brian. Just post the video, sit back, and watch them burn, bro. Just post the truth.
Our
That's it.
friend, our friend astronomer Dr. Rob Parks says he has no fucking idea how they can take pictures from a moving 747. And he's in the business.
Oh man, that's ironic. Think about it.
He's
How
not
did-
in the business of
Still waiting for
taking
that
images
for that
from an
statement. What's
airplane.
it? Come on, give me the statement. NASA admits. Let me see it.
First of all, it's NASA.
Anyway, so I got that
Nassau
tweet with-
is a
with-
city in the Bahamas.
So, are you going to pull back from this? Or are you going to just keep digging the hole?
Oh, I was just saying that, dude. Just like we predicted, they took Walter Bisland's site down after I brought attention to it.
Wait,
No
is it gone
way.
now?
Yeah,
No
it's down.
way. They took down the fucking. They took down
Yes.
Walter's fucking. Wow.
Wow,
I
there's
can't
nothing to
believe-
hide. Nothing to
I
hide,
can't
though.
believe how people stand up for censorship on either side of any debate. You
No,
have
no,
to be a
Walter
Like they
took
took
that
down
mindless coward.
Null School.
Yeah,
Remember they took
Walter-
down Null School?
Yeah, but Walter probably took it down because I brought so much attention to it, bringing it up in my debate. And watch this, the ballers will sit here and defend that too. As we said, I bet you that they're going to pull this down. We need to go ahead and prepare for them to pull it down because now that we're using it and I'm making a coherent argument about it, they're going to end up pulling it down. Watch, we're going to pull it down because they can't have the flat earthers being able to explain it. And then what did they do? They pulled it down. And then what are the ballers going to do? Defend it. So come up with some narrative how it isn't obviously sketchy that they pulled it down.
Lane, let's hear your response, Left Lane.
Dude. I just opened the
Left Lane,
link.
let's hear your response.
Error 503. They actually censored the website and took it down. What a bunch of fucking coward pieces of shit.
Hey, Left Lane, why would they do something like that?
I don't know. Let's maybe get them
you
the
just
benefit
make
of the
claims
doubt.
about stuff I don't know anything about.
Maybe they're updating the site.
They
Maybe.
took his website down.
It sounds like what to me it seems like is
Pretend like you don't know what we're talking about.
People are looking at a viable. People are looking at a viable model of the celestial fucking sphere above us and how it appeared to us on a flat.
1 second, please. I want to say something to Brian and apologize because he did post a
All right,
2-hour
you're going
video.
on mute, dude. Sorry, but
Thank
you fucking. I was clearly talking, dude. Very clearly talking. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I apologize. That was me. That was me. I just said thank you for, telling him.
Hey, real fast, Noah, anyone, can you do me a favor? Can you go
The
to
Steel City
Wayback
guy is
Machine?
now- Wait, hold up,
you go to-
Jeremy. The Steel City guy is DMing me "fuck you" to me and shit.
Yeah, but he's crazy. Can anyone go to the Wayback Machine and try and type in his URL and see if you can bring back the model?
No, that's what I just did, dude. I had the URL saved, so I literally just went to the URL on my fucking text edit. I copy and pasted it into the browser, and I literally got an error.
No,
503.
I'm saying go to the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine archives things back in the day. If you go to the Wayback Machine, see if you can bring it back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got
archive
that. I got that also. I got you. I got it. I just got it
Archive
open.
Is it there still? Does it work?
I'm pulling
This
up
is
the
so
Wayback
funny.
right now. Wayback Machine has not archived that URL. Please search for all archived pages. Okay, wait. Hold up.
Dang, bro.
Try
Bro,
the root
this is
page.
proof
Try the
right
root
now.
page, not try the root directory.
Yeah, no, I am right now.
You guys are fortune tellers at this point. This is insanity.
Good job.
Tell the future.
He has a lot of stuff on his fucking.
Is that in the script? Did someone write that for you from Hollywood? was talking to the ballers that were commenting. The peanut gallery had to chime in.
Dude, I don't know. How can a baller sit here right now and not think that's suspect?
They're just a peanut gallery at this point, man. They're just a joke.
Real
They're
fast,
just
so
honest
just in case
cowards.
anyone didn't know, the first thing that happened was Bislin actually updated it to say my name. He actually came up with another argument, and he edited the description and put my name in it. He's like, if this azimuthal grid of vision, how do the light rays know exactly how much to bend at each latitude? Which is a really stupid argument anyway. He said, "Wits it?" ? And now it's taken down. Like, what a joke.
I think it shows they're on the run, man. They're on the run. We got them on the run. We're so close to holding them, to task about their little stories and teaching children this stuff and just being absolutely evil people. Hey, can you chill out? Okay, look, we'll give you half of the earth. You go do what you want with that half, but leave us alone over here.
Dude, his whole this guy's whole website is a bunch of Glober shit. Like I'm reading through it the way back. Lens distortion in the curvature of Earth, satellite distance from angle measurements for globe and flat Earth, how airplanes correct for the Coriolis. Wait a minute. How airplanes, he has articles on he has all kinds of articles, dude. Wow.
We've smashed their model into a million pieces and they just can't come to grips with it. I apologize. We've smashed it. We've absolutely destroyed their stupid model. They won't even falsify their model.
Dude,
they've been pulling this charade for like years. Did someone interrupt them? Just give me just 2 seconds. So yeah, they're just pulling these charades. They're sitting in the background and just talking about all kinds of nonsense.
Okay,
it's time we just stand up as a community and start making contracts and sending them to asking for the public records. Everybody needs to be doing it. Everybody. I'm done now. You go ahead. Okay. You got the floor.
Sorry about earlier. I just, you kind of pause a little bit when you talk. I thought you were done multiple times.
All right.
But yeah, thank you for that contribution. Who here was debating the Coriolis effect the other day? Because I have an article by Walter Bislin himself. Dude, he's talking about how planes correct for Coriolis. Does anyone need that? Because I remember you guys were... Dude, he has all kinds of models on his website.
We don't need that. No one doubts planes are correcting for Coriolis or they're affected by Coriolis until I stick them with my undisputable fact about how Coriolis works. That's when they start getting crazy and saying silly stuff like planes don't correct or the pilots don't have to correct or whatever.
I think the answer is yes.
Thank you,
post it.
Yeah,
that's the model.
I just posted it 7 minutes after the hour, and I sent Jeremy a copy. So next time you're debating it, you can pull this up.
Thanks,
bro. Once they say planes aren't affected by Coriolis or pilots don't have to correct for it, the debate's over. Then there's no Coriolis effect. Earth's not spinning. Okay, we're done.
But we got these religious, globe cult. They're like priests, man. They're in here every day. They just harass us. Think we're stupid. They absolutely lie right through their teeth and just pretend it didn't happen. It's amazing to me that there's an actual people that come and harass flat earthers.
And then
for
say
years
we're
on end,
toxic.
stalking them.
And then say
hating
we're
our guts.
toxic for calling them out on their blatant
Make-believe.
sophistry and deception.
Make-believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're believing in a bunch of just crazy nonsense, man. How do you wake someone up like that when they're being paid to be here? Obviously, I
mean, I don't know if that's the case, but
logically,
you're not going to wake somebody.
Would you want to go and argue with someone if you knew the Earth was flat and say it was a globe? Would you go and sit on their globe websites and just crazy harass them? If it was flipped, right? If it was flipped around. I wouldn't waste my time doing that if I just thought it was crazy.
Like, I don't go into NASA chat rooms or anything like that. Like, no, of course not. Like, it's ridiculous.
We've smashed the globe model into a million pieces. We proved that it's absolute nonsense. And, I apologize. But, yeah, that's my rant. Okay, go ahead.
Think about this. Think about if
Yeah, good.
Wits it. I got it on the way back. I have it right here. I'm gonna send you
Okay,
the
nice.
link right now. I found it on the way back machine. This is fucking
Nice.
great.
Perfect.
These fucking censorship fucking cowards are about to get fucking exposed. I'm about to send you the link right now. What's it?
Thank you. I gotta change it real fast.
Yeah, the censorship is just out of hand. And now, why would they have to censor us if we're total retards? That don't make no sense.
Yeah,
I
if that
apologize. I'm sorry. That don't make no sense.
yeah, if that model was just too much bendy light or whatever, why remove it?
Are you going to post it in the chat?
If their religion was true, they would have evidence for it or be able to falsify it.
I posted it in the live stream chat one text 10 minutes after the hour. It's called Flat Earth Dome Model on web.archive.org. The link is there. You can click on it and go play with it because the Wayback Machine saves it, even if people try to take it down and be a censorship coward in the future.
The background medium that he talks about, the witness talks, that's what we feel. That's what we experience on a daily basis. We don't. I don't understand how these men, other than being paid agents, would just sit here endlessly, like Left Lane, just white knighting all these ballers.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the case, and unless you have direct evidence of that being the case, I don't think we necessarily need to sit here and directly call people paid agents or anything like that. I mean, there's maybe something going on.
There's a thing called a preponderance of the evidence.
Yeah,
You gather so much evidence about the situation, and you're trying to detect any kind of tomfoolery going on. Haven't you ever done that? Haven't you played detective? Haven't you played Inspector Gadget and said, "What the heck? Is that real?"
Yeah, but
I mean,
this process was incorrect, or did I say, hey, we probably don't need to just start blatantly like throwing out labels on people without any actual empirical evidence, right? Because why would we want to do that? That's what the Globe does.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge situation too. This whole globe and the kind of globalist, if you want to call it that, the controllers, as it were, that seem directly connected to this. And in my viewpoint, it's like humanity's been hijacked. There's been like a takeover of sorts. And these guys are, have kind of assumed their position of power through taking over the Federal Reserve, World War I, World War II, and then the globe kind of that goes along with it. So it's a huge situation, as we all know. And it's not like necessarily cut and dry for everybody. There's a lot of, in the middle, and how to actually prove a lot of this stuff. There's certain challenges behind it, and the financial imbalances of the fact that the people pushing the globe have immense amounts of finances and, et cetera. So it's a big situation. And the thing is too, there's a lot of quote unquote professionals out there that believe in the globe, a lot of these mainstream systems as well. And I'm sure a lot of those guys, if they were here, would debate in similar ways. So, I mean, it's a complicated situation. I've often brought up my brother. My brother is definitely a globe earther. And when I debate with him, it's not that different than debating with Zanuck or, it's similar. So, and he's not a paid agent at all. He's my brother. So it's like, there are people that just believe this and whatever the case may be. So I don't know if all this rhetoric of the anti-flat earth, all this kind of stereotyping and the kind of, I don't know if that's beneficial. I mean, if you don't want to debate with them, don't debate with them. We can change the conversation at any time. We can move to a non-debate type conversation. We can change topics. We can create an event. We can use Livestream too. We can do anything we'd like to do. Nobody's has to debate with these guys, forcibly in any way. And if we don't want to give them our time, don't give them our time. It's that easy.
And let me retort. All right. So this endless sock accounts, the endless stalking, the endless sicking people on websites in their chat room just repeating nonsense. Like, what kind of, these people are children. So yeah, I mean, their behavior is absolutely repulsive, and the constant lying and just absolute deception. I just, what other conversation should we be having other than we're just being absolutely, they don't have any good faith whatsoever.
Well, that's your opinion on it. I mean, this is a huge conversation, so there is a lot of complexity to it. I mean, I hear you on the conduct thing. I think there's a lot of people that have various different, conduct things that they do. I mean, in terms of this platform, which is the only thing, I mean, I obviously whatever's going on in other areas that other people have, they moderating their things, obviously that's their thing. But I mean, on this platform, we don't just like ban people because they have a different opinion. So we do moderate for the conduct, if people are doing, excessive kinds of, doxing or attacking or that kind of stuff. And so,
Just blatant lying. How about that? Can you throw someone off for just lying?
Well, you know what I would say about that is that somebody who calls someone a liar actually may be lying themselves. And here's why. If you don't have 100% proof that that person knows something different and is purposely deceiving, for you or someone to call them a liar, you actually may be lying because you don't actually know for sure if they actually are lying or whether they just believe that. So I feel like the lying thing gets thrown around so much. Like somebody might actually believe what they're saying and they may not be purposefully lying. So, to call them a liar when you don't even know for sure if they're lying means actually you're lying. I'm not saying you. I'm not trying to call you. I'm just saying somebody who says you're lying, they actually might be lying because they don't know for sure, and then they're calling someone that. So it can go both ways on that.
So you're saying I don't know what a lie is. I could be the liar.
What we do know is that we trigger a defensive behavior that we're going to have to battle. If we're going to ever talk outside of flat Earth, we have to understand what we've triggered. And we triggered a response that's totally defensive. And it's, we're going to have to understand that more to break through that. We're going to have to join them in their defense of what they believe, like we're trying to do, and expand from their belief to what's real. Because
let me give an example. So if someone jumps in and they say, the video does exist, I've seen it. I've seen the video of the stars in space. I've seen it myself. It does exist. And then 20 minutes later says, oh, well, I just saw data and it had some videos in it. So it's probably in there. That's lying. It's just lying.
Yeah,
so there are situations that you can know someone lies.
Wait, what was it again? Sorry, say it again. What was this?
He jumped in and said, because it's about the whole videos from stars and Artemis, right? And it's like, oh, I've seen the videos. I know that they exist. I'm just not going to send them to you. I'm just going to send them to Brian because I don't like talking to you. But I've seen the videos myself. I know that they exist. And then 30 minutes later, it's, well, I just saw the whole data set and there are some videos in there. So it's probably in there. So that's like intentionally being deceptive, right? So that would have to be classified as lying.
My contention would be that anybody who places themselves in the position of the teacher and then doesn't say things that are true is automatically liable for being a liar. They're automatically guilty of being a liar because they have chosen to take on the responsibility to know and then didn't fulfill that responsibility. So I think anybody who decides they are going to be the teacher and then tells you something inaccurate, they have by choosing that responsibility for themselves, they have now lied.
I kind of disagree. I agree with Gio here, right? Like it requires intention and it's very hard to know when someone has intention. But I also disagree to think that you can never know. You for sure can know. So like whenever someone's in a conversation and then they know what was said and then they get proven wrong, so they start to lie about what was said, they change what was said, and then when it's proven to them, then they just double down or they change the subject or they just keep saying that's lying. When you're intentionally doing things on purpose to deceive, that's a lie. That's what the definition of a lie is.
And some of that reminds me almost like if a kid gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar and it's like, did you take the cookies? And the kid's like, no. It's sort of like, it's almost like a light lie or something. Like they're kind of using it to like, maybe their ego is using it to bolster their position, even though, so it is a lie in that way. Like maybe it's not like the most egregious one in the world, maybe, because they're kind of just doing it to like either defend their ego or to try to win the argument, in the moment. They'll say something that's not fully true.
I was putting
I don't disagree. There's different severity of it, but like I've tried to be conscious of it because I do say it a lot, and I've heard your point, and you make a good point that you can never truly denote someone's intention, and sometimes people are just being disingenuous or intentionally obfuscating or muddying the waters or not being direct or specific. So that's somewhat deceptive. That's deceptive. Like when I'm saying I want the videos of the stars from space, and someone says, yeah, they have all the data available. I'm saying the video, yeah, the data is available. What are the videos are? Yeah, the data is available. I'm like, no, the videos, right? It's like, that's also teetering on line because it's intentionally obfuscating and muddying the waters. But like, I maybe don't say lie there. But when people like blatantly and it's clearly intentional, that does happen still a lot. That happens a lot in here, and it's very annoying. It's like disrespectful, you know. So like, I don't
think maybe
I don't think an
I would
outright
adjust.
ban on the word lie is a solution, because if they get to just run around doing that, basically playing games, intentionally being deceptive with how they phrase things and twist things, they're just like basically emotionally abusing you and gaslighting you and like beating you down to where the point that you're like exhausted and you have to like end up getting worked up and fight through interruptions and just race towards getting to the truth because it's so
I'd like to
intentionally
adjust what
being
I said.
obfuscated. Like that's annoying.
I would like to adjust what I said. I think that I would like to adjust it, not necessarily to include somebody who is honestly attempting to convey something they hold to be true, but somebody who takes the position of the teacher and then doesn't concern themselves with the responsibility enough to make sure that the thing they're saying is accurate. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't make mistakes. I wouldn't want to put like the liar label on somebody who is honestly making a mistake, like they're trying to be correct, but then they happen to get something incorrect. I would say perhaps apply it more to the one who is so flippant or uncaring about the responsibility that they've put on themselves by deciding to be the teacher, that they don't take the time, like they don't put in the effort to know the things or be sure of them.
But when the globe
Well, then
model
what's
come out,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, what do they do in court when someone's lying? Like, I mean, because I see what you're saying, Winston. Like, you're saying there could be value, maybe not. I would suggest that I would maybe think that you're not trying to say it as much as like an attack on them, but more like exposing or revealing that they did that, you know, in that sense. Like if it's a lie like that, like in terms, almost like like in the same way of a fallacy. So I was just saying, like in court, I mean, I know they have their whole system where you swear on the Bible and you're not going to lie and all that stuff. And then obviously if you do lie in court and they catch you on it, then there's repercussions for that. But I'm just saying, like in these discussions, like what is a way to handle it? Because the thing is, people throw lie around all the time to the point to where like there's some people that just throw it out left and right, and then it just ends up creating a shit show.
No, that's true. I'm trying to think about this though. Like, what do you use the word deceptive instead? And I don't know. Like, people do overuse the word lie, right? Where if someone's defending a lie but they believe it, they're not lying, right? Because lying requires specific intention. But there is no doubt about it that this place is not void of lying. Like, there is intentionally deceptive things that happen in here where they will like try to trick the audience, try to trick you, mental jiu-jitsu you, and then twist and tactically omit to paint a narrative that they know is deceptive. That has to be called out. So I don't even know what the fallacy would be called, which is why I always say lie. I mean, you can maybe say like you're being deceptive, or this. I try to use disingenuous more, but I don't really know the solution. And people should be more conscious of using the word if they can't for sure pin down intention. Like, I can agree with that, but I can't agree with like an outright like removal of the word or something, because like it definitely takes place. Not only does it take place, it takes place a lot, and it needs to be called out because
That's
like
the problem. It
that's disgusting.
happens too much, so we
Something
have to
with it.
keep saying
So
the
look,
word lie. Hold on, we have to keep saying the word, you liar and lie, because it happens so often. We have to call it out, and it's not that we're saying, "Hey, you're lying," because we choose to. That's just happening, and we're saying, "Oh, there's a lie. Oh, there's another lie." It's just letting you know you're lying, and they don't care.
When we say we're flat earthers, they say, "Why would all these people lie?" Yeah, why would they all lie? And then we show on a regular basis that they're willing to see how long they can get away with their lie.
Well, Gia,
before
let me give
someone
you another
calls them out
example
on it.
of like the gray area, right? Let's talk about the gray area. So like if I say a very specific thing and then they twist it around and omit it and then mix it up and then add to it to make it a totally different claim that's actually wrong. And they say, Whitsitt said this. And they go as far as to say, you can go back in the recording. You said it. But like it's 100% a lie. Like Ed does this all the time. Ed just blatantly will lie about what you said, knows that he's twisting it, But like, what are you going to do? Like, pause the live stream, go back and watch it, then come. So they know that people aren't going to do that, so they can get away with it. But that's
but
like a
these
gray
lives,
area in the sense of, are
they
they
have to be exposed.
well, almost done. Could they technically be misremembering what you said because they're in some state of cognitus that they only hear what they want to hear? Sure, but are we going to be naive enough to believe that that's what's happening? Because it's not. It always comes out once they get cornered. Once they get cornered, they change what you say. What's it said this? What's it said that? So like, I'm just saying, that's disrespectful. People wouldn't do that in real life. You would never look someone in the eyes and just like blatantly twist and lie about what they said and double down, triple down on it. Like, people don't really do that in real life. It's only in this internet world.
I appreciate everything you do because you expose them really well. You expose the lie pretty easily.
No, it
That's
gets
why I
me
love
too
being
when
here.
people do that. It's like, I don't interrupt, virtually ever, but like if somebody like starts their thing like, well, Gio said this, and that is one case that I have more the urge to interrupt, because it's like they're putting out there, Gio said this. And if I didn't say it, then it's like, I feel like I absolutely need to like be like, no, that is not what I said. And yeah, like whether they're doing it on purpose, like you said, or whether they're just kind of, trying to summarize it. But I know what you mean. That is a total tactic where that can be used, because if they try to make it sound like he said this, and then they're trying to, it's like the straw man type thing. They're trying to say, you said this, and then they're trying to beat it down or laugh at it or whatever it is that they're trying to do connected to it. It's very frustrating, because it's almost like they're putting on the record in a way that you said that, and then they're trying to beat it down or, whatever they're trying to do on it. So yeah, that is very, very frustrating.
We are giving the notes to take right now, though, right? They're taking notes on what we're saying. You know that, right? It's all they're doing. They're having DM parties about how to,
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. Just.
Well, I feel like moving forward, though, there's so much of this, like our team versus the other team. Is it? I don't know what you guys think. Is there some way we can? I mean,
dude,
it's like if we wanted to, if people want to debate these guys, then they want to debate them. If we don't want to debate them at all, we don't have to at all. Like we could even use a stage channel where you bring people up on the stage one at a time type thing. So it's not just open panel that Xanac can just run everyone in circles for hours. There's that option. We can do events. But I don't want to do it to where we just like ban everybody or mute everybody. Like that's not really the solution. But I mean, there are other ways to do it. And I just feel like lately there's so much of this tension, like that term anti-flat earther. There's a lot of stereotyping fallacies going on. Like, oh, all you guys say this and all you flat earthers are sophists. And there's a lot of that stuff going on. So, I mean, I think we're all feeling that tension. So I'm just trying to think like how do we move forward in some level of peace while still, discussing these things and moving forward? Because there is like a way that we, there is like a sharpening of the sword that can happen when where there is the kind of opposing, view.
Yeah, I think the problem with that, Gio, is I don't know if everybody involved in this conversation is specifically here for a good faith debate on whether something is or is not taking place, right? Because we talk about a myriad of different topics, all kind of ancillary, but somewhat related to the topic of flat earth, globe earth, right? But there's a myriad of things that we discuss. And I just don't know if a certain population in here is actually here to have genuine discussion about coming to the truth of the matter, right? It's like literally fighting Alexa. You're going to constantly just get this reiteration of what we quote unquote know. And there just seems to be a lot of tactics that are utilized that not everybody who is in these arenas is maybe privy to be able to like pull out the slight little change of a word here or a change of this there, right? Because you get people that are going to be very deceptive, going to tell you a lie, but they're going to do it with a smile, with a calm face, calm demeanor, and just gloss it over, talk you up as they paint you into a corner of lies and deception, right? So I don't know. I don't know what we can do. Another room is a good idea. We can have a Xanac room where literally that's the only room he can go to. That would be fantastic. But I don't know.
Hey, listen.
Yeah,
don't
the thing is,
don't
though,
focus on it. The other day you had two rooms running. Everything's under control. What we need to do is get out of the focus of ourselves.
You just call it the panic room, dude.
Like, but watch what's happening now is all the churning, all the grinding, and all the refining we're doing. Austin's in a position now to put it out in these documentaries that are actually getting made with style and current. You notice that current? Anyone that watched it, it's fucking current. So next month and 2 months from now, what we do now is going to be presented to the masses, not us. We don't have to worry about the whitewater that we're creating. It's good, and let them come in. They're not scary. The more the opposition speaks, the more fuel and ammunition we get when they retreat, because they leave their crap behind. They leave their facilities and their crap useless and behind. And finally, we can use their words, their research, and their documentation against them. But where we say it is beyond here. So I think, Gio, your work is going to exit when we start presenting this outside of Discord.
I agree. Yeah, all of this time, exactly. Yeah,
it's good work, and that's why Austin's here. To get in all of the refining that we need when we take it out to the rest of the world in these other, like, I hate to say it, but media formats.
Yeah, because we know the points now. When I say we, I just mean many of us know, because a lot of these Globe guys are so into it that they're fixated on researching and pulling up links and Googling and doing everything they can, finding every little piece of information they possibly can out there. And in a way that's actually, the idea of like sharpening your sword kind of thing, like in a way that helps because like you said, once as things grow and expand even beyond, this kind of, sphere of people, as it were, not, pun not intended, but, this kind of, the basically several hundred, as it were, that we're dealing with right now, when that turns into several thousand, hundreds of thousands. And when there's, when you're reaching more sort of professionals out there, instead of us just not knowing a lot of these points, our swords will be that much sharper to already know even things that they've never heard of, so in that way,
we're getting to the right spot too, because you're going, okay, who are these fuckers? And it's like, okay, fuckers are people that double down when it gets beyond their bias. Like bias, we can understand. Culture, we can understand. Hey, not knowing, ignorance, disagreeing. But when they get into what we call lying, it's when it's pure assertion, on their part, and there's nothing behind it. At that point, you could expose it as the shit show, and we can entertain it as such. Because there's no reason to ban people. They're just as amusing. It's just as much fun for some people to entertain the shit show. I spend a lot of time at Gems. Shit show's a part of a lot of people's personality. So it's not
honestly before this. Oh, my bad, Dan. Go ahead.
No, it's just you guys are really cool. Everything's under control. Groups, when they get over 15 and 20, freak out in wolf packs, dog packs, all kinds of packs. So just the fact that you have somewhere to go when it heats up or cools down is fine. Keep everything under control. Over moderating, Gio, you're a great silent moderator. When you speak up, we can all hear your heart. And the bigger it gets, the harder it's going to be to do that. So let someone go in another room and be a shit show. Don't ban anyone. They're welcome. It's fun. They're fun. It's good sport.
So before this, I don't think any of us knew it could go down any way other than a shit show, right? I don't know. Before Gio opened his server up, was anyone going places where it wasn't a shit show?
By inviting the public, you're going to get a lot of stuff. We got more internal struggles than the shit show, to tell you the truth, just finding a way that we can pool resources for something together, like these things to be presented in a good form. The Geo show would be cool if it was a weekly show and what went down. We're missing a lot of great material on ourselves. So anyway,
I wanted to say something about the people. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done again, Dan. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just want to talk about the lying thing you guys were talking about before I tried to get it in, but I couldn't. So, with that whole thing, I mean, Does Rumpus take my conversation with Rumpus the other day? Does he really think planes aren't affected by the Coriolis effect, or that pilots
No.
don't have to correct
Rumpus
for it?
doesn't
Do you think
belong in
he
a real
really thinks
conversation.
that?
Rumpus does not belong in a real conversation.
Yeah, this is a very. I know. This is a very disingenuous conversation that's happening here between these guys. However, it has made our sword sharp because, like Gio said, these guys are looking in every nook and cranny. You know, they've refined our argument so good that I don't know who was here 4 or 5 years ago, but this shit ain't the same. We're killing them now. It's definitely not the same as it was before because of the interactions with these guys. So,
But I'm on the team too. I'm on team Explodes the Globe Live. That's the team I'm on. So anybody who wants to expose the globe lie, heck, I'll come join your team. We'll make a team out of it. We'll give it a team effort. We'll all hold hands while we expose the globe lie.
What we need to do is refine our assertions, put them in the form of questions so they bury themselves. That's, instead of accusations and assertions, rephrase it in questions, make them say it. Make them say everything that we know they're going to say. Make them say it. So that's, there's tricks to communicating, and we need to use a couple.
a good thing.
You're roboting.
My bad. I thought you were done again.
No, you're.
No, say it again, Jeremy. Say it again. You were roboting bad.
Yeah, you're delayed in roboting. Don't know if it's going to come through. Well, maybe just give it a second. Maybe your connection will come back. I was going to say too, I mean, I think there's a lot of different modes too. Like even in this live stream, we have different modes. Like sometimes it's more of like a building kind of podcast mode where there isn't really a lot of the tension. There's more just like, ideas and that's more of like a building vibe. I think about it like anabolic and catabolic, where you build up your body or you break down your body. And it's like the building type conversations are very building up because there's like new ideas being added. It's like stacking different things and we can all reflect on them and think about them. And then there's more like the breakdown type vibe where it's like you're trying to break down the ideas in more of a debate format. And it's like everyone's on the edge of their seats and there's a lot of tension. And they both have their benefits and negatives. I mean, they both have their different vibes. But I mean, I was thinking like, let's say there was a time where there is more of a like nationally syndicated type either radio show or broadcast or something that is reaching a lot of people in that sense, like where I just think about that a lot. Like where's the value in different conversations? Like if someone's brand new to this, then yeah, hearing Zanuck bang on about air pressure and some really, tense thing, it's probably not really where they need to start, even though they still might find that interesting. But, whereas if it's more of like, they just want to learn some of the basics and get some of the larger ideas of what's going on with all this, but then there is the other type discussion that, could be more of that heated debate style where, you could have different professionals or physicists or whoever it may be, that could be like a more professional debate style. It doesn't have to be a shit show, but it could actually be where, because a lot of these guys, I mean, a paradigm shift like this is the biggest paradigm shift any of us will ever see in our lifetime. So it's so massive. And there's so many, professionals and people out there that don't even know what's going on yet. And so once they get, tuned into this and so on, there's going to be a lot of discussions. Now, yeah, hopefully a lot of those can be in good faith and like, with honesty and with clarity, rather than these guys that are kind of like professional defenders kind of thing that are using any tactic they can to try to either frustrate us or try to look like they're winning. But I just think about, the different kind of modalities. And I think it is all building towards that, towards those kinds of additional, formats.
The Bryant Myers interview comes to mind because it's obviously a decent, knowledgeable human being, and it was very difficult to communicate with him.
But he kind of went to the, he seemed to kind of flip though partway through his journey. Like he went to that sort of MC tune, whatever thing. Like it seems like he kind of lost his professionality pretty quickly.
But that's the kind of shots we need at people willing to talk. And I hope they all don't blow it. I hope some of them come to better conclusions than just blowing their cool, Because I'm really sick of this, optic thing. And I'm thinking like, in a 100-meter pool, there's got to be a high spot in the middle. There's got to be a tool to measure that. Am I out of my mind? Why do we
Oh wait,
keep
Dan,
going
have you not
further?
heard about my test that debunks the globe definitively?
Which one?
So we just shoot a radio transmission from like 200 feet up, horizontally out over the Gulf. So from like Tampa to Louisiana, the tip of Louisiana, it's roughly like 350, 380 miles. The skip zone should start at around 200 miles on the globe. The curvature of the earth should block it. And then the wave has to go all the way up to the ionosphere, then bounce back down. So there's a huge skip zone where the signal cannot be received. If you have someone standing right in the middle of that skip zone and you send a signal out to them and they receive it, it definitively debunks the globe. There's no optics. There's no way out.
Is that something different than you were talking about doing with Jaron? Is that the same?
No, well, I did mention this to Jaron as well, but we were talking about like doing the Coriolis and then we were talking about like
try and work in Florida, because Jaron has, I adore Jaron. I think we're friends, but he has crappy luck in the field. So don't include him just to include him, because he has absolute bad luck in the field.
No, we're just doing it in Florida.
Can I ask you a few questions? Like,
you said he's Mush. His name's Mush from that one movie.
No, it's not from the one movie at all. But I want to know why we haven't.
I was just gonna say I don't really think he's got. I don't know. You said bad luck in the field. I mean, I was with him in the field. I think he is skilled. I mean, I was with him.
No, but I've worked with him since. We've had trouble. He's had trouble, and it's not the point. The point is, what he started with the movie, we didn't finish on the West Coast. Nobody's shot that. We haven't shot a middle point yet. That's a mistake. There's a bunch of things we haven't done. We haven't taken radar ship to ship and seen if we could even see each other 10 miles. That's cheap. That's easy. There's some unanswered questions that I have. Like, we talk about Catalina. I talk about Catalina a lot, but there's an open harbor where we should be able to see boats sitting in harbor, and we should be able to traverse that. So there's a few holes that we have in our story. I honestly have to admit, and the optics are going to be a problem no matter what. So that's why I mentioned, the pool, and clearly there's got to be measurement tools to measure something, an elevation difference somehow. I'm just trying to figure out what we can do physically that's no longer optical, that's cheap and easy. Like, there is some things.
I just told you. My test removes optics. It's very attainable, and you can just use people that live in Florida, live in Louisiana. And I haven't even had the baller to be able to come up with any like coherent, logical response as to how it wouldn't debunk the globe. In fact, some of the most zealous of them have admitted that it would debunk the globe, or that, quote unquote, it would make them have to rethink everything.
Sweet. Can I ask you baller questions right now, really quick? Just quick ones.
Well, if you're gonna do that, but I was just gonna say, Austin, that when you mentioned that again, I was thinking, no, this would be a little bit more. It would take more energy, more finances to do this. But with the skip zone thing, I just flashed my mind. What about doing like multiple in a row, like leapfrogging? Because it just makes me think of like that skip zone. If we're just doing one, there's some way that they might be able to be like, well, it just refracts at a different angle or something like that. But I was just thinking the idea of like linking several together and like spacing them in a way that would show like absolutely it's happening over a planar surface, because there has to be those dead zones on a globe if they're claiming it's bouncing up and bouncing off the ionosphere and then coming back essentially on the other side of the curve. So it just made me think if they were like the way to like leapfrog several of them together.
Well, the only problem is you want to do it over a body of water, because you want to avoid topographical obstruction. So you'd have to be able to leapfrog like islands, and the islands would have to have very low elevation, basically. Like, but what you can do though, like if you just do it from, say, because you can do it from Florida to all the islands around there. You could do it from like the coast of South Carolina down to Florida. But the best one I've found is just simply like Tampa area, a little west of Tampa, and then to Louisiana. And then you can do it multiple times. You can actually go from Texas to Florida as well. And then once you show the test and how it works, people can do it all over the world. You can't have 100-mile stretches that are flat all over the world. And to make it even worse, you can actually
make the antenna that receives a signal only be able to receive like horizontal signals, which means it can only receive line of sight, which makes it even more of a death blow. But with or without that, the signal shouldn't be received at all. So like just one debunks the globe. I mean, there's no doubt that people will try their best to explain it away, but who cares? The average person doesn't do that. Normal people don't do that. Normal people don't start redefining physics and start ad hoc making up excuses. Like,
yeah, you do this one. You do this one real quick.
Yep. Then you got flat earthers.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. You do this.
No.
Just one. You do this one. You do this one again in different places later on. We can, we can get more into it after this.
If we all had quotes, Jeremy's would be. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jeremy, you're roboting a bit. Well, I was just gonna say, I mean, the way that Bob Nodell, talked about the preponderance of evidence. Not that he invented that term, but shout out to Bob. I always just think about the way that he, talked about that, and I feel like that wisdom, that terminology, and the way that he utilized it, I think is going to be, in a way, the kind of ultimate death blow to the whole globe model is the preponderant. Like, I think we're going to have to do multiple tests is what I'm saying. Like, there's going to have to be multiple things and we've already been talking about so many of them over the years. So as the funding and availability and the ability to do these things, we've talked about the Foucault's pendulum one, this signal bounce with the skip zones, etc. So it's like that concept of the preponderance of evidence, because I don't think it's going to be any one thing. In my viewpoint, I don't think there's just going to be, we did this one thing, because there will be little explanations that they may try to use, or it won't be strong enough, because this is such a huge overturning of such a massive paradigm that just that concept of the preponderance of evidence, I think, is going to be really kind of the clincher. Like, there's going to have to be multiple things that will have to be done in multiple different categories. And once those are all able to be like verified and repeated and presented, there's going to be a point to where there's just so much on the side of this, and whether there will be one that's a final blow, or whether there'll be several, it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, I think there's going to have to be several from several different angles with several different modalities.
Well, think about what they've done though. So there's already a lot. You have mirror flashes, you have laser tests, you have long distance observations, you have all kinds of things, and they've dismissed the entire field of optics, right? Where they've said that that it can go around the entire globe. Nothing can debunk it. Just you say the word refraction. But they built their entire model off of optics. So they've already shown as their official position that they have no problem asserting a blatantly hypocritical double standard as to how they determine the conclusion of this conversation. It's a blatant double standard. The entire globe comes from optics alone. But all of a sudden, you can't trust optics at all if it goes against the globe. So that's why something physical, like the reason that this room is useful is I asked all the Globers, right? And they're like, well, no, because the ionosphere is not homogeneous, so it could reflect different. I'm like, okay, name one situation that could make it bounce back, though. Crickets.
Now,
I'm like, doesn't always hit 50. Go ahead.
Why are you so interested in this skip? I'm trying to see what the difference is between this and like VHF radio on a boat, where there's the rest of the world can't hear it, but only boats that are nearby can hear it. Up to like, let's say 30 miles. They can hear you on a reasonably sizable boat, and after that, there's no more radio after that.
You see what they're doing, right? Like they're trying to avoid the skip zone test, right? It's like,
no, I'm asking you what's wrong with the evidence that we can easily produce without the skip zone. I don't mind the skip zone. It does essentially the same thing as the VHF, except it has a secondary landing point over in England or wherever the hell it is. The skip is bouncing down to. So why does VHF cease to travel magically forward? And the only way you can receive it is by sticking your antenna higher in the air, because it's going over your head.
You do realize that would happen on a flat Earth as well, because you're going to a less dense atmos, and so there's going to be less attenuation of the signal. So that's pretty easy to answer. That was tough.
Well, you're saying that I think you're saying that the this radios that are going to England are going over a straight line. They should therefore be available to the whole distance between England and the U.S. with small exceptions. No?
Well, depending on if you shoot it over water or land. I just explained that.
I said water. England. I'm talking about the Atlantic coast, east. Yeah, that's
okay. So what areas try to receive the signals in the middle of the ocean?
Anybody who has a boat who has a VHF and can't see. Now, that's not a skip distance. You know, that's not. It's different, slightly different technology. It's a different frequency. But
it's not slightly different. It's entirely different. So there's skywave propagation. There's ground wave propagation.
Right.
The official explanation of the globe is that ground wave goes far beyond the geometric horizon, far beyond the radial horizon, but that it does so because it just spins around the globe. And then people say stuff like diffraction and refraction, and that doesn't even work. We're talking about skywave propagation that goes way further.
Right, but you're contending that it's not skywave, right? That it is just a straight line of sight communication.
No, I think it can also bounce off the sky because there's something that reflects the signals on a flat Earth as well. That's why I've actually given an intelligent test option, which is that there is exclusivity in a certain portion of the skywave claim, which is that the globe says you cannot receive the signal in a very specific area. Therefore, if you receive it there, the globe is debunked. Okay, so things bounce off the sky.
Is that definitive at all? How is that definitive at all?
Because that the globe is debunked. Yeah.
No, the other way around. What about if you cannot receive it in that distance? Does that mean anything to the flat Earth model, or is that just something else to excuse?
No, it would be interesting, but it wouldn't debunk the globe. Debunk flat Earth, and it has nothing to do with excusing anything. It's just common sense. So, for one, there are all kinds of things that can interfere with signals, even storms alone, right? Secondly, right, like on a flat Earth as well, the waves can go up and hit the Earth and come back down. Hit the sky and come back down. Like, in fact, that's pretty obviously what happens because we have the HARP frequencies that they use. So there's definitely an area of the sky, whether that be the quote-unquote ionosphere or a plasma field or even something solid, who knows what it is. But you can reflect signals back down, and there can be something that's causing like obstruction or attenuation in the lower parts of the atmos that don't exist at higher altitudes, even just density alone causing attenuation of the light or of the signal. But if you could consistently never receive the signals anywhere based exactly on the globe prediction, that would be interesting. It wouldn't debunk flat Earth, but I would like have to look at all the conditions. I'd be like, wait, was there a storm there? Like, what would cause interference? Blah, blah, blah. I would look at it honestly. But what I definitely wouldn't do is just preemptively.
That's why I like the VHF, because you can tell the weather. That's why I like VHF, because you can tell the weather between all points in between. Yeah, there's no thunderstorm at 32 miles that they're not seeing.
Okay, well, as opposed to you tell me what you like, can you tell me what's wrong with my skip zone test?
That you don't really understand or know the mechanics of it. I don't either. Just I don't know whether there's any places where it bounces down before. So I just can't speak on that. I have never done a skip zone.
Okay, well, I do know. So it's like
sky hop.
They say the ionosphere's lowest altitude is 50 miles up. And that extends up to 400 miles, and then it doesn't always reflect off the lowest layer. Like, okay, well, just to give the globe the advantage, we're going to assume 50 miles because that makes the smallest skip zone. So just to give the globe the advantage, we will assume 50 miles and give the skip zone as small as possible, right? So in the most optimal situation, the skip zone is still there. It's still an area that you can't receive the signal. If I send the signal and receive it within that area, that debunks the globe.
Let's see. So you're saying 50 miles is where I should no longer be able to receive it?
No. 50 miles up is where the ionosphere starts. So if you wanted to mathematically determine the skip zone, you can just take 50 miles because that's the lowest the ionosphere is. So to give the globe the advantage, because what they say is sometimes it goes past the 50 miles based on the conditions of the ionosphere. We'll just assume it can't go past 50 to make the skip zone as small as possible and assume optimal conditions to help the globe.
What is the expected skip zone based on your research so far that should be a dead zone?
Well, I said like 200 feet. I think it's something like 200 to 700 or 800 miles. So it's a huge span. And I don't even give the globe 100 miles over 200, 100 miles under. I'll go right in the middle at like 350 or 400. So right in the middle, right? So that there's really no way around it. If you receive it at 400 miles, that's in the middle of the skip zone. So if you want to claim some magical refraction that doesn't actually affect those frequencies of radio waves that way at all and pretend it does somehow and change all of the refractive science that exists, and you want to change all diffraction science that exists and whatever it is.
You have to posture on everything you say?
Well, I'm just preemptively, I know what's going to happen, right? Like the ballers are going to like come up with something, but they haven't been able to yet. And there really is nothing that you can come up with. I mean, like this is how they explained. This is the official globe history of how they explained the Marconi transmission.
Yeah,
so the skip zone is expected on a flat Earth.
Real quick. You guys postured on us for fucking years, and now you're gonna sit here and have the irony to tell us to stop posturing every day.
No, I'm going to ask him to stop posturing because that's 50% of his conversation. Jeremy, you're just interrupting to make your own voice heard. I mean, you can do it if you want, but it's not helping the conversation at all.
The skip zone has to do with the curvature of the Earth in the mainstream model, right, Moyak? That's why there's a skip zone.
No, you could have a skip zone on flat Earth also if you had an ionosphere. I don't see why that would work. Although there'd be no explanation for why you wouldn't get a line of sight most of the time. You wouldn't need the skip zone. Like, if it was a flat Earth, I would expect to see the radio signal through most of, if not all, of the corridor. So I would say that would be definitively against flat Earth if you did not.
Well, not necessarily, because there could be other reasons that the signal is not being received. But if you do receive it, then the globe, it doesn't fit the globe if you can receive it. That's the point.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, so why do you say it wouldn't be definitive? I've got what obstacles are between me and 100 miles off the coast of the U.S.?
Your attenuation of the rays can happen. You understand that? Like even if you send a signal to the storm, you can't receive it.
Okay, no. 100 miles, we can get a day that there's no storm within 100 miles. So we can definitively tell that it's not being attenuated, and if it's making it to England, then all the storms in the way are not enough to have stopped it.
Well, that's because it's going up past the most dense part of the atmosphere. It's significantly different.
Okay, so you are doing a sky bounce with that one.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm saying I think you can receive signals on ideal conditions at greater distances over the water, and no one really tests this. And no one
that's tested. That is really tested daily. I mean, basically, with my VHF, I know when I get beyond a certain point off the coast, my VHF no longer works on a small boat. On a tall boat, it does work. It's just absolute, like every day it's tested.
Okay.
Now,
so
does it vary by 10? Does it vary by 10 feet? By a half a mile, maybe. But generally speaking, know that once you get off the coast far enough, you don't get any more VHF.
Oh, and that's based on the exact globe mass. That's where it disappears.
I don't know if it's exact. There is knife edge diffraction, all that sort of shit. But there's a point when it ceases, and it's way before the signal would attenuate enough to cease.
Okay, so that's a very cool story that you got there, and I will happily just do my tests, right? Because I happen to know that ground wave propagation, which is what you're talking about, I've seen military documents that say that they can go hundreds of miles. So if the military says they can shoot ground, I don't know the exact frequency of that. I don't know how strong I don't know what the power of the signal is either.
I forget what my VHF was. I think it's 40 watts.
Okay, so when they send out ground wave, it goes way past the curve of the Earth. Way past it.
Different frequency. And that is another thing that you're talking about.
Okay, so
we're talking about VHF right now.
What's the difference in frequency that allows it to go way around the globe? And how come the one frequency goes way around the globe and one doesn't, but they're both ground wave?
They're not both ground wave.
Wait, so you're saying VHF is skywave?
It's airwave. It's not. It's not sky bounds.
But both of them are in the air.
Line of sight.
Ground wave. Yeah, ground wave means it's not going to be able to go up and reflect off the ionosphere, and they say it just like bends around the globe.
I'll have to look that up again. I don't think that's right.
Okay.
Ground wave is specifically dealing with like the kilohertz or sub-kilohertz frequencies. I think it's kilohertz.
Skywave is where it goes up and bounces off the atmosphere. Ground wave is where it just goes over the surface.
Like I said, I'll have to verify that. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's called a ground wave or a surface wave. But anyway, man. So like, what's funny about that is even that goes way past. Like, I have a military document that says that their ground wave propagation can be picked up as far as like 500 miles away. 500 miles. We have like, I guess the microwave record is just under 200 miles. So
yeah, from thousands of feet.
I don't know. I don't remember the altitude.
I know that it was proposed that it was from the beach, but then they, when looked into it, it was the top of two mountains.
All I know is that it's well known that the geometric horizon doesn't block the ground waves. They claim it bends hundreds of miles around the Earth past the curve of the Earth. Okay, so that's why skywave is the proper test to do. They claim that the Earth's curve does block that frequency, but that the remainder of the waves keep going out horizontally as the Earth drops down beneath it. It goes and bounces off the ionosphere and comes back down, and that creates a skip zone. This is literally the official explanation of how Marconi sent 2,200 mile transmission, and then he ended up doing 10,000 miles.
Lower frequency waves, usually below 3 megahertz, travel efficiently along the ground. BLF, UF, low frequency, super low frequency, extremely low frequency. It seems like ground wave is very specifically talking about below 3 megahertz.
Okay, so can we just agree that on the globe, the skywave propagation frequency should be blocked by the curve of the Earth, and that there's a skip zone that we shouldn't receive?
Yeah, the only thing I said with that is, based on the ionosphere, I don't know whether there's ever points where it drops down for a split second here or there. I think it's relatively consistent that there's nothing in between, but I'm not positive of that.
I mean, think about it, though. Just like logically speaking, if you send out a wave horizontally over a curved Earth, it's going to hit the ionosphere at a certain angle and keep going that same direction back down to the angle. So it's never going to turn around and come back towards you.
No, but let's say it's supposed to be like the really long sky waves are ducting. The ones that go all the way around the world or to the other half of the Earth, those are supposed to be ducting. So they bounce down, bounce back up, bounce down, and I don't know if when they bounce down that they actually what frequency they bounce down and pop out of the atmosphere.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, even whenever it goes down and up, there's still a skip zone in between each area. So we're just going to go to the very first area where it for sure should be blocked.
You might be good. I don't know enough about it to say that I can say with 100% surety that the globe wouldn't have a reasonable answer for that, or that it's part of this standard nomenclature. But if you looked into it, you talk to hams and stuff,
I guess
verified it. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, Pay claims to be one. He says, "I'm interested to see your test because you're right. Yeah, it'll be blocked by the curve. I'm a ham operator."
Right, and like I said, I'm theoretically, I think you're right. I think that there should be a dead zone, and it should be consistent. Now, I think that, again, the flat Earth, though, there should not be any dead zone at VHF for a sufficiently good receiver and sufficiently strong signal. And the ground wave seems to be its own own animal. That there is no ground wave VHF. Which would be also indicated by the fact that you can't receive it beyond the horizon.
I'm gonna see how far you can send it. Because it's saying here that like the main thing is that their power is so low.
VHF. So VHF. There is, generally rules on it, but you have high gain antennas, so you're focusing the energy, and you can. I think that the standard is 40 watts.
This is another thing. Yeah, this one's 25 watt. I don't know, but like they say the curve of the Earth is what determines its range.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so then if you get it further than that, but this is the reason I'm not doing that test. It's because I already know that they've already formulated an answer for the globe for ground wave frequencies, and they say they can just bend around the globe. Something.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Ground wave, yeah, that can bend around the globe. The frequencies like VHF, those do not. Those are line of sight. And those are not. I don't believe that's technically ground.
Okay. So if I saw it further than the geometric horizon, if I received it further than the geometric horizon, would that debunk the globe?
I'm going to put a little bit of fudge factor in there, but yeah, if you received it at 50 miles, when you're only supposed to be able to see it up to 30 miles, yeah, I'd say that'd be a problem. But I'm going to leave some fudge in there for refraction, other unusual effects.
Well, let me ask you this: if I took that same thing and I send it from the tower, but like thousands of feet up, how far could I receive it?
Much further. I can't tell you how far exactly, but it would be. You should be able to receive it pretty much like the curve calculator, except you'd have to deal with the elevated antenna on the far side. So one of the more advanced curve calculators that shows the receive antenna and the transmit antenna. Start from those numbers. But the higher the antenna, the better. I mean, any boat that's got a tall antenna can receive much further. My boat, the antenna is like 14 feet, and I'm not sure if I've ever really been out of range of like shore stations and stuff.
Wait, what? Do you know what frequency?
Yeah, it's VHF. I don't know the frequency off the top of my head. 30 megahertz. It comes to my mind being 30 megahertz.
The Victor or VHF band, the frequency range is 118 megahertz to 136.
Okay.
Okay. So, because this is interesting, you could also just send it out from a higher antenna. I don't know if they ever do that, but I'm sure you could set it up.
No, you get them on 200-foot tall ships, and some of the base stations on shore, up at 50, 60. So you can test within that range pretty handily. That gives you quite a bit more. Both antennas up high.
It's way trickier to have someone go out in a boat at different distances and receive different signals when I can just like have two people standing on the ground, standing on the shore, sending a signal back and forth.
Well, the boat, I think, is kind of nice because you can vary its position. You can go back into where the signal's available. You can go back out. Of course, with the price of fuel today, that would be an exorbitant test. Plus, it takes a long time. Most boats aren't that fast to deal with 20 miles, since that's going to be a hole in the ocean.
Well, when Rakia was explaining that he received the signal from super far away, people were just immediately saying refraction. So,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, refraction, I thought was pretty subtle with those frequencies. But it depends on who he's talking to and where they are. I mean, was he talking to somebody on land or another boat?
Another boat. Or he may have been talking about like radar. I don't remember.
Yeah, radar. Yeah, radar. I see, like with my radar, I see. I've cranked up the gain on that sucker, and I can see all along the coast and stuff, but it would be seeing far inland rather than the shoreline. You can see that because the shoreline, as you got closer, it would start moving over in front of you. The shoreline.
Oh, look at
would
this,
start
right?
moving
So
over in front of you.
it's saying right here that like it'll go like 15. Let me see here. It's saying like 15 miles. On a good day, you might get up to 30. So that means the conditions alone are changing it up to like double. It's saying in ideal conditions, you can get it up to 30, but usually it'll be around 15 to 20. So just conditions alone are changing it drastically, which is kind of my point.
Yeah, I've never seen conditions change VHF, but I don't look at it that closely. I'm not usually out maelstroms. I avoid foul weather.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say most of my conditions are, foggy, and I don't mind fog, but I don't like hurricanes. They suck.
Yeah, see right here it says VHF radio waves propagate mainly by line of sight, so they are blocked by hills and mountains. Although due to refraction, they can travel somewhat beyond the visual horizon out to about 100 miles.
Oh wow!
Right.
Never seen or heard of that, but yes, rare conditions. But that makes it much more reactive to refraction.
Yeah. So I'm saying ground wave they've got an unfalsifiable sewn up thing for that, right? So you see the conditions will cut it in half. We see that when it goes really far, probably ideal conditions, obviously. Realistically, they'll say there's a lot of refraction. So that's why the skywave is just the best bet. Like the skywave supposed to get blocked by the Earth, supposed to be like a definitive skip zone. I can just put someone in the middle of that skip zone with no land in between people.
What is the frequency of the typical skywave bounce? Is that like what did you find out from it?
Let me look up the range. I don't remember. It's like a big spectrum. 5. It says 5 to 25.
5 to 25 megahertz.
Yeah. Yep. So ultra high. It says it lies between the ultra high frequencies and low frequencies. The range lies between 5 megahertz to 25. This one says between 30 and 30. So we have a rough range here. So let's just say this is even saying up to 50. See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know the answer because this one's saying like 1 to 2, 5 to 25, 35 to 40, and 45 to 50. Yeah.
So really, that's just different bands that they're selecting. It's everything from 5 to 50.
Yeah, seemingly, yeah. It says this wave propagation helps communicate a long distance, and the frequency ranges from a few megahertz to 30 or 40. So there you go. So, and then obviously I'll have to do more research as to which ones are supposed to be able to go the furthest. I don't know. Also, if I set the antenna up to only receive like line of sight waves, like horizontal line of sight, if something's bouncing back down at an angle, I shouldn't receive it.
Sure, if you can get, I know you can do polarization, horizontal and vertical polarization, but I'm not sure whether you could discriminate that well on that. And I'm not sure you can make a really highly directional antenna in those frequency ranges that's of reasonable size. Because the bigger the frequency, the more elements you need, and those elements have to be huge to get a directional antenna.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I think that would be an added benefit, but the move is just to go ahead and get the ball rolling to the guy standing in Florida, guy standing in Louisiana. Do the math. send out the signal in the certain range that we can predict the exact skip zone.
That's cool. I always think of skips as being somewhat random. I don't know how much control you have over your destination. Like I said, whenever I hear hams do it, they're kind of randomly just trying to find somebody, somewhere on Earth. But I don't think that they can choose somebody on Earth.
It is random, yeah. But normally people do it over land, right? They're receiving it inland, so like, yeah, like that's going to partially block signals, and then the conditions are going to, attenuate whatever else gets past the topographical obstruction. And so based on where you are, where the signal's coming from, and what the conditions are, sometimes you can receive things, sometimes you can't.
But you were saying choose somebody in Florida and somebody in Louisiana. I'm not sure you can do that.
Well, that's why I'm saying, you can do that because the globe says that the reason that it fluctuates, what the globe says is it fluctuates because of sometimes since the ionosphere is inhomogeneous, sometimes the waves go higher up in the ionosphere before they reflect back down. So then they will be received till further away, right? So you could just go to the low end of 50 and then you can get a specific dead zone, right? Like that would be like the bare minimum.
Right, but that's for the dead zone. For your receiving party, I'm not sure you could choose it.
Oh no, maybe not in the globe paradigm. But if I can send something out horizontal, I can choose it, which is of course what seems to actually happen because Marconi chose it. So like the official globe explanation is that Marconi just got lucky the first time he did it, choosing his destination and shooting something 2,200 miles away. And it bounced up.
If you're back to horizontal, then it has to cross over me at all points in that path. So if you're saying it's horizontal, then it's a flat Earth debunk if it doesn't make it all the way, or at least most of the way, on a horizontal path.
Well, this is why ideally what you'll do is you'll actually have the tower a few hundred feet up, and then you'll have the person receiving it a few hundred feet up. Right, that way what you can do is avoid the part of the atmosphere that's going to attenuate the most. You don't really want someone just out on the water where the attenuation is the worst and where the conditions are most volatile.
Attenuation is additive, though. So when you say that it'll attenuate, if it attenuates and doesn't reach me at 10 miles, there'll be more attenuation at 20 miles. So
the rate of attenuation is drastically different based on the density of the medium, right? So
yes, but if I'm at I've got the 200-foot antenna, and I am, let's say my receive antenna is at 16 feet on a boat, and I go out and I'm able to receive it at, I stop being able to receive it because of attenuation at 50 miles. Now at 60 miles, there's more attenuation. At 100 miles, the attenuation is increased again. And so I'm going to continue to lose signal. I should never receive it again after I've been attenuated.
No, because you can, in my understanding, you certainly can reflect stuff off of something above you. So
then you're not talking about horizontal anymore. A second ago, you were saying that you think it goes horizontal. It's not going horizontal.
Well, what I'm saying is, what Marconi did was he assumed line of sight all the way to his destination, 200 miles away. He shot it. And it was received the first time. So the idea that it's like super chaotic and that you can't predict it and you never know where it's going to come back down and land. Wow, that dude sure got lucky, for 2,200 miles away. And then the next test did 10,000 miles away successfally. So I do go to the casino. So
right, but it means that he was wrong. It was not a horizontal pattern.
Well, that's what they said, yeah, because they assumed the Earth's a globe, yeah.
Well, that's what the evidence shows. I mean, basically, you're saying that if we can't receive it because of attenuation at the ground, then it's got to be sky.
No, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying that there may be some situations that you can based on the interference. So, it's not just a yes or no. It depends on the situation. Say when he shot it, there was no interference. Just like a brief, small thunderstorm will drastically mess up the signal. It'll interfere it.
For everybody in the path.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
that's,
But
but
imagine
it doesn't.
when it's clear conditions. Like if Mark got it and there was no storms, then it could just go all the way. The alternative is that you got super.
I'm not hot miking. I'm not going to talk to you. But I will back out. Yeah.
But I mean, does everyone see what I'm saying? Like the official Globe narrative is that the dude got super lucky. So to me, that seems highly suspect. This happens so often. Like they guessed that Venus was the same size as the Earth and just got super lucky. And the dude eyeballed the guy, guessed that the angle with the 3-body relationship of an assumed right angle in the half moon phase to get the distance to the sun relationship with the moon and just got super lucky. And it's just a whole bunch of super lucky. And I just don't buy it. I don't think that someone's going to shoot signals the first time it works. And it just so happened that really it bounced up and down and luckily it landed on the spot.
Super lucky at Valley Day with no storms.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Maybe, yeah. Either like that doesn't seem as lucky as the mathematical odds that it just happened to hit the ionosphere with the perfect conditions to hit the perfect height to bounce up and down to come back to the very location he sent the signal towards horizontally. And then obviously storms also play a role in skywave on a globe as well. So I think it's a good test to add clarity either way. I'm for one not afraid of the result. I just want to see what happens. And you don't seem like you're afraid, but a lot of ballers do, right? Where they're like trying to talk me out of doing the test, and it's like, wait, like, aren't you super sure that the Earth's a globe? Like, yeah, there should just be encouragement to do the test. It should show exactly what the globe proves or claims.
Good job, Austin. You're really helping us to creep forward. Thanks.
No, bro. My favorite test to date. And then imagine it works, and then you can have someone do it all around the world.
So answer something. Why didn't we go back and do Jaren's shit again and get it documented? I mean, it seems like we're fucking up. Or did he fail on the premise? I don't feel he could have failed on the premise. So why don't we go do that again?
Oh yeah, but he said there's like a lot of things that they didn't know they were going to account for, like the difficulty to even truly determine the height based on the way that the canal is.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, their story's supposed to come out in Shelley's new episode 4 of Flatlanders.
Bob feels like Bob was like, I've been waiting forever for that to come out.
So I asked her to release it for free, and it would help promote her series anyway. So she's probably going to release that any day.
Nice. Bob was like, I'm so tired of waiting on that to come out. He wanted to be vindicated for the...
Fuck, there's so much good footage that I haven't seen, except for screening like that night, maybe a little bit. I haven't seen anything that we did over 18, 27, 35 miles. I haven't seen any of the footage. None of it. Sucks when stuff gets bogged down,
Yep.
So that's what happened to FE Core. See if you can get see if you can gain some of the funding that comes through the efforts that wanted to put money towards science. I mean, there's definitely people that wanted to help. A lot of people can't show up and want to throw money at it. So it would be nifty if there was just a standard fund for that somewhere. Maybe,
Yeah, there has to be someone that's going to be in charge of it that's like very trustworthy, and like people feel like they can trust, certainly after FE Core debacle. So
I think we lost a lot with Skiba there in terms of someone everyone trusted.
Yeah, and it's like there's no, like, I know that I could do it and be trustworthy, but like I just don't know that I want to. I want to do the tests, but I just don't
no
know.
one is trustworthy.
Yeah.
So, couple things they're bitching about on the new episode of Level. They're saying that, and they may be right. They're saying that Operation Dynamo, what was it? they're saying that it really didn't show that they were testing the firmament. And the more I looked, I didn't find that either. So that's logical assumption, maybe not a fact. And they're calling you a liar for that. And then the other thing was the cancellation of the shuttle program really wasn't directly related to the challenges. And that's also
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not for anti-flat earther losers that obsessively watch everything that we do, though. Like it's for someone watching in good faith. So I speculated as to why they would have done it,
right.
And I said because it ends up justifying like pumping the brakes on manned spaceflight, and that's just logical. Like, do you think I care about Jim Panda's?
No, you're missing the point. I mean, also I was jacked about all the outer pounders, outer ponder stuff in there. So there was just a lot of speculation in there, but I don't think that that's clear to the audience that we were speculating on what we see. You know,
well, only if people like watch it with good faith. So again, like those people are moral degenerates.
Yeah, you're right.
That take the movie that he spent like many thousands of dollars on. They pay $5 for it, then stream it to everyone for free, and then they want to complain about the movie that has nothing to do with them, that's not made for them, that no one likes them. They don't care if they watch it. McToon's gonna watch it live and show it to everyone for free and complain about it. Simon Dan's gonna watch it live for free and complain about it. Jim's whole room's gonna complain, but no one cares at all what they think. The movie is not made for those people. The movie is made for people that are genuine and interested in information. And they're just hearing people piece together the information and speculate their own conclusions about some of the stuff we don't know the answer to. It's not for some like rigid answer.
Right. But going back to where we were talking about when it's considered a lie, we have to be clear when we're speculating, so not to be perceived as lying.
Well, to be fair, when I did my stuff, I actually continually said like speculation station and in my opinion, he didn't put all of it in there. Like, there's nothing I can do about that.
I noticed there were a lot of statements like that around it, you know, that were phrased properly. So, trying not to overassert. So, I thought it was really sweet. The whole thing was pretty
very clear that I was speculating every time I was, but like, I can't. I'm not gonna like helicopter him directing.
Right.
And you're right. Did you say that Geronimo was about them measuring how high they could go? Because I thought that was the impression.
It's Fishbowl.
Operation Fishbowl was, yeah. Okay. Because Geronimo was clearly not. They were dropping, which is not a good way to measure how high.
It's Operation Fishbowl, which is part of Operation Dominique, and they were shooting high altitude, quote unquote, nuclear missiles, and they were blowing.
Oh, it was Dominique.
But it isn't clear the purpose other than getting lots of readings on you know, fallout and distances. It was not clear.
Of course. You think that they're going to say we're testing the firmament, like.
Right.
No, but what they did at the same exact time, like they literally measured the firmament in 1957. That's what the military document says. It says that they determined that the firmament has different zenith distances.
What do you think if we put together a timeline and showed the compression of literally chokehold that began 57, 58, 59?
Well, I just did that in School in the Glovers. I put all the stuff together right there. I mean, you could be more extensively focused in that one area maybe, but
a stupid graph showing all the shit that just happened right then, you know.
I did that though.
Oh, cool. Where is it?
It's on my last School in the Glovers. Like, I dropped a screenshot. I made a timeline.
Good job. Right on.
So you got Paperclip 45, Operation High Jump 46. Yeah, CIA founded 47, Mars Project 48, NSA founded 52, Operation Deep Praise 55, the DO system, which monitors anyone going above the 55.
Yeah, no, yeah. But I was talking about like what happened right at 57, 58, 59. You know, like right 58, 59, because Congress got involved. The introduction to Congress, so they could get funding for NASA, and they had to train Congress of what space was, so they had to conceptualize it in writing, and they had to sell space basically to Congress. And
do you have any documentation of that? Because like I'll happily like do another show that like really hones in on that, because the most interesting part for me is if you look right there, that most people don't realize that CIA was founded right after they went and explored Antarctica.
Exactly.
So like they set up their network to make sure to keep it under wraps. So the CIA is the most corrupt organization ever. And then if you look at 55, See, the NSA is found in 52, and then 55 they do deep freeze. That's where they go back to Antarctica. It went from 55 to 57, 58, and 1957 to 58 is called the International Geophysical Year. And that's where they had a collaborative effort between all the nations to focus on the North and South Pole regions. So they basically got their ducks in a row regarding the North and the South in 57, 58. And what's also not commonly known is that there was a prequel to Operation Fishbowl where they were doing high altitude explosions in 57. They started doing that in 57. And then, so 57 is when they went crazy. That's where I also found the document about the firmament. It's from 1957 and it was declassified in 2000. So this is when they discovered what was going on. They went and explored the Earth for a decade. They figured out what was going on, and then they put it all under wraps. I mean, it's very obvious.
It's totally true. All the compartmentalization happened. Everything happened at this time, and the separation of what were public and private programs, and the post World War II version of what we call black funding. You know, literally.
Yeah, about this, like the Nazis were obsessed with Antarctica. Right. So what did they? And then the Nazis were also famous for their V2 rocket and saying that it could go to space. And they infamously lied to the German people about how successful it was. And they were showing them models, and they were showing them cut up footage of rockets where they were pretending they were going higher than they were, and that they could go to space when they couldn't. Like, this is admitted. Then they take that guy, bring him over here. They take 1,600 German scientists and engineers who were just previously in the Nazi regime obsessed with Antarctica. And then right after we bring them over here, we go to Antarctica? How do people not put that together? And then we come back, and then we go set up a little America, the first Antarctic base in Antarctica. Right? It's so obvious. Then they founded NASA right after they brought the Nazis over here and started going exploring Antarctica. Like, it's so obvious that they went and explored Antarctica and explored the North, and then told everyone else they can't go there. It's abundantly clear. You know, it takes someone being willfully ignorant to not realize that.
It's a full-on choke down too. Like, once they discovered shit, it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Imagine the panic of them just implementing all treaties and laws. And I mean, literally just a barrage of things at that 58, 59 point. I'll find you the congressional number. I can't remember. I used to know it, the number of the Congress on that.
Look,
They literally had to define space. They had to tell Congress what it was in order to get funding. And eventually their bullshit was so obvious to Congress that they had to start all these other, doing it through different types of contracts and different types of relationships. Congress just couldn't buy the rhetoric anymore. We're going to here, we're going to there. That's why Jaron made the title of that film, Going Nowhere, since 1958.
Yeah, right here it says, in the investigation, 2 instruments designed by V.G. Veskinov were used. One of 2 was a visual photometer of the daytime sky intended for measuring the brightness of the firmament, and the other was a photoelectric halo photometer for determining the brightness from something. Anyway, then you come back down here, and it says, I think this is the right screenshot. It says that this was done over the assumption of a flat Earth, and then it explains that they got different zenith distance measurements. So it says that they determined the brightness of the firmament by assuming a flat Earth, and then they got different zenith distances, and of course that's the distance what's directly above your head. So the firmament has different zenith distances. How is that not very obvious? What? And they said that the approximate was proven accurate.
Sorry to interject about that, but you read that language of the brightness at any point from the observed brightness of the sky. So they're whether they mean it or not, whether they've done it intentionally or not, they're pointing to what we've talked about in the past in these kind of venues, that sunlight and daylight are separate, right? So that they're to me, at least, the reading of that shows direct agreement with the fact that the skylight and the light of the firmament is separate from sunlight. I just thought I'd throw that in, Karen.
No, yeah, that's interesting. No, I find it interesting that this is from 1957. So, like, is that just a coincidence? They did all this, and this all happened.
No such thing as coincidence. Which you know this?
Yeah, such a joke. So obvious. I'm about to get the actual document. They assumed a flat Earth to determine the brightness of the firmament, and then it gave them different zenith distances, and the approximation method was consistently proven accurate and more accurate than any other method they had. Wow.
Hey, you know what else? It would be even more evidence in favor of what I just said previously, that those weird phenomena where it looks like, I don't know, like a comet or something's dribbling through water and light. I don't know how to describe it, but you know that stuff that looks like it's something being luminous with water. I think it was I don't remember what they call it, but you know what I mean, Witzer, right? Like something's hits the firmament. And
Does
then it
that
looks like
post
it's
even
just...
say?
Can you hear me?
Does your image even say firmament? I'm trying to. I don't see it in there.
Yeah,
Well,
go
sky and
to
firmament's the
the
same
top
thing,
right picture. It says of the sun and of 5 to 6 points of the firmament located at various zenith distances at the bottom. And then the bottom right one also says the brightness of the firmament.
All right.
I don't know how to pronounce that word. Almucantar. 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 I don't know. I don't know what that is. A method is also proposed of determining the brightness of the clear daylight sky at any point based on measuring the brightness along the alcumeter of the sun and of 5 to 6 points of the firmament located at various zenith distances. And the title of this paper is Dissertations Defended in the Scientific Council of the Institute of Physics of the Earth, Institute of Physics of the Atmosphere, and Institute of Applied Geophysics.
You posted a link somewhere.
See that applied as opposed to theoretical.
I'm trying to go get the actual document. I'm trying to find it.
I appreciate that thing.
I brought this up a few years ago, actually, in gyms, Larson, and they were like, "Oh, now you believe the government?" Like that's all they said back, you know. So.
Hey, Witsit.
Yeah.
I sent the book to you, bud. So you'll have it in about 5 or 7 days. It's a final draft. It's still going to have some spelling errors in it, but it's pretty much the final version of all the content. And if you have some free time, just put your eyes upon it and shout back some, advice or input. Because I'm only weeks away from actually releasing it, and I'm just having I'm going to send it out. Is Rakia here as well? Rakia kicking around? If Rakia kicking around, I'll send a copy out to him too.
Oh, you sent my PO?
I did, bro. Sacramento, or you were in SC, South Carolina, 1411733. South Carolina, whatever your PO box number is, I can't remember. Well, that's your PO box, whatever your.
Yeah.
Anyway, I sent it there.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's there. So it's basically, yeah. I mean, it's there's nothing of you in the book per se because you came later on after I'd already been there for a bit. But you'll relate to this stuff that's there for sure. So.
No, it's cool. Thank you, bro. I'll definitely check it out. I'll let you know when I get it.
Yeah, it'll be fun. And then I think Dan the Waterman, are you interested in a free copy?
Sure, that'd be great.
So put your PO box in the text there or the DME.
Where is that? Where am I working? Box.
And I finalized the name on it too. The name's going to be called The Great Delusion. The copy you're getting now is called The Global Delusion, but I figure The Great Delusions, it fits much better.
Well, that's a good name. It was a hard decision.
Oh yeah, I just doing, going through the motions of trying to find something that best suit the discussion. And I think that anytime that we're going to believe something at face value, you run the risk of being lied to, being misinformed, And then if that's the case, then and you follow through with it, and you know, generation after generation believe it, well, that would be called the Great Delusion, now wouldn't it?
Yeah, nice.
If it's a generational education, and you have, you know, there's obviously a, what would you call it, when you skip, like, obviously the beginning, people were really into science, really into math, really into physics, right? But then you have a section of people that, you know, they just want to sit in the crowd and eat popcorn. Well, if that becomes most of your population, they just want to sit and eat popcorn, you can manipulate the fuck out of them all you want.
Yo, dude, I just looked up the document by name, and McToon.net's the first thing that pops up, which is hilarious. So I went and read his like explanation, dude. It's so funny. So he says,
Post it for us. Let's have a laugh.
Yeah. Dude, it's so funny.
Have you ever seen a shadow cast by that light? By the daylight?
Real fast, he says, this is a document from the USSR. It is a dissertation defense predicting light dispersion in the atmosphere based on a model. It uses the word firmament, translated from Russian to mean sky. No, it says sky and firmament in the document. Like, what are you... Okay, and he just... Oh, that's the translation, really? Where's the original Russian version where you saw that it was the same word as sky? He just made that up. Like, McToon just lies, and people eat it up. And it says, this model assumes a flat Earth to simplify calculations. You mean calculations to assume distances to a firmament? How does that simplify the calculations if it's going to give you completely inaccurate results when they would be equidistant on a sphere? Why would you assume a flat Earth which would give you patently wrong results of zenith distance measurements being different if on a sphere they're equidistant? If it's just...
I think you give him too much credit to say he's creative enough to lie about something that he's looked into. He's more likely just to Google it and go, what does Google say?
I think he lied. I think he said it uses the word firmament, translated from Russian to mean sky, because he just knows that the anti-flat... Gee, that made me feel bad about saying that. That's a really...
But you know the way he reacts, right? You bring up a subject, especially a document that he's never read before. He's not going to actually come up with an original idea. He's just going to go and see what someone else has said about it. He always does that.
Well, he's kind of the guy that everyone turns to, though. That's why it's the first Google result, right? And it's funny because they have the same talking point always. They just use flat Earth to assume, to make it simpler math or whatever. But this doesn't work at all. This is why you have to be able to use logic. So if they say they used a flat Earth and they measured different zenith distant measurements to the firmament, that doesn't make any sense saying they just used the flat Earth to simplify the math, because the math would be incredibly different and drastically wrong. Because if firmament means sky, and then you assume a flat Earth to get different distances of zenith measurements, you would be completely wrong because it would be equidistant on a sphere. Right? It would be equal.
Plus, didn't they use these measurements to do actual real-world tests with the rockets and everything?
Well, they use this to accurately predict the brightness of the sky and the firmament. What's even funnier than this, though, is then he says, page 25 of this document has a different dissertation titled Determination of the Gravity Forces on the Sea by the Pendulum Method. This is an admission that gravity exists. If the Earth were flat and stationary, it would collapse into a sphere due to gravity. If both energy and angular momentum were exported efficiently, the object will collapse into a sphere. That's his rebuttal.
That's what's that, cherry picking fallacy or something?
Dude, it's
using whatever word may have been said in 1,000 words to agree with your position.
Even if gravity can exist on a flat Earth, though. That's the funny part. It's like, it's just really funny.
Yeah, but he clearly it's just a lazy gotcha. He just picked out a certain thing to make a fallacious point. But you know what? Before we continue to mock his ridiculousness, was it Damn the Waterman? You said earlier about it going nowhere since 15 whenever, right? That's been the whole agenda of Mystery Babylon for forever, right? And the end result of going nowhere is you die. But they've done that with the snake eating its tail, with the as above, so below type philosophy. All of that is going nowhere forever. It's perpetual delusion. Just thought I'd mention that.
I don't know. They have infinite space to play with. What scientist was the guy that went crazy trying to calculate? Was that calculate infinity or calculate zero? Which guy was that? Some mathematician went nuts trying to calculate infinity.
Well, you have to be unstable mentally to be able to say up is down. So it doesn't surprise me that these people lose their minds.
Wait, what is up and down?
It's whatever you want it to be.
I'm making a
Thank
comment
you.
on the way they view the world. They view the world as if everything's just arbitrary, and they can say up is down, they can say left is right. They can
Okay.
do all this stuff
Do
in the
you
way they view the world. So of course their mind's broken. So the end
do
result probably
you
would be loony bin.
do you think there's gender?
Say again?
Do you think there's like two genders?
I think the word is an erroneous word, but yeah, there's men and women. Did you understand my point, or
I
do I need
think
to like
yeah, no, I think you're out of your mind.
Oh wait, are we still in the bit from last time?
What?
Okay, wink, wink. I get you. I don't remember you.
But if the Earth would be fair, I would just fall off then, right?
Oh,
Would
so
you
when
know?
did you pick the mic
Have you
back
got to
up?
the edge?
Yeah, I would just fall off then. Exactly.
What edge you've been to? Have
You
you
gotta
seen
put
an
on a
edge?
different voice. You gotta make it more obvious.
What? But again, like, what you need to understand is that everything about the heliocentric truth is a well-established scientific understanding.
Did you say understandment? What's
Yes, that's my German English word for understanding.
that? Is that a room next to the basement where you keep your understanding?
Yes. But let's focus on the truth
You
here,
broke
which
character a bit there. You got
yeah,
polish your act.
yeah.
Yeah, so since we
Do you need to go and answer the door now? Sorry.
Hey,
Wes.
Baller Clay, are you going to help us out here? Like, it says the dissertation contains a certain formula of the brightness of the sky, taking into consideration only the brightness of the first order, and derived on the assumption of a flat Earth, and giving some conclusions derived on the basis of this formula. And then it goes on to say that that it was measuring the distances along that Almu Cantor of the sun and 5 to 6 points of the firmament located at various zenith distances. And that the approximation method was proven accurate.
Well, first of all, Witzit, would you say that firmament means like a dome or something?
Well, it clearly means a firmament.
Yeah, having different heights. Different heights.
Well, you do know that firmament has different definitions. So, by our definition, it's just another description of the sky, what we perceive as sky, right? I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just relative, right? It's just the barrier of atmosphere that makes it the sky, which upon that, furthermore, it just becomes space.
Well, then
A tangible physical barrier?
Why would they say sky and firmament then? But just real fast, I have to go help someone with something. A theoretical brightness was also considered, taking into consideration the multiple scattering of light in the case of a spherical indicatrix of scattering, and a comparison is made of this brightness with the one observed at an angular distance of the sun of 57 to 60. I don't know. For solving the integral equation of the theory of the diffusion of light, the approximate method of this guy was used, which proved sufficiently accurate.
Well, my fluoride intoxicated brain could not handle so many sentences in a row, so unfortunately I skipped out already.
What year was that document?
1957, declassified in 2000.
Wow.
Well, I think that's just a bunch of gibberish.
That year, but that,
can you put out a citation and prove it?
Those the 57, 58, God, they really rolled out a lot in that time period.
Yeah, bro. That citations in the text. I gotta go. Be right back.
You're right. Firmament is a representation of a sky with reference to structure.
Goes right back to the Stalo dome.
Not really.
Yeah,
Not really shaped though.
But it's the same misconception like flat earthers always do. Like when they talk about horizontal, what we actually mean or level. What we actually mean
Isn't related
is
to that. This isn't related to that at all.
And Clay,
Yeah.
I mean, I get it's kind of funny to troll, but I don't really know if it's fair to just troll the whole room. I mean, Riding on Eggshells was doing this for weeks. It kind of just makes the whole conversation inauthentic. If you really need to pretend to be a Glober, I guess, I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem fair to the room.
I didn't notice it was Clay. Sorry, I would have had more.
Wait,
It was like funny, I guess. Like you could, I don't know, perceive it as funny or whatever. But and it was kind of funny when you first did it, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem fair to the room to come in. And
It's very funny. It's very good, but yeah, I didn't even know it was following. Sorry.
It's too deadpan, man.
Wait, sorry, what?
It's so deadpan that I'm not sure if Gio's been genuine or if he's just going along with it.
Well, he was right.
But I don't understand.
Because you're broken. He needs the script update.
Clay, you do that really well, though.
You should debate Riding on Eggshells when he's doing his fake fire.
Yeah.
Wait, what exactly?
By the way, the etymology of sky is linked to the word firmament anyway, so it's just an obfuscation when people use it.
They would never use that term now. Nowadays they would never use it.
What, firmament?
Yeah.
Nah, they got no balls. But obviously, like, well, the sky just holds itself up by magic. Do me a favor.
Well,
Where do you think the expressions come? Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
I was going to say a semicircle or an arc. Half of a circle is one of the strongest structures, so that's why they build bridges and things with arcs in them. So,
Yeah, the sky's the limit for a reason.
just that obvious.
Elbow said something interesting about like the idea that the blue sky is actually a different light than the sun.
Yeah.
But do we ever get a shadow from that though? He mentioned is there ever a shadow that can be gleaned from the blue light versus the sun?
How do you mean? Paint the picture, if you will, with the words.
Well,
No,
I
because
guess
it's ambient light.
Sun, yeah, it's ambient light, yeah, but the sun's always in the air, I guess, when it's blue. So I guess, well, I'm just saying, does that blue light?
Not for the
can't get a
first and
shadow
last
from
hour.
ambient light.
Yeah, you could actually see the shadow in the morning before sun's all the way out, and and in the evenings as well. You can see a 12 o'clock shadow under
That's a
cars
good
on
point.
trees.
Well, actually, it's a non-shadow, but yeah, it's effectively a 12.
I mean,
at the wrong time of day.
Yeah, exactly, and in a direction of a shadow, because it has to be direct lighting for a shadow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the shadow is cast by a light being what is it?
Being occluded.
Obscurity. That has to be an obstruction directly in front of it. Or
Well,
something.
you got to have a contrast, and if it's all atmospheric, like if the blue light is its own light, then it's going to be contrast because it's everywhere.
We
Well, I
gotta
think
have some more explosions.
I think that's why we have those beautiful sunsets and sunrises. It's because the whole thing's already like the perfect fade. So daylight and nighttime or darkness, whatever you want to call it, they're perfectly separated and faded. So one fades to black, one fades to light, depending on what perspective you're looking at it from.
And not only that, you can't with one source of light. If you go to any blender or any 3D game, if you put one source of light, you never get that procession.
Yeah, you
at
can't
all.
do that. It's not possible. There's too many evidences to point towards that. So I don't quite understand. In this realm, I don't quite understand why people who know what they're living on still seem to think that that's an erroneous idea, that the sky lights its own light. That's strange to me at this point. I can understand if you've never heard it before and never thought about it, but if you've discussed it and you still think that sunlight's doing it all, that's weird.
Don't they still kind of say that in the globe model though? That like Rayleigh scattering kind of activates the atmosphere or whatever to kind of create the blue light.
Sorry, I cut you off, but someone was echoing. It didn't help. Could you repeat that?
No, I was just saying, even in the globe model, that blue light, they wouldn't claim that it's a different source of light. They would say it's the sun, but wouldn't they also say that it kind of ends up being its own source because it like the Rayleigh scattering kind of creates like this film, basically, like at the edge of the globe kind of thing. That
I've not considered that, but I have heard the Rayleigh thing. So yeah, they might use that as like a little thing in their back pocket to make an excuse for the observation. That would make sense. Professor Clay, your mic is open. Could you turn it off, please?
So, Gio, I'm trying to find Congress before they funded NASA when they were talking and trying to boost up all the language. I can't find the glossary of terms that they were supplying to Congress. But I just posted a picture of something at the bottom of a finance page, and it says here, objects and images related to 1957. And boom, Asian flu, right next to Sputnik, right at the same time we're talking about.
Yeah, they've been. The era that we're in now has been an era of execution for the last 100 years plus. So all of the stuff that we're actually experiencing in real time, they've been planning it ahead of time.
Remember back then when Governor Long said after looking at the satellite bill that proposed, upon first glance he thought it was crooked as a dog's hind leg, but upon further review, it's as more crooked than a bag of snakes.
But Gia, maybe you can help me with something. I mentioned something to do with the skylight, but I didn't know what the reference is. There's some kind of phenomena that's happened a few times where I think it usually happens at night or like late in the day, and it looks. I think it's either I think it was the first one was one of Elon Musk's rockets, right? It exploded or something happened, and it looked like it was skating across a pond, and like the water, like it looked like water was like luminescent and going out. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah. It's just separation. It's just separation, though. There's no water.
There's one of those SpaceX ones. Yeah, what?
Right, but I'm just describing how it looked. The reason I raised it, I'm not necessarily saying this is definitive, but it seems to me that might be in favor of the sky being its own light. If something actually interacted there, assuming that happened, I don't know if it did. It might have happened within the atmosphere. But if something actually interacted with the firmament, then maybe it's designed to give off light with a certain amount of force, or some kinetic reaction. Does that make sense?
I saw a little clip with David Weiss, and he was showing that, trying to say that it looked like water. I think it was David Weiss that was showing that. It's hard to know though, because whatever that rocket thing. Does anyone remember offhand what that one was called? I forget. It was one of the SpaceX.
Yeah, it's 2017. It's the first Falcon 9, I think.
But that's not the only observation that has had a similar look to it, right? It's not singular. I've seen other ones. I just can't remember where and what they were. It was the
first one to return land, actually.
Oh, I wasn't talking about. I was just talking about the actual image in the sky and what that particular phenomena looked like.
Yeah, I got a homemade version of it. I'll bring it up for you. I mean, someone else's version.
Yeah, because when that happened, everybody, like when people saw it in real life, they were saying it was like, it looked crazy, like looking up at the sky and be like, what is that? Like it looked like it was like a UFO or something.
Dude, it looked like it was right there. I mean, right in front of you. It didn't. The separation was supposedly halfway to Hawaii, and it looked like it was right in the Santa Monica Bay. It was a trip. I mean, my perspective was flipping on it.
So,
I'm just like,
so
whoa.
Dan, do you think that happened without interacting with the firmament? You think it happened within the atmosphere?
Yeah, I could. Not only that, it all happened with sight. Like as they were separating.
What do you reckon it was?
A big rocket.
No, not the event. Like why the event happened.
Oh,
but
those are off
actual...
gases. Those are off gases pushing out You know, this is the same one that made the spiral pattern afterwards as well. Remember?
Could you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Dispersing gases, like a wake on a boat.
To me, it almost looked like it had kind of like a sonic wave kind of pattern to it too.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think it was luminous then? If it was up, like I'm trying to understand the phenomenon.
Oh, it's the time of day that they launch here. I mean, like I grew up with it. It's the time of day they launch late in the day, and it picks up sunlight in the. They do it right at dusk for some reason.
Oh, so you think they did it on purpose?
Well, they always do it at the same time for some reason. I think because it's dramatic. I grew up with all kinds of weird squiggly rainbow failures and colors in the sky. It was always
it's
the same time of day.
off-gassing. What do you think about the notion that perhaps it's to do with the noble gases and some kind of electrical interaction or something?
Not in this case. I believe in all that, but I don't think it's related to this launch.
You don't think? Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, it was just something I thought I'd mention in connection to the skylight. But if it happened within, then because it would actually be more likely that it happened lower down, seeing as those things never go anywhere. They just go up and down.
What was crazy is it separated, and one part was rocketing away, yet they didn't disappear in distance to me. Like they were in the same reference frame of my eyesight for quite some time, while one was dropping back to Earth and the other was, literally moving at incredible speeds away. I didn't see that separation. They seemed to hang out together.
So that was SpaceX 2017, but what do people call the phenomenon that looks like that? Because it's not the first time it's happened. Do they have a name for that type of visual?
I don't know. Here it is. It was 2018. My friend was standing in the water, I think, when it happened. It's not great footage, but it's private.
It's Falcon 9, right?
Yeah, but I grew up with that shit. Like,
that's why I'm asking what they call it, because I know that's not the only one. This is just the most popular one. I want to see. Just want to look into it a bit more, if you get me.
I don't know if I were to type in maybe rocket launch in the western sky.
That's got a light. Almost looks like a light source there.
Let's see.
Hey, look at that sonic wave quality to it. Yeah, it's like a spiral kind of. Almost looks like a sound wave.
It was pretty mind-blowing. It looked really close, man. I couldn't believe it was far in the distance. And that one on the right, when it was coming back, I could have fucking sworn it was going to land 2 miles away from me. I mean, it looked like it was coming back to me, not 120 miles north of me,
It's like it's bright and towards the minute mark.
There's better versions of this. There's a time lapse of it too. But what you're seeing here is left to right action. And from my position, which was different than his position, I was further to the right. I was looking right up the plume, right up the ass of the rocket. Like as it went away, I was looking right up into the cone from my position. It was different than this position.
See,
and I was just super impressed.
One of the reasons why I'm not 100% keen on the idea that it's just like an off-gassing because of the time of day is that's exactly what they're proposing. They always propose something.
You could trust that. You could trust that. I totally grew up with it. I mean, literally.
Like with amateur rocket
with view from
stuff?
my front yard. View from my front yard. Like totally common. Rocket launches, rocket tests. Very common where I lived. I mean, like super common. Not even weird. To tell you the truth. So, I mean, you should bark up another tree, I think, on that one. Because this is just really common. It's just not common for everyone. I happen to be in the downrange to the south.
Is this stuff that amateur rocket people have experienced as well?
No, I think these are much larger, and they may experience it if they did it at the time of day. A lot of the ones I saw were destructions. In other words, we're seeing a separation here, which a larger rocket would have. A single stage rocket like an intercontinental.
So do you reckon they're causing some kind of diffraction of the light that's available from up there for the benefit of the people
like
down,
oil and
down
water.
here?
It has colors and stuff in it, like oil and water. I mean,
the question is why isn't there any mention before the 2017 or 2018 one? Why
There
is
is. It just nothing becomes popular like that. Because for the most part, right, aside from Elon and all the attention that he attracts, all this space stuff is for loser nerds, right? No one really cares about it. They do like one little bit on it on the TV, and then everyone moves on with their life because there's a war, there's money problems, right? It's only because we're in these circles that these things seem to be highlighted. Like we make it more popular because we go to mock whatever the narrative.
Yeah, but
is, right?
the person that actually recorded it wasn't even a flat earther or anything like that. The ones I seen, they were just, oh, look at this, that's weird.
Yeah, everyone who has the opportunity and has a phone, they're going to record it. But in terms of why is the 2018 one popular, it's just because Elon Musk. Like it just someone like that is going to make us an event that, even though it's happened 100 times before, now it's popular just because of him. I think that's just
looking for videos of anything for 2018 to show any rockets ever doing this, and I haven't seen ever one. Not even one. There's not one recorded. And I'm looking at compilations of videos, and still haven't seen that one.
Let me have a look.
Yeah, I mean, one possible agenda as to why they would do this is just to get more attention on space, and everyone, oh, look at that, and they put it on the news, and people that saw it, it was like a whole, just like a whole.
Because remember what happened in Russia?
That was crazy. I mean, we supposedly sent people, rockets. We sent the what is that freaking spacecraft that always launched from here, from Texas, over supposedly further than that, wherever that rocket is, and supposedly went to outer space and then just glided down or whatever. But never ever seen videos actually stuff like that, like the Falcon 9 one. It's always just been the Falcon 9.
Well, we got some open space here too. You can see in this last link I'm going to put here, the right to left action. The thing went directly left. It didn't go up at all. I mean, barely. I mean, it was literally still in sight. It's not like it disappeared upward.
Yeah, there's some long range shots that look like it just happened like across the sky.
They all do here. I'm just south of it, so they all just head past me. It's weird. Just one did the other day. I took a picture of it from my back door. People online go, "Oh, there's a launch right now." From my back door, I saw it on a cloudy day. It was a trip.
I saw an article. It said that the Starship one, like SpaceX, they were doing like a test run of the Starship rocket, which I guess is the one they're claiming to send people to the moon on next year, and it blew up. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Is that some pre-programming? Like, we might not be able to get there because our ship blows up.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a panspermia, like subtle programming thing.
I mean, that's supposed to be the one that's supposed to take people to the moon, and it's already blowing up on their test run.
Because, yeah, there is some weirdness. Like they're clearly causing this by the way they're using their fuel system or whatever it is they're doing. What's funny is the one that you just posted, Dan, is it look until it starts expanding and getting like a smooth line, it just looks like a boat in the water, like just like if you're a helicopter, if you're like a helicopter watching a speedboat, it just looks like that.
Well, there's another effect that's been going on that they pointed out recently, and the breaking the sound barrier will actually make a different wave that's different than an exhaust gas.
See, that's why I'm wondering what, like, is it like, could it be to do with the excitation of whatever's up there at that height?
Yeah, but it's a lot like a contrail. When you start breaking through air, it'll bust up and
hey, you know what? They're probably using a lot of helium in this thing. What if it's like a helium reaction? Like
Probably not.
superheated helium just gets funky up in the sky. Who knows?
Probably not. I'm trying to find some old.
Because you've heard that stuff. You've heard the suggestion that they don't actually use as much rocket fuel as they claim to use, and they just got full of helium.
Yeah, I'm gonna find you some old pictures.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Of these
Obviously,
things,
we
blowing
can't
up.
prove it, but I wouldn't doubt it.
They used to blow them up all the time, like the failures. Because I'd see like all that really close
right
down
there,
on
like
the horizon.
like at that minute 30, 40, 45 second, that's when it starts looking like it's like a boat on water.
Yeah, it does look like the wake from a boat almost. Has that same pattern to it.
Why not though? I mean, we all talk about fluids, fluid above, air being fluid. So why shouldn't it share those properties? Especially when you're
because we don't
punching
really know how high they are, do we?
They're not. It sure doesn't appear high. That's all I can say.
No, it does not on the wide shot.
They claim that's halfway to Hawaii, so that's 750 miles, at least, or maybe even 2,000 miles from the observer, right now. I found that almost impossible to believe. I think it's
weirdness about it.
Not sure how far Hawaii is, but it could be as much as 3,000 miles away.
There's a super wide shot. I don't know. It doesn't say where it's from.
And the return stage was literally in the same reference frame for a long time. 4, 5, 6, 10 minutes. It's not like the rocket was literally blasting away from the other one. You could see now, if you're still watching that at 3:02, they're still visible together in the sky. So the speed of the stage one, the final stage, it's not as visibly dramatic as you might expect. Something that has to gain all this speed to move around the globe.
It could just be something as simple as the end stage of the rocket fuel, assuming they're using fuel, is just something that burns blue. Because up until then, right? Up until that transition, it's burning like orangey red, right? That's what it appears, like orangey red clouds just going.
Looks like it's
and then all of a sudden, the color switches. But we know from like school days that depending on what fuel you're using, the flame's going to be a different color. Could be something.
I posted a video that explains it all. I didn't watch it, but it supposedly explains. Oh, there's some old footage. All right, yeah, watch that video I put in there. But I literally grew up seeing this crap, and it was very colorful, very squiggly, a lot of out of control stuff. That literally was flipping about and destructed in the air with a huge amount of color. I remember the rumble. They used to test this stuff. It would rumble. You'd be like, you'd feel everything rumble. We also used to have air raid sirens on Friday. Did anyone live in a place where they had that? They would test them.
No.
The third or fourth Friday on every month at 10 a.m. It would be like.
Yeah, we had one for those. It was like a tornado test warning for tornadoes.
So it wasn't a place that sloths could live very comfortably, right?
Why? What have sloths got against these things? Oh, they'd have to move quickly. You're right.
I'm not talking about literal sloths. I'm talking about people who behave like.
We have signs by the ocean, Gio. We have signs by the ocean in Santa Monica that point the way away from the ocean, and it says tsunami route, as if you wouldn't know to get the fuck away from the ocean, right?
That's funny.
Tsunami route. It's like, first of all, you know, we never have them. If we did, we'd never have warning. But the most obvious thing you'd be thinking is get out of here, right? And then fires and such, they cause panic. Everyone going for the door, you know? So everyone running away east, probably not the smartest move anyway, when really you need to run towards elevation. This last video I posted is pretty cool. Lots of these failure looking things.
Yeah, but then again, this is done after the last one, the 2017-18 one.
Well, it was the most impressive one I've seen, and I grew up with the shit. So it was impressive. It was big. It was colorful. There was 2 parts for one thing, so it gave you way more things to focus on than just one little thing going away, you know. And the one coming
Those
back,
older rockets back in the days, I mean, they used to have a tail, but it would disappear right after. This one stood up there like forever, practically.
Yeah, it was freaky. It's still like right fucking there, huh? Where the fuck is it going? If I can still see it from here, right? Where the fuck are you going? Nowhere. Talk about going nowhere since 1958. I mean, I was watching it, and even when the one was coming back, the other one was still like right there in the sky. Right there in the sky.
According to SpaceX 2022, we live on both a concave and a spherical Earth at the same time. These people are stupid.
Someone was saying the other day how, you know, the way they call it SpaceX, and it makes you say space sex every time you say SpaceX.
Yeah, obviously, man. These lot, they can't get away from the phallic symbols. They're obsessed with flipping towers and
Jack
penises.
Parsons and all the sex magic shit they were into. So yeah, these rocket guys are
bunch of losers. They can't get laid unless it's in a spectacle that they had to pay for with exorbitant fees.
I had this drunk guy hit me up in Hollywood, and his name was Ruben Luna, and he gave me this keychain, the SpaceX keychain thing, it was bigger than a lanyard, but it was like a cloth tag that they might put on a safety piece of equipment or something. And he was just yelling at me that I didn't know anything about, you know, shit, and that he really worked in space. And I tried to reach him afterwards, and he would never admit that he met me. Like, he was like, dude, I don't know who you are. That's not me. I don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, I mean, the guy's definitely a metal worker at SpaceX. I mean, the guy gave me his name. I looked him up, but he denies it. Funny. He was railing me about how I didn't know the arcing formula, and I'm all, dude, no, I don't know the formula to get a rocket in a parabolic arc. I'm sorry, I don't. It's like, he's like, you don't know shit. He was like drunk and railing me. I remember his name, Ruben Luna.
You sure you're not obsessed with the sex magic? Your choice of words, man. Getting railed by a Glober doesn't sound good.
So I think we hit on an interesting point. The difference between bias, natural defense, and lying is a big step. You know, and someone that comes in, I hate to use the word too rumpus. You know, rumpus is, like you said, I think the other day you said it. His name says it all. He's coming in to, I know how he feels. He thinks he's coming in to do an honesty check across the panel. Keep everyone honest. That's how he feels. That's how I feel at Gems, anyway.
These people don't operate in reality. Come on.
Well, I don't want to talk about Rumpus when he's not here, but I guess since you brought him up, I will say, I mean, his whole vibe is like, he's on the top of the mountain. He's got all the truth, and everyone else is wrong. And he's just going to talk down to you till the end of, he's going to interrupt and do everything he can to talk down to you, tell you wrong on every level. Like, it's not even, there's very little kind of flow with him. Sometimes, actually, though, if you catch him in a good mood and he's not being defensive, he actually has been somewhat helpful in terms of like brainstorming about tests that could be done. He even concedes a little bit. He's like, well, yeah, if you did that, it actually would show something different. So there are some moments when he's not in that total attack mode that he's actually been it could be it can be productive.
There's a public side of it too. I talked to Jem privately for like 40 minutes, and he's just the opposing team, literally, and sometimes it is a bit of a an ongoing competition, like a season, this season's set of games, If we didn't have the other side, we wouldn't have much to play with. We'd be playing with ourselves.
But sometimes that's enjoyable. No, I'm just kidding.
That's where that's where the deception is, though. When it's that game, when you're watching the pantomime, when you're participating in the pantomime, then you were getting played, right?
Well, I guess if you want to have a debate, then yeah, you got to have two sides of a discussion,
or competition. Forget debate. Any competition. I mean, if we want to show our basketball skills, right? We need 5. Like the Harlem Globetrotters had that idiot team on the other side.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I mean, it can be seen in different ways. But in this discussion, like, I'm not trying to say this in any rude way, but I don't think like globe earthers are essential. Like, if they all left right now, never discuss this again, we'd be fine, because there's so many more things to discover, tests we want to do, experiments, further discussion, further learning from each other. I mean, so it's sort of like, in a way, I feel like they're kind of a dying breed, because it's like, especially as this continues onward, doesn't mean I'm shutting anyone out or saying anyone can't be included or anything. I'm just saying that, I mean, but if you want the competition style debate thing, then yeah, then of course that you would, unless you want to debate a different topic amongst other topics. But yeah.
Even the thing is with the competition style debates is it's not really fair, and that's why they have to behave like the clowns that they do behave like, because they're not going to win when they're fundamentally wrong.
And the debate
even the least articulate person who knows that they're not spinning is just going to school them, because they're playing the side of truth. They're playing the side of what is correct. So it becomes ridiculous. It's funny, but like in terms of an actual debate, it's silly, because they can't.
We're jousting with bias. We're both jousting with our bias, sticking our bias.
Yeah, but
that's not exactly a.
But it's not a competition, though, is it really? Because it would be different. It would be different if we were debating a nuanced point that's ultimately an opinion. It's like, okay, whose opinion is best? Then there's a competition.
Gio, we saw it with Dr. Parks, right? We didn't look to knock him off his horse, But just for coming, to ride with us. You know what I mean?
But Gio, to your other point, I don't think we require the opposing side to actually have a debate on a topic, because the whole point of a debate is just to better understand an idea. So you could have like two people who are both in agreement in every single thing in their life. They pick a topic and they just want to debate it. So someone might propose an idea, and the guy goes, "Well, have you thought about this?"
I don't think debate's the right word for that. That's not a debate.
No, but that is a debate. That's two people going back and forth to get to the root of a subject. They don't have to hold an opinion either way, but they can still debate a topic.
Like, I would say ideally you would. Ideally, I mean, like, let's say veganism versus meat eating. Like it. I have my many reasons for concluding that veganism is what I would call a partial starvation diet. So if I were to try to switch sides fakely and pretend like I'm a pro-vegan, I could. I mean, I've studied it for so many years and heard so many different discussions, debates. I probably could, rep for the pro-vegan side, but would it really be a very authentic discussion? At that point, I mean, you could, but I feel like when you really are coming from an authentic place, it makes it that much better.
I see what you mean, but that relies on the fact that the debate is already a either or discussion, because it could just be, here's a topic, let's debate the ideas surrounding it, because it doesn't have to be a binary debate. It can be just a debate on a subject, and then people could raise different things, and a third party could come in and suggest something, and then he's like, okay, well, 10 hours later we got the nuanced best opinions on the matter with the facts laid out type of thing.
Yeah, and it could
It's
be
because
said
we're
that.
so
I
we're
mean,
so we're so used to the binary debate that it's hard to consider the other side. That it could just be a subject that people are trying to get to the bottom of.
well, yeah, that's what I was. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it could also be viewed that it's like it doesn't have to be a competition. It could actually just be like an idea stimulation session. You know, to throw
Right.
the different
'Cause-
ideas, research. Hey, I found this. I think. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? Rather
'Cause-
than like I'm gonna win this and then dunk on you and then you're
Exactly.
an idiot and I'm the smartest and haha. You know, because yeah, that
Because
gets.
you raise veganism, right? But veganism, like the way you proposed it, is it good? Is it bad? But if we actually have a more productive debate in general about just what's the best type of way to eat, then that isn't necessarily a binary decision, a binary discussion. That's a very detailed, nuanced discussion that could go on for years, right? And then the conclusion, I think, because we don't need to have it now, my conclusion would be the best thing to do is eat the most naturally and the most applicable to you as the individual, and then nobody should be complaining. But that takes time, right, to kind of come to that, because you have this preconceived way of viewing things, like with the biases that Dan was talking about, that people come to, well, you can only eat meat, or you can only eat plants, or you can only breathe air and do nothing else. So, well, that's the silly way of viewing it, because you already know just from like a few minutes on the internet, there's all sorts of different cultures that have survived very well with very unique diets. And then you go, hold on a minute, it might have to do with where they live and who they are.
Yeah, well, that's why a diet type debate is more complex, because you've got like blood types and different genetic, roots to people, et cetera. And there do seem to be definitely differences between people in terms of different diets. So yeah, and like what, in your region, what foods
Right.
are available. And so there's a lot of male, female, weight, heights. There's all these different components. But with something like the Earth, unless somebody wants to say, oh, the Earth could be multiple things and it's all sort of a simulation, virtual reality. But I mean, if you're not going that route and saying that the Earth is something, then it is a definitive thing, meaning it, let's just say, is it, planar,
well, it's definitely not a ball,
globular?
yeah.
Just between planar and globular alone, it's sort of like it can't be both. Now you could go concave or some other thing, but I mean, just in that polarity, that's kind of what makes it even more, and maybe even more of a competition, especially with the fact that we have these kind of globalist entities, controllers, whatever, that are pushing the globe and teaching it to the children. So that's why I think it gets even that much more heated. Like, we feel like we're like fighting for humanity's future, which we are, I think, in a lot of ways, because
at the fundamental
the people running the globe narrative have not even close to our best intentions in hand, and they're in control. So like, where's it going to go if they keep rampaging, doing their thing, versus some kind of resistance that would be able to stop them from continuing? So that, I think that's why it can get even that much more. There's a lot behind it.
Oh, I agree. And I think at the fundamental level, things do become increasingly more binary. What I think the mistake is, though, it's like a human error, is to seek the binary option in every discussion. Like you mentioned with the diet stuff. People just so readily want to go, oh, it's either this way or that way. That's silly. With the fundamental of, is it a bull? It's obviously not a bull. So I would say no real competition, but I understand that there's like a pseudo competition going on. But then if you want to have a debate on the rest of the subject, that doesn't have to be as binary, because we only have limited information, right? So there could be nuances to the fundamental of it's stationary, it's level with topography, and it's enclosed, right? That's the basic stuff. No real debate there, unless you choose to engage these monkeys, right? But then the other subjects is like, okay, the nature of the firmament, the nature of the areas that we haven't yet explored, that like the nature of the unseen part of the world that we can't touch with our fingers and see with our eyes necessarily. And that's not always as binary, and I think those are the more interesting things, because once you have your foundation set on the, yes, this thing doesn't move and it's definitely not what they tell us it is, what else is there? Do you get me?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I mean, it's not necessarily something that I think is a big problem in, or at least with my conversations with you. But one thing I think that really is a detriment is that how long do we want to remain in the basic discussions of what we're living on, when there's so much more to learn about it?
Well, I think there's even a lot of there's a lot of complexity though to even get the full. Like, would you say in your viewpoint, like if you were going to talk to the top 100 quote unquote leaders of the world, and you were going to do a presentation to be like, "Yo, the Earth's not a globe. Here's what it is." I mean, do you feel like you would have the absolute validatable proof to say for sure it's not the globe for this, and that reason, or do you feel like? Because I think there's still a lot more we have to do to really even to be able to do that.
To disprove the globe, not at all. To talk about the nuances of what Earth actually is, different discussion. But to disprove the globe, you don't even need to go into evidence. You just need to go into what the globe is claiming.
Well, yeah, those are two. You things. I mean, those. Yeah, if you were going to go up to 100 of those people, or whatever it is, or 1,000, or and just why the Earth isn't a globe, that is different than saying the Earth isn't a globe and it's this other thing, or it's
right.
Yeah.
And that there's a bunch of different assumptions you'd have to make into having a discussion with people like that. But the reason I mention this is that, like, a decade of talking about the fact that this place clearly isn't spinning is a decade wasted about, well, what is this place actually doing? Right? That's what I meant by my earlier comment. That's not to say that it's completely fruitless, because there's people who haven't heard this subject. They want to hear about it, fine-tune your arguments, your understanding. But if you're going to build a building, you don't just build the foundation and then just keep polishing the foundation and keep telling them, yeah, look, I did the foundation. It's really good. It's clean. See, it's clean. Like, dude, build the second floor, third floor, the sky tower. Like, you get. That's what I mean by that.
As a recent entrant into flat Earth, I'd come across the debates a long time ago. And it was so, and I'd actually come across a lot of the names even here, like Witz and all this before. But I couldn't actually get into it back then because it was too unapproachable. It was just like the debates are all on some niche point. I just kind of put it aside. That was probably like 3 years ago. And this year I dived into it, and because there are these people who just keep constantly putting out basic debates on the very basic binary points, that's how I could even get into it. So I don't think it's fruitless, but I can see that once, for people who are constantly in it, which now I've been steeped in it for the last 8 months, it might seem a bit like you're spinning your wheels, but that's still just a microcosm of the world who have acknowledged this truth. So I don't think it's fruitless to keep just hammering the basics right now. But you could also, they're not mutually exclusive. You could do both. You could also try and discover things about the true nature of reality beyond just.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned, like, it's not completely fruitless, because there are new people who need to hear about it. But in terms of if that's the only thing people ever did, then that's silly, because you could get the same fruit by just coming in for one day and then just leaving for the rest of the decade, coming back and nothing's changed.
It takes more than 1 day to kind of like fully understand and like chew on.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue how long it takes someone to understand, but I'm talking about like the basic concepts. They're not that hard.
Well, even for me, who was fairly open, it did take me a good 3 months to really overcome my cognitive and some, I don't know what this phenomenon is called, but everyone has this innate urge to hedge, like trying to find some arbitrary middle ground position, and I could sense that happen in myself. So I'd find like weird copes. I'd be like, well, who cares? Like stuff like that. Like, well, they say that the entire universe could be flat anyway, so it's just like a weird like psychological backtrack that keeps playing when you're looking into this, because you know what the ramifications are of actually like accepting the position.
I can appreciate that, but I would say that that's a separate thing from the base discussion of what is Earth. Is it what they claim it is? Because that stuff, unless you're actually have some like language barrier or some learning difficulty, that's not that complicated. But the cog-dis stuff, I understand why that's difficult, because there's a bunch of stuff that has permeated your every way of viewing the world. But that's a discussion that, like, to undo that, it doesn't require somebody to just talk about the Earth and keep ramming home the basics. That's more somebody teaching you how to think again, how to renew the way you think. Because you weren't taught how to think when you were younger. You were taught what to believe.
That's actually one of my biggest gripes. I don't think enough people spend enough time talking about true logic and like what logic is. There are people with flat earthers who don't understand logic. What logic, the basics of logic, logical fallacies, 3 laws of logic. And I don't think there's even a point being a flat earther if because there are a lot of people who believe that logic at some point could just break down and be superseded by some entity or force or even a god. And if that's the case, then if logic can be contravened at any one point, then no one's conclusions have any weight whatsoever. We're all just instrumentalists, just like the globe earthers and their broader worldview of scientism, instrumentalism would have us believe. But,
What do you mean by instrumentalist?
Instrumentalism is basically just the notion that like a theory isn't true or false by measure of the
okay.
actual accuracy, just by like what it can do
Yeah,
for you.
it's that arbitrary way of viewing the world to make sure that they're always in the right position.
Yeah,
no
it's
matter
like
what the evidence says, they can always just move to the left or the right.
Yeah,
it's BS, is what it is.
Yeah, but the fundamental. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you continue.
Now, the fundamental assumption behind that is simply that logic can be contradicted.
Yes, most people don't actually get down to admitting it, but they talk and they act as if you can hold a contradiction and it be true. Can't remember what the term is for that, but they basically is double think, double speak is their fundamental operation.
Like the certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, for example, was contradictory things can be true at the same time. Right? That's an assault on logic. Relativity is an assault on logic.
I like that. It's a good way of summarizing it. It's a bastardization of cognition.
But even yesterday, I was having a debate, and like again with someone, a flat earther on this channel. He was saying that a unicorn is a logical contradiction, and I was saying that no, it's not. It may be physically, biologically impossible. It's not a logical contradiction.
Who said that?
I don't know. I forgot. I'm not here to bash anyone either. I'm just saying it was just an example of a lot of people. They'll say illogical, but what they're talking about is physically impossible, as per the.
I think that was the real Bob Dole that you were talking with.
Possibly.
I'd have to hear the context in which that was talked.
Again, possibly it's not about him or anyone. This happens. I'm on other servers, and I talk mostly about logic with everyone else there. And
well, that kind of stemmed from the conversation of is it logical to have an assertion that we could be sticking to a ball, that we could all be sticking to a ball, and all of our downs could be to the center of a sphere, and our ups are all the way out of the ball, and we could be on a spinning ball, but experience it as stationary, and so on. But more just a part of like the physicality of that. Like things don't stick to balls, as we know. You can't spin balls. You can't have an ant stuck to a ball spinning around. The ant is not going to either fly off or be whipping around, etc. So I think it kind of stemmed from that. Like, is it logical to even, because if that's not, like if I were to say, oh yeah, like gravity is going the other way and we're all sticking to the ceiling, like is that even
it's the implications of the claim, right? That's where you see the incongruity or the contradictions.
It can be epistemologically logical given other assumptions that the person is asserting, but
that's definitionally illogical if you're going to raise assumptions.
But on its face, like just the notion of some things sticking off the side of a ball is not illogical.
It is because of the implications that Gio just talked about. Because then the guy who's down, he's standing upright, and the guy who's up, relation to him, he's standing upside down.
Yeah, their claim would be
it's contradictory. It makes no sense.
No, it just means that they're saying that there's no up. I don't know why I'm again forced into this position of defending this, but I'm just saying on its surface it's not illogical. It just means it's or down.
It is illogical. It can't be anything other than illogical.
Okay, what is the God damn it! I'm fucking doing this again.
No, you don't have to do it. You just have to accept that if something's illogical, it's illogical.
There's no what is something to be illogical? There would have to be a violation of one of the laws of logic. The law of identity, the law of
Yeah,
contradiction.
the implications of the claim hold two contrary ideas. That up can be down. That's the fundamental issue. That's one of the fundamental issues in that claim.
They would just make the claim that there is no up or down. It's just a relative.
and that's illogical.
No, that's not logical.
Because then you're taking your claim outside of the language that you're presenting your claim in.
I guess.
So it's not only illogical. It's like it's a syntax.
To say that there's no up or down,
it doesn't exist.
To say that there's no absolute up or down is not an illogical claim.
It is.
It's not. There's no logical contradiction. You're not claiming that there's an up and down, and then saying that there is no up and down. You're just saying you're just treating it like left and right at that point, or any other two directions. They're just arbitrary in their worldview. Those are just arbitrary demarcations, right? No, they wouldn't claim that yes, there is definitely an objective up and down, but there is also not enough. That would be logical. I agree, but I don't think any of the ones who are even slightly sophisticated would ever make that claim. I mean, I don't think any of them are.
But it doesn't matter whether they claim that about up and down. It's the implications of their base claim, and that's just one of the issues. This is why it's so easy to destroy the notions that they bring up, because everything about it is illogical. It's based on an assumption that they can't prove. It's circular reasoning. It's begging the question.
Yeah, that would be logical.
It's inconsistencies. It's contradictions. So the whole thing is illogical. We're just narrowing down on one thing that it doesn't take too much for even a child to think about. It's like, hold on, you're saying that this thing is upside down and the right way up at the same time? It's stupid.
I don't think any one of them claims that, though, to be honest.
But it doesn't they don't have to specifically say what I said. Implications of a claim. If the implications are illogical, that's just another reason why that claim is stupid.
What is the implication of the claim that there's a ball with people sticking off of it at random angles?
Have I not articulated that about 10 times at this point?
I gotta agree with him, to be honest. Like, I mean, that, like, if you're on the ball, like, then technically there's omnidirectionality, right? I mean, to say that on a ball there's omnidirectionality, if you had a bunch of ants crawling around on a basketball, like, the ants can actually walk upside down, so, like, technically they are upside down, but for their vantage point, they're right side up. So, like, you would have to go into the other, like, presuppositions it's built upon, and that's where you're going to get the lack of logic. Right.
Yeah, but the only way that works is in a system outside the system that we know.
And that's why I said, given other assumptions and assertions that they make, it could be proven to be epistemologically logical, right? Because you could derive, and you would derive a contradiction. But I'm just saying, on its face, in the abstract, in the void, it's not illogical.
The moment they put it into the void, it becomes illogical. Because this is why I think it's important to have these discussions, because they're using language that is based on reality. So up is a description of something in reality. If they then want to take that outside of reality, they can't use that word, which means their implications are an issue, but also it means that everything else they use to describe what they're claiming is an issue too, because they want to borrow from reality to describe anything but reality.
Well, maybe
that's illegal.
I mean, I just think about like the definition of logic. I mean, the first one is like the science that investigates the principles governing correct or reliable inference.
It is a reliable inference that if there was a ball with things on it, then there'd be omnidirectionality. Right? Like if you had a bunch of ants on a ball, it would be logically consistent to infer that for each position on that ball, there's a different up.
Right, but then you would have to add like the theory of gravity.
Yeah, you give them too much credit.
Well, no, that's the presuppositions is where you start to get the lack of logic, right? So, like, if you talk about gravity, then their idea of gravity is illogical. If you talk about them flying around the sun, they say that the Earth changes direction, but it doesn't change direction. That's illogical. That's the law of non-contradiction, right? But like, fundamentally, omnidirectionality on a ball isn't illogical. That inference is logical. If ball, then omnidirectional, right? Like, That's what he's saying. I don't disagree with him. Like the where it becomes illogical is all the presuppositions required to make the claim that that's what we're doing in reality. Right. Like say I have a spherical magnet and things are sticking to it in all directions. Well, like as you go to each different position, that's a different up relative to what it's on.
Within that frame, I know what you're getting at with it. But remember that the moment they invoke what they're invoking, they're bringing reality into their claim, right? So when you bring an ant to person, it doesn't matter. The way people and ants and all animals operate, they have this, what do you call it, this distribution of what is up, what is down. So that's connected to that.
No,
so the moment if they were just to leave it as a nondescript claim that didn't bring up anything about us, ants, or any other bit of reality that we know and how it operates, then sure, the omnidirectional thing could maybe work. But they don't say that though. They always connect it to reality, so they've violated logic by bringing up something that has a definitive up and down, for example, and then
It's the implications of how they apply it, but like.
Yeah, that's why I said what I said. Maybe I need to word it a bit more specifically. They could get away with it if it was just without bringing up anything about reality and just there is this ball and these things operate on this ball omnidirectional. Sure, but they never do that, do they? Does that make sense? Do you get me? I don't like giving credit to a fundamentally flawed idea at any level.
Well, the flaws come with all the presuppositions and implications of it applied to reality, like you're saying. But I'm just saying, like, the same thing with filling it move, right? Like, if you put the ant on the ball, on the basketball, and you move it, you barely move that basketball, like, the ant's not even going to know. Like, the ant, he may know because he'll be able to look around and see stuff moving, right? But they say we do that with this guy. Like, if you take a basketball ant on it and it barely moves, that ant can just freely walk around.
But think about this, right? This is why I like drilling down on this. I know it's a bit annoying, but the ant has a way of knowing whether it's the right side up or not. It has the ability to walk like on a ceiling, for instance, or whatever, because of the way they're designed. But it still knows its orientation. Same with us. We might not feel the fact that over this slow rotation that we've been turned upside down. But the moment we're anyway like a few degrees away from right side up, our internal what do you call it, the ear system, right, will know.
Circular canals.
Yeah, it will know that we're off. And the moment we're fully upside down, we're going to feel it. There's going to be a resulting reaction from that.
Yeah.
So you might not.
Your argument is actually built upon implications, though. So, like, again, though, like I'm just saying, like, he isn't actually wrong because, like, the actual logic of saying on a ball this happens is correct. Like, it would be illogical to say anything other than that, honestly. Okay, like, if you start with the presupposition, which is where the illogic is, right? But you start with the presupposition that you're on a ball, then the only logical way that could be the case is if there was omnidirectionality, right? There's no other logically consistent conclusion. Where you get into the problem is all of the implications of it. That's all I'm saying.
But I agree. But that was what I was talking with. Was it a rule about? But it was the implications of the claim.
Well, like you can make a video game. You could.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let's say it real quick. You can make a video game that the dude's jumping around a ball, like Mario. Some of those 3D Mario games or whatever, where he's being pulled towards the center and he's jumping around and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying with the other day about with logic. Like, easy colloquial way of thinking about logic is like, what could you program into even a game or some simulation? That will show you the absolute limits of what you couldn't logically program something to be and not be at the same time, even in a computer game. That will show but you could program in a unicorn, a ball, a fucking whatever the fuck. You couldn't program in relativity. They can program in supposed relativistic effects, but you couldn't program in real relativity with no absolute frame of reality, with no absolute inertial frame. They'd still have a code which would be the absolute reality, which is mediating all of the relativistic whatever manifestation.
That's a good point, though, because if you bring it up like that, then the only way they can ever have their claim is in a non-provable way, which is the whole point, right? A non-falsifiable thing, because it doesn't have any relation to reality.
It's all on affirming the consequent and begging the question, like the whole model.
The moment they try to say that has anything to do with the reality, then of course it's silly. But if they want to keep it in like fantasy land, then yeah, it's logically sound within the fantastical non-existent world, sure. But even then, I beg to differ, because they're using language that isn't from a fantasy world. That's just me being a nitpicker.
I mean, their epistemology is where I actually the illogical epistemology is where I even got into flat earth myself, because I came from the realization that viruses don't exist because the epistemology is ass backwards. And from that...
Could you elaborate on that? I'm curious.
Oh, it's very simple, really. They just never... That's way simpler than flat earth. That's why I was able to stake my claim on that very early. And I announced it to everyone. I wasn't even abashed about it. Because basically, in order to prove something exists, you have to actually show that it exists. It's got no geometry, no math involved. It's just like, okay, you're claiming that this particle exists, but you never actually isolate a particle ever. You never show, and you don't show that. You don't even show that the non-isolated goop that you've called something which you were basically calling a virus culture or something containing a virus. Even that has never been used to transfer any disease ever, right? So there's just there's neither proof nor even evidence, supporting evidence. Proof would be if they actually isolated a particle, showed it to have the morphology that they say it has, take that particle and show it to have the function that they say it has, which is the ability to replicate and cause tissue breakdown as compared to a control. And then the evidence would be at least to then take fluid, at least supporting evidence, one could say, it's because they're basically saying, some of them will claim, oh, we just can't do it. It's just, there's not enough, there's not this, that, whatever. Right? But they could at least show some evidence, not proof, by taking fluid from any sick person and making any healthy person sick ever. Never been done. And they've tried.
They have the opposite. People have done that, and the opposite has happened.
Exactly. In the Spanish flu, they supposedly have gone to their own experiment. I don't even know if this is true or whatever, but let's just take their word for it. The Rosenau experiments, they took fluid goop from a bunch of sick Spanish flu soldiers and injected it, smeared it, coughed it, snorted it into a bunch of healthy people. Not a single person got sick. And there are a bunch of other experiments as well. I just forget the names. Basically doing the same thing. They don't do it any more obvious reasons. They'll say it's human rights violation, blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah, but have you never had an experience where you feel like you caught a cold from someone? Or like one person in the household gets sick and then everyone else gets the same thing?
I mean, that's the genius of what they did. This is literally just like, I see all the pattern. The reason it was
correlation causation error.
Exactly, because you have a vague notion, just like with the globe, because of the spherical nature of eyes and the fact that you do see some phenomenon that kind of subconsciously tell you about, like, feel like curvature. Same thing. You just have a vague notion, and it's enough for the person who's not looking into it, who's not that skeptical, just be, I'll just roll with it. Seems to kind of make sense. That kind of feels right. And on top of that, with the so-called catching a cold, there could be something to some sort of sympathetic reaction, some sort of non-physical, non-particulate communication, which is not causing someone else to get sick, but basically just like, what trees do to communicate. Synchronized cycles, blah, 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 whatever. That's possible, but that's not substantiated.
And you know what they do as well is they use other things that are contagious, right? So I think it's like molds and stuff. Molds and stuff do transfer. This is why you got to deal with like the clothing and back like when it used to be in the old days. They would isolate them on purpose because that mold can transfer to the clothing, etc. But they use things like that do have proof, and they connect it with these notional ideas of viruses, and they get people to have these correlation errors in their mind of how it works.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, if you had more data, it could be, well, he had a compromised immune system, so did the other guy, and then they came into contact with the same thing, so they both got compromised. As opposed to the conclusion people will get to, it was like, oh, he had a cold, and then I talked to him, and then I got a cold because of him. So, well, no. That's just a jumping to conclusion.
I mean, the entire paradigm of biology is just as fucked as anything else in the world, and it's even worse because here they're not even people can at least people will engage with the argument when it comes to flat Earth because you're talking about geometry and very rigid, tangible things. When it comes to biology, right? People's genetics makes literally zero sense on a philosophical, logical, and metaphysical level. How the fuck does a random sequence of molecules strung together, due to what laws of physics, chemistry, whatever you want to invoke, because they believe in materialism, right? What would cause a sequence of molecules to result in a macroscopic functional feature? What is the chain of events? They say DNA is the code. Okay, what's reading the code? Is this physical code just some unknown laws of physics manifested to horns and eyeballs? And
You know why they have a problem when it comes to biology? It's because they just put it all down to stuff. They don't have an explanation for what life is. Because if we just break you, whoever you are, a rule into your component parts, you're just water and minerals and whatever else, right? That's not you. You're not alive just because of that. There is something that gets those things put together and has them alive. So if they can't define that and understand that, then they're not really going to be able to ever do anything past a certain level of description. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. There's no organizing principle in their worldview which holds all of the matter together in this functional, structured, coherent, and which I was talking about.
They don't know what life is. They only know what death is.
Yeah, but there's no link from even DNA empirically based on the experiments that they've done. It's sketchy in and of itself. But let's say DNA exists, these sequences of molecules which somehow have some correlation towards different phenotypes, as they would call them. But where is the link from molecular sequence to macroscopic feature like horn or finger or human body versus rhinoceros versus this versus that? Where is the link? Like, where is the causal chain of events that goes from DNA to macroscopic coordination of form and function?
I don't know. Have they got an argument for that?
No, not a single person. Not a single person. They just say, "Oh, it's in your DNA," and everyone just fucking parrots it. That's what I started off my complete what they would call Dunning-Kruger rejection of an entire scientific paradigm, because I did that when I was like fucking 12.
It seems like they're doing. It seems like they're working backwards. Because it would make more sense to me that it would be an expression of what's already there, as opposed to that it's the reason for
the key component.
Let me just do one more thing. So like, we understand the basics like of you reap and you sow, right? But that, like, just the basic one, you put the seed in the ground, the plant comes up. But the idea of taking the DNA sequences and saying that's responsible for that effect would be akin to me saying the reason a seed grows because you sowed it is because I wrote this down on a piece of paper to write that rule down. That's what I think the error is. They're doing it completely like flip reversed.
Exactly. It's like if I said, if I wrote down some sheet music on a piece of paper and then some musician came in and played it on the, and I said, oh yeah, it's because of the music that was written on the piece. Okay, but who took that in?
Yeah, the music was made first in the conductor's mind or the composer's mind, and then he wrote it down.
Because code by definition is arbitrary, right? Code is not logically necessary. Like the entailments of code are not like logical entailments. There's something that someone is deciphering them and producing and using that as part of using a cipher to come up with necessarily arbitrary mappings from that code. So something has to see this. So let's say there is DNA. Something would have to look at the DNA and go, okay, that. Okay, so I should put this, and this in this position, that position, this position. The code's not going to do it itself, just like you said. The sheet music is not going to play itself.
Mm-hmm. Plus, the other thing is they already have. This is where I wonder why they have this twisted notion. It's because they have this understanding of what they call epigenetics. And long story short, you could basically rewrite your DNA by your life choices. Right?
And that completely flat. I mean, that's the same thing, just like in
right. So that should lead them to at least consider that the influence is outside of the DNA, not the other way around.
But that's just like the ether. It's like they have to later concede it, right? They have like but in a different form, in a different, completely disconnected thing. They'll say quantum form or whatever the fuck they call it. I don't know. But same thing with epigenetics. They know that what you do causes a shape, causes your form to change. When you work out, that is a macroscopic signal. But then somehow the microscopic registers and then translates back to macroscopic. How? What is this black box phenomenon? If it was just genes. So they have to then come up with a name. Oh, it's epigenetics. And then everyone just parrots it. Epigenetics. Oh, that's just Holy shit.
Do you know why though? I reckon it's an obsession with not acknowledging the fact that these lot are created. They want to do everything but acknowledge the basics, like, whether we like it or not. Somebody had to have created this thing, and that there are some things about what quote unquote life is that they just don't understand.
Yeah, and it's boiled down to the point where they've so there was, I don't know, the point when like they were coming up with materialism. All their science was basically just to do with like basically macroscopic shit. So they basically wanted to conceive of the world of like levers and chains and gears and pulleys. And that's when Descartes came up with the flawed notion that the heart is a pump, right? When they were back in this worldview of everything.
This is full circle from the other week. That's great.
It's just levers and chains. And so that was where their physicalism and materialism sprung out. But as it went on, their physicalism had to concede more and more metaphysics. And it's just basically at this point, their worldview is completely metaphysical. Completely, it has a god called the universe or whatever, some form of god, simulation, universe, some shit. It's just that the god has to not be conscious. That's ultimate or like intelligent. Ultimately, that's what it boils down to. They don't want the heart of reality to be conscious or intelligent.
Because then they would have to humble themselves.
I don't know what the reason is. I don't think it's just about humbling themselves, or like some Christians say, oh, they don't want to be accountable or they're scared because I'm not a Christian. I used to be, but I'm not anymore. And I don't think that God's going to punish people for jacking off or whatever, unfaithfulness or what. So, but I deeply want and want to acknowledge, and I also acknowledge it's not a question of wishful thinking, that there is a creator, there is an intelligence, there is primary consciousness, whatever you want to call it. But some people just at a very aesthetic level don't like that. It's not because of some moral qualms. I know people who are very, even by Christian standards, moral people who just don't like that idea.
It's folly and pride. Because
humble people, that's what confuses me. I think it's a very I know humble, moral atheists who just don't like the notion of there being a conscious force, which is primary to all of reality.
Yeah, but that means they're foolish. You can be a humble fool.
But they're not even foolish too. They're smart, somewhat smart. They're smarter than me.
Yeah, I think you'd have to refine your understanding of what a fool is.
Fair enough. Maybe
because like if regardless of whether you choose to behave in a manner that's pleasing to said creator, to not even acknowledge that there is a creator in the first place, or that creation is a thing, that's a folly. It doesn't matter how well behaved you are, how nice and peaceful you are. That's a fundamental folly. Unless you have like brain damage. If you have like physical brain damage, then I suppose give you a pass. Like,
no, I agree with that. I agree that there is something really sick about it. I just can't quite. People's usual reasons for why people do that, I'm not sold on it.
Whether they're blind. Like folly doesn't necessarily mean that you're intentionally an idiot, or you could just be blind to it.
Yeah.
Like for instance, until you decided to look into it, you were a fool with respect to what you were living on. You were fooled by the notion of the globe. It's not all your fault, but still a fool. Now, the thing to do is when the question comes up, it's like, do I want to remain a fool? If you choose to remain a fool, then
becoming a little bit.
Then you suffer for it, right? But if you realize that you were in folly and you do something about it, then there you go. You've made the right decision.
You are correct. I was a fool, but that's kind of coming full circle in the discussion, and that's why I even made the point that, like, on its face, to someone who's not looking into the specifics or the implications of as Whitsitt said, a globe is in and of itself illogical. In and of itself, right? And I don't want to drag this topic back up, right. But people who deny God are being in and of itself illogical.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily because they want to be. They like if you can't see, you can't see. Like you can't help a blind person for running into a flipping lamppost. You didn't see it.
And the difference being is the globe. You do need to like research contingent facts, meaning facts which one could not derive by pure mentation, pure thought. Whereas the existence of God,
it
one
requires
could derive.
diligence.
Yeah, it requires empirical investigation of contingent facts. Whereas for God, you don't need any empirical investigation. You can do it purely by thought alone.
Yeah, I think so.
No, it's definitely.
That's I think because actually the major. I think when you actually talk with some of these people who, like you were describing, was it moral and humble atheists?
Mhm.
However weird a notion that might be, I think if you get them down to what they actually believe, it's not necessarily that they claim there is no God, because that's the folly, or there is no creator. That's the folly. If they're just like, I don't know, I can't quite make my mind up, that's just an honest person who has a lack of understanding.
That's true. That's true.
But you have to actually have that individual conversation with them. But for the most part, the majority of them, as like, let's just categorize them generally, they usually have the folly response of, no, there definitely isn't a God, which is just stupid.
I've even met like a flat earther who's an atheist, by the way. That's the rare, and this wasn't just like a casual flat earther. This was a guy who has all his receipts and ducks in a row, and he's got all the talking points. He understands everything. But
How does he define atheism?
he doesn't believe that there's a God.
But does he point blank say that there isn't one, or he just
He
chooses
says
not to believe in one?
there is no God and there's no spiritual being. Everything's just physical.
Oh well, then he's a mug.
Yeah, but he's not. But he knows everything. He knows all the major arguments. Better
Yeah,
than me.
doesn't like knowing what's obvious doesn't stop you from being a fool.
I know. I'm not just all of that. I agree with that point. That I was a fool. A lot of other people were fools.
And yeah, and by the way, I wasn't necessarily poking at you. I'm just anyone who was in something that was a lie. By definition, they were fooled by that subject, and they were a fool in that time.
Be honest,
I've noticed about atheism and agnosticism, though, for certain people, some people seem so rigid in that, of course, but I've seen so many where they can flip out of that very quick. Like I know a lot of people in real life and just where people that were either agnostic or atheist, for years, it's like they can pop out of that very quickly. So
they're mainly just, they don't want to make a hardline decision. Because that's why I said what I said about most atheists. Well, maybe not. I don't know. If you actually drill them down on the subject, they don't always come to the definitive conclusion that there definitely isn't one. They just usually they don't know, and they don't want to believe in it for whatever reason.
Then that's agnostic. But see, this current like Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm that we're in supports that. So that's another thing. A lot of people were brought up to where that's the kind of standard, science and materialism, and and there's a bit of a downplay with religion and spirituality in general. So I'm just saying a lot of people, went that route because it's sort of like almost a default because of that Newtonian Cartesian type of paradigm and this kind of scientific materialism. So it's kind of easy to default on that without going on your own and figuring it out for yourself.
And the other thing is they don't want to be associated as well. I think it's nowadays with the younger ones, it's a little different. But from before, the majority of the like strong atheistic positions were people who used to be Catholics or used to be Christians, and they hated the way that their personal experience of religion was, that they just rejected it entirely and chose the next best thing according to their perspective, which was atheism. But it wasn't necessarily a critical conclusion. It was just a rejection of everything else.
And then that always baffled me because, like, even at a young age, like the conflation of religion and God is just the weirdest conflation. I never understood that even as a child. I was like, well, why?
That's by design, though.
Why would
It's completely by design.
I hate this religion sucks. Therefore, God doesn't. Like why would people will say? I don't know. They make that illogical, again, logic fallacy.
It's an emotional response, though. But I don't blame them, considering what we know about how the Catholics behave, because they were like one of the main contributors to like the atheistic movement, because of how degenerate they were, and to me, it's one is a result of their behavior. The other thing is, I think it's by design. They
cultivate the quote unquote religion to be such a thing that people will associate, like you're saying, incorrectly, emotionally, the institution with just the notion of a creator, and they'll conflate the two. I'm of the opinion that that's all on purpose. And another statistic that's pretty, I don't know whether how accurate it is, but at least I've heard, and I've seen like anecdotes from in my own experience, that people will be raised up in quote unquote faith. They get sent off to school or college or whatever. They come back and they're atheists. Well, they clearly weren't raised in faith properly, because if that's the result, then something was wrong in the foundation. Because like, let's say you were raised a mechanic, and you knew how to build cars, and then you go off to some place and they start spouting a bunch of rubbish, and you come back and suddenly you can't fix cars. That doesn't happen because you were trained how to do it. Like, you come back, you recognize the parts, you know the techniques, right? But somewhere along the line with the quote unquote faith and concepts there was a major error done, that they could go off for 3 years, 4 years, and come back and completely reject everything that they'd learned when they were younger. So to me, it's all evidence in favor of that they've done this on purpose to demoralize mankind, actually.
I don't even know why they do it. I don't even have much grudge against them, to be honest. Looking at how dumb people are, like, it's almost like I feel like they deserve it at this point. After COVID, I have no sympathy for anyone, because it's like it feels will.
It's hard to have sympathy. I can appreciate that.
The children are the only collateral damage I feel sorry for.
Mm-hmm. Because they didn't do anything to deserve this bullshit.
Yeah, they didn't choose it. Yeah. And, they're dragging their kids to get vaccinated. I don't know if it's TOS to say that. Yeah.
Don't worry, Gio will just ban you for life. It's fine.
No, but unfortunately, I guess we have to somehow live under these social media companies. Terms of insanity.
You should do like a masterclass one day, Gio, to teach everyone how to build a radio, and then you just set up an independent radio station.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
Use a bit of Tesla's technology so that you don't have to deal with the limitations that have been imposed on it.
That would be really cool.
And then everyone just turns into Earth Awakenings 107.5.
Shouldn't one of the biggest points that the flat Earth community talks about is like, give us the rights to explore 60 degrees south latitude? Because I'm claustrophobic as fuck right now. Now that I'm woken up to this, I can never stop thinking about that, to be honest. I'm just obsessed.
I think that phrasing though shows one of the psyops. It's like that somebody has to give you the right. That I know that's not necessarily what you meant.
Yeah, it's not what I meant.
But it's been put like that on purpose, because did anybody give you the right to breathe? Did they have to write it into paper for you to take?
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's just the control that they're asserting. For example, could you hop the fence and break into the White House? It's like,
No.
you're never gonna have. I mean, you're gonna get
Right,
stopped.
but I'm not gonna. I'm like, if it's something that actually belongs to me, if I'm asking for it, then I've already. But by the fact that I'm asking for something that actually belongs to me, it's like, imagine I'm asking my neighbor to take a breath. That's twisted. So now the discussion has to be, does it actually belong to us? Maybe it's a different question, but let's go on the assumption that just because it's like, it's Earth, right? It's been given to mankind. Then if we're asking their permission, then we've done an error. If we want it, we should go and take it. Like, if you want to take a breath, you take it. You don't ask for it, you take it.
Well, I know, but in this scenario,
I'm not inciting violence. I'm just talking about the way in which we think about a subject.
Yeah, but also I would say there's a realisticness that if you're going to just go to Antarctica with a boat and think that you're going to not be stopped, I mean, I guess it's like a kamikaze mission, basically. It's like,
I agree.
It's like a bunch of gangsters that's protecting their thing. So,
Yeah, that's why it has to be thought about. It's like, is it worth it? If it is worth it, then you should be willing to, like, maybe think about it like this: if it's something that's worth dying for, then you should organize and go get it. If it's
if
not
we all
worth,
went,
if
if we
it's
all
not
went,
worth,
they're probably not going to kill everybody if we all tried it.
there you go, right? That's what I mean. Like, instead of trying to beg for something, it's like, hold on, if we just stop playing the game, then we don't have to beg for it. Like,
Okay,
for instance, with all this stuff that happened these last 3 years, the only reason it happened is because people just assumed that it was the right thing to do and they went along with it. But the people who didn't, they realized, hold on a minute, I'm not actually being imposed upon. I can walk around and take a breath whenever I feel like it, and I don't have to cover my face. So it's the same kind of thing. But the trouble is trying to convince your fellow man that it's a good idea to take control of your own life. That's
my phrasing was poor. What I really mean is, shouldn't that be one of the biggest sort of frames, like so that like everyone, flat, globe, whatever, agnostic on the issue, should just be like, okay, but why can't we just travel there? Like, why there should just be this resounding current of like, why can't we go there? Why can't we go there? And that way, people who do try to go there are just a bit more protected, because now there's this sentiment spreading, which is like, okay, why can't they go there? They're promising they're not going to hurt anyone. They're saying you can check our boats, our ships, our planes, our whatever. You make sure we have nothing, no contraband. We're not going to kill the penguins. Blah blah blah.
Well, that's where the globe is. In a way, it's effective as like a mind, like a prison for the mind, because I think the majority of people think, because of maybe pictures from space or whatever they think, that it's just sort of an icy thing down there, and that's all there is. Just ice. It's cold. There's nothing really there. So why would they really want to? So that's the thing. It's like a lot of people just assume that there's really nothing to look at there.
Sure. And they don't have to want to. They can still think it's dumb, but they should be like, because these people are the same kind of people. I'm talking about the lumpen proletariat of, like, you know, basic so-called red pill, so-called awakened people who are like, I'll defend free speech. I don't disagree with you, but I'll defend it to like that. Those kind of people. They should be the kind of people who are like, oh yeah. We don't think we think it's a globe, but you know, I think they should be allowed to go there as long as they pass inspection test and this and that. Like that sort of undercurrent needs to start bubbling up. So that's when there's going to be a real critical mass, I think. Not just to go there, but just like with the whole that'll what we were talking about earlier, discovering the true nature of the Earth. That's going to be a massive step in that direction.
Yeah, I think sheer numbers is a good way to play it.
Well, that happened with like,
if you get thousands and thousands of boats all sailing with their white flags up, like, what are they going to do? They're going to have a real problem on their hands.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead, Gio. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, that's exactly. That's kind of an extreme, like, you know, Storm Antarctica kind of thing. But I was just going to say that, I mean, that happened with cannabis, you know, like they had told us that that marijuana, cannabis was just terrible, fries your brain, all this stuff, all this misinformation, just brutal lies and misinformation for decades, you know, 60s, 70s, 80s, not even into the 90s. And there was a little bit of the medicinal components of cannabis that was starting to stir, like there were little groups and things in the 90s, but then through just the sheer, you know, efforts of everybody to do more research and to push and push and push, now it's to the point to where, you know, that kind of deception of that it's harmful has now been replaced by, oh, it's medicinal and legal. So I'm not trying to go into a whole conversation on that. I'm just saying that there is something to be said for the more people, you know, from multiple angles that that are pushing for something, you know, there can be effectiveness through that.
Yeah, and that's parallel. That's exactly the example I was thinking of. I just want, they just have discussion again. I'm not even asking for any action. There's no Fed posting. I'm not saying go and do it. But I'm just saying everyone should just. I just want everyone to start asking, why can't they do it? Why can't they? Why not? Why not? Just make it vital.
That's a good point. You know what's interesting with the cannabis discussion is that it started changing in individual states, and that points out a subject that we kind of talk on here, like now and then, about what actually is lawful and all this different stuff. Because these federal laws, they don't actually apply. They're not actually a lawful thing that can be applied properly, because each state is supposed to be its own country. Now it operates like in a dualistic system, and this is why you have these weird contradictions. But how many states is it now, Gio, that have legalized it?
Oh, it's a good question. Oh, it's probably more than half, I think. I mean, there's different levels, and if you talk about the United States, there's like medical, there's all these different levels.
Right.
So
you see how it's individualized to the individual countries.
It's probably like 35 or 40 that have some level of legalization,
Right.
but that's just my general guess.
I wonder whether that's another avenue for something like this. This, like, what would you call it? What, like this imposition of this treaty with quote unquote the continent of Antarctica. If people start approaching it from the way that they approach the subject, like cannabis, so what if all these different states just start going, you know what? I don't agree with this treaty. I'm not accepting it. Then what can they do? It's like legally from this from this state, you're allowed to travel. We're no longer imposing this treaty on you. And if they keep doing that, then people are going to have issues. It's just a suggestion, but I think it's when people started applying it, then they realized, hold on, the Fed can't actually tell me what to do because I'm a Texan or I'm a Georgian or whatever flipping state I happen to live in.
That's one of the things about the shape of the Earth. Not even necessarily defining what it is, but the not being a globe part of it. That's one of the ways in which it's sort of like, I guess maybe the equivalent is like, okay, cannabis is not just frying your brain. It's like, okay, what does it actually do? What are the medicinal? What are its true capacities? Is another question. But let's just say, like, the science that is definitely not damaging, and all the stuff that they originally were trying to say, this is your brain on drugs and frying an egg and all that BS. So once that was dispelled, then it was like, okay, well, at least it should be legal and so on. So I guess with the Earth thing, what the Earth fully is a whole deeper question. But the discussion that it isn't a globe could, that's why there's the level of importance of this. Like if it gets to the point where enough people are wanting to, talking more about it or thinking it so on, it gets to a point where there could be enough people that are like, hey, what's in Antarctica? Why are you keeping us from there? And all of that.
You can nullify the treaty because it's based on something that's not true. Based on the notion that it's a continent by these definitions, you go, hold on, that's not the case. So this treaty doesn't apply. And if a bunch of states start agreeing on this, they build their own treaty and say, you know what, actually, we're going to go and investigate it. We're going to come to the bottom of this. So I can't imagine it's going to be easy, but if people approach it in a similar way and they really mean it, I wouldn't be surprised if they get some positive results one way. So
with the cannabis
when,
thing,
when you're ready, Gio, you can captain the fleet.
I'm not much for the cold, and I'm not much for a risky journey, but I support it in certain ways. But I don't think I'd want to be one of the first.
I mean, you got to grow a beard and start setting it on fire. Become the pirate.
I mean, I think the restrictions would have to be, lowered. It was sort of like linking to the cannabis thing. Like if you're walking around with a bag of weed, whatever, it's like when it was illegal and you're just going to be arrested and put in jail for life, in some areas, which is, for life is extreme, but there are some people that are in jail for life for just a bag of weed. So yeah, I mean, that to me, that's equivalent to just being like, hey, we're going to Antarctica right now. We're piloting a ship. It's just like a kamikaze mission. But if it got to a point, I mean, I was just looking at this little map for the cannabis thing. There's only 4 states in the United States where it's completely illegal. And then there's only like 7 in which it's like CBD only, like the male plant, CBD part of it. And then all the other ones are either decriminalized or medical. So, I mean, I'm not trying to make the complete comparison, but it's like, yeah, right now the Antarctica thing is pretty locked down. But yeah, I mean, if there was enough people speaking up about it, could it get to a point to where there could be... Thing is, I don't think they ever will with Antarctica because that would expose so much.
There's another thing because you mentioned how like it keeps them in like a prison in their mind because they think they're on a bull, right? About Antarctica. Do you think they actually have the resources to block off the whole circumference of the Earth?
That's what I thought. I was like,
because I would just stress test it like you stress test anything else. You're like, okay, well this entrance didn't work. Maybe I'll try another route up the mountain. And then eventually you'll be like, you know what? These guys are actually full of it. They're only guarding like these few little points, and we're just gonna go and do our thing.
Apparently they have some buoy system and some bunch of shit. I don't even know. I'm not savvy enough.
I'd want to at least have a better idea instead of just the claims of however they present the story.
saying that's apparently. But anyway, I'm not even asking for the action. I'm just saying I want this to be a Joe Rogan tier discussion point. Why not just go there then? I mean, I don't believe that it's a globe, just like I don't believe his viewpoint, but I defend his right to say it. I don't believe it's a globe, but I defend their right to go there.
I think
just that's a talking point.
I think there's a few difficulties practically. No, talking about it, yeah, I'm in agreement with that. It's a good point. But in terms of getting through the physical challenge,
I mean,
there's a few things you could do. You could send like unmanned drones just to get data.
Here's a counter psyop tactic. Basically, instead of saying Antarctica is a place where there's like where it's like you could have the notion that it could be the perimeter of our known world also there, but there could also be something for these normies, a counter psyop tactic where it's like, oh, this is like a resource laden place. I mean, already the basic shit, and somewhat extra spin where Joe Rogan tier alien worshipping fucking Stephen Greer people are like, well, why can't they go there? Like, we can have a test. We can make sure that we can have a checkpoint where you can test whether they have any contraband.
I've got a funny one. You get a bunch of people to agree on a religion that requires them to do a pilgrimage to the border.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
So then it would be religious persecution if they get in the way of it.
Happened into Islam, no TOS.
But there is an issue though, because from the information I have looked into, as reliable as it can be when I've never been there myself, certain equipment just doesn't work past a certain point when you go that far out. So that's one thing in terms of, okay, how are we going to get there? How are we going to know where we're navigating if we do go there? Can we send unmanned drones? Will we get information? Will it just drop off and we'll lose all comms? And then the other thing is, if that's a problem for us to even think of reconnoitering the area, how much more so would it be a problem for those people who claim to be guarding it if their equipment doesn't even work there? You might just rock up on a steamboat with a grappling hook and just go, okay, well, I'm going to go on my merry way, and they might not even notice.
No,
I'm just suggesting ideas. I'm not necessarily making a definitive point.
Yeah, but why
discussion at the very least?
Why not by like one of those Zeppelin type things? Like, wouldn't those that be the ideal way to just like? You don't need to be going in any. You just have to be going south, right? You don't have to go in any specific direction.
I was just gonna say it'd be cool if you just like set several people on a path, on each one of the longitudes from the north, and everyone just headed out their own direction towards the south, and just to see what ends up happening. But if you have everyone coming from every single longitude, that's more than a handful of people. That'd be interesting. And I'm sure it wouldn't be even that expensive to charter a boat, to fly a plane, whatever. That'd be interesting.
Any strong swimmers in the group? We need some crazy Russians who like the cold.
Maybe just get from Australia, from South Africa, and from South America. Just have those three people just venture out towards the south, see what happens.
If it's a boat, what are they going to turn around? If it's a plane, what are they going to do? Shoot it out of the sky?
Well, it wouldn't be probably wouldn't be smart to take a plane.
I guess. What about something which doesn't require that much fuel, like a Zeppelin or something?
All right. Oh yeah.
Just hire a dragon.
It would be smart to maybe get some type of craft that they can't deem as like polluting, or like they try to use that excuse. They don't want you to pollute that area. So maybe something along Zeppelin would be like
exactly. And they can check
solar.
You could take a bunch of endangered species and just attach them to your vessel. So if they try and do anything, they're endangering them.
They're gonna just like cops putting cocaine in your backseat, just like fucking. They'll be, oh look, this guy has a tiger in his back. Oh, he was like, what the fuck? I don't have a tiger. Look, well, what is this tiger then? Look, it's the back.
Just say you're returning them. Returning them to their natural environment.
There is an easier, not an easier thing in terms of getting over there, but something that if you're going to go through that much effort of exploring something, then if you have enough people from all, like you're saying, I think it was Apocryphon was saying the different longitude lines or whatever. But like if you all simultaneously went out and then you go, hold on a minute, we've all gone out in this direction and we're not seeing each other. Our spatial relation between one another doesn't suggest that we're around a continent, but rather that we're within a circumference. Could be like another evidence in favor.
Right.
Because if that was a massively organized simultaneous event, that's a thing. We'll try and organize that. I don't know. Try and get people to ever agree on something. Mankind doesn't do well at being in agreement with it.
Everyone's getting turned away at like multiple different points. Like, how can we all be at Antarctica? We're all getting turned away at all the random points in the so-called globe.
Well, I was gonna say, it's kind of like they don't really have to patrol the entire area. Probably just the areas that are closest to like land. You know, like let's say like from between Africa and South America, they probably don't have to like monitor that whole entire part. Probably just more around where the land is than the big, vast, empty, middle part of it.
We could send them on a wild goose chase. Just start planning operations. Just watch them scramble.
But that'd be super dangerous, though, if you think about it. Like, just being that far out into the middle of the water, middle of the ocean, that'd be crazy.
Take a what's it? Those container vessels?
Subway?
No.
Submarine?
No.
Those, you mean like a container? Yeah. Like a container ship?
Shipping container stuff. But one of those massive ones, and then just have an ecosystem built on it with fresh food and fresh water and all that. Then you could go out into the middle of any ocean and you'd be fine.
Right.
Yeah, just take a town, put it on a boat, and just sail away.
They tried that. The movie was called Waterworld.
How did it end?
Not very good for them.
Okay, so it must be a good idea then. You always have to flip the narrative. If it's bad, it's bad in the movies, then it's probably good in real life. Same with like, the superhero movies, all of that. The bad guy is usually the good guy.
Well, sort of like if you have a bunch of prisoners that don't know they're prisoners, like they don't even know they're in a prison, and that's how you're keeping your control, then you kind of have it while they don't believe they're in a prison. But if they start figuring it out, if you want to use the term waking up, whatever term you want to use, once they start figuring it out, you're going to lose your control, or they're going to lose their control.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of, to me, what with Antarctica, the North Pole, I don't think there's any way right now that maybe some crazy idea that you get thousands of people and they all go at different directions, and that would be pretty extreme, and probably would be violent, and there'd be a lot of death, which would not be good.
No, this has to just be like initially just like I said, just a rhetorical thing that spreads around. There's no one going, just like everyone asking why can't we go, and then just like people proposing and not doing anything, not going anywhere, but just like setting up ways in which they could vet that they're not going to harm the penguins or the flora or the ice caps or anything. Right? Just like basically just like I don't know. I think that's because that'll get more than 1,000 people. That if it could become a meme like marijuana, that could just be like that would be ideal.
Well, if you think about it, like you don't even have to go all the way. You could just see what happens if you get to the 60th parallel, and then I mean, we'll see if if that stands true or not.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good as well. It's like everyone from like just marking their journey from different points, and they're going to get to that point and be turned back in completely different directions on a globe. And then,
one of the things that could be pretty easily done it's not too easy, but it's if you went to like the 58th parallel, maybe 59, 57, and then just measure the distance.
You can't even see
Right.
from there.
And just go around it, right? And just like go to like even the 55th one, and then just travel all along the 55th until you get back to that original longitude at which you started. And if that doesn't equal that, 45,000 mile journey, whatever it is, well then, then we have some questions to be answered, I guess.
Every time it takes way longer, they say, "Oh, it must have been that the weather was throwing us off, and we weren't actually able to accurately determine the distance, and blah blah. And we must have been going slower than we thought we were."
That's why we have to do it ourselves.
That's consistently recorded. Super funny to me is like, dude, you can't even see Antarctica from the 60 south latitude. To me, the most like enlightening part about this, right, is that there are people that are well familiar with this conversation that still deny that you can't privately freely explore Antarctica. Like they still deny that in 2023. They deny that
because they're denialists.
That's so weird, dude. It's like, what?
They call us conspiracy theorists for thinking that they think you can go. They're like, what's stopping you? Go do it right now. Anyone can do it. Like, are you guys? What world are you living in?
There's a cruise ship. There's a cruise line that will take you there.
Yeah, I know. And you only go where you're allowed to go. Dude.
Do I have to do it doesn't matter if you. It doesn't matter if you go where you're allowed to go. The fact that you still go there.
It does matter. The whole point is that we want.
Can I just get in here and give you an analogy, right? Can I give you an analogy, right? If I invite you to my house for a house party, and I say that you can only go in the lounge, does that mean you can freely explore my house?
Yeah, it doesn't prove that you don't have a house, buddy. You still have a house.
Yeah. No one's saying the house doesn't exist, bro.
Yeah, you're saying Antarctica doesn't exist. There's no ice wall.
No one's saying. Nobody is saying that. So I'll ask you again. If I invite you to my house for a house party and you're only allowed in the lounge, are you allowed to freely explore my house?
Yes or no?
There's no laws that state you
can't even say yes or no.
You can't even say yes or no to that. Fantastic. So the problem is that we can't even get you to actually understand the argument. So
no, because you're making a baseless argument with no. It's baseless. You can go to Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast did a fucking video where he went to Antarctica himself and he walked around.
What is my argument?
He saw it on YouTube.
Dude, what is my argument?
Yeah, but did you hear what all he had to do to get to that?
Wait, let him.
Okay, go. Yeah, you're right.
Just stick to this, please. Can we just stick to this? Please repeat back to me what my argument is.
Your argument is that since I'll only allow you in one room of the house, you're not able to freely explore the house, which has no correlation to the argument at hand.
Yeah, it does. That's the whole point.
It absolutely doesn't, because there's no.
I don't understand it.
First of all, okay, who wrote the rules that say you can't go to Antarctica? Show me where the rules are written and show me what government. They have no government in Antarctica. No one governs in it. There's no governance of Antarctica. You can go there anytime you want. Go there right now.
You're just wrong about everything you're saying.
That's just a red herring. It doesn't
red herring. That's real.
Well, can I explain why it's a red herring without you getting all up in your feelings? Okay,
so you can go to Antarctica. It's a real thing. People do it all the time. It's not a big thing.
He's fully committed to the feelings, it seems.
All right, let's just go one at a time, and we can.
Yeah, I know you're. Sorry, Gio. Yeah, I know you're all up in your feelings, dude. But here's the argument. The argument is that you're not allowed to freely explore Antarctica, which is true.
Says who?
The Antarctic Treaty.
That does not have anything to do with the Antarctic Treaty. It has nothing to do with that at all. You fucking moron.
That's what I'm saying. They don't deserve to know the truth, dude.
He doesn't deserve another second. What?
Yeah, I'll be real.
You don't even know what the Antarctic Treaty is. You bring up the Antarctic Treaty. It has nothing to do with fucking what you're saying.
Shut up.
So there's two. Yeah, there's the. Go ahead.
That's a great quote. The Antarctic Treaty has nothing to do with Antarctica.
Yeah, there's two things. There's the Antarctic
No,
Treaty.
it has
but there's-
nothing to do with what you're saying. It's a totally baseless, ignorant, misplaced claim. It's so
Wow.
stupid. Have you ever read the treaty? Have you
Yes.
ever read the treaty?
Yes.
Or you just read that, or you just read the meme that Bro Sanchez put on the screen.
Have you read it?
Of course, I've read the fucking thing. I know who wrote it. You know who wrote it?
You didn't read it. What does Article 7 say?
Crickets.
Well, there's two things. There's the Antarctic Treaty, which is the thing that was, signed back in the, whatever, 60, 61, whatever the year was. But there's also the Antarctic Treaty System. The Antarctic Treaty System is what is run through the United Nations. That's way beyond just what the Antarctic Treaty. The Antarctic Treaty itself is just one part of it all. The Antarctic Treaty System is the actual full governing structure that controls Antarctica and has all of the different stipulations and uses the United Nations, whatever they call it, the Peace Corps or whatever, which is connected through to the military and in terms of the military bases. And it's what gives the stipulations for the military areas that you can travel
talking
in.
about? The Peace Corps isn't a military.
Right. This guy's interrupting pretty chronically, but if you need to go ahead, man, go ahead.
Because you guys are just spouting pseudoscience, pseudoscience bullshit.
So emotional. This
Do you,
isn't even
yeah,
Do
you have any actual response?
Bro,
yeah, because you just said something absolutely insane. It makes no sense.
All right, do you have a response
It's
other than
almost
just
a full moon, and he's
Yeah.
on his double flow.
Do you have any response to have a productive conversation, or did you just want to yell at people?
Cricket.
Did he figure out what Article 7 was?
No.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
not here for a quiz, dude. I'm not here for a quiz. I don't need to look up answers. I already have them all.
All right, well, we're not going to let you disrupt the chat. So if you want to have
The
a productive
assumption of
conversation, you can. Otherwise, we'll move on.
I agree.
I add something. I've got something that might be relevant to this conversation.
Okay, real fast. I meant to say Article 6 just to point it out before you go. Let me just clarify. It says the provisions of the present treaty shall apply to the area south of 60th south latitude, including all ice shelves, but nothing in the present treaty shall prejudice or in any way affect the rights or the exercise of rights of any state under international law with regard to the high seas within that area. So it specifically says that all areas south of the 60th south latitude is what the treaty applies to. And then there's all kinds of subsequent legislation that goes into detail about how you have to give them up to a 90-day advance notice, right? And it actually says 90 to 120
Give
days.
who? Who is they?
Whatever governing body of the country you live in that is adherent to the Antarctic Treaty. Okay, you have to give them up to like 4 months advance notice. They have to approve it. You have to give your specific route you're going to take. They automatically refuse you. Don't allow anyone to go a certain amount of miles inland because they say it's too dangerous and they won't be able to rescue you. You can't bring external fuel supply, external water supply, or any external equipment. You're subject to being seized at any point in time without a warrant, and you have to sign and agree to all of this. They can come onto your ship and they can seize anything that you have, and you don't have the right to get it back, and you're agreeing to all these stipulations in order to even be submitted for approval, and then they have to approve your route to let you go in the first place.
And on top of that's just the regulatory issues. On top
That
of
is
that, you're
absolutely bullshit.
right. Okay, cool. So anyway, that's just the regulatory issues because on top of that, you have to. What?
Sorry.
Dude, are you over 10 years old?
Yeah, let Crypto respond. However, the guy just said it's bullshit. Witsit was literally reading the Antarctic Treaty. So I guess the guy's saying the Antarctic Treaty is bullshit now. I don't know.
No, because he doesn't. Why don't you go to the beginning and explain?
All right, we're gonna let Crypto respond. You can go next if you want to actually come with something real and not just screaming. But go ahead, Crypto. I'll unmute you. You can go next after Crypto. Go ahead.
We can't just reward his bad behavior by allowing him to scream over everyone. I know that you didn't do that, Gio, but I'm saying that to the brim. He can't just shout over people and then everyone wanting to prevent a shit show just gives way to him shouting. That's not going to be productive for anyone. So the point I was trying to make is that that's just the regulatory issues. Ritzy didn't even talk about the money, right? There's an extraordinary amount of money required as well, which is going to disqualify 99% of people. So, I mean, the chances of you being able to satisfy the financial and regulatory burdens that this would provide are basically zero.
Yeah, like when they bring up everyone going on a ship there, like my wife's grandparents are like pretty wealthy and they travel around the world and stuff. and they went to Antarctica, and it cost them like $20,000 a piece, and they didn't even get to get off the boat. Yeah,
It's a myth.
that's real life. Real life. 40 grand. Little test for you. They weren't allowed off the boat.
I saw a documentary video online. No, it wasn't online. I think I saw it like on Plex or Netflix, and I'm not trying to vouch for this video or anything or say that it's true, but in this video, it was a documentary about a guy. I think he was either French or German, but he had a metal sailboat, steel sailboat, and a crew of guys, and they went down and went to Antarctica. Now, on the way down, they were talking about how it was illegal to go to Antarctica, and they were going to try to sneak in and see what would happen. And they went all the way to Antarctica, and they anchored there for a while. No one hassled them. They didn't see anyone except they hooked up with those Peace Corps guys or wherever they are that follow the Japanese whale fleets around and hassle the whalers. And hooked up with those guys and ran some decoy thing to throw the Japanese fleet off of them. And then they left Antarctica and sailed on to South America. And I don't know if that's true or not, but these guys actually, I guess what you could say, snuck in. So maybe it's not that heavily patrolled or something. I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they're hanging out around the peninsula area there. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the peninsula just south of South America, which isn't even really. I mean, when you think about that, you're still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles from what I would consider the mainland of Antarctica. So just like anchoring off that peninsula is not really that big of a deal, to be honest.
That's absurd. This is getting more absurd by the second.
You've never even read them though. Like I'm trying to find them. I have like all the different PDFs downloaded. The amount of regulation you have to go through is like insane. And it specifically says you have to request approval like many months in advance. And then they have to you have to give them your specific route. This is for private exploration. You have to give them your specific route in advance, and then they have to approve it. This is just a fact. And this is what I'm saying. If you
it's not a fact. Who's they? Who do you have to? Who do you go to?
Reality denier. You just deny blatant objective reality.
No, because you have no proof. You have no proof for anything.
I'm about to drop all the proof.
Why don't you read the treaty and explain what the treaty was for? The treaty has nothing to do with what you guys are implying it does. Read what it says. Read what it says at the beginning. It tells you why the treaty, what it was for. But you won't read that part. You just want to read the part where it says all the things that make your story work.
Buddy, dude, they built an entire foundation upon the treaty, and they made subsequent legislation to regulate different types of exploration via permit regulations. If you don't know that, you're ignorant.
That's a word, coleslaw, dude. You're silly. You don't even know what you're talking about. There's no they. There's no they. No one has authority over Antarctica. No one has authority over Antarctica. The Antarctic Treaty was for one reason only, to make sure that no countries were going to have military bases there and start doing drillings. It's very simple. That's all there was to it. There's
okay,
nothing
so it says it takes
mysterious.
2 months to
Nothing mysterious about it.
It says it takes up to 2 months to even process the permit.
There's no permit to go to Antarctica.
So
Who are you going to call?
Did he say word?
Have you been there, Robert? Have you been there?
Here's the link right here.
Loud angry man with the emotions. Have you been there?
The National Science Foundation.gov, specifically saying there are permits, and then it says it takes 40 to 60 days to process the permit.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you I was.
Well, so then why are you talking?
Well, he definitely lives up.
You say matter to anyone other than yourself.
Because you guys are lying.
He's definitely living up to his name of obnoxious. But here's the thing: if you saw the Mr. Beast video, he himself in that video talks about some of those regulations that you have to do. Remember the part? If you watch the video, because I watched it too. Remember the part where they had a shit in a bucket and piss in bottles? Because you can't leave any human traces. And then remember, they made holes and igloos and shit.
That's
but at
different
the
than
end,
a permit. That's different than a permit.
Oh my God, bro! Just hear me out. And then at the end, they had to put all the snow back the way they left it, because that's one of the conditions of going down there, is you have to put everything back to the way it was. That way, it looks like you were never there, pretty much.
and
It's
he
like
himself,
that at my national park, bro.
dude. Okay, then it's kind of like that then. Then who do you report to at the national park? Why do you have to do that at the national park? Why do you have all these regulations at the national park? And who the fuck do you get a permit to go to national park? Do you have to like pay somebody to get there?
Yeah, don't
Dude,
get
you're
worked up by this
fucking
guy,
idiot,
though.
bro.
Dude, you can't let him get you like that. Like,
You're
I'm
right,
actually
you're right.
about to, since I'm on this website, I'm about to email the people. All right, I'm about to literally just email them and ask them. It says like email, you're gonna have to also get a waste permit. So I'm just gonna start emailing them. I'm gonna just have all the official documentation straight from the source of the people, and you guys can just continue to deny reality because what it does.
Okay, you're acting like that's the only way to go there. You guys can go there, get a boat, and go there. Boats aren't that expensive. It's not that far from South America. It's not that far from Australia.
All right, then do it.
I have a buddy who lives in Australia. He's been there. I mean, it's not very. It's not a very hard thing. To,
Do you also have a buddy who lives on the moon?
You just swim there. It's not far, right?
Yes,
Yeah, he just went there by himself.
There's no evidence to be presented that you guys
This
ever
guy's
believe.
trying to say that he just jumped on a boat in Australia, just went down to Antarctica all by himself, just randomly decided he wanted to go. It was no big deal. Like, are you?
Why,
just
is that funny to you? Is that hard to do to you?
I think
Traveling
it's
the ocean's hard. Traveling the ocean's hard.
He didn't. No, he didn't.
You don't think people travel the oceans every day?
Yeah, the ocean.
Have you ever traveled the ocean?
People die in the ocean all the time, dude. There's a
Yeah,
reason why we call it baby
There's,
lobsters.
and more people don't die in the ocean than do die in the ocean.
Bro, how many
Who's your buddy? That's relevant as well.
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Hey,
Rob Noxious, I'll tell you what. Go ahead.
Clown.
Hey, Rob Noxious, go ahead and get cameras and record this live stream of you traveling Antarctica, walking around, everything's cool. And when you get back, we'll ask for the video evidence the same way we asked Kosho for the moon traveling evidence. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have the same result.
Believe it anyways. You would. There's not the same. That's why I want to. That's why I just want to argue. I just want to argue to fight because there's nothing I'm going to say to you that ever make you guys change anything. So I just want to fight.
How many miles? How many miles do you think it is from the southernmost point of Australia to Antarctica?
Wait, I just want to know. Whenever I email these people and they break down all the specifics of what you have to do, our left lane, are you still gonna like the fact that all you guys still say you can just go to Antarctica and then you quote that 74,000 people went there when I just told you I have like very direct evidence basically of people that went there and what it cost and what they were allowed to do.
Has anyone ever done a live stream of flying over it, showing us the aerial view?
It's just so weird that you guys do this. Like, it's such a bad look for the globe. It makes flat earthers.
No, there's a lot of video evidence of people being in Antarctica. I don't know what he's wanting all the video for. There's plenty of video available of people in
Listen,
Antarctica.
can you freely and privately explore Antarctica, or do you need approval?
No, you need to. I don't know if it's called permit or whatever, but yeah, you would have to register an expedition and get clearance. Yes.
Okay, so hey, Rub Noxious, what do you got to say about that?
Crickets.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Yeah, any private person on Earth can go to Antarctica. That's all I'm going to say. You can get in your kayak, you can get in your boat, you can get whatever you want. Go down there.
Go on then.
So you're directly disagreeing with the other glober.
I said expedition. You can take a cruise ship without all that, but if you're going to do an expedition, actually go onto the continent and like go to the South Pole or whatever, you would have to register that expedition.
Left lane. What you were asked was if you can freely and privately explore. Then your answer was you have to register an expedition. So Rob Noxious was then asked, what does he think about that? And then he red herringed, and then you red herringed from his red herring. Why do you have to do? If you're
there's not a red herring.
I didn't finish talking. So why do you and he both have to like aggressively red herring everything? If you're speaking on
not red herring, I'm just making the factual statement. I didn't red herring anything.
It's a red herring if it diverts from the point of discussion.
Look, wait real fast. Here's AntarcticaGuide.com. It says right here, upon boarding a cruise ship or plane to Antarctica, you will need to present a valid passport. Because of the Antarctic Treaty, no visa is required. However, you will be required to obtain a permit. The Antarctic Treaty's Protocol on Environmental Protection in 1998 declared that all visitors to Antarctica who are citizens of one of the countries that signed the Antarctic Treaty must obtain a permit to enter.
I would say that's probably just a piece of paper that says that yes, I've read the rules, I understand, whatever the limitations are, and I'm signing off on it, and I understand my limitations, and I can go.
I think left wing is the biggest fucking, like, if anyone's getting paid to sit here and literally defend anything globe, it's this guy. Because literally someone can disagree with what he says, and he can say, no, I agree with that guy, just because that guy is supposedly on the same.
No, it's because you guys have no logical reasoning. You guys have all the guys with beliefs and little fucking.
I'm
it's
dropping
pseudo.
the actual information.
Left lane. Sorry, am I coming through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
What
sir.
do you think that we think a permit is?
Do what?
What do you think that we think a permit is?
A permit would
No, I'm
be,
not asking you
to check off.
define a permit.
To,
I already know that
you'd
you're
have
not
to
gonna answer the question.
check off the. Okay, so I can't answer.
Yeah, because
So
you're not
check off.
answering. I'm not asking.
Check off the boxes. Check off the boxes, and yes, I agree to this, and I've read all this, and this part, and this part,
Right.
and this and this, and yes, I agree. Okay, since you've checked off all the boxes, and you agree to these terms, then here's your permit.
All right, I'm
Okay,
about to
so
read this.
you're not actually capable.
So not free.
So
So not free travel.
I'm not asking you again.
Crypto was
Come in,
talking. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Thorpe. I just want to ask him again. Left lane. I didn't ask you to give me a rough definition of a permit. I asked you to tell me what I think a permit is.
What do you think a permit is? I can't tell you what you think it is.
Fantastic. So I don't know why you're defining it, bro. Like you said, oh yeah, well the thing is about this permit is it probably just does X, Y, and Z, blah blah blah, wasting everyone's fucking time, right? The point of discussion is whether you need one, not what one is. So I don't know why you guys waste our time with these stupid obfuscations.
I don't understand what the limitation is. Just because you need to get a permit, what difference does that make?
Rob Noxious was just denying it, buddy. Where were you? Then you white knighted for him. So look, I'm about to read this. The Antarctic Treaty and the Environmental Protocol have established certain criteria for parties wishing to operate expeditions into the Antarctic Treaty area. This area is designated as the area south of 60th south latitude. This includes all of the surrounding ice shelves. Article 7 of the Antarctic Treaty states that each party must give advance warning as to any expeditions to and within the specified territory, whilst cruise ships will usually do this for you. If you are planning a private expedition, you will need to obtain a permit yourself. Depending on what country you belong, you will have to contact your embassy to begin discussions. For U.S.
Hey, writer.
I'm going to finish reading it. For U.S. citizens, you will need to complete DS 4131 Advanced Notification Form, tourist and other non-governmental activities in the Antarctic Treaty Area, and then submit this to the Department of State's Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs. You will need to do this at least 3 months in advance of your intended visit.
If you take a cruise ship, the cruise ship will do it for you.
You just nuked them.
If all that is true, if all that is true, it still goes back and defeats your point in the beginning that you can go to Antarctica. That's end of discussion.
Yeah, you just got nuked. You just got nuked. You don't need to lie to cover up. We all heard what you said, and we're watching you get nuked right now.
So it did say that if you take a cruise ship, that they'll do the permitting for you.
Yeah, it says that if you go on an approved guided tour, which I say this all the time, that exact phrase, like a certain cruise ship, like normally in order to carry.
This is only for science.
Dude, grow up. Okay, so for like approved guided tours on certain cruise ships, in order to be able to legally carry passengers to Antarctica, they already have to have permission to do this. So that's why they don't let you go wherever you want to once they take you there, because they're actually legally liable for what you do because you're under their permit, which is why they didn't even let them get off the boat because they're responsible for you. We're talking about freely and privately exploring Antarctica. How many years before you guys understand the argument, or at least
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that you can't freely and privately explore Antarctica.
But Rob Noxious did. Rob Noxious, he disagreed with it. And I'll play devil. Let me play devil's advocate real quick, okay? He's saying you can go down there. Okay. Maybe in the sense of you're right. In the sense of like someone in Mexico, they can cross the border into America, but it will be illegal. It would be going against rules that you're not supposed to just be able to just go in there, all willy-nilly without going through the proper channels. So technically, okay, I'll play devil's advocate. Yeah, you're right. I could get in a boat right now and just go down there. Now, does that mean I'm going to make it there? Does that mean I'm going to be able to put foot on there? Probably not.
Well, it's much more similar to, instead of a Mexican going to America, it'd be like a Mexican trying to go to China. Because
or North Korea.
You don't just walk, right? When you're going to Antarctica, you have to get in a boat and sail hundreds of miles and avoid choppy seas and all this other stuff. It's a long journey. And that's even if you have the right equipment and the funding and everything else, right? So even if you wanted to do it like against regulation, it would still cost you a lot of money. That was why I mentioned the money earlier, after which it mentioned the regulation, because that is the other huge barrier.
You don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. All you have to do is approach it and see it, and you'll be able to see the supposed ice wall that surrounds the whole fucking planet, or at least goes opposite directions.
You can't see it from the 60th south latitude. It's up to 1,200 miles away.
Yeah, it's 1,270 miles or something like that. But from South America, it's only 620 miles. That's what I'm saying. You guys are silly. There's kayakers. There's kayakers that do it every day from South America. Go read about the kayakers that do it all the time.
Wow, kayakers 600 miles a day. These people are freaking.
Just because someone knows that water level is straight and not curved does not mean they believe in an ice wall. So you don't need to strawman anyone.
But also, like, everyone agrees that Antarctica is there. So what's the difference? Like, so you get in a boat, you go down there, you see Antarctica. What? Now the Earth is flat or a globe?
Yeah, it is. It's Earth.
He doesn't even understand like basic things. But like this is what's funny. It's not just him. It's all the veteran ballers too.
Oh my god, ballers! Come on, you kids are silly, bro.
That's why you're here talking.
Too many video games. Too many video games, dude.
And why would you be coming in here as a grown adult?
Just for fun.
That's definitely pretty immature, huh?
And he's intoxicated on his own bullshit.
I'm not intoxicated. I don't drink alcohol, buddy.
Yo, imagine this. Say everyone still thought the Earth was flat, right? Like think hypothetically that everyone still thinks the Earth's flat, like they did for all history. Imagine that was still the case right now, where everyone thought it.
There's no time in human history where people thought the Earth is flat.
What would change? What would change with it if everyone thought the Earth was flat?
I'm in the middle of talking. Are you guys incapable of adult conversation? Okay, so first of all, he just said the stupid Justin Trudeau thing that no one ever in the history thought the Earth was flat. I mean, it's so remedial, it's not worth acknowledging. So my point is, imagine that everyone still thought the Earth was flat in the whole world, right? And
no one ever did. No modern humans ever thought the Earth was flat. God damn it.
It's probably just worth me. It's a waste of time.
Like no modern humans.
Give me 10 mod.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so look, so real fast, can I just make a point? Just everyone imagine this. So imagine that then a little group of people got together and they were like, you know what? I think it's actually a ball and we're being lied to. Would you go like stalk that group for years? Think about that. Like a little group came up with this idea that the Earth's actually a ball. And they're like, the Greeks said so a long time ago. I think they were actually right. And then they talk about it all the time. Would you like to stalk them?
He was born on the South Pole. Come on now.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a shit.
A bit like the little group of Middle Easterns who come up with the Bible, yeah? Possibly.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Winston, no, I wouldn't give a monkeys. I do find it funny as well, though. Like, Rob Noxious is clearly incapable of thinking outside the box on anything at all, because Elisha said he's intoxicated on his own bullshit, and his response to that was, I don't drink. So he can only understand the word intoxicated in one context. And that's just hilarious. It just shows you.
No, you got the joke. It was a fucking joke, man.
Yeah, but you didn't actually respond. It wasn't an appropriate response, even as a joke.
So, question is, what?
It is a joke.
Hey, you should mute him for his own benefit now, man.
Hey,
let me share this. Do a mercy kill, please.
Oh, you fucking zinged him.
Let me share the screen real fast. Look at the prices of single tickets to Antarctica. So I'm sharing my screen.
So when you finally reveal the shape of the Earth to everyone, what changes?
Well, we know that every government's lying to us.
Is this an argument?
Yeah. Also, don't even make a shape claim. I know you guys just don't even understand the argument yet. But anyway,
what changes? What changes when you reveal it? When it's finally revealed.
Not even
finally revealed.
Loads of stuff. What are you talking about?
It's not an argument. I'm asking a question. What changes?
37,000. Yeah, so it would show that all the countries are working together, as we know. It would show that there's potentially more land. It would show that the Earth is actually in a
How does
unique,
it-
special place that
how
we
does it show
reside in the
that?
center. Well, if
How
you
does it
could
show
use
that?
basic logic, you would know the answer to your own question, I think.
When you
No.
expose any lie, what happens?
Consequences.
Hang on, no, it would show there's more land. Why would if the Earth's flat under a
Said that there
firmament,
could
there is
be
no
more
more
land.
land? What does it? How does it show there's more
There's
land if
comment,
it's a
you
firmament?
said
more land.
maybe there's more land.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy? It's
I'm
almost
asking you.
like
I'm asking you what you think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Asgard and shit. I remember the map. Asgard's
It's a
out
simple
there.
question. What do you think gets revealed?
Okay,
The
well,
thing is,
listen carefully.
Plaza,
I said that it's going to show that all the countries are actually working together. It
If
would
they are.
show. It would show that there could be more land. It would show
it
that
doesn't.
the Earth.
No, it
It
doesn't.
would show that there could
Mute this
be more land.
No, how does it show there's more land? It could be a firmament keeping
He's
this
not
little bit of
listening.
land. It's sealed in a watery realm.
Yeah, was there more? Was there more land in the Truman Show?
The rebuttal. His rebuttal was there could be not more
Could
land.
be.
Right? Like the
Could
whole
be.
point was that there could be more land. You guys are so disingenuous.
All right.
Well,
So
there could be
all right.
people on
I'm not
Jupiter.
being so there could be more land. So then, what would happen? There'd be this massive expedition
Right.
across the plains of the Antarctica to see what's there.
Sorry, wait. So can I just
Sorry.
get in? If you're going to ask a question, ask the question and then shut your mouth and listen to the answer.
Forever.
Yeah. So like my answer is for one, it would show that the countries are working together. Two, it would show that there
They
could
are.
be more. Stop interrupting every time. Two, it would show that there could be more land. Three, it would show that the Earth occupies a very special and unique position in the center of everything else that we see in the sky, which would be a major philosophical shift that was required to be acknowledged across the board. There are many other things. It would show that it would break people out of the spell of scientism and make people realize that a lot of people can just blindly believe things. They shouldn't just hand their thinking over to authority, right? There's a lot of things that it would change. I don't know how you wouldn't understand that.
Because let's address a couple of those. So why would you think that there being more lands would mean that your perception of the sky means that you've only got your own personal perception, which looks like you're in the middle of it all. But why? How do you know that's definitely the case if there's an infinite realm of lands?
They're all
Is that,
working
is that
together.
a question or a statement? That was
Conspiracy.
completely incoherent.
There was like
It
three.
started with what? It started with what? I don't know what's difficult for you.
So
Satellites aren't real. Birds
You
aren't.
made-
Birds,
you made-
birds aren't real.
You made
Birds
all
aren't real.
sorts of syntax errors,
All right, who's the
conclusion
guy
errors.
saying birds aren't real? He's about to get a fucking mute.
Well, the question had three fallacies in it. So how are you even supposed to respond to that?
Well, not really. I said if
Yeah, they
you're
did.
making the presumption that you are in the centre of it all before you've seen the other lands.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
straw
So do
man.
you want me to explain what the
to
fallacies
be
were, or do you want to just say no?
Hey, to be fair though, Earth being flat doesn't mean that the North Pole is the center of really anything besides a few.
That's a red herring and a straw man. Nobody said
Of course, it's a red herring, a straw man, a fallacy of some sort. Let's just call it what you want.
I'm just saying there could be.
It's
not a slam dunk.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you guys. We have to go one at a time. With a lot of people in the channel, it's sometimes hard to go one at a time. But we have to please let everyone finish what they're saying. Go one at a time. If you interrupt, you'll be temporarily muted. So please don't interrupt. If you keep doing it, then timeouts and warnings and stuff. Also, Crypto, your mic is feeding back and clipping and background noise.
Can I just say this? The problem is, Gio, is I have to leave my mic open because these guys don't actually stop talking and let you respond. So I'll do that and then I'll take my mic off. So, Hazza, I can explain to you what the fallacies are. I'm not just calling it what I like. A red herring has a very definite definition, as does a straw man. So that's why I'm saying don't red herring and straw man in the same question because it's annoying and the answer won't be relevant to what was said previously.
Okay, so if your observation of the sky is all about your personal dome, and if you go further enough south, you see another point of rotation. What happens if you go further out into this realm with this other plane? You might see other points of rotation. In which case, how can you determine which one means it's the center of everything?
Well, that's not a. But that's a very
put these questions to your government. If you're British,
these are speculative questions right here. You're asking us to speculate on stuff that has nothing to do with. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the sky being up, the Earth being down, and water level being straight. I mean, what is outside of the known world, outside of the known map, is an extremely speculative question, and to ask anyone that would be ridiculous. That'd be like asking a British officer, "What does America look like?" before they ever fucking had their Christopher Columbus or whatever the fuck. Like,
no,
it's a complete speculation question. And then I have the feeling that we're gonna speculate on it, and then you're gonna say like, "Aha, got you," when it's really not integral to the actual science that we're establishing here.
No, I'm addressing one thing that Whitsitt said was that it would reveal that we are the center of a bigger thing, and that it would put a perspective on us. How do you know we're the center of a bigger thing?
When did he say that?
That's not what I said. What I said was, like, obviously, if there's a stationary plane, it's geocentric, which would mean that it's the center, and it would have philosophical ramifications. And of course, I said that there could be more land. I said that it would show many people that, the vast majority of people can get something wrong and fall under the illusion that scientism is correct and they shouldn't just hand their thinking over to authority. It would show that all the major world superpowers are actually operating together. It would show them that there were major regions that they overlooked that weren't being explored. And it would just make them overall challenge blindly allowing the government to tell them where they live and what they can do. It would have immediate drastic ramifications.
Prove it. Do you think the moment it spills over, there'll be other civilizations that realize that we're here and that they're going through like an oblivion-esque
I don't know.
kind of realization?
I don't know, dude.
Right.
You don't know much.
To try to pretend I'm stupid. Says the guy who said that you don't have to give an advance notice to privately explore Antarctica.
You don't. I can show you fucking videos, personal videos of people kayaking down to Antarctica from South America. They do it on a daily. You're so silly, dude. You guys are so elementary.
Correct baller, or are you gonna?
Your education level comes off of YouTube and memes.
Buddy, what's your education level?
Well, I'd like to point out that
Bro,
that
are
what Rob
you all
Noxious
just
is
intoxicated on nonsense?
Hey, wait. Hey, Rob Noxious, what's your education level?
I am a master pseudo destroyer.
Oh, master what?
A master pseudo destroyer.
Yeah,
You're a fake. Wait, hold on. You're a fake destroyer.
Wait, me too. Whoa.
You. Okay, so you're not a real destroyer. You're a pseudo destroyer. You're a fake. Well, okay.
He's not even a has been. He's a never was.
You guys got it all figured out.
You just made fun of my education level, but you don't even have an impressive education level.
All right, I think Left Lane was technically probably next in the combo. Go ahead, Left Lane.
I dropped out in 8th grade.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that Rob Noxious, his description of what they're doing, taking the kayaks off the tip of South Africa, and what I'm talking about,
South America,
going on to the continent and exploring, and going on to the continent and exploring. We're talking about two different things there.
No, you can't even take a kayak past the 60th south latitude in the waters. He's just making stuff up.
Oh, okay. Well, go look at a video. First of all, there's thousands of videos on YouTube about it, and I have personal videos that the guy sends me. You guys are idiots, dude. I know people who live there.
Look, I'll just chime in here.
He knows a buddy on the moon, on Venus, on Mars as well. He's got crews everywhere.
I didn't say that, did I? You said that, not me.
I'd like clearly giving false account.
All right, Crypto.
I'd like to know friends that live in Antarctica.
Antarctica. It's South America.
Crypto,
yeah, go ahead, Crypto. You guys, whoever has the mic has the mic. Please, no one interrupt. Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah. So, the logic being employed is a bit like saying that people go from France to England, and that's totally fine, even though it's illegal. They're not going to be arrested. And then he follows it up by saying, "I know people who live in England, therefore it's not illegal." Like the logic being employed here.
It's not the same at all. Antarctica's not a country.
He's
weird. All right, we're just gonna mute this guy. Fucking ridiculous.
Treaty though.
The logic being employed is ridiculous.
But look, guys, all these tours you go on, they.
Go ahead, Crypto.
I would love to finish. Can we just leave Rob Noxious on permanent mute? It's just a waste of time talking to him.
Yeah, straight up. He's bearing false witness and then changing up his story.
It was Blautek and Rob Noxious. They're both muted.
I'd like. Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, all I was saying was like the logic being employed is that people who go from France to England, as they do every day, that's totally fine. Even though they do it, it's not illegal, and nothing will be done about it, even though it will. And that therefore, also because he knows people who live in England, and that's not a problem. All of these are completely illogical, and I don't know why we're even having to waste our time picking this apart.
630 miles on a kayak is absolutely ridiculous to even claim as well. Almost as bad as saying how far the North Star is.
Well, I'd like to go back to his claim about the guy that jumped in his or bought a boat and went to Antarctica from Australia, because I'm in Australia and it's about 7,000 kilometres from the Australian coastline to Antarctica. And if anyone's been in that Southern Ocean, the last trip I did in that Southern Ocean was between Victoria and Tasmania. I was on the Spirit of Tasmania that has they put cars and trucks and everything underneath. I was on the 8th floor. We had waves breaking on our windows on the 8th floor, and the semi-trailers, I don't know what you guys call them, like the big truck and tractors trailers, were rolled in the bottom of the ship on their side on top of the cars that were parked in there. They were chained in there and broke their chains. So I'd like to know the type of boat and the size of boat that his mate just went out and bought and sailed 7,000 kilometres across that Southern Ocean, because...
He said it was a kayak, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
I got no idea, but that's the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard.
He said
I can tell you...
That says like a one-off storm. I don't really think they get weather like that all the time.
Fuck up.
Yeah,
no, man, it's like that all the time. That is the most treacherous bit of ocean. It is crazy across that strait, that Bass Strait just there, even let alone getting out the other side.
Can you guys not hear crypto or?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just getting talked over constantly. It's really annoying. Anyway, I was just going to make a dumb joke, but I can't bother now.
So try to be conscious of other people trying to get in, please.
If that was me, I'm sorry I didn't hear him.
Everyone needs to put crypto up to 200.
He's not really low. I mean, his mic gets overtaken when other people are talking, so that happens. But
I was just going to say that the boat that he sailed on was the HMS BS. That's all I wanted to say. We can carry on now.
yeah, I just think it's weird. I just read off specifically, and I'm sharing the actual form you have to turn in from the U.S. So I just think it's weird. You have to name everything. You have to say what you're doing. You have to pay the permit fee. You have to give it to them like months in advance, right? Like, why are you guys so deluded that you want to pretend you can just go down there? You can't. Stop lying.
As well, it defies logic anyway, because there's no piece of land in existence where you can just turn up without a passport or without being checked at some sort of border. Someone's going to want to know what you're doing there. Like, I went to New Zealand years ago. Not only do you have to take a passport and all the rest, they'll literally, if there's mud on your shoe, they'll wash your shoes, because they're like, no. Like, they'll wash everything. If they see mud, if they see, you're not allowed to bring plants in, you can't bring animals, and it's just like, right, so that's New Zealand, right? That's a country that we know people live in, has obviously been around for a very long time, right? Whatever. Probably similar in Australia, although I don't know. We do have Australians here who can either confirm or deny. But the idea that you can just rock up in Antarctica is fundamentally absurd on its face without evidence.
So custom controls for external flora and fauna in New Zealand means that you can't get to Antarctica.
Yeah, that's a great straw man and red herring. So the point I made, well, I'm just going to have to repeat it because you obviously didn't listen. The point I made is that everyone has experienced that you can't just go to any land without some sort of border control. So the burden of proof is on you that you've found a land where that doesn't apply.
No one said there is a land you doesn't apply.
Okay, then.
Oh my God.
Goodness. What a waste of breath.
He just double spoke. He just fucking double spoke. My goodness.
What land is there where there isn't a border control?
That's my point.
Yeah. You just disagreed with him, and then you simultaneously, right after he made this point, agreed with him. You're double speaking. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Not at all. Not at all. We talk about New Zealand and soil on your shoes. Yeah, that's because it occupies a unique position in terms of flora and fauna contamination.
Oh, I had no idea. Thanks for letting me know.
Right, so what's that got to do with Antarctica?
Well, like you're telling me that 2 + 2 is 4, as if I didn't know that it was already 4.
Yeah, as if it wasn't the original point he was making.
Yeah, if there's restrictions like
you're
that.
randomly adding to his point for some strange reason, while fucking ignoring the fact that you disagreed with it earlier.
Who says though? Who says you need? There's no border control. There's no controls to get to Antarctica. Who says that?
Rob Noxious stuff.
Yeah, that's what the fucking idiots in this chat were saying, and then
you
just
wrong, isn't he?
Decided
he's clearly wrong.
Crypto,
yes,
crypto
we know he's wrong.
There you go. You agree with us then, and they're stupid, and you disagree with them.
Well, I don't agree with Rob. There are controls to get into Antarctica.
Thank you for being honest.
We can move on then, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Redundancies 101.
Right.
In the same way earlier on when I brought up the notion to Witsit that your personal dome as you move out of these realms could reveal that we're not the center of everything. He refuted that you said that, but at 12:05:46 in the live stream, he said it would show that the Earth occupies a very special and unique position in the center of everything that we see in the sky. Well, that's exactly the opposite of when I brought the point up to him.
Well, do you want me to explain? No. I mean, I told you that you'd wrapped 3 fallacies in that question, and you never
fallacies.
Yeah, because you can't understand fallacies. That's why you don't want to know about them. But the point is that you accused Witsit of claiming
like Puffetty.
Please don't interrupt, man. You can respond. Just let him speak uninterrupted.
Yeah. So you accused Witsit of being an infinite planar, right? So I don't know if you know that you did that.
No, I didn't do that. No, I didn't do that.
Yeah, you did. You specifically said that Witsit thinks there's infinite land. He never said that. He said that there could be, so that's the first important part, could be more land. Not infinite land, not definitely. They're very different statements.
Yeah. But that's it's just bad.
So there's more land. There's more land, okay?
Possibly.
Conditional possibility.
It was a speculative answer to a speculative question.
Yeah.
So your position is speculative. There could be more land.
It was a speculative question, Pazar.
I know it's a speculative question.
I've got a bag here.
What does it reveal? What does it reveal? I've got a bag here. What changes? There's nothing changes.
I've got a bag here. Pazar, I've got a bag here. What's in the bag?
Whatever's in your bag.
Exactly.
What's in your bag is everything that's not in the bag, or everything the opposite of what's not in the bag.
So how long is a piece of string? Fucking who knows?
I mean,
what I was going to say though, Paz, in terms of
I'm in your bag. I'm in your bag, and you're telling me there's nothing outside the bag. And then I get out the bag, and there's stuff outside.
Mate,
there's stuff outside the bag.
You're not a genuine person. Just shush.
All right. What I was going to say, let's not
back in fire.
All right. Yeah. Anyone who does a personal attack is going to activate a shit show. So please don't do that. All right. So Paz, I was just going to say the thing about the center, being in the center, there's there's various ideas of that. Like if you have Polaris at the center with the sun going around, and if this is all there is, just everything under the sun, as it were, then obviously there's a certain centering to that because you have Polaris, everything circling around the land, the land masses, et cetera. But there's another concept of center where sort of to use the analogy of a hamburger, you've got sort of the bun on the top. That's the dome. You have the meat in the middle, and then you have what's underneath. So in that sense, the meat is in the center of the bun. So from that perspective, the earth being a lot of the ancients called the earth, the middle world. You have the upper world, the heavens, the middle world, that the plane of that we're on, and then the underworld, what's beneath the earth. So from that perspective, the center could also be seen as, you have upper, middle, and lower, and the earth being the middle. There's also that type of center as well.
Lovely analogy, but in this situation, we're talking about a much bigger burger than a bun, aren't we? Because it extends out. It extends out. It extends out. It extends out horrors. It extends out perpendicular to the sky. So if the bun is the sky, and there are realms of land either side, it's a bigger burger in a smaller bap. That's what we're
right. From that perspective, you talk about the kind of puddle theory or puddle idea, where there could be another sun circling another North Star, another central star that you would venture to if you went beyond. Yeah, in in that sense, you could still say it's the center in terms of the middle world part of it, like upper, middle, lower. But yeah, if there's several other suns and star systems and out there, then in that sense, perhaps we're not the center, or we still could be, and those could all be out from this center.
That's what I was getting to. How would you know that where we are now is the center? We could be peripheral to someone else, couldn't we? That's what I was trying to get to.
I agree with him on that. I definitely agree with him on that.
I'm not tearing the whole thing down. I'm trying to say, what would it reveal? And if you say it would show the Earth occupies a very special place, how would it do that? Because everyone else outside it would have a perspective as well.
The Earth is stationary, all the sky moves around it. You don't even understand the personal perspective thing because
I do understand
it just alters there's still a rotation that happens. Personal perspective doesn't make it look like it's rotating when it's still. So it's all rotating and it's all rotating around a central point. Independent of personal perspective, there's motion in the sky that resets. So therefore, if the Earth's not moving, then everything is moving around it. Therefore, it's the center. Therefore, it's a special position.
Now, you're distracted from what we said. If we go outside of our realm to the side and you find another world with their own rotational perspective and their own sun and their own center, how can you distinguish between that center being the actual center or this being the center?
Well, then what that would still show is that wait. What that would still show is that this Earth is the center of this rotation, which means it still has a special position relative to all the rotation around it. So it wouldn't change my point at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay. So it would be special by not being special.
It would be special in both situations, which means every single place was placed there specifically to have an entire rotation in the sky personal to it, which would still mean a special location. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to do.
Theirs is a special location to them. Yours is a special location to you. The third world further out is they got their own special location, but they go around.
That's right.
So,
yeah.
So everyone's got a special position.
Maybe I can explain this in a really remedial fashion, right? You know, when I said about having a house party and you're only allowed in the lounge, well, you know, 10 years have passed and I've got children right now. So I've made a bedroom and I've made that bedroom for my child, right? So that's a special place for that child. And guess what my neighbor did? Guess what the neighbor did? They've also got children. Wouldn't it be amazing if they also had a child and also made a special place for their child called their bedroom? Does that invalidate the fact that I've done it and that there's a special place for my child?
Right. And is your child's bedroom a very special and unique bedroom?
Yes.
Why?
Because you made it just for the child.
Right. So it's your own. So you say it's personally unique to you. So how?
Literally, it's literally his room, dude. What's wrong with you?
So going back to
like, how many times did you fall down the stairs today?
No, hang
Have
on a
you
minute.
ever customized any part of your own life, or are you just like cookie cutter normie? Like,
Why
holy
does it
shit.
show? You're completely avoiding the point with which it made. If it would show that the Earth occupies a very special and unique position, what is unique about its position?
That all that rotation is unique to it.
Right. So it's unique to itself, and there's something else that's unique to that, and there's something else unique to that. So there's nothing unique about anything, is there really? Because
They would
everything's
all be unique.
commonly unique.
They would all be unique because they all have their own rotation that's centered on that place.
Yeah,
Are we
wait,
talking to Copernicus here?
Which one is very special?
If you have 20, wait, hold up. If you have 20 items, if you have 20 items, and each item has its own unique, observable set of properties, each item is unique. That you're again using this is fallacious thinking.
Which one is very special?
It's not thinking, dude. It's just rambling.
Wit said it's very special and unique.
Yeah, listen, man, listen carefully. If a location where people inhabit have an entire sky that moves around them, centered on them, that is a very special place. It isn't random. It isn't chaotic. It isn't without purpose. It was clearly placed right in the middle, and everything rotates around it, which denotes it as a special and unique position.
So in a bag of 20 identical marbles, one is very special and unique. Even though
You
they're
just
pretty
can't
much
help
identical.
yourself but bring up anything but the point that's being raised.
So Pazza, the whole concept of what you're saying, like some people call it puddle theory, you know, the idea that this whole entire place we're in is one puddle, and then if you were to go beyond Antarctica, you would come to another sun, there'd be a whole nother sort of puddle, then more and more and more, and maybe there's infinite of them. I mean, that whole thing is based upon one, like, I guess, possibility, speculation, something we can't verify. But what about the other way that if you were to go in Antarctica, there is nothing more, meaning it's just cold and ice and you die. The furthest you can go, you die, meaning we never get to an edge. We never touch. I'm just saying another possibility is that you can't ever get anywhere to fall off or knock on the wall or anything like that. You just, as far as you can go, it gets icy and cold, and you die. I'm just saying that possibility. Now, what would you say about the unique centeredness of it in terms of that?
Then we really would be in a very special and unique place, wouldn't we?
Well, I think they both would be, because like just building a room for your child that's special and unique for your child, and your neighbor has one that's special and unique for their child. I think it fits on both. So, but both of them are more special and unique than a globe in a vacuum of billions and trillions of God knows what.
Yeah, it's not even close. It's eons more special.
Okay, so
hey, Pazza.
You're trying to.
You're trying. It's trouble here. How you going?
Okay, not so bad. You all right?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll just shut up. I'll listen.
Well, did Pazza want to respond? Did you want to respond?
Yeah, of course. What I was going to say is what makes that more unique and special than what they're trying to tell us, which is we are a ball, but we're unique and special in a vast, vast universe.
It says that it's random and chaotic, and it just came about with random happenstance.
Would you concede that what they're telling you is a unique and special position way beyond the realms that we're talking about here?
No, it's just lucky, purposeless, and it's just random.
Why is it purposeless?
Because it's just random.
So your main bugbear is whether it's random or designed. Is that it, really?
Well, do you agree that if it was designed, it'd be more special?
If it was designed by intelligence, then it would definitely be special.
It would be special, it would be
versus being a random coincidence. A random coincidence, by definition, is not special. Something that's designed with an intellect behind it definitely is special and has a purpose.
Which is the very definition of the Copernican principle, is that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in the universe.
Why do we have to teach these guys their own stuff?
Even if the Earth is going around something very locally, and it is unique in that sense in a bigger realm, it's still unique, isn't it?
So you deny the Copernican principle?
No, not at all. You can. What about if the Sun-Earth relationship is unique?
What are you doing?
Double speaking.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, reread the Copernican principle, dude.
Yeah, like it says the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in the universe. That's the definition.
Geometrically around its sun. That's what it's talking about. But what I'm saying is,
Wait, does it say that?
Of course it does. It's talking about orbits. It's talking about the mechanical mechanism of the solar system. I'm going beyond that. I'm saying, what if the solar system is special and unique?
It's not, though. Not
heliocentrist. So you believe that the sun is like the center of the universe? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that the sun is special? Are you a sun heliocentric? That's what you are.
Didn't say that at all. Let's supposing there are, as they propose, there are trillions of stars. And around all of those stars are planets. And on none of those planets we have the majesty that we have here.
No one knows that.
I'm not saying. Look, I started with let us suppose.
Why are we supposing about fake shit?
Can we just let him finish?
I'm done.
Just let him finish.
Why don't we just talk about fairies and unicorns?
Yeah, just let him finish.
It's an exercise in speculation and at least trying to expand with thinking about things. If what they're saying is true, and there are trillions of stars, and all the stars, there's all these planetoids and blobs, or whatever you want to call them, okay, right, yeah? And it just so happens that the majesty of life, creation, all of our knowledge, all of our experiences, all of our spiritualism, the essence of our nature and our core being, and everything that we hold in such fantastic awe here, only happens here. Doesn't that in itself imbue some uniqueness? It doesn't rely on whether things are spinning around us, or are we rotating, or are we flat? Isn't that enough?
No, because they say that it's just pure random happenstance that the Earth exists, and that there's no way to know. There could be tons of them. The odds are that it's eventually something like this little tiny speck of dust that formed from dust particles emanating out from the sun just so happen to be able to inhabit life. It's just like a luck of the draw. It's completely random and chaotic.
Still speculation on their part, though, isn't it? Even if they do assert that, if you do state that, they're not asserting that's the case. They're speculating again.
It's called the Copernican principle.
And they
Copernicus
speculate everything. That's why we're flat earthers, dude.
What's the difference between asserting and speculating?
Well, the thing is that they're not. I mean, you might say that they are either are or are not asserting it, but they are definitely heavily implying it by teaching it as fact in school. So I would say, oh, well, they're not really asserting it. Kind of think they are.
Yeah,
doesn't.
they are.
What I suggested.
Give your kid an F and fail them, like literally ruin their self-esteem.
The
Copernicus and call them dunce if they don't fucking say that the world revolves around the sun. Are you fucking kidding me?
I don't know why you went there, because when I suggested that there could be lots of these suns and lots of these planets, but only one is unique, you lunged for the Copernican principle, which is only
a red herring speculation on nothing. We were talking about the Copernican principle the entire time.
No, the Copernican principle merely only the Copernican principle only asserts that or deals with the notion of the Earth being the center of the universe. That's not what I was talking about at all, was I?
That's what we are talking about.
That's literally what we're
This is
talking
what's so
about.
weird.
You brought up the extra lands with the fucking stars going around them. You literally brought that up.
Yeah, this is coming across very disingenuous. I'm just being real with you,
I
man.
raised the speculation, and you addressed my speculation. You said basically what you said is the Earth is the center. That's what
No,
you said.
look, buddy. This is what happened. You said, "What would happen if everyone found out that I was right about the shape of the Earth?" I said, first of all, I didn't make a shape claim.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
Dude,
did.
You said it 3 times.
I was addressing the idea of
This is a
uniqueness.
waste of my time, dude. I got to stream. If you're just gonna like play games where we all know you said something, and you deny you said it, then you
I was
just
talking about
This
uniqueness.
is what I was talking to Gio about earlier, right? This is where people get impatient. They start interrupting. They start saying that you're lying because it's just very
You're the
disingenuous.
one doing all the talking. You're the one doing all the talking right now.
Yeah, because you're
Up and
being
up.
very disingenuous. And what happened was
You're going.
dragged me. We were talking about Antarctica. You dragged me into the convo with a completely out of left field question saying, "What's it? What would happen? What would change if everyone discovered, if you were able to show everyone that you were right about the shape of the Earth?" That's what you said. And you said it like 3 times. Then I finally took the bait and tried to answer. Then you interrupted me like 17 times. Then I finally got the 3 answers out. And I said, there's a lot of them. All right, dude. Forget it.
Your response was that they would show the Earth occupies a very special and unique position, and I addressed the uniqueness, and you lunged for the Copernican principle, not a retort for what I was talking about. Witsit.
No, I specifically
Really?
rebutted it. In fact, it got so pedantic that Crypto had to jump in with like an elementary. And look at you, always interrupting, dude. This is why people are interrupting you. So like, yeah, let him finish, but he doesn't let anyone else finish. So. Okay, so it got so pedantic, Crypto had to jump in with an elementary analogy of a bedroom, okay? Because just because there may be other places outside of here that have things moving around it, doesn't mean that they're not special and that this place isn't special. Because if it's designed to have everything moving around it, that makes it special and unique. Okay, it's very simple logic. If you can't accept it, that's not my problem. And that was only one of the many things I said. I said it would show that all the governments are working together. It would show that there could be more land. It would show, maybe most importantly, that you can't just blindly believe what consensus is and turn your thinking over to authority, because look how many people can be wrong about something so important. It would free up people's mind of independent thinking. Okay, you don't want to know the truth, man. I don't know.
When you state uniqueness and someone says many bedrooms, I'm not particularly impressed.
Don't care.
Many is not unique.
Who cares what your
Whether
impression
you're
is?
impressed or not doesn't really matter to anyone here. But for instance, I can give you another analogy. Let's just say that there's a watchmaker and he makes 20 watches, right? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But he makes them all for a specific person with their own preferences, right? So one's made for Apocryphon, one's made for Whitsitt, one's made for Andy Hold My Beer, shout out to Andy, etc. Right? And I don't know, let's just say Andy likes blue, Whitsitt likes purple, I like green, whatever. And it's made with those people in mind. Okay, are they unique and special watches, or are they run of the mill watches?
They're unique and special.
Fantastic. So then you do agree with what I said and with what Winston said. Thank you.
But here's the point: if we are on our own, we are unique and special.
I
And in your
agree, but here's the
in
point.
your paradigm,
What
listen,
kind of nonsense is this?
listen. In that paradigm, okay, right? One watch is unique and special, and many are customized unique and special. So how does finding out there are more than one watch make your watch unique and special when it already is in your paradigm?
Well, are you claiming that, dude?
right.
It's like, how do you not get it? It's like the only way that your thing could stand up, it would be like if when we found out there were other places, they're identical to this place, which is insane to even think.
So what you're saying is, if we're on our own, it would show that the Earth occupies a very unique and special position. And if we found other worlds, pretty much like us, but not quite the same, it would also show that the Earth occupies a very special, unique position. So how is what you said originally a point?
You're talking about the sky going around us is unique and special. Yeah.
Oh, the sky, of course.
Not saying, dude. That's a straw man. This is a retarded straw man.
Straw man, fallacy, call it what
you know what a straw man is?
Yeah, I know what a straw man is.
Okay, so can you stop doing it then? So my argument wasn't that because you've got 20 of them, they are therefore unique. The argument was that they are unique to start with, and the fact that there's 20 of them doesn't mean that they're not unique. So you've got my argument backwards.
Okay, so I originally asked Witsit, what would it reveal if we found out there were other Earths or other realms outside of our realm? And his response was, it would show that the
That
Earth
wasn't your
occupies...
question. Now you're lying about what you said.
No, it's not.
Dude.
I said, what would it
Yes.
what would it reveal?
Yes.
What would it reveal? I asked him.
No, that was a follow-up question to your originals. No. The chronology is now being lied about.
Shall I go back and get another quote?
Yeah.
No, you know what? Just sit down and shush.
You're gonna lie about it.
But the chronology is now being lied about because the puddle thing came later, and then you asserted Witsit's first answer as an answer to your second question.
Oh, I didn't. Not at all.
You're lying about the chronology.
That's a lie. I asked him. My
No,
original
you're
question
lying.
was, if
Everyone
we
here knows
found
the
out
lie.
there was realms beyond our own, what would it actually reveal?
No,
that
that's
wasn't your
not
original
first
question.
No, your
you
first
don't
was
remember
not-
your own question.
Yeah, you said what would change if everyone found out you were right about the shape of the Earth? What would it matter? What would it change? And you asked
you
like
asked it
4
so many
times.
times too, and he
Yeah.
didn't want to answer you. And now you're fucking, dude. This is a fucking waste of time.
This is what I was telling Gio. This is
told you
very
from the
aggravating,
beginning.
dude. This is
Go
like
back and get my
fucking
original quote.
ridiculous. You can't just keep us going in circles around fucking bullshit and then lying about what you said.
that's what I'm saying. And like it's like
Doesn't
now
matter
we're
what
wrong
you
for
presented.
Gio, this is a perfect example of what I was telling you. Is it wrong to say he's lying? Because now that it's been shown that his argument was illogical, he's trying to revise, he's trying to do historical revision, right? Revisionist history to pretend that he has something different to try to rearrange the argument and then defend that one. That's
It
what
was a
they
setup
do.
from the beginning. That's why the real answer is the same thing that gets revealed anytime any lie is exposed. End of
It's like,
story.
I don't find it improper to denote that as a lie because that is blatantly dishonest intention. It's and I didn't want to engage with him for that reason. He kept on interrupting the whole room to repeatedly basically force me to respond. Then I did, and then look what it turned into. And now look what it came down to after all that time and effort of answering in good faith. All it did was just end up in 30 minutes of disrespectful waste of my time.
Yeah.
Straight up.
This is not like an anomaly either, of course.
No, of course not.
You're not obliged to give people what they ask for.
I know, but it's just like he was ruining the whole conversation, right? Like it just sucks.
Yeah, and when he leaves, there'll be a good conversation for about an hour, maybe hour and a half, and then another one will come in to do the exact same thing. Wash, rinse, repeat.
I think
This is called gaslighting too, right? So you know what gaslighting is like when you try to get the person, it's basically a form of emotional abuse in a way, psychological abuse. It's where you get the person to internalize what you're saying. You lie to them and try to get them to internalize and believe what you're saying so they'll think that they're crazy or they think they did something wrong. So you can have psychological power over them. This is effectively like a Discord flat earth version of gaslighting, right? It's like, I didn't say that, as if you'll eventually convince them that they're crazy and they misremembered and they made up what was happening. And then what happens is they have a team of people that'll jump in and be like, he didn't say that. You're just lying. You're just projecting. Ed will jump in and say, you're just projecting. Da, 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 da. right?
Don't
And they're
play
just
the game with
gaslighting
it.
you.
Left lane too,
That's the
dude.
best way to win.
Left
Is
lane
not to play the
always
game.
defends these guys no matter what they say, even if he directly disagrees. He
You
will
quit
literally
speaking for
say
me.
something. He
Quit
will literally
speaking for
say
me. I'm
something.
getting tired of you speaking for me.
He will literally say something.
Go to bed
Shut
then.
the fuck up.
Say something that
Go to bed if
directly
you're tired.
disagrees. He will literally say something that directly disagrees with the other baller, and then we'll ask him, "Oh, so that other baller was wrong," and then he'll literally say, "No, he wasn't. I fully agree with him."
Yeah.
Dude. We caught you double speaking multiple times. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out for it.
It just happened. Like the other guy blatantly disagreed with you, left lane. Like you agree with what we said, and he was arguing with it tooth and nail. And then you're like, oh, wait, no, what he's really saying? I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I understand that there's. I think this happens some on both sides, but not as bad as that side.
Sorry, when I asked you what it revealed, you said it revealed potentially more land.
So Pazza also did that. So this isn't just like a left lane thing. Yeah, I know people are ragging on left lane. Well, this isn't a left lane thing. This is a team tactic.
No, it's not. I'm not on anybody's
It
team.
is. You both did it.
No. Well, so what?
That's
I've
exactly
got
what
nothing
it
to do
is.
with him.
So
I
what?
asked at 12:04 when I asked Witz what to reveal, he said it would potentially reveal more land, and that was the gateway to the discussion about more lands.
Just a red herring from what we're talking about.
Okay, fair enough. You said earlier 10 minutes ago. You said, or 3 minutes ago, Witz asserted. I didn't say there was more lands.
What was the conversation we were just having, Pazza?
Oh my god, dude.
I wasn't listening because I was looking back at the
Then why did you fucking say
Okay,
anything?
Bye-bye.
Why don't you just not talk while we have that discussion, and then when that discussion's over, maybe you can bring up your red herring then? How does that sound?
Fucking ridiculous.
Okay, go on then. I'll bring up my red herring in a minute. Carry on.
Fantastic. So yeah, it's not just left lane does that; it's all of them. Was my point.
Yeah, I gotta say, like he even just said, you quoted, you went back to the stream and recorded it, and I said it could potentially reveal more land. Like, I mean,
And then I said to you, what would revealing more lands? What would be the outcome of that? And that's how the conversation got going. A minute ago, you said that we didn't talk about more lands. You didn't state more lands.
No. Okay.
No. I've got to go back again now, have I?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I don't think you have functional recall.
I'm gonna address it one final time. Okay, what
Don't
happened
do
was-
it, Witz. Leave
one
it,
final
man.
time, dude. Okay.
Keep
so
it to
you-
2 minutes.
Feeding the trolls, man.
Pause it. I'm gonna mute you if you interrupt me. Okay. This is the last time I'm addressing it, just to clear the air with the truth. You repeatedly asked me what would happen, what would change if everyone found out you were right about the shape of the Earth. I ignored you 4 or 5 times. You kept asking. Then eventually I said, I don't even make a shape claim, so it shows you don't even understand the argument. Then I said, but what it would change is it would show all the countries are working together. It would show that potentially there's more land. It would show that the Earth occupies a special and unique position. And it would show that the way that people believe authority is an improper way to figure out truth. And I listed all of those things. What you did was try to impulsively interrupt in between each one of them. And now you're claiming that I was saying that the reason it's special was because there's more land. Okay? This is just a waste of time. I said the same thing 5 times. My answer remains the same. It's all logically consistent. It's a speculative question. It's a speculative answer. End of discussion.
Of course, yeah. But where I went with it was if there are a lot more lands, if there are more lands, what's unique about this one?
Oh my god! That it was made for us.
Unique.
That's
There's
what
more,
makes it.
if there are other realms with their own Polarises, there's nothing unique about this one, or you don't know
Okay,
which one is
so
unique.
Other Polarises.
We go back to the watch analogy. We go back to the bedroom analogy.
Well,
What if each one has what?
No, I think
very
we
special-
go
what's
back.
very special unique
I
about
think we
one
go
and
back
two
to the
amongst
fact that
friends,
this
isn't it?
guy
needs to
doesn't
stop.
actually
This needs to
engage.
stop. This is ridiculous.
Engage in real conversation.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. He's just asking the same questions he did half an hour ago after we just exposed him. Like,
Because it wasn't
just to get
addressed.
our minds
It
off
wasn't
of it.
addressed properly. It wasn't addressed properly.
It was.
It was, dude.
No, it wasn't.
Crypto
No,
addressed
you
it.
no,
Crypto,
you're asserting it was.
Crypto addressed it multiple times, dude.
It
We
was,
all heard it.
Alright, hey,
We
There are
all
more
listened.
lands. There are more lands with their own realms, but one of them is special and very special and unique for some
No.
reason.
Another straw man.
Hey, what?
They
Why
would
don't we
all.
just move on because the conversation is so far away from anything that is going to get us anywhere? Why don't we just kind of move to another topic? So I was listening earlier, and I've been running some loud equipment, so I couldn't really chime in. But when the talk was about Antarctica and possibly going there or whatever, somebody was just like, yeah, we should just get thousands of people and go do it, blah, blah, blah. Kind of like a storm Antarctica type. It was just kind of like a fun conversation that was taking place. Elisha said, yeah, maybe we could get some cargo ships. We could have like a sustainable little thing on the cargo ships as we explored the land. And I thought about, has anybody ever heard, and maybe Gio, you have, anybody heard about seasteading? This is kind of something that sprung up in the anarchist community of possibly making these either floating or stationary type platforms in the water where you're not subject to the laws of any specific land, and creating sustainable environments on the water, so you're kind of creating your own island from scratch. Has anybody heard of seasteading by any chance?
Yeah, I think it's more practical to be on a boat, but I've heard of stuff like that. The only problem is when you're in international waters, you're in tricky territory and you have to defend yourself because you have
Sure,
no
100%.
protections. But yeah, it's perfectly plausible to have a completely sustainable system on the waters. Because all you need, I mean, you have everything you need. You have the water there. All you have to do is purify it. That's easy. If you have a big enough space, you can have land and grow whatever you want. You can have animals. It's just a mechanical it's just a mechanical problem, really. It's not that big a deal.
I heard Saudi
whether somebody
Arabia.
wants to. Sorry, it's just whether people want to do it. Go ahead.
Just gonna say, I heard Saudi Arabia is building such a thing. But before we get into that, I want to ask my friend. I've been listening for a while, and it just shocks me. I'm astonished because he asked the question, like, what if they find another pond with another sun? And he actually, my friend, you actually asked the questions, what, why, and do you not understand the repercussions of that? Does somebody have to actually really tell you that?
No, I understand the repercussions.
not
There'd be
why he
massive
asked.
repercussions, wouldn't there?
No, let him answer.
There would be massive repercussions.
Oh, so you agree then that there would be something absolutely incredible if such a find were to be found, right?
Absolutely. The one I have a bugbear with is the notion that it would reveal the uniqueness of this one.
That's your whole beef.
It's a semantical bugbear with a
But it's
perfect
also
description.
It's also just a straw man of what was said before.
We
so
all
I don't
know
know.
that we all know they're all lying to us. Yeah. So what? What does it reveal? If there are other worlds, what other paradigm breaks down?
Well, okay, so I can give you an example of a functional financial consequence. The value of gold. If there was a lot more gold found in land, let's just say yonder, the value of gold would plummet massively because now you've got an enormous increase in supply. Just as an example. That's one of many things that would change.
Yeah.
Since when is it a small thing when millions of people have been lied to and they've all bought the lie? Since when is that something like that's so what? That's not so what.
No,
it's a massive deal. It permeates the very way people view their own internal perspective of themselves.
It would have been
and you want to dismiss it as if it's irrelevant that there's a massive lie out there.
I think it would have far-reaching implications even for things like religion, who all come up with this idea that we're under.
So then, why ask your question? Why ask your question and then proceed to mischaracterize every response that you heard for about an hour?
I didn't. I picked on one thing he said.
Yes,
I don't
you
think
did.
it would reveal a less of uniqueness about this realm if there were other realms, wouldn't it? That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, but you made that point erroneously in the first place. The reason
you've done it 4 or 5 times now. Sorry, go on, Elijah.
The reason which it said unique is because you asked a question about if basically fundamentally that everything we've told was proved to be a lie, what would it change? And he goes, what would it show? And he goes, of course it's going to show that this place is unique. That much is obvious. And your bugbear with that is an erroneous bugbear.
Why would it show this is unique? If there's a
because
pluralization
it's been presented, because it's been presented as anything but.
Hold on, he has a point there. The guy has a point there. If we find an identical, hold on,
no, because that was a secondary point, SE.
Right, it is a secondary point, but he's right. But what he doesn't see here is, if this is true, it would change everything.
The inability for
knowledge, everything you've been taught, my friend, is wrong. They lied to you. This is the issue you have to understand.
Sure, I get that. I'm not.
So
I'm
why
not
are
under
you
the
harping
illusion.
on? Why are you harping on identity? Like I don't get that. Like you.
Because he's
Why would you
bored.
bring it? Why would you bring up? Why would anybody asking that question two statements in get uniqueness is brought up? Don't understand that.
Yeah, but why
Well,
would you
that's
harp
your
on? Why would you
business. Just
focus
go
on
understand it
uniqueness
somewhere else.
and not see the whole picture? Like you're looking at the shiny teeth, right? You're not seeing the whole picture of the girl smiling at you, right? You're looking at the tooth. Why don't
Of
you see
all
the
the
big picture?
of all the things, no, listen. Of all the things he said, the governments are working together to deceive us. I agree with that. I said it 3 times, and he accused me of interrupting. I agree with virtually everything he said. The one I couldn't find any foothold with was the notion of the uniqueness. That's why I focused on it.
Well, if you understood that the Copernican principle specifically says the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position, and then discovering the Earth was geocentric would immediately do away with that, then of course the ramification would be the exact opposite were true. We explained it to you in like 50 different ways. If there's like an entire sky that rotates around the Earth at the center, that puts the Earth in a unique position relative to all that motion. I mean, if you can't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. Like if I paint a handcrafted mural for 50 children in 50 rooms, even though there's 50 different rooms with murals, I handcrafted a painting for each room.
What makes one mural the center, though?
It doesn't matter, dude. It's the center of that rotation.
You
It's
literally just said the
You move
whole
the
realm
goalpost
of
to
the
argue. Just
the
shut
whole
up.
realm of the sky
Can
revolves
I just
around us.
because Paz is
All
here to
right, I've had enough of this,
Can I
dude.
ask,
Why
can
do
I
you
ask,
fuckers keep
now you're talking
engaging
over me,
me?
dude. Now you're talking over me. So, SE, can I ask you a question, right? If I was a watchmaker and I made 20 unique watches for 20 people in this room, would you say that they're not unique because there's 20 of them?
I would not say that. No.
That was what Pazza was saying earlier. So this is the difference between you and him, is that you understand that very quickly.
Yeah, this is just a misunderstanding, but I want him to understand the implications of even the slightest possibility that there could be another pond, another sun. Do you understand? Like this is
You're making
groundbreaking. Yeah.
You're making
implications are
I think it's a fair point. However, we need to break it down into the specialness and the uniqueness. These are different things, right? So the uniqueness was in question, okay, but that's stupid for the reason that you've quickly understood that he doesn't understand. Now, when you want to talk about specialness, that's a different thing. I don't think anyone's questioning that it would mean specialness, but uniqueness should also not be in question.
Yeah, do you get that, bro? The unique thing? You get what crypto's trying to tell you? There could be 20 unique pieces, right, of a watch.
They're trying to tell you that the world is unique, and then if we reveal other worlds, then that's revealing it's unique. Or what? That's what I don't understand what the statement alludes to.
Holy
Okay, cool. I'm going to say it one last time, and then
let me try to break down for you a little
I'm going
bit.
to say it one last time, and then I'm going to get on with my evening because this is wasting my time. The uniqueness comes before anything else, so they are unique before there are any of the others. They are made unique, so it doesn't matter how many others there are.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
So revealing that there's more of them doesn't change anything about the object nature of its uniqueness, does it?
Well, of course not, because the uniqueness.
Why would you say that? Why would you? When I asked what would it reveal, why would you say that?
Because
Oh my
you're putting the question in the backwards order to which it was asked, and I think you're doing this on purpose. And to be honest,
No, I'm not.
it's been addressed so many times that this is done subject.
Yeah,
we're
because
gonna go back to what we were talking about earlier.
He's even pretending he agreed with the government lying thing, but he actually jumped in and said, "How so?"
I said, yes, I agree with you. When you said the governments are working together, I said I agree.
You said,
about
"How so?"
5
at first.
times.
No.
I said 5 times, and you said, "Stop interrupting me." I agree with you. They're all working together. That's a
Well, then agree in
significant thing.
silence because this is a done conversation. This
Yeah, but
hasn't
can I-
progressed anywhere.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, talk
Real
about whatever
quick?
you want.
No, I'm just going to answer this question. Are we not unique as an individual? And everything else on this planet, or whatever it is, everything's unique. So why wouldn't the Earth itself be unique?
Yeah, that's another good point. Like each person's unique, and there's like what 7 billion of us.
Right. Okay. So yeah, fine. So uniqueness is inherent in everything, including those other worlds. Yeah.
Oh, you're getting it.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So when I
Thank
say to
you.
you, what would it reveal if you found out about those other worlds? Why would the category that we agree is that everything's unique and there are lots of other things unique? Why is that suddenly a revelation to everyone?
Because I said unique position, a special and unique position.
So what's the all right? So maybe we're getting drilling down to what's the positional aspect that's unique?
It's in the center of the rotation
How do you know that?
because we can see it.
Yep,
But what
we
if
can see it.
what if this other world
What
is
do you mean,
got
how
their
do you
own
know
sun
that? You
and
just
their own
asked him what would
Polaris?
it reveal if this was shown. So you can't then go, how do you know? Because this in your question, it's already been shown.
If they've got a sun in another world different to our sun,
Oh my
how
days, you're
would we know
moving the
the difference?
goalposts again. Just shut
I'm
up.
gonna have to like
I'm
def
not.
him or something.
But we only see one sun, so I don't even know where you're going with this.
Okay, so all right. So there's a vastness
This is
of
a
darkness.
contrarian.
I get it. I get it. There's a vastness of darkness that's no use to us. Is that what you're
Boring.
saying?
Yeah, in the way you communicate, for sure there is.
Yeah, like you've dragged us all into this vastness of darkness for sure.
Are there other suns and moons for these other realms?
Dude, I
Did
said
anybody
it
say
could-
they were?
Dude, I said
No,
it
hold
could
on.
potentially reveal that there is more lands because they told us the Earth's a globe and it's been entirely explored and it's finite, it's spherical, it's a finite dimension that's known and has been mapped. If we find out that is not the case, we've been misled about the nature of the Earth, it could potentially reveal more land.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Right. Has anybody told him about Rear
That's
Admiral?
the size of America over there beside Antarctica. No, it doesn't matter. No one said there's millions of worlds. That's what you said.
So,
No, but hold on.
okay.
I'll even back
All
you
right.
up on the more land. We have an American Rear Admiral, and he himself said there's land the size of America beyond the North Pole. This is a Rear Admiral of the United States Navy. Are you aware of that?
South Pole.
Sorry, South Pole. Yeah, it's a little
Say
late.
beyond the North Pole.
Are you aware of that, sir?
I've heard these claims. Yeah.
Okay, so these are not just unsubstantiated things that we're just throwing out in midair like that. These are, ideas that are brought forth because of people like that.
How did he get there?
Operation High Jump.
Yeah, he had a whole battle group with him. They had planes, they had tractors, they had generators, they had cranes, lifts, dogs, sleds, ammunition, gasoline, the works. They built stations, everything.
Did they get there by boat?
He flew boat, and then they also carriers that they flew planes on too. They also flew planes.
Yeah,
So
they
the
had
ca-
3
so-
planes that they flew. Yep.
So they didn't take the carriers over the ice wall. So how do they get them into this other gateway round?
They flew planes.
What about the boat? Didn't they take the boat to
They
the other
docked the
round?
boat and flew planes. Which part of this is complicated for you?
He flew planes.
You see, you're
flew
fighting
planes.
it. Why are you fighting it instead of
I'm
being
not
like
fine.
in
I'm
awe?
asking you.
No, but you're
the
like
logistics of how they.
confrontationally asking, bro.
I'm
You're
asking you the
confrontationally like,
logistics of how they revealed these other lands. Did they
Okay,
go
go
by
to
boat or did they
Operation
go by
High
land?
Jump and read the Wikipedia. How about that?
Okay, all right. I'll go and look at that then.
There you go. And then when you're done, go look up
Then you-
Operation Deep Freeze.
yeah.
I'm
And
just
read
picturing
Admiral
him
Byrd's.
fucking responding to something dumb. I guarantee it, and not
No,
having read the fucking thing.
And then go find his interview. That's what Essie's talking about. He was interviewed on national television, and he said like, what does this mean for like unexplored areas for that like adventurous American that's listening in? And he says, well, it's astonishing to me that there's an area as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of Antarctica that remains unexplored and no one knows about it.
Exactly. Research, just YouTube Longines Chronicles, Admiral Byrd.
Is the Wikipedia page got anything to do with the other realms on it, or is it just something I've got to read?
No, it's just about them.
You'll hear him speak
You're asking
himself,
all kinds of
bro.
Who
questions
said
about it.
anything
He's
about
supposed to be
other
reading
realms?
the Wikipedia page.
You were
And he's
asking all
not.
the questions about
I've got it up.
Operation High
I've
Jump.
got it up.
It's annoying.
Well, then go read it and fucking go on mute.
Silent reading time, my dude. Head
Okay,
down.
I'll go and read it. I'll go and read
Mouth
it. I'll
shut.
go and read it. I'll go and read it.
Yay! Maybe go watch my Skull and the Globers. I break the whole timeline down for you, bro. Thank me later.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Like, it's okay if you
Wish
question,
it-
but
stop,
at least
stop
know
feeding the
what you're.
trolls, man. What's wrong with you? You're like a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, see.
Someone asks a stupid question, you should know what it is before they asked it, and just don't engage. It's more reasonable dealing with a nutcase who's just shouting ad homs at you, because you just mute him and then move on.
Yeah, I literally tried to shift the conversation and it got drawn right back.
I know, but what sucks is like when people lie about you, it's very hard to ignore it. It's like that's what I was telling you about. It's a
You just go,
tactic.
he's full of it. Bye. Next.
Yeah, but then people they just go on and on and on with big, elaborate, meticulous, revisionist versions of history where they're just putting words in your mouth and painting you to have all these incompetent, illogical responses, and it's like it's a tactic to draw you back in. It's what they all do, and that's why they're here. Is because they want.
And then they call you a liar.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "You're a liar." It's like, wait a minute.
Grifter.
Yeah.
Excuse
Oh,
me.
it happens to me. Like
I call those
I got people
guardrails.
on other servers. Like, I'll pop in and they're like, "Oh, the liar's here." I'm like, "What? What do I lie about? What do you even talk about?" "Oh, you're just a liar." Like, dude, I just got in the room. Haven't even said a word.
Has a rage quit.
It takes one to know one, man. They're fully on board with it. Anyway,
Yeah,
we can do permaculture on the water.
I call those
Yeah.
people guardrails or whatever because they try to lead you back into the mainstream belief.
They're
One
like
way or
the
the other.
Good word for it.
like
That's
when
exactly
little
what they
kids
are.
when little kids go bowling, they put the little rails that come up so they can't get a gutter ball.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of people who will still get gutter balls anyway.
Dude, that's exactly what they are. They're literally defense attorneys. They're literally like as if they went onto someone else's tennis court and the person that was supposed to be playing the tennis, Neil deGrasse Tyson, was like sitting in a lawn
What?
chair and they were playing for him in front of him.
I should
Yeah,
do
it's
my
funny.
hair on the beard.
It's funny because someone hot mic. Yeah, I think someone's hot mic. Yeah, it's funny because Witcher came up.
I'm just gonna say that this happens in every aspect of reality. Like it happens with, the alternative media. It happens with all sorts of things that they want to guardrail you and lead you back into the optimal belief that they want you to believe in. It's not just this topic. It's everything.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Witcher came up with this term the other day that I found really funny, which is globe defense attorney. And yeah, it's true they are. But I started asking ballers. So you will literally defend the globe in your spare time for free. And is that what you do? You defend the mainstream narrative in your spare time for free. And for some reason, they just don't like answering that question.
So they're pro bono. Attorney.
What's funny is like the way that it's like, because it just makes it you kind of lay bare to them how retarded what they're doing is, because they're backing up a narrative that everyone already believes. They're wasting all of the spare time that they're having, which they could be going out, I don't know, meeting girls, which most of them need to do by the looks of things. And then they're doing it for free. They're not even getting paid, right? So like
It's
these
worse
three
than that.
things, it's like,
They
when
pay
you
for
lay it bare to them, they really don't like hearing it.
It's worse than that, Crypto. They pay for it. They pay for it through their taxes.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like paying to be a
Fund the narrative, pay for the narrative.
And then
Speak the
defend it.
narrative, be the narrative. Wait, hold on. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, but then they demand that you pay it as much as they do. It's like, no thanks.
Yeah, they're like it's really crazy, dude. Because they do it with NASA. Like that's when you can really see. But just show like the footage of the guy grabbing the cap that's not there and then sitting it down, and just sit back and enjoy the show.
Right, yeah.
It's not really. He was just moving his hand. It's just a coincidence. It just looks like he's grabbing it. What the fuck?
Imagine the guy who just won the heavyweight championship. He tested clean, everything's kosher, right? And then he spends the rest of his life defending the fact that he won it, as opposed to just going, "Yeah, of course I won it." End of story. This is what they're like, right? If they had actually won the fight, they wouldn't have to scream and shout. They're screaming and shouting because they want they want a chance at the championship, but they know they're not going to get it. They don't have the credentials. They don't. Mate, they don't even have the faculties to enter the ring, let alone last one round with us.
Do you guys hear Michio Kaku say we were wrong? We have to write the Big Bang.
Mm-mm.
Just dropped a clip.
Yeah, but you know, in their worldview, SE, wrong means they're right.
Eventually, they'll be right.
Up is
That's
down, left is right. Confusion is understanding. These guys don't live in the real world.
I love it when I catch them on their own, their own experiments, their own things, which nobody can argue, right? That's in their own backyard. They can't say anything. Oh, you did this wrong. No, I didn't do anything. That's your research. You found it. It's your James Webb telescope. How many billions did you spend again? Yeah.
Yeah, one of those. There's a fallacy that they often use that I actually don't know if there's a word for this, but it's like it's almost like a reverse genetic fallacy or something. I'll tell you what the argument is. So it's like they'll say, all right, so someone will come up with a hostile witness, and oh yeah, Dave over here has a specific take on light or whatever. And then they'll say, oh, but Dave thinks it's a globe, therefore the specific take on light is irrelevant, right? I don't even have a name for that fallacy, but that's one of the fallacies they'll bring up a lot when that sort of argument is made. Like you bring up a hostile. They'll tell you that person is agreeing with me, therefore, it's like, okay.
Yeah, like when people are talking about aether theory or whatever, like, oh, Tesla believed in the aether, and then they're like, well, Tesla believed in the globe, therefore globe. And it's like,
Dude, it's the worst, bro. It's because they always say Flurfs never provide citations. Dude, I'm like overkill on citations, because I'm like a nerd with that. So like, I recollect a lot. I don't have to go refind them, but I drop so many citations, And so what they shifted over with me is like, they're like, I'm like always saying, no, that's not what the globe says, Like even Harvard will tell you that the geodynamo model doesn't work. So this and this and this. They'll say I'm making it up. I don't know what I'm talking about. Cite it, prove it. I'll cite it, and then it'll say exactly what I said and prove them wrong. And their response will always be, "This says the Earth's a globe. It proves you wrong." It's like, what the?
Yeah, it's some
That's
form
one of
of
their
like
tactics. No matter what the argument is, let's say you're talking about whatever level, and you cite somebody and he's going to say, yeah, but I bet you he's a glober. I bet you he believes the earth is round. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Yeah, they always do that.
It's kind of a red herring.
Just
almost.
reverse the logic
Like a red
on it,
herring plus the genetic fallacy combined somehow.
Because it's not really it's not so much a red herring because it's. I mean, I suppose it is, but I don't think red herring is like specific enough.
We'll make up a term, the genetic modified red herring.
Well, it's a straw man as well.
Modified red herring.
Isn't it like an all or nothing kind of a fallacy thing?
It's a straw man.
I think it is. I think it is an all or nothing.
It's all or nothing in the sense that you have to phrase that too, because they go read. It's like all or nothing in the sense they're saying like either it has to be this way or this way holistically. And so in this, they're saying like it has to be either you agree with everything that this author thinks, or you can't invoke anything that they say, even when you're using them as a hostile witness. It's so goofy.
Just reverse the logic on them. Like, what's his face has like been proven to inappropriately have touched people in the past. Therefore, because you believe what he believes, you're also like him.
Yeah, I know. I could do that with
just send it back on them every time, and then just watch them squirm under their
believe
own.
in Einstein, then you must also believe that it's okay to write sexual fantasies about the minor of the first person that you married, and then to call Japanese people dogs, and then to wear women's clothing and walk out naked and not know how to tie your shoes.
Yeah, or just do do a hypothetical absurd one. So okay, so because the three-legged man, no wait, hold on, better one. The three-legged dog believe this, therefore you're a three-legged dog, or anything like that. Just keep showing the absurdity to which their points are based on every time, and it's better because if you don't make mockery of something that is completely stupid, then you give it validity. In my opinion, if you're not laying it down, at least like specifically the lie that they're doing, or showing the just showing the stupidity in it, then you give them credence. And I don't think they deserve any credence whatsoever, because they don't engage with anything of any real substance for about 99.999% of the time. Because there are some rare ones. But before we continue to mock them relentlessly for their confusion, you were making a point earlier, Whitsit, when you were reading from the documentation, from the released files from the 50s or whatever. I thought some of the phrasing was interesting that you were reading, that they derive from the assumption of the flat plane and the firmament, they derive certain things. So the way I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong in what you were quoting from, but the way I understand that is that because of the baseline assumption that they've made, they were able to actually extract data from the system. Am I right so far?
Sorry, say again.
So you were reading from that document, right, about how they, assuming the flat Earth, they were able to derive points from like the zenith angles and stuff, looking at the firmament, right? I'm just roughly paraphrasing what you were quoting from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the phrasing is they derived from. Now, what I think is interesting about that is they're taking and they're actually getting data. But what the globers often do is they say, because of this, we have been able to predict this. So they haven't actually derived anything from their worldview. They use an idea, and then with the idea, they predict something in favor of their conclusion. And I think that's an important distinction in the language that is used, because when they make a false assumption, they can never actually get any real data from it. They can only ever put the data and present it as if it's in agreement with their conclusion. Whereas what you were reading from, they're getting real world data from derived directly from the correct assumption that they've made, because they're actually doing real stuff with it. Anyway,
Yeah, like the ballers got really quiet once I pointed it out, because what it says is that they assumed a flat Earth, and that the approximation method was proven accurate, and they were able to accurately determine the brightness of the firmament, and they got, with the flat Earth, they got different zenith distances, which means that the distance to the point above you were different distances at different points of the firmament. There's really no way to respond to that.
Right. Because the other thing, because they always try to present as if, oh, because we made these predictions based on this erroneous thing, therefore we're correct. But they haven't actually extracted anything from their assumptions. They've only ever predicted things that they've already predicted. Like I think the language is important, but when you said that, I thought that was really interesting, because they're actually getting data that's actually in agreement, and they're getting it from this baseline understanding, as opposed to putting an understanding onto an assumption.
So was this expedition or observation, was it done by the Russians? Was that true?
Yeah, and it was stamped by the U.S. government, and it was actually presented in front of an international board.
I did find a citation on firmament, Russian firmament, converted or translated to English means sky. I did find that.
And why does it say sky in parts of it and firmament in parts of it?
That's good. That's interesting. Curious.
We would want to see the original Russian to see if it's different words. I can't find the original Russian, but it very specifically uses sky at points and then firmament at points. And then it says there are different zenith distance measurements to the firmament. So it doesn't even make sense in the context of sky, especially on a globe, which would have equidistant zeniths. But yeah, I don't know. Like, people say the same thing about firmament in the Bible, expanse or sky. No, I mean rakia, beating out strong as bronze. So we would need to see the actual Russian term, and then if there's like contextual defining parameters for the word. I haven't been able to find it in Russian though, because it's like coming from our government, so it's already translated. It wouldn't be good to just take it and reverse translate it, right? Because there's no way to know how it was written. It's going to be dependent upon whatever translates it. Yeah. That's what I want to. I just want to talk about that. That it says flat Earth, firmament, different zenith distances to the firmament. Obviously, if there's an actual firmament, that makes sense, right? Like if you have a firmament, like in some type of dome shape, then like different zenith measurements make sense. If you're right in the middle of the dome, it's going to be the highest zenith. If you go over to the right or left, it's going to be a little bit lower, right?
What do you call that field of view that you have from the position, the individual?
The azimuthal grid.
I guess
The
so,
field
yeah.
of view. What do you mean?
When you're rolling the ball around
Maybe a personal atmospheric dome or something like that.
in the Bislin model, when
An
the ball,
azimuthal grid of vision is more precise, but
that's
yeah.
it. Azimuthal grid.
Yeah, people call it personal dome. You guys know that Dan, you know they took the Walter Bislin model down, right?
Yeah.
But we can still get it in way
Yeah,
back.
I sent you the link with it, and
Yeah.
I posted it in here.
Dude, I
have it.
called that. Dude, we knew they were gonna do that, bro. Dude, how does the ballers not think that's weird? Like, why would you take it down? First of all, why is he like updating his description to put my name in it, and then take it down? That's
Would you
weird.
remember the Null? There was a really interesting map by Null School.
Being cowardly.
Oh, brilliant! Thank you. There was a really interesting map by Null School where they used to have like different projections, and there was like a globe projection, there was an AE map, and then all of a sudden they just removed the AE map, and it had like weather patterns and pressure patterns and all this other cool stuff. Now you just can't do it on an AE map, and I think it's I don't know why exactly, but again, it's suspicious that they removed it. Why bother?
Walter Bislin's website is just unavailable. I don't think he's taken it down. Like there's some service outage.
Can you draw us a graph? Ruha, can you draw us a graph of how it's normally there and how right now it's not? And that
Go to
would look
uptime.
in a series of
Uptime.
dot patterns, maybe.
Hey, with or without it being taken down, it's hilarious that he literally went and updated his description to say, how does a light node bend relative to each latitude? What's it?
He did?
Yeah.
No way.
Well, he overestimated your
triggered
guys' intelligence, so yeah.
There you go. Make yourself feel good.
Metabunk changed his shit when we did Salt and Sea. After that, he put a disclaimer that it wouldn't work over water.
Well, since we're talking about estimation of intelligence, Roof, let's see if you can pass the litmus test that the ballers have been not doing so well on. Okay, so you know how if back in the day Marconi sent radio transmissions, they were like, you can't send that line of sight 2,200 miles. It's going to hit the curve of the Earth at less than 200 miles. You have no chance. He's like, I'm going to try it anyway, and it worked. That's when they say they discovered the ionosphere, and that the waves, the radio waves were going out, the Earth was dropping down underneath it, but it kept going out towards space and then reflected back down off the sky. So they said there must be something there, and they said that was the ionosphere. So anyway, so that's the official explanation for the globe. It's called sky wave propagation. So if I shoot waves out, they're supposed to go up into the sky, hit the ionosphere, and bounce back down. It gives you a little V. And they say at great distances it bounces up and down, making a bunch of V's. So there's something called a skip zone or a dead zone in between those areas where it hits the curve and then keeps going towards space and then comes back down. There's an area in between that where the transmission can't be reached. It's called a skip zone. So do you agree that if I sent a transmission out over a large body of water and there was a person in the middle of the skip zone and they received the signal, then that would debunk the globe?
I don't know enough about ionospheric refraction to comment. I would like to.
Can I ask a question too? What's it?
To place that I'm interested in.
Is the skip zone you're like targeting someone standing in like beyond the line of sight reach?
All doing a thing together.
Nah, there's in theory, the line of sight reach is very hard to determine, right? Because they just factor it all within a globe. I mean, what's the line of sight reach? Marconi did it 10,000 miles, right? I mean, he did it 2,000 miles, and it worked the first time, which means according to the globe, right, it's just like super lucky because it just bounced up and down, just happened to land on there.
Yeah, so effectively what Witz is asking is if I stand in the bit where the Earth is getting in the way, effectively, before it's able to bounce down from the ionosphere again and effectively go around the physical curvature, would that debunk the globe? That's the question.
Yeah, no, I don't know enough about ionospheric refraction to comment.
No, I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to Fundamental.
Oh. Right.
Oh,
I would
I'm
love
sorry,
to know
dude.
how ionospheric refraction works.
I was dealing with something IRL. I totally missed it. My bad, dude.
It's all
I'm here
good. Dan
now.
the Waterman has done a lovely diagram, whatever, in 22 past the hour, which explains it perfectly.
See what it's like, Ruhif, when somebody posts something that makes fucking sense?
Oh no, like the diagram's fine.
Teasing.
Diagram's fine. I just don't know how it works. I know that it's sort of wavelength specific, but I would
Well,
like to know what is it about ionized particles that makes
Is
them
a picture worth
refract like this?
1,000? Is a picture worth 1,000 words? Do you see the red portion called the skip zone?
Yes.
Okay, so assuming that this theory exists, which it does, which you could find out right now if you cared. In other words, without
No,
details.
I've looked. I've looked at how. I've tried to find out how it works, and I cannot.
But you'll come up with something. We'll give you time.
Yeah, I'll try and figure it out one day. Yes.
This is the first time I've ever heard of a skip zone, but the Globers, does everyone agree it exists?
Yeah, I experienced.
Yeah, I had the Glowers telling me that they know it exists and that we're wasting our time.
Wait, what do they know?
Should we enlighten Ruhif with some of the other Globers' ad hoc excuses, or should we let him create his own?
Do you think I'm going to create some excuses of my own,
Create your own.
given what I just said, Fundy?
I'm asking you.
Yeah. Do you think I'm going to create excuses given what I've just said?
I wasn't asking you.
Funny that said that. So.
Oh no, sorry, Noah. You and Fundy sound a little bit alike.
So what
No,
we're seeing,
that was fucking Crypto that said that. Jesus fucking Christ.
And I didn't say
You're all NPCs. You're all NPCs. You all sound the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
ironic,
we're all
coming from an
NPCs.
NPC.
We've gone from straw men to projection, I see.
So all you have to do, Ruhif, I'll give you a head start.
Yeah.
Instead of refraction, it's going to be reflection, and you're going to say that it scatters in all directions at the time. Yes, they see it in the other zone, but you're going to give us a form of scattering to say that it, because of other refraction versions of something that you're going to make up, that it can't be doing what they're saying in its entirety. So I just think this is interesting, and it's interesting that you're not theorizing on it right away because you normally do. So
I've looked for explanations. I don't know what it is about the particular wavelength or the ionized particles or ionized molecules. I don't know the relation that makes it work. I don't know. I've looked.
I'm going to rely upon you to get back to us with all of your might and say, "Oh, this is ridiculous because I wouldn't be fair for you to hold it out because I know it's coming."
Yeah.
It's
When I find out, I'll let you know. Dan.
Something, yeah. It's just tiresome. I'm trying to figure out how to measure the peak in a 100-meter swimming pool. I think they're common enough, what we call an Olympic-sized pool. Seems to me that you should have a gradient of the water's height. Can you measure that gradient?
That's a good idea, actually. Dan,
I probably couldn't.
You need to be accurate enough, but it would be within like human ability, right? Because over a mile it's 8 inches. So how many 100 meters? That's 1,600 meters in a mile.
Yep.
So you 1/16 or 1/16 squared or something like that. That should be measurable. That should be a measurable amount of deviation from straight. With our current modern technology, that definitely should be doable.
Yeah, those test tanks where they test the hulls of ships, apparently, apparently they were built with curvature in mind. So, yeah.
How?
Wait, do you want to repeat that for the class?
Yeah.
Apparently there's these test test canals where apparently they have to incorporate the curvature of the Earth into the construction.
Says who?
Says them. Says them.
Who's them?
Who's them? The Men in Black? Like what?
Whoever built it.
Whoever built it. You sound like you really.
You want to cite them, perhaps? Maybe.
I will Google it for you if your Googling skills are not up to standard.
So when you said
Are they up to
apparently, what you
standard?
mean is you heard another anti-flat earther
I mean,
say it.
this
You heard,
just
you
says
watched-
everything.
Yes,
Relies
yes,
on Google.
that is the exact
Apparently means
intention.
you're
That is the
anti-flat
exact
earther.
intention behind the word apparently.
Oh,
You'll
so
notice that I
you-
don't bring it up as
Flat
like, oh, this is proof of
speculation
the globe,
in
right?
Wait, time out. Was it McToon or FTFE?
I don't know.
Probably
I've just seen
FTFE.
it before.
It was for sure one of them too, bro. Let's be real.
Okay,
If it's a Google thing, it's FTFE, right?
Yeah.
But they're all the same.
But yes, that is the exact intention behind the word apparently. I'm not
Yeah.
presenting it as some kind of globe proof.
Cool,
I'm just
then
saying
let's
that
move on.
if those amounts of curvature are measurable, then they must claim that it is.
So if
Measurable
false
way.
claim, then false claim.
I've lost interest.
Circular reasoning. I love it.
Very
lost
short
interest,
attention
bro.
span.
Well,
Very
if
short
false claim, then false claim.
Mate, that's the sum of their whole worldview. If BS, then BS. Therefore BS. Congratulations.
In the computer business, they call it garbage in, garbage out.
Exactly.
GIGO, indeed. FIFO. FIFO.
All right, we're relying upon you, Ruhik. You're going to save
What?
us all kinds of effort here when you debunk this.
Debunk what?
When you debunk.
He's going to self-debunk.
Debunk what?
Anything we say?
Have you guys noticed that, like, when you say like,
Try something.
so it would debunk the globe, right? Like they can never say yes. Like, it doesn't like.
Yeah, because we don't trust you guys to accurately represent what's actually happening because you continually fuck it up. I don't know if it's intentional, but continually fuck it up.
You just can't answer even like
How so?
intellectual honesty questions, right? Like,
Yeah, because we don't trust you to accurately
Ruhik.
represent the reality of it.
would it?
I don't know whether it's intentional or
Hey, would it be
retardation. I'm not
the
sure.
globe if it were done correctly?
I don't know if it's retardation or intentional, but you guys can never accurately represent the reality of the
It's not an
situation.
actual dialogue. You're not answering what Vincent said.
I've just did it 3
Rooftard.
times. I've done it 3 times now.
Rooftard, I have a question,
Yes.
right? Is it possible that you were wrong all along and it's not actually a bull?
Is it possible? Are you asking, is it logically possible, or do I have any doubt?
I asked a question. You heard the question. Answer the question,
Yes,
if you will.
I'm asking what you mean by your question. Do you mean, is it logically possible, or are you asking, do I have any doubt?
Here's a better question. Would you bet everything you own on it being a globe?
Yes, 100%.
Well, you'd be a poor man.
See how I answered that question, right? See how I answered that.
Well, you.
It was clarified. It was clarified what you meant.
I'll say it again. So I said if the tests were done correctly, since you used us not doing it correctly as a cop out, if the tests were done correctly, would it debunk the globe? Yes or no?
Which test? The Skywave test. The Skywave test.
If what he's saying is if he points out or finds like absence of a skip zone where there should be one predicted by the globe, then what would the ramifications be?
Yeah, if there's an accurate, real prediction made by the globe that is falsified, then yes, it would falsify it. But as I said, you guys are retarded or
Okay, wait.
intentionally misrepresenting stuff.
Wait. Here we go. Hey. You ready?
Yes.
Roofy, does it debunk the globe?
If an accurate prediction is made by a globe and it is falsified, then yes.
Insert qualifier every time.
Yes, like I said 4 times now, if you guys could make accurate predictions based on the globe model, then I wouldn't have to qualify it. But you guys think the fucking drone goes up in the air, it should
All right, we
fly
got a
off
follow-up
the west
question.
at 1,000 miles an
Follow-up
hour.
question. Here we go. Follow-up question.
Roofy, if you found out the Earth was flat, would it make you cry?
Is that Kai? It is Kai. Yeah, there you go. What would I do? I would
Yes.
probably commit myself to a mental institution, Kai.
No,
That's what I
she
would
asked
do.
if it would make you cry.
No, I would probably commit myself to a mental institution.
Why?
Is it me or is that
Because-
just a bit extreme? If you found something out, like that's kind of a bit extreme.
No,
It's
it
kinda-
would
it's kinda
mean
like begging the question in your own life. Like you're personally begging the question to yourself. Like if I ever come to this conclusion, I must therefore be insane. That's like begging the
yes.
question.
Is that
No.
because of how attached he is to the ball? He's just so it's so core to his being that the idea of him questioning it makes him question his own sanity at the same time.
No. It would mean my reasoning skills are completely broken. Completely
Your,
broken.
but your logical skills are broken because your
Well, in your opinion, sure.
your own reasoning is circular.
Don't you think though that there's
I know this, therefore I'm sane. If I didn't know this, I would be insane. It's not a lot like a.
My-
There's no logical basis to that.
not reasonable? It might be
my
logical.
reasoning.
Don't you think though there's a certain element to that, Ruth, that like you've put the stakes very high based on something that you can't really possibly fully understand either way.
Every observation I've ever seen
Like a
is
kid that said
consistent
he
with
would
a
kill
globe.
himself if he didn't go to the NBA, but then he grew up to be 5'2".
What does
No.
consistent with the globe mean?
Matches the predictions of a globe model. Is consistent with
And these predictions are based on what exactly?
All right.
the globe model.
Okay, so
Real fast. I got.
And
She got
how
another
is that-
question for you, dude.
go ahead. Lisa.
If it turns out that NASA has committed fraud, they publicly announce it, like, yeah, they didn't go to space, didn't go to the moon. We don't know what the Earth is. Would you still say it's a ball?
Yes.
Why?
I have my own measurements.
I told her
Like I
what you
said,
were going to say.
everything,
Like, I literally
everything
told
is
her.
consistent with the Earth being a globe, and stacks of things contradict the flat Earth. You guys can't even make a prediction for what we should see in flat Earth.
I have my own measurements.
Who says we have to make a prediction?
Well, if you want to claim your model is true, or then you just go to the default, I don't have a
Who's-
model. You have no reason, you have no basis to say that any observation you see in reality is consistent with flat Earth.
Wait, but our calling your model wrong is independent of us bringing a model to replace it.
Yes, so you guys are just anti-globers, right?
We had the startings of a model. It got taken down today. It's unfortunate.
I just checked his website. It just says 503 service unavailable, which is like a provider issue usually.
Yeah, but it might be because he hasn't paid.
Dude, I had to let her know like what she was telling us. You know, I'm like, yo, he's in the sauce, my brother. He's a goner.
Good for you. Like I said, do you have any
When
observations?
you brag
that are
about
predicted by
boosters, I
the-
mean, I consider that pretty lost in the sauce, right? I mean,
Right. Do you have any predictions that you can make with a flat Earth model that you hold?
like you're literally lost in the sauce, you know, like the actual juice.
Why would you need a prediction when you can just operate in the real world?
No, you need predictions to.
I highly doubt he takes steroids. Highly doubt that.
Yeah, you need predictions, but when the Globe's predictions don't work, it's okay. That's science.
But they do work.
Show me a prediction that doesn't work.
Does a sniper need a prediction to do an accurate shot?
No, they
regarding
prove it.
any of your notions.
Please show me a prediction that doesn't work with it.
Okay, it predicts a symmetrical magnetic field, but yet the southern portion of the magnetic field is up to 35%.
Just a prediction of curvature would be good, right?
Oh, so it's not what the Globe predicts, just one little portion of it that you want it to predict.
Just a simple one that I know stuff about, rather than fucking relativity and
So
magnetism.
Leffler, when you say that the Globe has to make predictions, like you guys mean it can get all of its predictions wrong except for what you choose to talk about.
No, that magnetic thing doesn't bother me, but I'm sure that that the pilots in Australia, I'm sure that they use proper, magnetic variance when they do their flight planning down there, and I bet they still get where they're going.
I mean, declination, just
yeah.
God, declination is
At
terrible.
what point do they predict that they're going to go over a curve?
Yeah, and Li should, someone's. That's funny. Sorry.
I think they might be hot micing.
Yeah, it was.
Maybe I should just start rapping to you.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking leave if she doesn't rap.
Oh, if you're gonna start,
Oh,
you're gonna leave our rap.
Do it.
Yeah.
Hey, they say the earth's spinning, but nobody feel it, man. Who do they think that they can it? Hey, how would you know that
I
you
won't
up
leave. I'll
and
just
you
turn him
skip the
fucking down.
beginning and Enoch will missing this
When
thing
he's
out
done, I'll turn him back
with a
up.
composition, but often the prophets were prophet, like they popping linen. My vision was vivid. They live it, don't live it. I never could give them, but never could get it. I say that I'm gifted. They looking offended. I speak the truth and represent it. Don't need amendments, not to mention they don't pay attention to petitions. Is he still here?
Do you know what you need, Witzy? You need QE to fill in on the chorus with a
Who are you
sick.
talking about, man?
Thank you for talking over my punchlines. Really appreciate that.
All right, you finished with it?
Hey, we should try to see if we can get some candid video of QE off the clock. Word?
Can I ask the Glovers why they are in a flat Earth server on a Friday night?
It's a Saturday morning and it's fun.
What do you mean?
Is it Friday? Oh shit!
It's Saturday morning in Australia.
Hey, I got a real question, specifically for Witsit. I don't have this all understood, but from what I've learned from Ken Wheeler, I think I've picked up that like the north and south side of a magnet are not equals. They're almost like sort of similar to the shape of an egg, where one side is pointier and one side is rounder. It's like a 1-to-5 ratio. So I kind of almost wouldn't expect the north side of a magnetic field on a globe to be the same as the south side. You know what I mean?
What? That isn't. What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense. Like, no, there's symmetry. It's called the symmetry of the
But
geodynamic.
I don't think they are, because he's done this experiment, right? He demonstrated this one way where he like, have you, let me just ask you this one question first before I explain. Have you ever seen his videos where he shows you how to identify the north versus the south side of a magnet?
No.
So, one of the he's done maybe like 3 or 4 videos on this subject, but one of the ways he says, like, you can like take a magnet and another magnet and figure out which side is north if one is already established, but how do you establish the north or south side of a magnet in the first place? And one of the ways he does this is he puts a magnet up to one of those. He makes like a square grid. He like not uploads, but he portrays, whatever. He hooks it up HDMI cord or whatever to like one of those. What do you call those old TVs? The ones with the cathode ray tubes or whatever.
Yeah, CRT.
CRT. Thank you. So he takes a CRT, which we all know, like, the screen is affected by, like, you put a magnet up to it, right? It's going to distort the image. And he says, the north side of the magnet. So he puts up like a square grid as the image portrayed on the CRT television. And he says you can tell which side of a magnet is north versus south by how distorted the image is when you place, either side of the magnet up to it. He says the north side will distort the image more and the south side will distort the image less. They'll both twist in the same direction, but one of them will create more of a twist of the image on the screen than the other. And he says it's like 1-to-5 in ratio. Like the south is weaker than the north in the same proportions to like a chicken egg. It's like one side's pointier, or like more extreme.
Are you aware that won't affect the
Why
symmetry
is
though?
the dimensions of a pentagram, whatever, like each side of a pentagram to the other is a 1-to-5 ratio?
Oh yeah, it's all there's like 3. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the pentagram. There's like 3 different segments in a pentagram's lines and its design that are like 1-to-5 in ratio to each other. Sure, but magnetic, like the north and south of a magnet aren't identical. They're actually to a ratio of 1-to-5 in like a flux or twist or whatever you want to call it.
You know that won't affect the symmetry though, right?
Well, they're asymmetrical. One's 1 and one is 5 in ratio.
No, but with respect to magnetic declination, it's not going to affect the symmetry.
Well, you might have a point there. I don't know. I mean,
Because
they're not
think about
identical.
think about the Torah. Yeah, but they don't have to be identical. The pattern, the cross section of the pattern is going to be symmetrical, and this is the point. If the cross section is going to be the cross section of the toroid, whether you like it or not, claim is that this is happening over a globe. But when you do the comparison of the results you get on the globe projection on the map, it doesn't make any sense. But when you compare it to what it would be on a flat plane map, then you go, oh, okay, this makes more sense. That's the fundamental paraphrase point that Witzer was getting at earlier. Do you need me to draw a picture?
I mean, honestly, I didn't understand your like overarching point, so a picture would be nice.
Well, just look at Daislow's image, for example. Look at the top half, right? Just for argument's sake, right?
Oh, just like a symmetrical toroid. Yeah, I mean, I understand what toroids are and all.
Right. So even if there's a ratio between the top and the bottom of whatever you said, was it thigh or however you pronounce it?
Yeah, 1 to 5, sure.
That doesn't matter, because if you have the plane that the Earth would be on going through the middle of that toroid, when you look at it from a bird's eye view, the arrangement of the toroid's influence on that plane is going to be symmetrical on that plane. You follow me so far? So between top and bottom, there might be a ratio difference. But
Sure.
between how it interacts with the plane that we're on, it's going to be a symmetrical distribution.
Yeah, sure. Laterally,
Yeah, and that's it. So it doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, what you were mentioning doesn't need to be a problem. It doesn't need to disagree with the other point that's been made. They both can work together without being.
Yeah, on a flat plane, sure, but on a globe, I feel like I mean.
Oh yeah.
No offense.
Well, obviously that's the point, right? On a globe, nothing works.
On a globe, I would expect the south to have like a difference in its magnetic nature to the north, if it works the same way as any magnet does.
But
of course, the globe
even if there was a ratio,
place,
even if there was a ratio change from top and bottom on this hypothetical globular nonsense, right? The presentation, the ratio difference between top and bottom isn't going to stop the fact that the declination is going to be symmetrical with respect to those two points. But that's not what's happening, and that's the argument, right? The argument is when you compare the results you get, they're not symmetrical and they do not line up with the globular presentation of the map and the actual data that's being picked up. You follow me? Pictures are always better, but you just go look it up. Magnetic declination. It's an interesting subject.
Yeah, let's pick this up one-on-one some other time. I feel like I'm going to need a lot of assistance understanding. No offense, it's on me, you know. But I definitely want to talk about this with you, probably some other time.
Yeah, I mean, I could try and. Well, I think it's easier just to know that just because there would be a ratio difference between top and bottom, that's not going to affect how the just quote unquote the ley lines would be presented. They're all going to be presented in a uniform fashion, in a symmetrical uniform fashion.
Sure.
If we know that that's how, if we know how those are going to be arranged with the toroid, the way it presents itself, with what we know about magnetics, that means if we're going to compare that to a map and what we're actually living on, and the results that we get, if they don't line up with what we know that the thing should present itself as, then the map that we'd be given, that's a false map, and that's the point.
All I'm saying is that the northern hemisphere, if you just want to pretend and call it that for a sec, the northern hemisphere of a magnetic field of a magnet and the southern magnetic field or hemisphere of a magnetic field, they're not symmetrical. magnetic fields are asymmetrical. They're like egg shaped in potency or whatever.
I just don't think maybe I've done enough of a job
Yeah,
to understand what I'm getting at. You've missed the point.
You can identify. I mean, no. I heard your point. I said we can talk about it later. But my point is that like the flux strength of the north side is stronger than the south side of a magnet. There legitimately is a north and a south side of a magnet, and they're not just different in polarity. They're also different in like magnitude and strength and size. Like there is like three distinguishing like properties that are different in different degrees between the north and south side of a magnet, and like their influence on whatever magnetic responsive materials they interact with. Like one will have a greater range and a stronger influence, or be more or less concentrated.
But the arrangement is still going to be symmetrical.
Yeah. I mean, side to side, but not north and south, and that's what I'm pointing towards.
But that doesn't matter.
It is asymmetrical. I mean, it does.
That's only asymmetrical in magnitude. With respect to each, even if you want to think in this weird globular way, with respect to the two center points, like if you make that argument that you're on a ball, with respect to the points, the poles that they're claiming, the declination is going to be symmetrical. And the point is that's not presented. So when that's compared with the results, you get different results, which is just one other hole in the globular worldview. One of infinite holes, because it just doesn't exist.
Sorry, I stepped away. I don't know if you. Sorry. Like I don't know. You're talking about the symmetry of the magnetic field, but you guys are maybe talking about something different now.
No, it's the same subject. Maybe you can.
Yeah, there's a symmetry to the magnetic field. Okay, and when you have a dynamo process in a spherical Earth, so emanating out from the sphere, then you would have a symmetrical distribution of strength of the magnetic field. Like if there were like occasional anomalies or something, that's whatever, it'd be all over the place. But there's specifically up to 35% weaker magnetic field in the south. And I can assure you, Ken Willer's never claimed such a thing, never shown such a thing. That's not how it works. Certainly not with the dynamo effect. There would be a symmetrical distribution of strength. And obviously in something as dynamic as the Earth, like you can give them some leeway. But it would be randomly different, like everywhere. It wouldn't just be like concentrated weaker in the south. So there you go.
Well, what is the percentage, if anyone knows how to do this, between 100 versus 160? Like how much?
That would be 60.
Sorry, go ahead again.
Well, that would be 60% greater, right? That would be 1.6, the value of the 100.
Well, I'm talking about the ratio of 160 to 100. How much greater is 160 versus 100?
Well,
sure,
that's 60. Are you saying that the spatial extension is not symmetrical? Because like even he'll tell you that spatial extension is inversely proportionate to strength, meaning like the bigger the field, the weaker the strength. Yeah, and I don't know how you would translate this over to this like dynamo effect of like convection currents generated by moving fluid elements in the center of a globe. I mean, mind you, that not only do I not know how to explain it, nor does like any academic source ever. For the globe, like supercomputers can't even make the math work.
Well, I'm just saying, forget the molten mantle and the solid nickel whatever core. If there was a globe Earth and it just had a giant powerful magnet at the core of it, some sort of solid giant neodymium iron boron whatever magnet at the center of it, the southern, and it was oriented north and south, and all according to the equator, whatever the spin. I would think that the north and the south or the north and the south of the magnetic field, permeating through space around that magnet at the center of the globe, it wouldn't result in symmetrical north and south magnetic fields. It'd be at a ratio of 1 to 5 to each other, like
But how
just
does
like
how
any
does a
magnet.
ratio stop it being symmetrical?
Or you want to
Well,
show me what you're talking about because like the
Show some
geosymmetrical
pictures.
effect is
is
well
it
experimented.
a chicken egg symmetrical if you like stand it
Yes.
up point upward? It's symmetrical one
How is it not
direction, but not the
symmetrical?
other. It has a fat bottom and a pointy top. If you
So?
stand it up on, so that's not symmetrical. One
Yeah,
side's
that's not
pointy, one
symmetrical,
side's
but
round.
like, I'm like, okay, dude.
But you're looking at it. You're looking at it
Symmetrical chicken
orthographically.
nuggets for the win.
You're looking at it orthographically.
something,
Nothing.
right? Because
Go ahead.
I'm just saying this doesn't make sense. So like with the dynamo effect, and it emanates with convection currents. That convection currents is directly proportional to the center source of energy. If convection currents are creating a magnetic field coming from the center of a sphere, you'll have symmetrical distribution. This is a well-known problem within the globe model. And in fact, there's something called the South Atlantic anomaly. It's not even like the entire South is just a certain amount weaker. There are portions in the South that are way too weak. Like it's scattered out. It's not even like the South is exactly this much weaker than the North. It's nothing like that. So
Yeah, and that's a problem. That's like a specific problem, and I'm with you there. I agree. I'm just saying that the north and south side of a magnet are not symmetrical. It's like egg shaped. The like I brought up about Ken Wheeler's CRT television experiment that you can check for yourself. The north side of a magnet will twist the image of a CRT television. It'll twist it more. It'll twist it more degrees in rotation than the south side of the magnet will. You put either side up to the screen, the image will get distorted in like a vortex or like a twisty tornado style, right? But one side will twist it more than the other. The
How does
south
that make
and
it an egg, though? Just means one twist is
you
tied.
want to send me a specific video, right? Because I've seen the test. I've seen that test done by many people. It's pretty simple. It's kind of cool. Yeah, it shows you like a visualization of the field.
Yeah, it's a visualization of the field, but yeah, I'll go ahead and track it down and DM it to you. I mean, the title of the video and what he's going to be talking about is how to distinguish a north side of a magnet versus the south side, because one is always more powerful than the other. They're not equal in strength.
Okay, so I see right here it says how to find the north of a magnet without a compass. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, like I said, he's done about 4 or 6 videos on the subject. The one I'm talking about is like a black and white like square grid pattern on a CRT television, where he puts both sides and says, "Look, it twists more when I do this side. It twists less when I do this side." I'll find it for you if you want.
Look at all the positive energy bouncing off of that screen, though. It could be reacting to that as well.
You have the video?
But just because it twists more doesn't mean it's an egg. It just means that one side is more densely packed than the other.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's an
doesn't
egg. I'm
change
just saying
its doesn't change its symmetry or its shape.
But it shares the same ratio of 1 to 5 in strength.
If you guys get a chance, pay attention to
strength is different from shapes, though.
We have incredibly precise measurement of the symmetry of it, by the way. I mean, I have a paper that shows the vortex and anti-vortex of the nature of the magnetic field with like incredibly precise and like cutting edge technology that they discovered like a year ago. And they're like shocked that there's a vortex and an anti-vortex, which of course is not shocking unless you're into pseudoscience, right? It's very obvious. But it's because there's a reciprocation of all the energy, right? And then you have the centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence. This is just breathing in and out, seeking equilibrium. I don't even see the reasoning behind why it would be different. I would need someone to articulate specifically the physical difference of the north and the south. I have a couple of conceptions of north and south the way that I understand it, but there would obviously have to be a specific physical difference that would translate to spatial extension, because what you're saying is that the south has a different spatial extension than the north. And I mean, I'm certainly open to learning something new about it, but I just
Right, larger and sort of diluted, right? Sort of spread out and weaker.
Right, so you're saying the
Versus
South
more
is
like
bigger?
yeah, I'm saying the South is larger and weaker, and I brought up the geometry of an egg. I'm not calling it an egg. I'm just saying like
It is an egg. It's known as the cosmic egg. This is all Victor Schauberger. This is all Vortex Victor Schauberger. All of this
Well, I
stuff.
mean, I didn't get it from him. I'm just quoting Ken Wheeler here, but I still need to come forward with a video link, and I understand that. Like, I want to put my money where my mouth is here, and I'll be back. I'll be back with a video link.
Okay.
This is definitely going to have something to do with Schauberger and the Vortex.
No, it's not. Ken Wheeler's been doing this for like a decade, right? I mean, Ken Wheeler for sure knows more about magnetism than this other guy came with cosmic egg theory. I would imagine, but like I'm definitely interested. There are things that Ken Wheeler says though that I fundamentally disagree with. Like he can't tell me where the inertial plane is on the globe. He just skips over it. He reads every single one of my chats every single time I type it until I ask that. So there are some things that I think he doesn't have the answer to regarding magnetism. I don't think he's like some deity of magnetism, but I do certainly respect his opinion greatly. I mean, so much so that I asked him to speak at the summit, and we're going back and forth in email a little bit. So I'll check it out. Like magnetism is a very interesting thing. So
Right. Well, related to water because Schauberger was the Tesla of water, and it was all about the vortex, and about that shape that we were just talking about, the imbalanced shape of the egg, basically.
I mean, this is pulling into question the polarity of magnetism in and of itself.
Unless it's just about how things work, that's
Which
why
is
I'm saying
rare.
water and electricity are often compared in terms of their motion and behavior. Whatever the cosmic egg is worth looking into. This Schauberger guy was intense. Definitely like Tesla. It was all about energy and going against the existing grain of energy, like salmon going upstream, or tons of studies on how rivers meandered and why and things like that, and invented the log plume or flume, whatever they call those things.
I mean, they can't even invoke Ken Wheeler's. Like, this is what's. I have no problem with him talking about it right in front of the ballers or something like that, right? Because for one, I'm just in pursuit of truth. And if the globe had a viable explanation for this, then I would hear it out. Two, the current globe paradigm simply cannot invoke Ken Wheeler's understanding of magnetism. It debunks everything. It requires an ether, debunks heliocentrism on the spot. For all the ballers to think, oh man, this guy's helping the globe give the explanation. I can assure you he's not, right? I mean, if you want to invoke the actual explanation of magnetism that Ken Wheeler proposes, your entire model collapses instantly. So, I don't know. I mean, we talk about like a stationary sphere, because you're going to have to talk about a stationary sphere in this situation anyway. You're talking about emanating out from the center. So like basically a permanent magnet in the center of a sphere, just sitting there. Okay, well then like the Earth's not just spinning around it while the interior of it's just sitting there. That defies the law of conservation of energy and momentum, which means now the Earth is just stationary. You can't have a core that's center. And by the way, did you know they just now released this? Scientists discovered that there's an ocean bigger than all the oceans on the surface underneath the surface. I sound like the fountains of the deep, eh?
They really say that.
That's what they just said, yeah. You guys definitely know what's 4,000 miles down, even though they apparently overlooked an entire ocean bigger than all the world's oceans put together. But science.
Here's a chart of a salmon swimming upstream, and they're calling something a zone of neutral pressure, which would be similar to, let's say, counter-rotating disks causing neutral gravity, or less than gravity, whatever you call it. No gravity. Because of the outward forces.
You know where the egg comes from, right? Well, why? I'm pretty sure the reason they bring that up is because something's in motion. If the magnetic field is just stationary, it's not gonna form an egg shape. There's no reason to. The egg, you know what? So you could actually do this with string. If you have like a pencil or a pen or just a small tube, and you wrap it around with like a tiny string or some cord. You just wrap, and you keep progressing the wrap. So you like done the whole length of the pencil with it, and then you hold it tight, and then pull it away from you really quickly. It will open up and spin, and it will do I don't know what you call it, like a diffusion pattern in the air, and you can see it. It's a nice visual. But because it's progressing, right? You've just done a corkscrew, and you're just pulling it away from the pole. But it will present like the egg type of shape. It will be thin at one end, fatter at the back end. And this is also the kind of pattern that you'll have if you fire a bullet or something into flesh. Because it's spinning and it's progressing forward, it will have like a smaller entry thing and then a bigger exit type of. I'm pretty sure that's where it's coming from. But if the field is just stationary field, just a magnet stationary, I don't see why it would have any reason to form the egg shape. It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's two eggs like sitting like inside each other.
I see no evidence of it. I have to see the evidence because everything I see is actually symmetry of a double torus.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Quick question before I go.
Yeah.
Other than the quote, but strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being that's beyond the pole to the side of the South Pole. Is there anything else from Bird about the world we've got?
Well, allegedly, this is kind of suspect because allegedly his son, not the one that was killed, released his diary, and it has some crazy stuff in it. So I don't think anyone's ever verified that. I mean, it says all kinds of stuff like he went to Antarctica in his plane, and then they hijacked his comms and said, "Look, we're going to be landing you shortly," and then he lost complete control of the plane, but it guided it down safely.
I think that was the North Pole. Yeah, I remember listening to that being read. I'm pretty sure that was the North.
Nothing concrete then.
No, not that with that. No, I mean everything else concrete would be in the form of classified government documents. So.
I got it. The difference in shape causes a form of convection with heating and cooling and motion. And that's, I think, what keeps an egg maybe healthy or something. But that's something to do with the shape, has to do with internal convection, I think.
The reason an egg is egg-shaped is because it gets pooped out of a chicken's bum.
But would you agree that
so it has to go through deformation?
This is an actual ferrocell image of a magnet.
There you go.
So what are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't.
This is the actual image of a real magnet. So look at the bottom pictures. Does that look symmetrical?
Yes.
Exactly. This is a real magnet, so there's not. I don't even see much to be discussed. And this is just a magnet, right? So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I did see a couple of odd pictures, but I think it's probably attributed to other things in the existing conditions. You know, reaction to north and south, magnets and dust and stuff. But
you see that the globe would be in the middle of that. Like, look, I'll make a picture.
Every drawing was symmetrical.
Because I think what's important to note with the egg-type shapes is that those things are in motion up or down. Doesn't really matter. But they're moving vertically, right, in the vertical plane. So that's why they have that. That's why they have that difference between like the thinner and the fatter side. But when you deal with the fundamentals of Earth, there is none of that. The whole thing is standing solid, and it's just rotating around the point. As in,
I found that video Fundy was talking about. If you want, I can share my screen.
Yeah, sure, Daiso, because can you help me? Like, what am I missing here? Like, this is a ferrocell cell image of a magnet right here, and it clearly shows symmetry, right?
Where'd you like post it or something?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me look for it. Livestream text one.
I mean, I hate to be crazy, but there
Yeah.
could be more than one magnetic field that we haven't detected. I mean, I look to explain gravity sometimes in an imaginary way by the fact that maybe we haven't understood what Hutchison was up to, and maybe there's other fields that we're not aware of. I'm not suggesting this is evidence of that. I'm just throwing that out there.
I don't see any evidence for that, though. I mean, it seems the only way that you can sustain perpetual exchange of energy that is a force, which is magnetic field, is the only true coherent force, right? So, yeah.
I'm just trying to tie the Schauberger guy in, man. This guy was sharper than shit.
Yeah, but remember what he was dealing with. He was dealing with water flowing. The magnetic field isn't flowing like that. It's spiraling, but it's not flowing from an up to a down.
So everything he says is about basically based on gravitational force, I suppose.
Well, no, it's specific to the water in the action that he's either observing it or that he's forcing it to happen.
There was already energy in everything he studied with running water. There was already energy. So that's why I'm associating energy and electricity. That's my fault, I think.
Perhaps. But think about this, right? Whenever you have a vortex in standing water, the vortex it's only half the story, I suppose, but it's perfectly symmetrical. The only time these type of think about it, the egg is an appropriate type of imagery, like you brought up the salmon. But what is the salmon doing? The salmon is moving through something. But you never have a magnetic well, at least from the base of Earth, right? You never have the magnetic field needing to move through anything because Earth isn't traveling anywhere. So the magnetic at its core, like the images that Witzer posted earlier, it makes sense for it to be perfectly symmetrically toroidal.
By the way,
But perhaps in the context of if you had a magnetic field moving through something that could give it resistance, perhaps it would deform slightly in its motion.
I'm down to watch it. I just want to share it. I was kind of watching.
Yeah, I just watched it, and there was no difference other than the direction. Like one's clockwise and the other's counterclockwise, but it's the same like geometry. Like I didn't.
Yeah.
I think Fundy might have been incorrect.
Yeah, because like it makes sense that there's a vortex and anti-vortex, and the two types of motion. Like, I'm all on board with that.
But
I don't know how else that could exist, right?
But as far as what he was talking about with the egg and the geometry of 1 to 5, that's kind of like a separate topic, and that's actually a lot more interesting because there is a connection between that and water, like somebody was mentioning. Like this is like the divine connection between everything. Um, I'm gonna play that video if you guys want to watch it. I think it's like one of Ken's best videos, and it's like from over 10 years ago. You guys can check it out if you want, though.
And he said a different name for a video, so maybe he's got a different.
Fuck.
Real fast, we pause real fast. Pause it. Pause it.
Yeah, just sorry to kill a convo, but I thought that was like a pretty perplexing video that most people kind of look over.
Dude, I
Yeah,
liked
can
that a
you
lot.
post
That
that,
was
bro?
awesome. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
that was good. Yeah, can you post it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like seemingly maybe like everyone's looking for like the unified theory. It seems like you make it actually unify all of physics into that simple geometric acknowledgement. You actually could boil the unified theory of everything down to a singular equation. That's that simple. Because everything takes that same geometric expression when it comes down to like any type of energetic expression.
Goes into the divided line, the monad. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah. Lifeline, you said sideways. Well, that's the North and South Pole, right? So on the globe, that would be the North and South Pole. That's how it would look.
Thanks, Dicelo.
Yeah, no.
So you guys talking about like a Fibonacci toroid?
Sorta. One of the craziest part of the globe too is they claim that this North and South Pole, this North and South magnetic pole, it moves around, right? But it doesn't move around symmetrically either. Like they don't correspond, and they don't move to corresponding latitudes or longitudes. Like they'll say that one moves a little bit over to the right, this other moves a little to the left, or back over to the right. And this is what's so funny, dude. The Globers dismiss this so much. They're like, I don't get the magnetic field. Oh, it's the core, whatever. Dude, this is such a major component of the model. It's the energy field that we're all in. How does the fact the globe doesn't accurately or adequately explain, even slightly, in the base tenets, the magnetic field not a big deal? They paint it like, oh, Witsit just went and found one little thing. He thinks he found one discrepancy and it proves the whole globe's wrong. Like, this is like a huge part of the claim, the idea that the Earth is a ball. Certainly a spinning ball. Oh, just the
Hey,
whole
Witsit.
energy field, no big deal. Yeah, what's up?
Do you think with the if there was ever a dissolution of the magnetic field in which we live in, that all material matter would cease to exist? Do you think it's a necessity, a necessary component?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to the specifics of matter existing, I don't know. I haven't been able to fully figure. I'm able to fully figure out the relationship of the life-giving force and then the magnetic field on the Earth and like how it relates. So I don't really know, to be honest.
Now, I guess I'm just saying, like, matter in the form in which we interpret matter, or we have it within existence within this realm that we experience.
Yeah, I don't know, right? Because like that's what I'm saying. Like it seems that the
Right.
electrostatics is what holds everything together, and just like Tesla said, that would be the ether under strain or stress. So like that's what's actually holding matter together. Seemingly, if that ceased to exist, all matter would cease to exist. See, and that seems to be caused by the life-giving force. So the magnetic field would be caused by the same thing. Meaning, that's a tough question to answer. I don't think you could have this place without the magnetic field, but I don't think it's technically the source of what's creating the matter. Does that make sense? Like I think that they're two different things. I think electrostatics is the ether under stress, and then magnetism and electricity is the ether thrown into motion, effectively.
Yeah, I kind of
Today,
look
a
at
young
it
man on
as
acid
like,
realized that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration, that we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is only a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. Here's Tom
here's
with the
Bob
weather.
with weather.
Thanks, Bill.
Yeah, no, I look at it as like I have the idea or the conception that the magnetic field allows for gives the spatial existence that we need in order for matter to manifest within it. Like I literally think that like we can't go into this like outer space realm, right? Like we can't go outside of what would be considered the magnetic field, because I think that we would really just kind of cease to exist. We wouldn't be able to survive it. Like I don't think it's possible to get outside of it.
I certainly don't think that the Earth could exist without the magnetic field, meaning that it's an entire system that's built and it's like built a certain way. But what if space, quote unquote, is inside the outer limit of the magnetic field?
Well, that's what I was going to say, because magnetism is the basis and creation of space, meaning that everything exists within the magnetic field, not outside of it. So what you think of as, outer space is nothing more than a mirage.
But here's a
Literally.
really profound question I can't figure out. I'll be the first to admit I haven't figured out a satisfactory answer. So, you have the life-giving force, and my current understanding that it's above us and it's actually causing the motion in the sky. But is it though? Like, okay, so it wouldn't be limited to a single physical Cartesian point or anything, right? Obviously, but I'm trying to figure out, like, would it be in the center? Like, why would it be above? And if it's symmetrical from that point, are we living in an offshoot toroid, and then there's also a toroid above it? Does that make sense? Like,
well, it's kind of what someone mentioned earlier.
Or nested within a larger toroid kind of thing.
Or like there's just another one above us. So there's like as above, so below in our realm. But then there's like the celestial realm that's another toroid stacked on top of it, and it's a double torus. But then that would kind of go against the idea of the creator's above it all. So I'm like trying to figure it out. I don't know. I can't figure out, like, because it seems to be logical that like everything is moving around the central energy source, right? But like that would be like central source above you, everything moving around it. But then we have this toroid here. I haven't been able to piece it all together. Yeah. I will figure it out. Did that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I got what you were saying.
yeah, it's just like a tough question to answer. Like, I mean, would that mean the creative force is in the center? like, and not above? Because we see everything moving around above. So
The center is like the centermost nexus is like would be part of that counter spatial realm, which would be part of that realm outside of that magnetic field. So it's technically the same thing. It's like it's outside of it while simultaneously within it.
well, there you go. So that's my current answer as well, which is that this creative force has no limited position. It's in counter space that's non-Cartesian, and it can effectively comprise the entire thing simultaneously and choose to have selective interaction or presence in a specific quote-unquote area. But yeah, so like I agree with Tesla, and actually Ken Willer agrees with me as well, because I asked him. It is not just the ether alone. There must be a life-giving force far exceeding this material confinement that's actually setting that ether into motion. Meaning, what we call energy is one thing, and that's within this material confinement, and it's once the ether set into motion, then it manifests as energy and it's trying to dissipate, get back to that equilibrium state of inertia that is the ether. But in order for that to ever happen, for that ether to ever been set out of equilibrium to thus manifest in the first place, there's something else that is a force that's setting it into motion. And I can't conceive of another way. I asked Willer, he agreed. He acted like it was a stupid question. You know, he's like, "Yeah, God, there has to be." So I don't know. That just to say that.
Yeah, he's never denied God. I mean,
And that, yeah, of course. I'm saying like even just on terms of physics, I guess metaphysics in a way, right? But meaning beyond the physical world, but like I don't know. Do some saying so like that's not technically energy as we perceive it because what we call energy is a physical manifestation, and that's actually the ether in disequilibrium. In really simple
yeah,
terms, right?
it's the dissipation of energy, whereas true energy is always at rest. So, yeah.
Well, there you go. So, true energy is at rest. Then, what is it that's causing it to move? Like, unless you then combine the ether with the creation itself, with the creator itself, meaning like
Spectacular superconductive specialness.
like the ether itself is a characteristic of the creator. I don't know. It gets really deep, man. Like, I like.
It does.
Like
Nuts.
one way to envision entropy, right, is that the whole universe and the way it operates energetically is that it began as like a wound up spring, and over time the spring is unwinding, and eventually it'll reach a point where the spring has completely unwound. You know what I mean? It's like the energy is, already there, and the movement is the spring unwinding. But the question is, you know, who wound up the spring in the first place?
Exactly. So
And
that
then,
requires motion, seemingly, right? Like who spring loaded it?
yeah, that's the question. If there's all this energy to be released, who concentrated it? Who gathered it up and put it in one place to be released from?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly
I
requires
don't know.
like intention, but it's like I don't know. I mean, I stand on the shoulder of giants, of course, right? So like I agree with Tesla, and he of course got that from Eastern philosophy that the prana or life-giving force is within the ether. These are two primary components to all existence, and that this primary force sets the ether into motion and simultaneously puts strain on the ether, meaning that just the presence itself of the super force, we'll call it, say that pressure radiates out from that source. And so if it's above us, then it's going to press down on us through the ether. And by doing so, it puts strain on the ether because the pressure is pressing down through the ether like a ripple, basically, like just a constant perpetual thing of waves and ripples coming down. And so that stress creates electrostatics, static electricity. And that's obviously the building blocks of all matter, meaning like merely the presence of this creative force is literally what's holding existence together, like physically speaking, like in terms of physics, like not on some like religious thing, like the presence of the primary life-giving force is quite literally and physically what's holding the world together, because that strain creates the electrostatics. And I resonate with that the most as of now. And then once that ether's thrown into, as Tesla would say, infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity, so like just really, really small vortices that are moving really quickly, that manifests as magnetism and electricity. I think that he's a bit misguided. That's a rough explanation or whatever, but like that's how I currently see it, meaning that it like they're two separate things. Now, like I would never limit the creator or whatever, or like the primary intention that made this place. So, could it be both? Like, sure, right? Like it could be both. It's just hard to. I don't know. Maybe I'm in territory I'm not supposed to go.
Yeah, maybe logic can only get you so far, and it's not as far as you would hope to get. You know, I mean, maybe there's just a limitation to how far logic can take you.
Yeah, I think you start bumping up against that, right? Once you get to the line or the border between the physical and the metaphysical, and once you start crossing the border into the metaphysical, as you start to move into that realm, I don't know if we can conceptually or try to utilize the same ideas or concepts to understand that side of the equation the same way that we understand the physical side of the equation. Meaning that the answers in the metaphysical are never going to come from the approach or the ideas that we have on the physical side. At least that's my opinion.
I think language can be a really valuable tool here because I don't think language has to obey the rules of logic or logical fact. Like you can speak a paradoxical sentence, you know, like dry water, whatever. Like you know what I mean? And I also like I think English and math are both just languages, right? And and as language, but more so recently, you know, I use that word loosely. Mathematics has also like loosened its like insistence on being just logical. It started using things like the square root of -1, right? Where there's no logic to that, but it's a mathematical device used in really valuable, you know, equations. Like it has a role to play, you know. But that's the ability of language to like defy the rules of logic. It's not physical. I don't know. It's what do you call that? Paradoxical. It's transcendent almost. It's like I I was listening to this guy. I was listening to this guy on the Lex Freeman podcast today, and he was saying that Chat GPT, some sort of AI, would never have been able to discover or invent or whatever you want to call it the square root of -1 because logically that doesn't make any sense, you know.
Right. Yeah. No.
But a human mathematician, you know, our mind can envision this, you know, mathematical entity, and it has its role to play. It's very valuable when considering different things, but it's sort of beyond logic, and it's almost like math. Language itself seems to be able to, you know, speak paradoxically and, you know, discuss things beyond rationality, and there's
Yeah, but
something deep about that.
yeah, that's true. It can help to elucidate the ideas conceptually within people, right? The language can mathematics being a language, it can also kind of help on a different level, but something very similar. But I think language, in both the sense of that, right, whether it be the spoken or written language or like a mathematical language, I think these always also fall short as well to be able to perfectly
Totally.
encapsulate or explain as opposed to just describe what is really taking place. Like you can have a very eloquent description of what you are seeing, experiencing, or what's taking place, but certainly fall short on a specific explanation, even though you might have an eloquent description.
I honestly don't even understand. Like, you know, I never took math classes in high school or college to the point where I really understood the value of this thing that it's programmed into all of our T180 whatever calculators. You know, all of us have this button right there. It says the square root of -1 because obviously it's profound and it's useful. But I mean, just thinking about it, right? It's like the square root of -1. it's a logical impossibility because a square root means something times itself equals this, and nothing times itself can equal a negative because uh, a negative times a positive equals a positive. A negative times a negative equals a positive, and a positive times a positive equals a positive. There's nothing you can multiply that equals a negative. So the square root, you know, of a negative one, like it's illogical. Yet, it's such a useful device in
It's useful, but
complex
For
math.
what? What is it
but also
useful
not
for?
even necessarily something with an existence, right? Like the whole conception of a negative is not necessarily something that would be
That as well. Yeah,
actual
that is
or realized, you
that.
know?
Yeah, that as well. Like even the idea of negative anything is kind of an illogical, abstract concept that doesn't have any, representative in reality. Yeah, I feel just to begin with, it's already on that negative in general is sort of an abstract concept. But nonetheless, I mean, mathematicians value this discovery. I mean, it was a big deal in the history of mathematicians or whatever, right? When someone finally figured out the value of negative square roots, which again, I'll repeat, is a logical impossibility, but still it has
So
its
why talk
place.
about it? What's the use of it? Why bring it up?
Well, I mean, I'm
Good
not the
point.
one to ask. I think there are people maybe in this room right now who can explain the value in the negatives, the square root of -1. I mean, I think there might be people in the room right now who could do a better job of explaining its value than me. So go ahead, anyone.
Nah.
I mean, I don't necessarily
Good
know
luck.
the answer to that specific, right? The square root of -1, the value of that. But just negatives in general, even though it might not have like a tie directly to reality, the conception certainly helps us describe certain things within reality. I mean, even when it comes to like Dirac, his conception of what he called the Dirac sea was a sea of the negative side of the equation that he was trying to figure out to begin with. So in order to balance out his equations, which I guess ultimately started getting wrapped into like relativity and a dissolution of the ether, his conception of the Dirac sea was only allowed to be able to be worked out mathematically when he saw the world through the negative aspect or saw the negative side to the electrons, right? So his movements of sorry, I'm spacing because I'm like in the middle of work trying to talk as well. But yeah, but Dirac had to see a negative side to the particles that he was experiencing in order for his equations to work. So that Dirac sea was kind of the building blocks of relativity.
Of bullcrap. Excuse my language.
Like,
Well, it was
like
a
you kind of
hijacking. It was kind of a hijacking of something, right? But used in a
like
way, yeah.
like you kind of can't have negative Fibonacci numbers, but if you just built Fibonacci in the reverse way, you'd have like a counter shape to it, like a right, the opposite left hand shape of what that would be, right?
Yeah, kind of like the conjugate nature of like a hyperboloid and a toric.
Like only one of the sides is, I guess, positive. The other one's like a mirror of it, if you will. Like it can only be made because the positive can be made. Fibonacci is really interesting. I think it's proving out something about natural formations of numbers as they stack. You can do it a bunch of different ways because it's just like an additive process. And we derive like rations off of that. You can take these numbers and apply them to geometry and they work. We think about them in terms of resonance. Like you could have two Fibonacci numbers like 13 and 21. And if we multiply them, we can get 273, which probably means that that's also a Fibonacci number, but I'm not going to check, right? But even if it isn't, in terms of vibrational units, right? Like we can fit 21 13s into 273. If we had bowls that were just vibrating, right? We might be able to drive some bit of 273 using 21 or 13, but like as the three of them will kind of have a resonant connection between the three of them if they were each individually there. Like they'll each kind of help downscale this harmonic energy, in which like this is going on with motors and all kinds of stuff. There's a harmonic energy that magnet is like forcing it down to a smaller core, and it's going to use something like copper or whatever because it's like fluxing it down, because because the magnetic field can affect many different things. Like you could use like water as a fluxer for magnets, right? Because like a magnet can affect the energy can impact water, right? So we can use it as a way to like move magnetic energy, or like you could use a steel screw to do so, or right. So like if I'm studying kind of like these ring systems that are frictionless magnetic ring systems that you can use. Like you can basically turn one ring, and the action of that hits a bunch of stainless steel or iron or whatever. I'm sorry. Yeah. And
I think we saw the same video. The gear system.
Right. I sent it to you,
magnetic
but
gear.
yeah, magnetic gear. But
Yeah,
it's like
if it's the one I saw, that was
cool.
freaking awesome.
Yeah, I've sent it to like you and Dice. I've sent it. I don't know. Sometimes I'll spam people with videos if I think they're cool. But like it's just that's going on. That's like the true life of what's going on behind magnetics to me. You know what I mean? Is that these things like squeeze through certain things like the guitar string, and the pickup. You know what I mean? They have this kind of relationship that's going on, and so I guess all of this is going on in some kind of energy space that has the ability to move all these energies from light to temperature to sound, and have the right kind of translation between all these things, right? We can move heat all the way up until we can see it. We can get some amount of heat off of light. I mean, right? Some types of light bulbs are going to make sound. We can figure that. Anyway, my point is that there's multi-dimensional ways that almost everything is expressing itself. Nothing is just like one thing. Even like a fire is like showing you different colors, and that's telling you something about, right? Like nothing is without a trace or something like that. Anyway, if all this like natural shit is going on up in the sky, turning around, then it's in effect like capable of doing something like a harmonic fluxing of energies down through another medium. If you want to look at the Gaussian surfaces as a method to say this, or like that the electrostatic voltage is a way to kind of like look at this mediation of energies from high to low, maybe. But also they're going on this kind of like harmonic convergence of energies can be going on in other ways that they're not flat rings, because all these things I described are flat rings. So they could be going on in these like cones, or I guess spheres possibly too, or I don't know what. Like these systems can be going on within different parts of our environment, our realm here. And I'll drop the mic.
All right, before I lose this now, because a lot of stuff you said that I don't know what to respond to first, but before I lose this thought, you made me think of this dude of that did like magnetic coupling, and he invented like a gear system. He patented it. I'll try to find the video. Freaked out. He designed his own magnets. He did different designs and everything. So now I was thinking what Witz had said before of what kind of and Gio has asked this question before, if the pendulum, could there be some kind of attachment? So from here and there, like the rotation. So how about magnetic coupling?
It's in
How
the
about that
text
idea?
chat. It's in the text chat. I tagged you with it the other day, SC. It's
Oh,
in
you
the
did?
text
Yeah.
chat. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it, bro.
Yeah.
Well, it's an idea, right? It just ran across my head, you know? Yeah.
Cool, bro.
Check out that video I just posted when you get a chance, SE. That last one I just put up about Tesla's secret energy stuff.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'll check that out. Anything Tesla I want to see for sure. Thanks.
Hey, Montreal. Do you have a PO box?
A PO box? No.
Would you like a copy of the book?
Don't tell me. The moment has arrived.
So I'm at the final draft, but because you guys put so much effort, it's still in the like it's edited and things. There's still some minor corrections and spelling things, but it's the final draft. So I'm having it. I'm just sending it out.
Got like a PDF or something?
Yeah, I
Not
was
doing
just
a
gonna say
PDF,
the same
buddy.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, not doing no PDF. So it's a book. It's there, and it's just basically getting some eyes on it before it's officially published. I sent a copy to Whitsitt. He'll get it in about 7 days or less. So I figured the diehards, Jeremy, you're on the list. Rakia's on the list. Montreal's on the list.
I got you on one of my lists.
Yeah. So basically, well, hey, dude, I'm ready. I'm fucking jacked, ready to go. So, if you're interested, just give me a PO box or an address. And Jeremy, if you don't have one, if Montreal you don't have one, then I have to go to Rakia. So.
Well, thank you, Dad. I much appreciate it.
So you don't want one then?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll buy one of your books. How's that? I'll buy one of your books when it comes out.
Sure.
Thanks for the sentiment, though. I appreciate it.
Just have Witsit read that shit as an audiobook, bro, and put it on YouTube or something.
Oh, he's just got the final draft. Like I said, it's not perfect. There's still some spelling like fucking minor shit, but and then I've just got to get another set of eyes on it that knows the content really well. Because at the end of the day, I'd like to close the chapter on it, and there you go, buddy. So do you want one or what?
I ain't got a PO box or nothing.
All right.
You gonna sign it?
No signing, dude. I'm not looking for fame or fortune.
I mean, what's Jeremy gonna get out of it? He can just get a PDF.
You can buy the $10 version, PDF version, if you want, or whatever, when it's on Amazon for $10 for the digital copy, or you can get a book copy.
Don't be cheap. Buy the guy's book. Come on, guys.
It's not that. It's getting, like I said, it's just getting another pair of eyes on it. You guys have spent the most time on it, so maybe you would like the read to catch up over the last 7 years, and then obviously, if you do read it, feedback is always good. And the only people that really relate to what I'm writing is the people in this debate.
Data, you should have put my new Coriolis argument in it, bro. This shit's fire.
You know what's funny? I removed the Coriolis argument out of the book. I removed
Why?
over
Did
100
you hear
pages.
my new argument? That shit's fire, bro.
Well, if you're talking about leading the target, is that what your claim was?
Yeah, that shit's facts. That's not even an argument. It's just fucking reality facts.
Yeah, between 2 points, you can't have any deviation. That's correct. Yep. Or it's not 2 points anymore, now is it?
Bro, you took the Coriolis chapter out. I'm not even buying the book. You know, I'm gonna buy it and then give it a bad review now.
No Cornelius effect in the book. You got to revise it. That I mean,
Well,
come on.
it's not going to print. You should probably just have
listen,
Jeremy write the Coriolis
no,
chapter.
there's no
Missing Coriolis.
There's no Jeremy's argument or any of that stuff. No.
Yeah, just have him go
I'll
thread
buy
it.
that shit twice just to give it 2 bad reviews.
Doesn't have to necessarily be Jeremy's argument, but the Coriolis is one of the pillars in their argument. Don't tell me you don't have that in your book, Data. Come on, bro. I mean, you wanted
the Coriolis
how you
argument.
call it?
Yeah,
Feedback,
constructive
right?
criticism already. Good.
Yeah, first point of criticism right there.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you a rundown of what's in it so you understand chapter wise, if you're interested. There is 33 chapters, I think, and the first chapter is the global citizen, then model predictions, curvature formula creates a flat earther, then Antarctica, the final conspiracy, Matt Powerland, is man the psyop or is the Earth flat? Asking Discord questions about flat Earth, how to prove the 9.8 meters per second is not a constant. What's attractive about flat Earth? Science is the belief in ignorance of the experts, Richard Feynman. Kepler's law is an equation of time. Perspective is not Earth curvature. Time zones do not work on a sphere. Scaling down the globe proves Earth is a plane. 108 sacred geometry and a quick math trick. Flat Earth in heliocentric space released. Rockets don't work in deep space. Euclidean's fifth postulate was the birth of the globe. The hypothesis of flat Earth. Jesus Christ and the Globe Christian. Nathan Oakley, the Flat Earth debate, and QE, the Black Swan. Why do grown adults fight against flat Earth? The End Days. New World Order leaders in the making. Confessions of a heliocentrist. Gravity is not the application. Beyond 33. Flat Earth math versus globe Earth map. And then final thoughts. 300 pages.
Let's only do even chapters. I think that'll work out better.
I don't even know if I counted that correctly, actually. But anyway, that's what it is. So no, there's not every single argument. Like I said, what we were discussing here, none of it's new.
It definitely is new. My argument is new. You've never heard anyone make my argument. It's brand new, right off the shelf.
Well, I haven't heard it versed in the way you're saying of leading the target. But at the end of the day, you know, if you're going to have them claim that everything's attached to the motion and we're moving in that state, it doesn't really matter. I think the reason why I removed it because it's a futile argument.
I think it's it sounds like 2 books.
I wanted to actually focus on things you can try yourself, which I give you a calculation to show you that if you change the weight of an object, that the rate of fall, little g changes. In other words, it's this. Anyway, I try to teach you things with navigation. It'll be fun read, man. It's lots. I had one guy tell me he had to read one chapter 4 or 5 times because it's so much information in one chapter.
Bro, the mainstream science tells you little g changes in the same spot.
Oh, I know it does, but I gave you a formula for a people, average person, to test it out for themselves to prove it.
Yeah, but that's not even in contention, though.
It is for the layman. It is for the layman. Anybody who drops something, anybody who has that argument is under the impression that that's true and it's not. And so all I do is I emphasize in a way to test it. That's it. And then I give you more details about it, and then I give the backstory, right? So the idea is the book is there for you to test claims. So I'm not taking a side. I'm not taking a side in the book, right? Do you understand that, right? I'm not taking a side. I'm presenting the argument whether it was 100 years ago or though it started in 2015. The point is that the book is called The Great Delusion because it's the understanding of just trusting man blindly. And so this book hopefully will allow the person to go, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't just trust.
That's not a bad title.
That's the title, dude. The Great Delusion.
Not bad.
So, like I said, I tried to not be biased. I understand the logical inference of why the globe was created. I understand the presupposition. I understand the logic behind it. It's not illogical. It's just outside of our senses. So, maintaining that neutral lane is hard to do, especially if I believe in God and other people don't. So I just tried to portray an accurate picture because, like I said, I wrote it in the same vein as Gerard Hickson, which his book, he's labeled a nut from MIT, but his book is in the library of MIT. So wherever my book ends up, hopefully it's in the library somewhere.
I don't know. It kind of comes across like an anthology, but it's like it lacks original publication.
Yeah,
meaning it would be good to like break it up and serialize it and publish each thing. You know what I mean? Or certain
Well,
things.
I thought of originally starting out and just selling the chapters. That way, people don't have to buy the whole book; they can just buy the chapter they're into.
It also could be that like it's two books in one, because it's like you're talking about some of the establishing parts of like the resurgence of it, or if there's a Math Powerland chapter, I don't know, different than just having a proof or whatever. Or
you guys want me to read Math Powerland chapter for you? It's a short chapter.
It's not what I was alluding to. I'm just saying, like, sometimes it's good to keep on a concise, focused kind of way for certain things. If your attempt is to do something more sprawling or more like an anthology, then yeah, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Yeah, it's in that vein for sure, because I'm like I said, I tried to maintain a neutral position, but tell the actual argument in the story and present the claims as as legit as there are on both sides, and then like I said, just try to tell an accurate story, man.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get everybody in there because a majority of the book I wrote over the years, but I wrote a large chunk of it before a lot of things that came up to play now. So I took a break. I took a hiatus, right? You do that when you spend every day for months on end, years on end writing.
But there's like a bit of like your kind of a little flat earth historian or notes of that, I guess, in there somehow.
Well, I think what people will like is that they're in there because they were asked questions, right? Whether it's a confession of a heliocentrist, a confession of a flat earther, or it's Discord me asking questions in there. I just find that absolutely entertaining. Even when I pick up my own book and I go back and I read the questions and I read the responses, I find it absolutely entertaining. It actually brings fond memories of the debates, even though I acted like a hothead. So.
Well, I hope you took my advice and put some pictures in the book.
There's a couple
There you
for
go.
you.
That's how my book is. My book's all
for
pictures.
you.
What's that?
My book's for people like Jeremy. All pictures.
I only read
crayons.
books.
With crayons, right?
Here's the funny part.
When available,
in the book,
were used.
This is what I like. What observations
If I
have you
hadn't
done?
eaten them all, I'd use them to draw with.
In the book here, it says, "What observations have you done to prove the Earth curvature?" Doofus says, "A series of photographs." Bacon says, "I have not measured it. I did test the implications of the globe model, but not the curvature specifically."
I think if you put some a couple scratch and sniff stickers in there, that should be fire, dude. Probably sell like hotcakes.
Oh yeah,
You have the
Jeremy was
scratch and
demanding
sniff stickers smell like hotcakes too.
This is what
pop-up
Xanax
book
says.
aspect.
This is what Xanax
Amazing.
says. Like when I asked him what observations have you made to prove Earth curvature? Xanax goes, I've done measurements from an airplane from the HUD-UP's display. It's off from the horizon at 3 degrees.
He must have been talking to FE pilot. I believe he came up with that heads-up display.
Do you want to know what
Why
Gem
is
Panda says? Gem
why
Panda
is the
goes,
horizon
why would I do
lower?
that? Why would I
Yeah.
do that? Why would I test for Earth curvature? I wouldn't do that. It's not reasonable to have a default or distrust of everything, and then you have to prove yourself. It's not human. Flat Earthers are not human. One guy goes, I went to the beach. Hugh Janus is his name. Kosho says simple measurements like sun angles, movements of the sky, satellites, and complete orbits of things.
You put the words Hugh Janus in your book.
That was the character's name, Hugh Janus.
That's what he. I know. That's his.
It's Hugh Janus, but you know.
Hugh Janus. Yeah.
Well, you just lost the whole demographic now from buying your book.
By the way, we were on a topic, I believe, before Data took us into book world. Was that topic completed or?
Well, I still haven't asked you, Gio. Would you like a copy?
What you mean? Like, am I just for the heck of it, or am I expected to like?
It doesn't cost you anything. You just need your appeal box, and then you can gaze through it, all your hard work. You can see what you've been part of.
Just don't flip to page 13. There's anthrax.
Then he's going to hold you to all the information in
Page
there
33.
all the time.
Page 33.
Every time he's going to refer back to the book, and that you should agree with him because it's in the book.
Well, I'm saying, are you sending them out because you want people to? Because you know, when people do books, they'll do like they'll send them out to people that are expected to like read them and then do a review kind of thing, or to give feedback.
So the idea is a book report on it. The idea is if you do review it, great, but it's on the idea is that you spent all this time here in the channel, right, doing your thing. You know, I figured I'd offer you an opportunity. It doesn't cost you anything. You could read the book. The opinion that you have on it would be great. I'd
love to read it, man. I can't afford it right now, but I'll buy one when I get a few extra bucks. I got a couple jobs I'm doing right now. But look, I remember
Ryan, what's your P.O. box? What's your address? Because you've been another guy that's put a lot of effort into. I don't feel like charging you guys because you've put in a lot of effort. So if you give me your address, I've sent one to Witsit. Again, it's not a perfect. It's the final draft. There's still some fucking spelling mistakes because like I said, I'm self-editing it. But it's better because I've done about 30 versions of it now. So I'm at the final draft, which means that what's in there is like maybe some apostrophe mistakes, maybe S's missing on things like that. So minor shit, but the content is there. So Brian, what's your address?
I'll DM it to you, man.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, do that, and I'll send you a copy.
Hey, check it out. I remember Data, like he was like this goes way back. Like he was working on this thing for a long time, dude. And way back in Jose's, like he would tell people, like he would ask them, you mind if I put you? He'd ask them the questions, he'd be like, and even some of them would answer stupid, even when he told them, I'm asking a question, and is it okay if I, quote this in the book, and they just all thought he was bullshitting, like, just putting them on record, kind of holding their feet to the fire for a proper answer. But I knew you were writing it, dude. And he'd ask them, what causes the ground to merge with the clouds? Is it vision? Is it our vision? Is it Earth curve? And dude, he got so many stupid answers, bro. I hope you put half of them in the book, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, what's really interesting is that I actually get to show you how Arwen and Nathan Oakley are lying to people by some questions, and that's what's really awesome about the book. Is that people like that were purposely being fake flat earthers to make money.
Do you think they're purposely lying, or you think they just don't understand the math?
Arwen for sure is lying. Yep.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They don't strike me as is being able to understand the math or even
Okay,
having looked in
so
it long enough. You might be right.
everybody knows the horizon is but always been calculated with refraction. The idea is that the diffraction limit is the apparent joining of one object or two objects into one, right? And it blurs into one. So when I asked him what causes the horizon, he purposely said what I said, which is the diffraction limit, right? Which is not true entirely. But he anyway, you got to read it. It's in there for you, dude. You can just.
It's true up close,
there's a
though,
lot of
right? It's
discussion,
true,
dude.
it's true, like from ground level, like as far as for the first few miles, ain't it? I mean, for the first 5-6 miles.
See, the convergence is an optical thing due to the refraction of light. The diffraction is the unresolvable between the two joining. So essentially, it could be the diffraction, but it's not particularly the only one cause for it, right? It's just understanding.
It can't be. I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
So what he did is he emphasized that for my benefit, which is fake. You don't do that if you're a truth seeker. See, I don't try to tell you things to benefit your story, or you know what I mean. So if you have flat earthers doing that, be deceptive to benefit a story, there's no need for it. There has to be motive behind it. So what's the motive? The motive is either deception or I don't know, you're just bullshitting.
I almost joined the other day, man, to tell them like a couple of their arguments. You know, I enjoyed their show for a long time and everything when they were debating, and but a couple of their arguments are kind of cop outs. Like I was just gonna say, man, you know, I can't use a couple of your arguments during debates, bro. They just won't work. Like they call their number one argument the I mean, I understand what they're saying. Like you have to have a straight line for an angle, but you don't need a flat plane to make an angle. So I can't use that argument. You know what I'm saying? I can rearrange their argument, and there's still an argument to be had.
You
But
need a 90. You need a 90, which is only required on a flat plane. So to get a 90, you need a. So that in essence, they're correct as far as getting a 90 goes. But to make any angle measurements, you don't need a plane, or you don't need a plane. But to get a 90, you do. So.
Yeah, to get a 90, yeah, and then they use the cosine too. So they're actually using so they're basically trying to say that the top angle, the cosine angle, is parallel, or the colatitude is parallel with the adjacent. So it's curving too. So yeah, it doesn't work ultimately, but I'm not sure they word it like that though, man. Maybe they do.
Euclidean at small spaces, short distances, non-Euclidean at far distances, right? Just think about that. And that's been really the argument anyway from even back in the early 1800s. At what point does the Earth go non-Euclidean?
Yeah, I just don't like the housekeeping, man. I think it's the housekeeping. I mean, I like some of them, but then others, you know, a couple of them are rock solid, if you ask. But the way they emphasize it so much, it kind of shuts down the debate. Like, and I just wanted to tell him that it's not really going to work in a debate, man. Like, you can't just go into a debate like on modern day debates or either on this channel or whatever channel, a proper debate, and just say it just shut down space by saying second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, it's a good argument, it's proper, but it's just one sentence, man. And you can explain it all you want, but it's not really a debate tactic that's gonna win you any ground with an audience who's new to it, in my opinion, man. I don't know. Just my opinion.
Well, you have to also analyze. You have to also analyze if every disclaimer on every video of Nathan Oakley's has a disclaimer saying that it's unscientific or it's been scientifically disproven, then actively what's happening is that YouTube is admitting to misinformation, and Nathan Oakley is actively engaging in misinformation, according to the disclaimer. So think about what that means. What are they setting it up for?
I don't know. What's your opinion?
Dissent must be stifled, but to first find out who's dissenting, you must attract the flies.
Yeah, that's a long descent, though, bro. I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I see where you're coming from, though.
Every single Flat Earth video now has a disclaimer saying that it's scientifically disproven Flat Earth.
Oh yeah,
Which would,
I see what you're
which,
saying. My bad. I
which,
misunderstood you, bro.
yeah. So which would indicate is that everybody who's going opposing that disclaimer is engaging in misinformation. That's just what's being clearly stated.
Hey, real quick, did you put that question in the book? Like, I mean, I know you'd ask way more questions than that, you know, but that's just the one that I remember you getting some stupid answers and shit. And I was like, man, I hope he publishes a couple of these answers, man. Most of them
That
were
was my
normal, you
main.
know.
The first time I ever asked that question was on Nathan Oakley's show. This is where I got Arwen's response that threw me off. I was like, oh, that's an interesting little thing you did there, bud. But yeah, I did ask on the show what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground. Is it Earth curvature or eyesight? And so I asked, like Tim, whatever guy, that guy that did, what's the guy, Tim guy? It was pretty popular there. I asked soundly.
Tim Osmond?
Tim Osmond. You know what Tim Osmond's response was when I asked him what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground?
Let's hear
He
it.
said that's too much. I can't answer that. That's what he said.
He's a scoundrel, man. It sounds like a Tim answer.
And then you have Rumpus saying that perspective doesn't cause it. It's geometry. And then you have Negator saying it's math that causes it.
Yeah, the horizon is. Nathan got them to, I think, Rumpus to say that the horizon only exists in the mathematics, and or the Earth curve only exists in the mathematics or something. The Earth curve horizon, I forgot, only exists in the math. The Black Swan did a number, like it rearranged all their arguments. They all just denied it, like they were claiming the whole time that the horizon moved around, and they were doing all their calculations. It's unbelievable how dishonest they were, you know, because what they were doing was doing all these observations. I remember specifically, and they were telling us how much something was looming, and by measuring the distance to the horizon, they would literally tell us how much something, especially Rumpus, and he'd tell us how much something was looming based on the horizon. And then all of a sudden, when the Black Swan came out, I know we'd all said the horizon moves around and this and that. That was our argument. And all of a sudden, they just tried to like they were claiming that the whole time. You know, that was our argument, and they were fighting it tooth and nail. Period. Because we were saying the horizon is not set in stone, and the QE, you know, made it into a what you call it, a logical syllogism, and they shit went crazy for a few months, dude. It was a fun time to be a flat earther back then.
It was. I would have to admit with you, I had a lot of fun in the debates.
Shit went sideways, man. With when I went back and listened to Bob Nodell and Nathan, I listened to it a few months ago. I listened to the whole thing again, and it's like, man, Bob, because I was on Nathan's side for a while, debate wise, but even then, like now I'm not convinced of Nathan's side. Now I'm, you know, kind of, I'm open minded now, so I'm willing to see it either way. But I had a solid argument against it. But even on the other side of it, I was like, man, he was like, Bob was trying to be cordial and say, well, I didn't mean science. You know, he's trying to meet Nathan in the middle, and Nathan just reamed him like I'm talking about reamed him, just totally disrespected him like 3 or 4 times in a row. Finally, Bob's like, dude.
I can tell you this much. Anybody that I've ever introduced Nathan Oakley to, within the first 10 minutes, they're disgusted. Just disgusted by the delivery, the attitude, just basically, you know. And then again, here you have a video that has a disclaimer that says Flat Earth has been scientifically disproven, and then you have one of the main proprietaries of Flat Earth behaving in the manner that he does. And I'm guilty for playing a character, but that's not me.
He's consistent though, man. I give him that, you know. And a lot of people, you know, like that style, like a drill sergeant type of, and some people even need it, man. You know, I'm sure it reaches a certain audience, you know. I enjoyed it
Yeah,
for a
but
long time. I watch it every now and then now.
I haven't watched Nathan Oakley's show going on, I don't know, at least a year. something like that. I just stopped listening.
Yeah, you don't debate no more, dude. I mean, I'm all about the debates because I like to, whether I'm right or wrong, I want to tackle the arguments head on, and I don't want to dodge information. I do want to dodge the horse shit. You know, I'm sure a lot of shit gets slung from both sides, but I like to hear the arguments head on, and the truth, you know, the truth defends itself. You know, and the truth doesn't fear investigation. You've heard it. And so I've always liked the debates with anything that I'm on the fence about or willing to concede. And so when he quit debating, you know, even though it wasn't much of a debate, it was fun to watch sometimes, you know, especially because he had toxic Globers on there. So I didn't care the way he muted them and shit like that until I wound up on the other side of that. But I didn't take it personal and shit. But
Well, that's what I mean. He tried doing the same thing to me, and I caught him in a weird little situation when we were talking about Arc and Sagittarius, and he anyway. It was definitely entertaining, especially if somebody had the attitude of Nathan. But if somebody's just willing to debate normally and not have the attitude of Nathan, Nathan's attitude doesn't match that.
yeah, but like when he was going up against Rumpus and Brenda, like that should help get me off the fence.
Oh, that was funny stuff because that matched the personas, right? So you know,
yeah, Zanuck. Like, dude, I mean, and I got to give it to them with like QE. Like I've had ins and outs with him, man. But I don't hate nobody. He's cool, man. But I don't agree with everything he says. But I'll give him this, dude. The numpty clips, bro. Like the toe tags, bro. That's some funny shit, dude. Some really really funny shit. I give him props for that all day long.
Yeah, QE did a good job as far as breaking down the empirical. What do you call it? The an empiricism, if you will, the natural science approach, you know. So that was fine and dandy. But then again, you have induction versus deduction, and the idea is that modern science likes to use induction as their hypothesis or presuppositions through induction, right? So rather than deduction.
When's the last time you watched a QE show?
It's been a long time. I didn't really get along with him. We even butt heads a few times, me and that guy. And
he definitely he jumped on you a couple times. Like that pissed me off. Like you were bringing up good points. Even one time Nathan defended you, but usually he was like quick to jump on you. Like really, I don't know why. A couple times, like maybe he thought you were arguing for the globe or something at first, or you were, I don't know. You got a certain style and everything, and I ain't talking about when you get assertive and long wind. I ain't even talking about that. Like just right when you came in to give your point, and I've always valued your point because you come from a mathematical stance and everything. And I think Nathan appreciated it and cooled it down that one day. But remember that day, this might be the last time you talked to him that I've heard anyway. And Curie started to ream you and jump down your throat, and Nathan's like, "Hold on, man. I mean, that's a good point. You remember that?"
There's no, not really. You have to bring up what the content or the context was, other than because I've had many conversations with QE, not too many with Nathan, but a handful with Nathan, but several with QE.
I think it had to do with the sun angles and the equation of time and shit. Like you were busting.
I got after 10th Man because 10th Man was lying about celestial navigation. I shouldn't say lying. He wasn't being honest, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an old conversation. I just was listening to these people bullshit, about getting the declination from the equator and figuring out, when you wanted to find out your latitude using the sun, you needed to have a circle. And then you get a declination angle based on the month. You can do a 360-degree calculation based on the month to get the apparent latitude of the sun. And of course, when you go to triangulate it, you plus or minus the declination to get your latitude. They just weren't honest about it, man. And so I've caught them doing that kind of shit. And I'm not an expert in sailing by no means, not at all. But at least I understand when you're trying to find, during the equinoxes, it's great. You can find your latitude with the sun, no problem. but any time after the equinoxes you can't, right? So
I'm working on that, bro. I wouldn't shut it down completely, but
well,
no,
let me
what
finish.
they're saying.
What I discovered through reading and finding, I can just mathematically deduce a circle, and then based on the cycle, like the duration of months, I can do a quick calculation to get the approximate latitude.
Bro, you don't even need to do that. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this, and you'll probably see it in my next video anyway, bro. But the fucking azimuth the azimuth from a central point is gonna match the azimuth for whatever meridian you're on. If the azimuth from a central point, so that you use that, and that's the information you need to get a little more detail. But I still have a couple kinks that and I could put it out now, but I'm trying to do it a little bit better. But the first one I did was just like the sunrise method, you know, because finding latitude's easy. So I was just like, on a flat Earth, pretty much you just before the sun rises, just check your angle to Polaris or wherever in the southern hemisphere or whatever. But I just said
Yeah,
Polaris,
let's say
whatever.
you see during the day you don't have access to Polaris to find your latitude. So if
Yeah,
you're going to find if you're
I
going to
agree.
find your latitude during the day, you need to use the sun. But the thing is, the sun, you don't know where it's at. You don't know exactly what the declination is from the equator. So what they tell you is that you need a nautical map to figure that out. And as I researched, you don't need a nautical map to figure that out. What you need is a little bit of mathematical skills and a calculation that gives you approximate based on the month you're in. So you obviously have to know what month.
Right. You got to know
you're in.
what date is. Right.
Right.
Or just
And
the
then-
way they do it. They do it at high noon. You know what I'm saying? And
high noon still will not tell you your latitude with the sun, brother. You still need to know the declination from the equator to get a plus to your latitude. So you can add it.
You do have to know the declination, but with that,
Yeah, but you only get the declination. You only get the declination from the almanac, brother.
Right. I'm
Okay?
assuming that. I mean, all the methods that I'm going to be using are assuming you have an almanac. You know. But here's the thing. So I did the little sunrise method. So basically, the sunrise method is you got to get your latitude before the sun comes up. So you got to do this right at sunrise or before sunrise.
See, you're doing what 10th man did. 10th man
I'm not
kept
doing
saying
nothing like that, bro. It's just a method, bro.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you're doing it is because the whole issue with navigating using the sun to find your latitude is actually very difficult. Okay.
Right. I'm not. That's not. That's a whole different method, though. Data.
What 10th man tried to do is always revert back to Polaris. When my argument was this, you still need a 360-degree circle. You need a circumference. You need a circumference size, Brian. I know this hands down, dude. This is why.
You got to know what continent you're between or around, bro. This is the same with on a globe, bro. You have to put in your assumed position and then go from there. But look, I'm not trying to say this proves anything, Data. Let me slow you down, bro.
You guys got to chill, bro.
Yeah, let me slow you down real quick, Data. I'm not trying to say this proves a flat Earth or nothing. I'm just saying this is a method that there's several methods, bro, and this is just one method. You got to get your this is the easiest method. I put it first.
Try finding your latitude during the day with no Polaris. That's the situation you're in.
Yeah, I know.
Okay?
That's going to be in my next video, bro. That's what I'm working on, like I said. But here's my
Well,
first method was just
according
why are
to
you giving
being
me
taught,
contention, bro? And why are you giving me contention and not letting me just say this little quick method, bro? I don't get it.
because it's not about Polaris. So stop mentioning it.
Added that. Check this. Let Brian say his method, and then you critique it, right? Because you guys are both getting excited.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of fucking like dumbfounded, like wondering why.
Look,
I'm not saying I'm not trying to prove anything with this. I'm just trying to say a method that would work on a flat plane.
Okay, look, I need you to be concise. Lay out your method, and then let him respond, please.
Yeah. Okay. So this method absolutely requires Polaris. It's the easiest one. It's if you're trying to find out where you're at, it's a hint to a couple things, but it's pretty much you get your latitude from Polaris. Okay, so that's for starters. So not saying it proves anything, and then what you do, you check your you got to have an almanac, right? You got to have an almanac, and you check the time. So I just gave an example in my video, which I'll post in a minute, of checking the sun's position and checking, and then and you need a clock. So you need all kinds of shit. So it definitely ain't proving nothing. and then you subtract the UTC from what you got. So wherever the sun's at, whatever meridian the sun is at, according to the because it's just saying the sun does a circle, just circle, circle, circle. So it says where it's at. It gives you the Greenwich hour angle. It's a lot easier than the stars. Which is another reason I started with this. Just as a simple method to get people understanding and maybe looking into it. And you just subtract your UTC from the Greenwich hour angle, and
what you're
and that's
doing
going to
is
give you your longitude.
Yeah, that's right. You're talking longitude. Again, you're doing what 10th man did. Well, I'm not using Polaris, and I'm not trying to calculate my longitude. Those are irrelevant. We want to find where we are at the latitude using the sun. Everything you described, Captain James Cook did before any of that shit happened. Okay, so everybody knows east to west, latitude lines, Polaris, no problem. Longitude, the Greenwich time, that changed 3 times over history. In other words, the longitude line where they calculated minus plus UTC, they had changed the position. They ended up at Greenwich or whatever fucking, they ended there, but they didn't start there. Calculating longitude is easy. It's the latitude that was the issue, okay? And so you need a
you're backwards, right? You're backwards, right?
No, you are. Longitude is super easy to calculate with the sun time. Okay, really super easy. The latitude is not. The latitude you don't need an almanac to calculate the longitude. You need an almanac to calculate the latitude because you need a declination angle, which is based on the time and season that you're doing. Now, what I tried to do is, of course, try to navigate and learn navigation without any of this stuff. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine and dandy, bro. But on a globe, longitude is harder, bro. On a flat Earth, yeah, the AE map is a longitude.
Longitude is, dude. The longitude is the easy part. That's where the sun goes. You calculate the meridians every 15 degrees, right? That's easy for time.
It's time dependent, though, bro. It's time dependent.
It doesn't matter. You cannot find your latitude without an equator. Okay.
You can't find your longitude without a clock.
It doesn't matter. Longitude is the easier one. Latitude is the harder one because longitude, you don't need an almanac. You need an almanac for latitude because you need the formula, or you need the number for the declination of the sun, which is based on, of course, the time and date that you're doing it. I figured out a way. It's not my way. It's there because they didn't have the almanac when they first started doing it. But what they did have is they had a 360-degree circle. Okay, well, you still have to have degrees in that circle, right? So you still have to have a size. Okay, to get any kind of angle measurement, any kind of degree, you still need a size. You need a ratio to base it off of. So this is what they're not being honest about in Nathan Oakley's show. So what I had to do is I had to search. If I didn't have an almanac, how do I find my latitude just using the sun? Well, guess what? It's not really available. The information's not really there. I had to really look for it. No, it's not. I had to look.
You wait till noon.
Just let him finish.
Brian, the only time.
Yeah, my bad.
Brian, the only time that you can find your latitude at noon is if it's the equinox. That's it. Anytime after the equinoxes, you cannot find your latitude. Okay.
Okay, but wait. Instead of just you finish your point. You were saying that this is what they're being dishonest about, and information wasn't easy to find.
What I'm saying is that when I approached 10th man, finding the latitude, I asked him how to do it. He kept doing what Brian was talking about, referring to Polaris. I said, listen, buddy, it's during the day. And it isn't on the equinoxes because the only time you can figure out your latitude is during the equinox because you don't have to plus or minus a declination. So the angle is true. However, because apparently the Earth tilts or it's seasonal, the sun changes towards the north or towards the south, you're going to have a different declination from the equator. Well, in the almanac, it gives you the plus or minus depending on where you are in the north or the south. You take the angle to the sun, you add the declination, there's your latitude. Okay. The problem
Are you talking about finding the angle to the sun or your angle or both?
So the only time that you can find your latitude using the sun during the day is on the equinox. That is it.
Really? What if I know the date? Okay, what if I know that it's let me just ask you a question, bro. Chill out, calm down. We got all night. What if I know that it's what if I know for sure the date? Because I think you got to pretty much know that for a lot of things. But okay, I know that it's solstice. Now at noon, the sun is as high as it's going to get for me. It's lined up. Okay. You don't think that's going to tell me my fucking latitude, bro?
Here, Brian, you're having a hard time. There's only one time basically when the equinoxes or the solstices are happening is the only time that you can get your noon angle and find your latitude. That's the only time. Every other time besides the solstice is the equinox, you need an almanac because you have to get the
You
declination.
don't think I know where the sun's at
Stop
on solstice?
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, dude. The point is that it's all even along the equator during those points, right? It's or I shouldn't say no. It's the equinox. It's only
On
the
an
equinox.
AE map, hold on. On an AE map, bro, you're referring strictly to a globe, bro. On an AE map,
talking about
the
a globe
sun does a
projection,
circle
right?
over Capricorn, bro, and then over Cancer 6 months later, bro. Why you? I mean, you're arguing for a globe or something.
No, what I'm saying to you is I can guarantee you that it's hard to find your latitude using the sun when it's not at the equinox. Why? It's because that's what all the videos show you, dude. When you go to learn about navigation, the only time you can get your direct angle and find your latitude is at the equinox. Anytime beyond that, you have to have an almanac, which gives you the plus or minus declination, depending where you're north or south. And if you go to measure your angle and it's not at the equinox, then you look at your almanac. It says, hey, there's this declination plus minus whatever. You add it to your angle, and then you get your latitude. That's how I was taught how to do it. And so
Right,
what I
let
figured.
me teach you
let me
something,
finish.
man.
I'm almost
Hey,
done. When I try to finish, is that what I try to do is now, how do I find my latitude with a 360-degree circle without having an almanac? So I still have to have a circle. I have to have a size of a circle. And then I have to have an angle. And then what I do is I do a mathematical calculation based on the month I'm in to get approximately the declination from the equator point. And when I can do that, I can add it to my angle and approximate my latitude. The point is it requires a little bit more math, a little bit more understanding of how to do it, but it's possible. The problem is that I couldn't find this formulation just readily available sitting there. Everything I encountered told me that I needed an almanac, but that's not true.
You should have tried to work it out on a flat Earth map. It's a lot easier because listen, the during the December, or let's say during the winter solstice for the north, the sun, we know right where it is. It's over Cancer. Okay, and we know approximately where it is every month in between. So all you need is a date to get real close to your latitude. You just need the declination, like you said. Just subtract that from the declination. But that because the declination is 23.5 degrees, bro. So if you really gave this thought on a flat plane, bro, it's really easier, dude. There's a couple things that it's missing as far as using the stars, and there's a couple equations and all that. But yeah, I don't need I can just check the sunrise. I mean my noon time, and if I know that it's equal or solstice, and the sun is, let's say, 10 degrees, then I know I'm 33.5 degrees, bro. It's that simple.
It's not impossible to do. The point is that when I approached
Simple,
10th
bro.
Man, when I approached 10th Man about it, though, he wasn't forthcoming like you are and explaining between the solstices and the equinoxes. He kept referring to getting the latitude from Polaris. And I said, no, dude, let's find our latitude just using the sun. And if that's the case, you have to have a declination angle from either the equator or, in your case, the idea that the solstices are tilted at 23.4, so that if you take your sun angle, you can plus or minus at 23.4 and get your latitude that way. Sure, that might be fine, but that's only between those points, solstices and equinoxes. Now I know guaranteed with the equinox, at 12 noon, you measure your angle, you're going to find your latitude. No problem. That's a given. But anytime in between those, you need to figure out, okay, you got the day, you got the month and the day. That's all you're going to be working with. You still have to do a quick calculation to find the approximate declination, between the 0 degree and the 23.4, right? And so that's what you're going to add in the mathematics. Or if you're going to add that,
I agree with that.
yeah, you're going to have to add your actual physical angle to what your mathematical assumption is based on, the period that the sun is moving through, from the 0 degree to the 23.4, like I said, right? But anyway, he just didn't seem to know that. And when I would question him on that, I got really frustrated because if you're trying to educate people and be honest, I swear I don't know, man, you're just turning more people into, I don't know, people just gullible.
I don't know, man, but I'm gonna I want to talk to you like after in DMs. I got a couple questions, man. A couple things I wanted to run by you, man. We might be able to come up with something pretty good if we put our heads together. Anyway. But
Well, here's
I
the thing,
definitely
Brian. If you can find any literature on the first, like let's say we're going to not have an almanac and you're trapped at sea, you're going to have to make quick assumption calculations. Let's say you didn't even know what month it was or what day. You know what month it was, but you didn't know what
you're
day.
screwed. You're screwed if you don't have
Well,
if you don't have an almanac or the time or the
Well,
month. Yeah, you're fucked. I mean, you're
well,
not
well,
fucked. You could guess on how warm it is, kind of. I mean, you know a little bit, but very little. You know, you got to have some information. I would think a compass, something.
well, you're going to have a compass, hopefully, but the whole point is that if that vulnerable, what would you use as a strategy to figure it out? So I sought out the formulas for that because they first had to start there before they could create the model. They had to start with discovery of it. And I did find I eventually found a calculation. I'm trying to find it now, and maybe it might be useful to you. But it's just basically essence from a 360-degree circle. You got 12 months in a year.
Yeah.
And I can't even probably tell you because it's been probably over a year, like I said, since I came across that formula. But it's there, and it's a great way to teach people to find their declination angle to the sun using that calculation, and then you can take a quadrant, you can take whatever protractor, measure your angle, find your latitude. So if you can do that based on a circle and the month, then you're just really using a circle to do everything, which
Yeah, it's only a circle, bro. And what really surprised me the most when I was looking through the almanac and all that, the stars just do the same shit every year, bro. They just move forward a tiny bit. They do the same shit, bro. Same shit, just over and over and over and over. And they're just doing a circle. And yeah, but it's so much easier on a flat plane, man. So much easier. Except if there's a couple things that you need to know or you'd be limited. And that's the information I'm trying to get out there, and I'm also trying to learn new shit. So I've been working on it like a few days a week, a couple hours, and 2 or 3 days a week. And so I got the basics and all that. But yeah, that's what the first thing I noticed was, fuck, dude, there is no tilt and all that shit. So on the like during the southern hemisphere's equinox or solstice, then we know the sun is directly over the fucking Tropic of Capricorn. There ain't no tilt and all that shit. So it's so much easier, bro, just to check out the sun at noon. But yeah, you would definitely need to know the month and shit. And then if you know the time, then that opens shit up a lot more.
Well, that's where they extrapolated the. Hold on for a second. Let someone else get in. I was just gonna say real quick. That's where they extrapolated the tilt from, is the 23.4 degree difference between the equator and the tropics. That's why they have it tilted in their model. So, but I know what you mean. Yeah, it's not an actual tilt. It's just the difference between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, or the equator and the Tropic of Capricorn.
But you see in the declination, the model, you can see how they represent it as tilt, right? So,
well, they had to. Yeah, they have to, because they have to account for the change of the sun's position upon the globe. Meaning, if you just had a sphere that was spinning around the sun would just always be at the equator. So they have to tilt it, because in reality, the actual sun does move between the tropics like that. It doesn't obviously just stay in one position. And then they needed, and that's how they try to explain their seasons as well, even though, of course, there's so many problems with their season explanation. But it's what actually causes the seasons for us, on the actual Earth, of course, is the movement of the sun like that.
By the time I'm done with the next video, people are going to see that celestial navigation was originally done. And I think it's going to be very obvious that it was done with a fucking AE map. And that's what that ruler thing was for. And it literally says on there, it's a time and a longitude calculator and shit, bro. And like I said, before these equations that are fucking, some of them are ridiculous, dude. You got to sit there and learn. You got to relearn everything to even be able to do them, dude. But once you could do them, then you got it. But it's like, who the fuck does shit? Like, who's gonna do this crazy ass equation just to try and pin my distance down like over 4,000 or 5,000 miles, dude? To me, your distance past 1,000 miles even is stupid, dude. I need to know the direction. The distance is irrelevant, bro. I still have like a month at sea, bro. Like, I want to know which direction and shit to go. But it's all I think there's a couple things that are cool that should be coming out probably in about another week, and I think people see that they progressed celestial navigation, like they adapted it to a globe, and maybe even added a couple things, and I think it was all originally done on the AE map, and I think it's pretty obvious. So much easier, dude. So fucking much easier.
If I can find that formula for you, because I have no idea where I found it. I just wrote it in one of my books here. If I find it for you, I've got a stack of books that I wrote over the years, right? Of course, just writing down all our discussions. So when I find it for you, I will send it your way. You might find it useful.
Right. And check this out. So your azimuth, this is what's so easy about longitude. On an AE map, basically, the azimuth is the fucking longitude, basically from the center. So it's one other thing, but it's more to it than that. But pretty much if you look at the, I don't know, the only thing that that I haven't worked out yet is the freaking distances. I ain't got it down pat, but I got it pretty fucking close. But
You won't get accurate.
I'd like to see that formula, bro.
You won't get accurate distances because even they say their globe model, 1 arc minute is 1.0008 nautical miles.
Right.
So
No,
even
I
if
don't expect to, but I'm trying to work it to where, depending on your latitude, you use a different equation basically. Because listen, any one observation only goes like 60 degrees. And anything below about 30 degrees and down is unreliable on either model, I would say. So you're basically only looking out about 38, 4,000 miles, maybe somewhere in that area. And like I said, the distance really doesn't even matter at that range, but everything works pretty good up close. But I want to see that equation you're talking about because each latitude should have it's tricky, man. But I know it's figure out. But here's my last thing real quick is they know they've been mocking us, but they know that if the Earth is a plane, okay, and we're seeing roughly 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree, they know that isn't possible to map a celestial dome or even a celestial sphere, whether it's a parent, whether it's an actual dome. They know that's impossible to map on a flat ground and get accurate distances, especially long range.
That's not true, Brian. That's not true. Do you know what the planisphere is?
Yeah, but no, you're not
So
hearing me.
the planisphere is mathematically congruent. It's mathematically transposable between a spherical to a 2D planar surface. It was created by the Arabics in the birth of the astrolabe. It's called the planisphere. So no, that's not true.
Maybe I didn't say that clear enough. Okay, so let's just say this. Okay, so we're in my front yard. Okay, and we're representing the whole northern hemisphere, and it's a sharp dome. Okay, and I've got a lens. So I'm looking at all the heavenly bodies through a concave lens, and it's showing me 6 feet per degree. 6 feet per degree. Okay, but it's a dome shape, right? There's no way I could transfer that dome to the ground perfectly mathematically without
you can, Brian,
without a transform.
It's called a planisphere. Just go look it up. The Arabics did it, creating the astrolabe, and the astrolabe was used in Baghdad in 2016 to map out all of Baghdad. It was 90. So they used an astrolabe. And they compared the GPS data between the astrolabe and the GPS data. The astrolabe was 98% correct in its measurements. So
you're telling me if it's a dome or if it's refracted, and it's showing me 69 miles, but then when I get there, it's showing something
it's
else.
It's never going to be a perfect ratio of this perfect 69. And
well,
even in their own literature, it's not a constant 69. So
yeah, I've always wanted to see the actual layout of that because over a planar surface, it would actually vary depending on your position.
Well, you'd think that height would play into it because the height would do something to it as far as bringing you closer to the object. Thereby
There's
slightly
different ways it could work, but
it's like you're making a triangle essentially.
Yeah.
a right triangle.
A few different ways it could work, but as far as toward the outside, you will have discrepancies, and I think that's where the discrepancies are. Oh, I got another good one coming out, dude. It's a prediction I made the other day, and I looked it up, dude, and it fucking was true. I couldn't believe it, bro. I'm excited. This is a video I'm gonna put in before this. It's so crazy, and it has to do with the longer distances in the southern hemisphere. And one of the other things we would expect, and I've never seen anybody touch this point, bro. But I looked at like 10 examples to double check on Google Earth, and it was my prediction matched up like perfectly so far. But I want to check more locations. But man, I really don't want to spoil this one because I want to hog this one. It's so cool, dude. So cool. This one I should have in a few days out. I think y'all really gonna like this one.
I watch pretty much all your videos, Brian, believe it or not.
Brian, have you considered getting a computer?
I actually have one, bro, but it's shitty. It's
You
shitty.
should
I just
consider getting a computer and editing videos on there.
yeah, I guess I will eventually have to, man.
Ryan.
I'm waiting to break 1,000, man. I've been
Why-
chipping my way up.
Why do you always sound like you're jogging or working in the yard or just for some reason out of breath while you're talking to us?
I'm pacing, bro. Just pacing. It's
That's
happening.
why I watch
okay.
you,
All right.
Brian. You got good energy, dude. So I watch it. I feed off your high energy.
Yeah, he should edit videos on a computer. Like, I think that you make good enough content that you should do that. I'm just being real with you, right? So
I'll take that advice.
yeah, like just little things that are gonna prevent the channel from getting much bigger. It's like where you can tell you're editing on a phone. It's just like little petty things like that. But like if you could step up that portion of the editing, it'd be fire. So like where you don't see any rewinds, you don't. I know it sounds petty, but
No, it doesn't. Can you tell me an editor to use? The reason I did it, I went to do it, but I couldn't even get the editor that I use with all the information I had. Like, dude, I got all these shots of the P1000 and they're still just sitting in my camera, dude. I was like, never even used them. It's ridiculous, dude. Had it for years. But can you tell me an editor that's
so like a really easy to use web browser editor is Canva, but it's not really good. And once you put a lot of videos in there, it'll start to like kind of lag and stuff. But I use Wondershare, but it costs like $70. You can also use DaVinci, which is free. There's a free version of that.
DaVinci's awesome.
Yeah, DaVinci's good and it's free. I like Wondershare better. It's a little more user friendly, but DaVinci is like the pro version, like professional movies. Some professional movies use it. So it's like
what if I had a laptop, dude? Would that be
no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay,
You
that's what I'm gonna probably do.
But if it's like its laptop is like barely working or something, then DaVinci's gonna be a bit of a headache, right? Like you're gonna want just go buy a gaming laptop. Even if you like I don't know, get a Best Buy credit card and buy it or something, right? And then you could end up monetizing your channel. I can help promote your channel. You'll get some donations, and eventually just the channel will buy the laptop.
That's cool, man. I'd appreciate that.
Just try the Best Buy credit card. The Best Buy will just hand out their credit cards, and then buy a gaming laptop. So that way it'll give you a pretty good base graphics. It'll take care of like the airflow and all that. You can get a pretty good gaming laptop for. It's still going to cost some money, $600-700, but yeah, it's just my opinion. I think
It'd be worth it, dude. I am getting tired of editing on this phone, bro. It's such. Oh my god, it's caused so many aggravations and going to debate and just my sound and shit.
If you think editing is hard, it's not. It's just a little bit of a workaround. Might take you a week or so to get familiar with DaVinci, but there's lots of videos to help you, and you got access to really high quality content on DaVinci if you use it. It's a little bit more sophisticated, but it's worth it if you just learn it, especially if you're in for the long haul of editing. On a side note, I just wanted to mention this. I don't know if you've heard me say this. So the speed of light is what, 399,000 miles an hour? What's the speed of light again? I forget.
186,000 miles a second or some shit.
Yeah.
6
much
trillion
per-
miles a year.
Yeah. Well, what's it per? What's it
Yeah,
calculated at?
I'd have to multiply that times what 3,600 or whatever.
I forgot the number. Is it 299,999 or something like that miles per hour? or
Sounds
something?
good. Sounds good. Go with it.
Well, miles per hour, it's like 600, almost 700 million.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ferret. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah. It's like 186,000 miles per second, and then like 670.
It's 669 million, and just 670 million. Yep. I just went to let the calculator
Conventional science is unproven. We can't do a lot at that speed. It's not true.
So there's
yeah,
a
no, we
guy.
answer all these
there's a
questions
guy-
so lax, bro, and we don't
There's
even
a
agree
guy
with
at
half the shit. We
MIT.
just answer it.
There's a guy at MIT using a photon gun, timing the the distance and the time at which the photon would reach the end. So apparently, you can measure the speed of this photon.
Yeah, but bro, look at if it were that accurate, bro. Like even on the golf course, bro. I got to thinking about this. I used to use one of them a good one too, a Bushnell or whatever range finder, where you shoot the flag and all that. And you'd shoot it 5 times in a row, and it'd be off a yard or maybe 2, but usually within a couple yards. But dude, you're only talking a few hundred yards, and it's off by that. If the speed were that freaking constant, dude, it would never be off by more than a freaking fraction. I was thinking, it'd be down to the millimeter, fucking every time if they had it down that pat. Is what I was thinking anyway.
Well, we have to have a rate. Radar works based on this calculation, right? So we have to have, or the Doppler effect. It has to have some sort of base to calculate, the rate of return, right?
Sure, yeah. Or they could just
we
give
need
it.
to start.
I think they could make it better. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, dude. I've been talking.
I just want to make one point really quickly. I've said this several times before, but the whole view of science need to be revisioned. And it need all these ridiculous terms and scientific equations, maths. Most of it needs to go out the window and start again because it's not.
Yeah, I agree, dude. I was thinking that if they made space or whatever a constant instead of the light speed, then it wouldn't be off by, like, they could vary it during different times or whatever, just that little bit of variation and not be a couple yards off to the pin or a yard or two up every single time you go to measure it. I was thinking that I could be wrong, but it's one of my thoughts. Like, I think the more precision they get, the more they see. I mean, I just really just am fighting it. I'm stubborn. I'm skeptical about light speed being constant. It doesn't seem right to me. That don't seem like what's constant. Everything else seems constant to me. It would explain so much, man. It would explain the light, like, I don't know, in cooler areas going further. It seems like I don't know. It's like the way the sun brings its light with it and shit. It just and it's different in different seasons, a different location.
If the sun's not 93 million miles away, we can't measure light speed. So it's all just sad. What are they basing this science on? It's just hypothetical assumptions. This is
Usually, you're going to have to use assumptions if it's beyond your senses. Yep.
Like, I'd seen the thing with the delay on the ISS, like where they delay and then they'll not delay, and it's like, dude, I think they used to always do the delay, like, and usually they do, but I've seen a couple times where they missed it. But I mean, why would there be a fucking delay with something 250 miles away if light moves that fast? If light's propagating that fast, why would they have that's like there being a delay. Like, we're talking right now, like probably all places over the continent and even the whole world. People from Australia, South Africa, South America. We're talking real time pretty much. And 250 miles, there's a damn fucking delay. Like I think they screwed the pooch on that one, and they're just kind of sticking with it or whatever excuse they have. Like they were just thinking, well, there maybe should be a delay. We're out in space, and just kind of stuck with it. But I think they screwed the pooch on that one, dude. 250-mile delay. Go figure. And then since nobody's responding, like the damn satellites, they're today they're bitching about what could you do with a balloon that's moving around? Like what if it moves 1,000 feet? And I'm like, what are you talking about? The satellites y'all are talking about with these orbits are literally dead every freaking 45 minutes or something. You get no signal at all. And how are you picking up on a satellite moving at the rate y'all are saying? And you're sitting here wondering how a satellite on a balloon up above the atmosphere, how are they going to pick up on a signal that a balloon moves 1,000 feet? That's laughable to me. And how did they just throw it out there? Like they can make perfect sense of a rocket just slamming on brakes at the Lagrange point. And when the moon comes back around, it doesn't throw it off, or they just think it's going to sit perfect there for their direct TV or something. Like I don't know how they think, bro. It's ridiculous. Some of the things they defend.
I was gonna say before too on someone on the last topic, but you can also get your latitude with a sundial, the right type of sundial. Some sundials you have to align to Polaris, for example, to get in terms of the latitude.
How do you align your
and
Polaris during the day, Geo?
But there's other types of sundials that do the opposite. Like they will extrapolate your latitude versus setting it to Polaris, for example.
The only way I've ever figured out how to find my latitude or north is with a Viking compass. If you have a Viking compass, then you can find where north is, and then from north you may be able to find your latitude. Well, you'll find.
I just told you how, bro. What are you talking about?
North. Yeah, but during the day you don't have access to Polaris. So
no, I'm talking about the noon. You got to wait till noon, though. If you missed the sunrise, if you missed Polaris, you got to wait till noon. I told you how.
Only important if it's the solstices or the equinox. Anytime in between, you need a declination angle, which is in an almanac.
Well, you just said you just got to work it out. You just got to know what time of month it is. And
I'm trying to give you the calculation. I'm trying to give you the calculation for that. That's what I'm still looking for. But at the end of the day, you're not going to find your position to Polaris during the day. So the only thing to find north, you can use
You can find north at solar noon.
You can find sure, you can find that. You can use a Viking compass.
And your latitude, bro. I disagree with you on this one, Data. I mean, it's pretty easy. It's coming out in my next video. It's probably the easiest way to do it, bro. You do need to know the time, the month. You don't need to know the exact date and time, but you got to know the month.
Only on the
equinox. Bro, why do you keep saying that on a flat Earth map? Or you're thinking of a globe. Once again, you're thinking of a globe, Data. Just slow your brain for a second.
You can also get it just by taking an angle to Polaris.
Only at nighttime. You can't get an angle to Polaris during the day. See, the issue is, obviously you guys don't know, it is hard to find.
You can't wait till night? Or was your thing originally only has to be during the day? Or
so the challenge was to find your latitude during the day, not on the equinoxes and not on the solstices. There is a calculation for it, but primarily you need an almanac, because in the almanac, as long as you know the month and the day, you can get a declination angle from the equator, and then you take your sun angle, and then you add that declination or subtract the declination.
You don't even need almanac, bro. Bro, you don't even need almanac, bro. Why you keep saying this, bro? All you need to do.
Cut him off right at the end, but he made a good
point. Okay. I thought he was done. Sorry.
Well, at this point, I guess. But he almost finished his point. It was a good point too. But go ahead.
If you want to know why I'm an asshole, it's because I actually never get to finish. Even if I'm concise and I'm not pedantic, I still get cut off.
Well, I don't know if that's always the case, but I mean, you do go on for very,
Bro,
very
I
long.
look at you as a friend, Date. I look at you as a friend, and I don't want you just saying false shit if you haven't looked into this, bro. I'm telling you, just think about this. Just slow your brain for 1 second, bro, because you've taught me shit. Don't act like you're incapable of learning something, bro. Listen, you don't need to know. You don't even need an almanac if you know you do need to know the month to get a rough idea. And when the sun hits highest in the sky, Data. Okay, if you had an almanac, yeah, you could pin it down. But when the sun hits highest in the sky, if you know the month, then you got a good idea of the latitude of the sun on a flat Earth, not on a globe. Maybe on a globe, but definitely on a flat Earth.
It works the same because it's based off a circle, dude. So it doesn't matter if it's a sphere or a plane. It's
Yeah,
based
that's
off
why I
of a
said
circle.
right. That's why I said maybe on a globe too. Right, but here you wait till the sun's highest in the sky. You just check it when it's getting up there, and just make a little shadow and just mark the shadow. Okay, and when it gets its shortest, okay, then you know where north is, like the one guy just said, and you're gonna know if you know the month and you know your declination, then you're gonna know where you're at just by you even said how to do it, bro. You just subtract your declination from where the damn sun is at, bro. It's easy on a AE map because if it's like I said, if it's equinox, you know that you don't even need an almanac, bro. It's so fucking easy to get your latitude with the sun at noon or with Polaris anytime, and it's easy to get north with the sun at noon or your latitude, bro.
It's
I don't know.
easy to get your latitude with Polaris at nighttime. It's not easy to get your latitude if it's not the solstice or the equinox. It's harder to get your latitude during the day looking at the sun angle. This is a fact and well known. And yes, it is. Go look at all the instruction videos. The only time you can, like I said, I'm just going to repeat myself. The only time you can find your latitude is on the equinox. Essentially, when you measure your angle, whatever angle you get, that's your latitude. That is
I can get within a degree, even. I mean,
I know from what I've learned that it is going to be a computation without an almanac, and that means you have to have basically know the month and the day approximately, and then from a 360-degree circle, you can deduce where the sun may be along its cycle. Like I said, I'm trying to find you that formula for it, and then go ahead.
Well, see what happens though is you talk for so long that the only option for anyone to talk is to interrupt. So if you're like you get interrupted every time, it's because you just go until someone interrupts you. But go ahead because I was just gonna say something on it, but because you're gonna bring up so many points and then skip.
Anyway, Gio, did you want me to send you the book or not? You still haven't said yes or no.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Of course I do. But
you DM me your address, right?
Yeah, I'm about to now. In fact, let me say this one last thing, bro.
Let's finish his point though. He was trying to finish his point.
Oh, I thought he was done again. Sorry.
I did probably interrupt him. So
I'm done.
Well, because what I was going to say is that you can do it the way you're saying. I hear by getting the almanac. What about just taking an elevation angle to the sun and then comparing
That's all
that?
you got to do, bro, and know the month. I mean, you can get within a degree or two easily. I can't believe you don't have that much faith in me, Data, where I'm just telling you how to get.
It's not that I don't have faith in you. So what it is what happened when I was looking how to navigate during the day. No Polaris. I have no access Polaris, but I need to find where my latitude was. What strategies could I do? What mathematics or what principles did I need to have? Well, according to all the research that I've done, you need to have an almanac to get a declination angle. And then when you measure your sun angle, you get that declination from the almanac, you do the math, you find your latitude. So what I was saying, again, I'm repeating myself, I said, well, what if I didn't have an almanac? I had a sun angle, but I wanted to find actually where I was with my latitude. Well, I tried to find alternate methodologies to do that. Which I couldn't find it readily available. It took me a very long time, and then I came across this formula, and then I actually, believe it or not, I actually went to Ruhif, and Ruhif confirmed it. And because he said, no, you don't need an almanac, and I was like, that's right, you don't. And then I went with the formula, and anyway, the point is that
wait. Let me say one thing real quick before you, because I knew you were just repeating. I thought you was done last time. Hold on.
It's hard to listen. As far as I know, out of all the navigation, it's harder to find your latitude using the sun. That is a well-known thing. Sorry, just using the sun.
Well, like I said, you can do it with a certain type of sundial.
Yeah, you don't need an almanac, bro. All you need to know is the is your angle and the and at noon anyway, and the time of year, and that'll get you within a degree or so. Because if it doesn't have to be just solstice or equinox, if it's halfway between, if let's say it's
Well, you're going to back calculate from the solstices. You're going to back calculate from the solstice to the equinox to get an approximation of a
you
degree.
keep saying though, you
And-
keep budging
and you
a little
can
bit
do
more.
that. You can do that.
Why you
That's
interrupting me,
fine.
bro? I just will listen to you say the same point twice, and then I'm just saying you don't need to know any of that shit. It might be helpful. That might be another method. So I'm definitely interested in what you're saying, but you keep saying that you can't figure it out. And I'm telling you, it's very, very freaking easy. You just need to know the date, and get your sun lined up at noon, bro, on the AE map. If it's halfway between, then you just put it halfway between. You know the latitude the sun's at. If it's a quarter of the way after, if it's a quarter of the way in between equinox, or in other words, between March 21st and December 21st, then it's a quarter of the way fucking north or south, whichever
You
one.
can back calculate from the solstices or the equinox to approximate where you assume the sun to be based on its cycle. Therefore, you would get a declination from that position, and then you can plus or minus it to your degree and find your latitude. That's fine.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you still need a size circle to do it. And you still need to have a good approximation of what time and day it is to get any proper angle.
Data, have you thought about this one as well? So if you have it could be a sundial, but even outside of a sundial, if you literally just put a stick in the ground, but maybe more than a stick, something that's a more solid structure that's not just going to blow over in a rainstorm, like a cement rod or metal rod, whatever it may be. And then if you have a good flat planar surface and you map it throughout the year, the angles of it, you then map it when it hits the equator, when it hits the Tropic of Cancer, when it hits the Tropic of Capricorn, because you'll see the shadows on it are going to extend, to their maximum when it's at the winter solstice. Obviously, the equinox is going to be in the middle, and then in the summer solstice, it's going to be on the other side, on the inside, as it were. And so once you have that, now you know where the sun's position is in its track. Then you can minus it to get your latitude that way as well. So you can subtract it from the equatorial.
So I appreciate that. I appreciate that methodology. But the test, the problem is you were at sea during the day with no almanac, so you don't have all these sticks and shadows to present. That was the issue. So you're stranded at sea with no almanac, and you wanted to know where you are in the north or in the south. How would you do it?
Okay, that's another component. Only on a boat in the water. You can't use the nighttime. Okay, all right. That's a lot. Yeah, there's a couple pieces.
That's the premise. This is what I presented to the Nathan Oakley show, and this is where I got no honesty and no directness. They kept focusing on Polaris, kept focusing on these other issues. It's no, that's not the problem. The problem is what I just said.
Can you use the moon? Can you use the moon?
No,
if I could use the moon, you could then subtract it. If you know because
find your latitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, then you would have to use spherical geometry. You would have to have a chronometer to do that.
It would take some more complex understanding of what cycle the moon's in, though. You couldn't, if you had no idea what phase it was in, or how that worked, then it wouldn't help. But if you know, because the moon, of course, is tracking between the tropics over the equator, Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, every month, 28 days, and there's 13. So if you know which cycle of the 13 months that it's in, then you'll know, if you know what cycle it's in within the month, you'll know by the phase. Just by knowing the phase, by the cycle is within the month, you'll know the distance between the sun and the moon, which you then could calculate where the sun's position is in the tropics and then calculate latitude. If you can use the moon. If you can use the sun. It's
during the day.
You're eliminating the moon.
During the day, bro. The only thing you have is the sun. That's it. The sun.
You know how you can see this sun or the moon during the day sometimes?
The thing is, the captain of the ship, they're going to be using sea charts, bearings, and directions. They're not going to bother.
To find your latitude, it'd be, like I said, it's important to find your latitude. Yeah, you can do bearings and compasses, all this stuff. Like Captain James Cook, Polaris, and set your compass and just keep the heading, sure, and just basically go to your end. I mean, that was the attitude back then, right? I'm just going to start from position A and go to position B, and I'm just going to keep my heading. And as far as James Cook navigated, he just used latitudes. He didn't. That's how he navigated, is based on latitudes, right? So
here's another way you could do it. You could calculate the sun at its zenith compared to your zenith, and then calculate your latitude that way.
So calculate.
But you would have to know like the general season, though.
You would have to know the season 100%.
Yeah, that's what I said, Gio. Yeah, you just need to know the date, because on an AE map, you know right where the sun's at. Depending on how exact you want to get, but you can get it pretty damn exact.
Well, because you have a right angle triangle, like from you directly up to your zenith, directly up, and then essentially 90 degrees from that point over to where the sun is, and then from the sun to you. So you have a right triangle there, which can then be calculated, to be its position. But trying to think if you could do it only, because the problem with that, if you only had that right angle, like technically, because what he's talking about, you're in a boat, no land, only can use the sun.
But if that's the case, you're not going to be able to do shit anyway, Gio. If you're in big giant seas and all that shit.
True. That's not true. See, for instance, people who are out on boats for people who are out on the boat during the equinoxes, they can find their latitude anywhere in the north and the south, as long as it's the equinox or the solstice, right? Because potentially it's at that 0 degree or
you
23
just said
degrees.
they couldn't during seas.
Guys, hold on,
man. Listen, Brian, you're wrong.
A second, dude. You guys, I don't want to have to mute people. Can we have a conversation where people are able to finish? Because it's like this jump on everyone. I know you guys tend to do that, and then it's just like I've been cut off every time. No, it's not fun. Can we just try to be concise and then just say your point and actually have silence until the next guy picks up, please? Because it's like I talk, someone interrupts me, Brian goes, Brian gets interrupted by Data gets interrupted by Brian gets interrupted by me. It's just, well, I'm not really doing it pertusa, but I probably am, because it's the only way to get in. So if we could please just not do that, please.
Yeah, I'll try and be a little more patient. Sorry, man. But this is a good conversation, though. It's got everybody thinking and shit,
If you're on a boat and you know it's the equinox or the solstice, that is the only time that you can get a direct angle measurement to the sun and find out your latitude. Let me repeat that so it's clear, Brian.
No, because you just said on equinox, you just said on solstice.
Brian, let me finish.
Brian, let me finish. Even though you already interrupted her. Come on, but Data, be concise and pass the mic. Go.
I've said this 5 times now. I'm going to say it 6 times. The only time that you can get your latitude using the sun, only the sun, in the ocean during the day is on the equinox. Yes, you can do it on the solstice because it's at 23.4 degrees. However, if it's not the equinox, then you're going to have at least a known month or day to get a declination. But without an almanac, you can do it. Get a true latitude based on one angle measurement to the sun only during the equinox.
Oh, the solstice.
Boom. All right, he did a drop mic.
You can do the solstice too, because you know that it's 23.4 degrees.
Fair enough, but what good's an almanac if you don't know the fucking month and day, bro? So I just wish I know he just said that and I jumped in, but bro, you just literally conceded that, well, yeah, if it's solstice or halfway between solstice or equinox, then yeah. And then you come right out and said the only way you could do it is if it's equinox. But then you did throw in, unless you know the time and date. What good's an almanac?
So again, like I'm going to repeat myself.
What good's an almanac if you don't know the time and date? None. No good at all.
Also, Kosho was trying to get in.
I said it.
Here's the challenge.
I was just saying, what about the solstice? Because we did it on the solstice. But
all right, here's the challenge, though. If I'm repeating it correctly,
you can do it on the solstice and the equinox. The point is that if you wanted to find your latitude during the day, only using the sun, and you make one angle measurement, the only way to do that without any calculations or any almanac is during either the equinox or the solstices, because you have two numbers you already know, which is 0 for the equinox and 23.4 for the solstice. So if you know that, all you have to do is make your actual angle. Well, with the equinox, you don't do any math. With the 23.4 degree for the solstice, you have to add that. With the equinox, you don't have to add anything. In other words, it's the equinox. I'm at latitude 45. All I have to do is measure the angle to the sun, and that's my latitude. It only happens during the equinox. The solstice, you have to add or plus. Okay.
All right, Coach. So the general
add or
thing
subtract,
is,
whatever you do.
unless Data wants to share, but the general thing is that you have to find your latitude. You're in the middle of the ocean. You have no idea where you are, and you cannot use the nighttime at all. So you can't use Polaris, can't use stars. All that's off the table. All you can use is the sun. Apparently, because I was saying if you can use the moon, and then I was relating that get the moon phase, but even add to it that no moon. You can't use the moon either. Only the position of the sun. So you're out in the middle of the water, middle of nowhere, sun's in the air, boom, you got to get your latitude. That's the general thing that he was mentioning. So,
Simple shit. Yep, simple shit.
So yeah, I just wanted to, since Kosho came in, I just want to let him know what it was. Unless
Kosho, would you agree that if it's 45 days, in other words, in between, yeah, granted data, yeah, you'd have to add and subtract from 23 and know half of 23 and shit, but it's so easy, bro.
Not linear though.
Yeah, you're screwed.
The
Yeah, but it's
equinox,
going to get you
you
damn
don't have
close.
to- The equinox,
It's somewhat close.
the equinox.
I'm talking about with a
you
noon
don't
sun,
have
a noon sun, Kosho. Sorry, laughing. A noon with a sun. You know pretty much where it's at based on the month. You don't need almanac.
Well, that's what I was actually saying. If you knew the season at least, like if you knew which quarter, like if you only have the sun and you have your elevation angle and you have no other information, like absolutely nothing, you're literally in the middle of water somewhere. But if you knew either by just by being a human and being on the earth, if you just knew generally what season you're in, winter, spring, summer, etc., then you know what part of the quadrants the sun is in, because like the sun, like the equinox is at the equator, and then it comes to the, it moves all the way to the Tropic of Cancer, then it goes back to the equator, then it goes from the equator out to the Tropic of Capricorn, and then back from the Tropic of Capricorn back to the equator. So those are like 1, 2, 3, 4, which are the seasons essentially. So each one of those, each quadrant, if you want to call it that, is one of those. So if you knew which quadrant it's in, like if it was from the equator to the Tropic of Cancer, for example, or if you knew it was from the Tropic of Cancer to going to the equator, if you knew that general month, so just a quarter of the year, just the month or the season, if you just a quarter of the, like 1/4 of the whole year, just knew the season, then your right angle would be in a comparison to your zenith. So your direct zenith, the GP of you basically, versus the elevation angle to the sun, now gives you an angle and therefore a degree, which can then be relegated from the equator compared to the tropics to then calculate the latitude by that.
Agreed. Yeah, because you'll
It's
know
not
north.
It's not impossible for sure, but now that you said that, let's say you're out. Let's say you're in this scenario, and I'll give you. Let's run down the scenario. So you know that you know that you're in the north, so you're above the equator.
Oh, that too would be helpful. Although I think you could even do it even if you're in the south. The way I'm saying, if you just knew the season, but yeah, it would also be helpful to know, of course, if you're north or south of the equator.
You'll know north or south because you can pin down north or south, but which direction the sun goes after zenith. So, yeah, you're right, Gio.
The point is, if you got lost at sea and you only had the sunlight to find your latitude, how would you do it? Yes, you'd have to make a lot of assumptions at what cycle it's at, but let's say you didn't know that stuff, right? You only had approximate. Maybe you were 30 days off, a month off, right? You're lost at sea. You're off. So you're not going to have these accurate measurements, right? And that's what the almanac is for accuracy.
Well, that's what I was saying. If you just knew,
you need a date.
If you knew that you're in the section from the winter solstice to the spring equinox, and then if you knew from the spring equinox to the summer solstice, or if you knew whether it was from the spring equinox to the summer solstice, or if you knew it was from the summer solstice to the fall, etc., if you to the winter, if you knew just which section it is, what I was saying. So you wouldn't even have to know that you could even be a month off as long as you just knew whether, which of those quadrants or which kind of direction the sun was moving within that.
Right. I'll take Gio's method all day because without a date. Data. You started off saying without a date, and you're in the middle of the ocean. Without a date, almanac's worthless, bro.
No, well, the almanac's worthless without a date as well. But you're going to still approximate the season when you're out there, and there's other methodologies to also approximate your season based on the constellations and where they are based on the north position. So if you have, obviously awareness of celestial bodies and where they are seasonally, you can approximate your month, and then through the day you can approximate the day through the moon cycle. So there's these combinations of things that you can do to find your orientation. The struggle is, like I said, in all teachings when it comes to navigation, is finding your latitude using the sun only. It seems to be a struggle.
Very, very simple, bro. It's not a struggle, dude. Geo even just told you a crude way. And you keep saying it's a struggle, bro. It's the easiest fucking thing, bro. But like I said, without a date, almanac is firewood, basically.
Wait, so
and then if you're going to use if you're going to use constellations, then once again, now you have Polaris again, bro. You're trapped anywhere you go, bro.
Let me hold on for a second. If you're wanting to find out what month it is and what day it is, you need celestial bodies, right?
Why are you involved in these social debates that don't actually mean anything? You're not making any points. You just
Kosho, you were actually next. Kosho.
Just trying to get to. So do you get the date or you don't get the date? Because I keep hearing both things.
So
and
the
also,
idea is that you have
also is this supposed to be in one day, or can you have like 2 days to figure it out?
Really the experiment the ideas behind is if you were on the ocean with a boat, could you find your latitude using the sun without an almanac? Yes, you do know what day it is. Yes, you knew what month it is, but could you do it? And the thing is, when I present, let me finish. I understand. What I did is I presented that to a 10th man because he was misleading people. He wouldn't address the situation, or let's say the experiment, if you will, or the scenario. He wouldn't address it. He kept deflecting and talking about Polaris and getting your latitude that way. And that's not what they teach you, how to get your latitude using the sun.
Data, when was this? I want to see that, bro.
Well, what Kosho mentioned is a good point, though. Like, if we're going with the more extreme version of this thing, where you don't know there was the idea if you knew the seasons, of course, but of course, if you knew the day. But even the most dramatic one, where you have no information, you're literally on a boat out there, and that's it. So what Kosho said is very interesting, because if you have 2 days, even if, again, you can't use the night with this idea, so it has to only be the day. But yeah, if you could use 2 days or even 3 days, I don't know if that's where you're going with it, Kosho, but that is a very keen point, because then you can see the change in the position in the day and see which direction it's moving. And then I'd have to think about what that really does give you. Is that where you're going on it? Going
Bro,
for?
I feel like I'm being Scooby Doo here, man. Go ahead.
I don't think you get the latitude just from that, though, but you at least could see the movement of it. Scooby Doo. What is that? That's funny.
There we go. Yeah, I think. Just like you said it, if it was just you get the day. Oh no, you don't know the day. But you get 2 days and you don't get any nighttime. Then I think worst case scenario, because it depends if the moon's out or not, or Venus or stuff like that. But let's say that's not, so it's worst case scenario. I don't think you can tell which hemisphere you're in. So you may get your latitude.
Yeah, you can.
You don't know if it's north or south.
Here's how you figure out if you want. I'm interrupting again, but
no, you're good. I was done.
Okay. I thought so, but yeah, you just got to see which way the sun goes. Get your zenith at noon, and then see which way the sun goes, and you'll know if you're north, south, or on the equator. It's easy shit, dude.
Wow. What do you mean?
Okay,
so that's a good point. No, he makes a great point. Well, you have to know what left and right is. So you do have to know what that is. You have to know your right arm is your right arm, or your left arm is your because if you're looking at the equator, from the south, it's going to move, from your right to your left, and in the north, it's going to move from your left to your right, because you're looking at it from the other angle.
Yeah, simple shit.
Hold on.
Latitude's easy to find, bro. With the noon sunrise anywhere, within a degree. Just if you know the date, it doesn't have to be equinox or solstice. If it's halfway in between, that's going to get you pretty fucking close. And like Gio even said, just if you have a general understanding of the seasons, that's going to give you a good idea where you're at. But if we go into night, and like he was talking about constellations and all that, if you go back into night, then we got Polaris. So then it's simple shit once again. But I like the challenge you put up to 10th man and challenging them, because they talk so much about it. I would be definitely interested in hearing that, man. I wish you knew which episode that was. I'd like to go hear it, man. I
But do
think
you have a pretty
they should.
good?
Go
Do you have
ahead.
a pretty good clock? Like a pretty good watch? Like you don't have a calendar, but you have a good watch.
No, you just have your brain.
Okay, well then yeah. If you only have your brain, no watch or calendar, I don't know, because you'd have to if you could measure the day length, you could probably estimate which day it is. Uh, but
Show's right. That was another solution is timing the duration of the day. That was another option for doing it. Yeah.
yeah, but without that, without either of those things, you could get a good estimate because like I say, it's not linear. The so like if you were trying to figure out what part of the month it was, or if you're trying to figure out how high the sun is supposed to be at which latitude, depending on what part of the year it is, you could kind of do that, but it's easier if you know about what day it is because it's not linear. It changes each day by 4 degrees or 0.4 degrees, 0.3 degrees, 0.2 degrees. It depends on what day it is.
Yeah, but it's going to give you your latitude like within a degree, you know.
Well, a
If,
degree is
you know,
60
if you know the
nautical
days.
miles. A degree is
You know the
60 nautical miles, Brian. Is that pretty close to you?
Yeah, it absolutely is, bro. Anytime you're telling me the distance over like 3,000 miles, that's a joke, bro. That's a month and a half of them sailing back then. Like, bro, nothing's that accurate until you're within about 500 miles, man. Then you could start paying closer attention to your charts and all that, and see about what you've been averaging and work it all out, bro. You're trying to tell me something is 32 days away and not 31 days away like that. That's just, that's prove it. I'd say prove that. That's ridiculous.
There's another misconception though. 1 arc minute is 1 nautical mile, but it's not 1 nautical mile. Even it's 1.0008 nautical miles. So it's not a true 60 nautical miles per 1 degree. Now, is it, Blue?
We use 60 nautical miles.
But it's not accurate because 1 arc minute is 1.0008 nautical miles.
Yeah, I think it is something like that now.
So the 60 nautical miles per 1 degree is an approximation. It's a rule of thumb. It isn't 100% accurate.
Well,
And
it's
then
a pretty good approximation.
as you traverse from the north to the south, it actually reduces in distance between latitudes.
Talking about like 50 feet or something, 40 feet.
It doesn't make a big difference.
It does make a big difference because as you measure your angles, they change just a tiny portion. They may not impact you at short distances, but in long distances, your calculations are off.
Wouldn't it be more correct at long distances? So I think those are just like that's the
No,
difference
your angle
between.
gets wider. And if
Yeah,
your
but
angle gets wider, if you measure at a shorter distance and your angle's slightly off, that means the angle increases larger as the farther you go out.
But what I'm
This might be a
saying is
slightly
that
different topic. Or if you had a response to that, it's not even. I think it's not really different. What I was going to bring up, but I was going to talk about measuring. I was going to ask Blue but you can go, Coach, or he can answer this next. But how would we be able to measure the distance between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? And of course, on a globe that should be the same, but on an AE map there should be a dramatic difference. There's a lot of these stories about people, in terms of in the South and longer distance traveled and so on. So I was going to kind of link that because you guys were talking about angles and having it changed based on the kind of.
Well, we talked. Well, just to be clear, Gio, are you talking about what like Jeremy's test with the size of the tropics, or are you talking about the distance between the tropics?
Well, technically, I mean both, really, but the size of the actual tropics is more what I was referring to.
Because you remember Jeremy's test, which I suggested to him. By the way, but anyways, the test with the concentric circles, the way, I mean, if you just measure any distance, like 4 minute, like a 4 minute, I guess that'd be 69. Or it'd be basically 1 degree. So you measure 1 degree, where the subsolar point moves in 4 minutes. But if you don't even have to do it at the subsolar point. You could do it, like the sun could be where it's at today, and you could just measure 2 points along the ether tropic, and just measure local solar noon and how
Sure.
far it's traveling, and how fast it gets from any 2 points on those tropics, the local solar noon.
Would you agree that that distance, like the 60 nautical miles per degree, breaks down and starts stretching out, like when you get below 30 degrees? I mean, y'all say it's because of refraction or whatever. We say that it's probably actual. I
How
mean,
would that be the case? How would it be the case that it's not
well, y'all
refraction?
say it's because of refraction. It lingers. The stars do the same thing. They start slowing down when they get
Yeah,
close
exactly.
to the horizon. They start slowing
Yeah,
down.
the sun, everything. Yeah, it doesn't do 15 degrees per hour anymore, so it makes sense that refraction is obviously a problem there.
No, or a plane, with the sun going off in the distance. But here's my thing. I got a good one coming out for y'all, bro. I got a good challenge for Globers to explain. Y'all got some explaining to do, man. Give me 2-3 days. I got a good video on what Gio just talked about, the distances in the South, something nobody's ever talked about. But
I
what's
mean, that should be pretty. That's one thing that, as like just the human community of the world, as it were, like not involved in any clandestine military whatever deception, in terms of what they have on their end. I'm just saying, all of us that we don't have access to all the clandestine military equipment and stuff. Without that, but I'm just saying the difference of the length of the Tropic of Cancer versus the Tropic of Capricorn should be actually one of the easier things to do and somewhat lower cost. I mean, really, you could do it depending on how you wanted to, but it would have to actually be done right, like actually measuring the distances. But that is something we can do conceivably. And even if they don't mess with us, you could go to like the 58th parallel and make a whole journey there. And that would be dramatically different than being like in where the Tropic of Cancer is. 58
Yeah, exactly.
versus 20, versus well, whatever you did, 23 or more on the inside. I mean, that's dramatically different. So
Yeah, so when Jeremy was doing his test, he was very extreme with making sure it was the subsolar point and making sure it's people on those tropics. But what I was doing at the same time, but he didn't accept it. But I had people in Australia, and basically I was doing a survey where I was figuring out where people were, and then just finding, because if you do a large data set, you're gonna glean a lot more information from that, even though they're not all in the same place. You'll get two people, as long as there's a pairs of people that are on the same parallel, then you can just take those two people, take their measurement for any given day. So like I said, you can do it any given day as long as they do their local solar noon, and you happen to know like the distance between them. So you take two people on the same parallel, just do that a whole bunch of times, and you'll get a data set, that you can, see what it conforms to. If it conforms, if it's like nothing close to what the globe's supposed to be, or if it's like nothing close to AE or whatever, like you'd be able to tell that with the large enough data set.
what you're saying of just taking positions on the same longitude at the same time,
Yeah.
snapshots?
Yeah.
And you're saying the ratio between the inner and the outer, you're saying?
Yeah, well, not just the ratio.
Because it would be like 1-to-1. Sorry, it would be pretty 1-to-1 on a sphere, but
You get an innie or an outie.
Yeah.
Well, also there's already like known, like you can make predictions basically, like on the size of each latitude based on which model it is. Like, so it should match up. Each of those measurements should correspond to what it's supposed to be on either one of those models, or it's inconclusive because it doesn't match either of them. But either way, this method also allows this to get done because there's so many people in this community. All you have to do is find people who are paired on the same latitude, like me and Rakia, for instance, are on the same. Me and Brian even are sort of along the same latitude. But there's a bunch of people that you just pair them up, and yeah, so it's something that you can actually get done without going anywhere.
We're ladder buddies. Hey, does anybody know the record? This is it sounds strange, but it is still on topic because I was looking like what's the record for following the sun with it, fairly overhead. Like all I could keep finding is why why they can't do it and shit. Like there's got to be a record of like following the sun, like staying underneath it. There's got to be a record,
Didn't they
right?
say the Concorde? Didn't they say the Concorde did that, or some jets?
I couldn't
You have to go
find
really fast,
anything
though.
as far as them doing it. I just was finding excuses of why they couldn't.
You mean like follow the sun for 24 hours or something?
No, it doesn't have to be 24 hours. Like, maybe I was thinking if the record's like 5 or 6 hours, it's it'd probably have to be a route that's, pretty close to a normal route. Or
Well,
maybe the military might have did it, I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure they've done it on that level. Yeah. I mean, there's what's the name for it? It's called like a twilight flight or something. There is a name
Oh,
for
the
it.
double sunrise, yeah, but that's different. I'm talking about like follow. I see. I found that when I was looking into it. The double sunset club, and that didn't make a lot of sense to me. But I could make it work on a globe, I guess, if I had to kind of go out on a limb a little bit. But that's just my opinion. But I'm talking about like following the sun. I mean, it's just. I don't think it could be done, bro. I don't think they could stay up underneath the sun for like 6 or 12 hours. I don't think it's possible. Maybe it is.
We'd have to be flying like 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, you could probably go a little slower than 1,000, but you would have to keep up with it. Because if you're talking about 24 whole hours, if you're going slower, you're going to lose pace on it fairly quick.
Yeah, you'd have to be going at least probably 800 or something like that if you caught it at Capricorn or Cancer or something.
You have to be flying underneath it, or can it be like to your right, like in your window or something?
Well, that'd be a start, but I was kind of seeing if it didn't have to be right overhead, but I'm thinking like follow the track of it, close to overhead.
Well, is that linked to the? I mean, are you bringing that up because the difference in between the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn on an AE type layout, of course, is quite different. So, were you saying that if you were to try to follow the sun in the north when it's at the Tropic of Cancer versus do it when it's in the south at the Tropic of Capricorn, like if you were to, and then through distance traveled, fuel used, amount of fuel used, speed you had to go, I mean, that would do it.
It'd be a bit. Look, I wish I would have saved this. It'd be a bitch for me to find if anybody calls me out on it. To God, I was looking all into this and trying to find it, and I was looking at the equator and all that, and I found an article where they're talking about the equator, and the circumference and all that is theory. They're pretty sure about it, but it's still, but they've never actually plotted out the entire equator. Like, and that really surprised me that they would even admit that, that the whole equator is not technically not mapped out. There's not much land in that circle. That's just one of the things I found when I was looking for it. But you'd be surprised the lack of information when you look up shit like this and following the sun and shit. I found a couple excuses of why they couldn't. I don't know.
The Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean is, or not even the Pacific Ocean. The Indian Ocean is, pretty. Like there's only one island there I know about. I don't know. There's a whole bunch, but
Sri Lanka. Here's the thing with measuring the tropics. Even if you came up with the globe numbers, it could still be flat.
huh?
Well,
Like,
that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is true.
Hold on, wait. Say what? Wait, what was it? What'd you say?
If you measure the tropics and came up with the globe numbers, it could still be flat.
Why's that? Because of Pac-Man? Because you played Pac-Man once?
From any number of possibilities. From any number of possibilities as to how the sky is working over a plane. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Pac-Man. Does it? But it would. If the distances were exactly the same and that was verified in multiple ways, like foreshore, and the ground speed that the sun is moving was also identical, then I don't see a way in which the AE map could be the case from there, if that's the case.
I agree, but I also disagree that it could be flat at all. Because what you'd have is you'd have a band in between two other bands, and the two other bands are smaller than the band in between them, which geometrically, I don't think you can put that onto a plane.
What do you mean? You could take a Mercator. You could have a flat plane type Mercator. I'm not saying Mercator is the answer, but I'm just saying take a rectile map. Yeah, I guess you are dealing with some Pac-Man deal or some other way that the sky works. But just in general, like, I mean, what if it's even like, I'm not saying this is it. I'm just totally just having just fun with ideas kind of thing. But, and I'm not even suggesting as what it is. I'm just saying it's like an idea. What if like what if like your sky is constellated for you in your local region, and sort of like an LCD screen of a television, it just does what it does in your region. Like it's a massive big screen TV, and that's
It's like,
just unique for every position you're in.
It's Write the Hands model. Write the Hand brought it up some time ago. LCD screen sky.
Well, I mean, it's almost like the idea of like, it's like, okay, if you're in a video game, for example, and your world is rendered to the max of what you can see in terms of the pixels and for your character. So even though the world's much bigger than what you can see, you're running around the world and you're just, it's refreshing and what's the word for it? Rendering. It's rendering right in front of your eyes as you move. And in that video game, you could have the sky doing whatever because all you can do is render that region. So once you move to another region, you're going to have a different rendering. Now, yeah, you can call someone on the phone, and I mean, they clearly are saying they're in another region seeing their thing, but you can't be in two places the same to even verify as well. So
that's possible. Plus, new perspectives. Real quick, that new
That's your
perspectives,
model?
buddy. New Perspectives buddy made a model with 2 rotations. To me, it seems like they're looking at perspective. That it's likely that there is 2 rotations. You'd have to tweak the continents around a little bit, but there'd be a couple things that needed to be explained. But he's saying like after equinox, like the sun jumps, and it does seem to jump too, like every year and go a different direction, like pretty damn sudden. And but it's still coming around the same direction, but it's taking a different loop, and that would, to me, explain his model explains the analemma better, I would think, and and it would explain the smaller, Capricorn and Cancer if there was 2 actual rotations. It would
That's
take.
also my model.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that.
Well, first of all, no.
Well, I mean, the one I said,
modified
I
it.
don't think it actually is the case. I do think that the sky is a very real thing above us that is like the ceiling of this world, essentially, of this realm, whatever cosmos, universe, whatever term. So I do think it is a specific thing, which is how planetariums work. So I don't think it is some individually rendering thing. But I was going to also ask Jeremy, like, if the tropics are the same, Jeremy, how could it still work if on a flat surface?
I mean, the only way I could see it would be a Pac-Man map. I'm starting to think that's the only way, anyways. Because if the sun's going straight during an equinox and it comes back to the same spot, I mean, how would that work?
I love that at least you're asking honest questions. Doesn't matter if the answers are ridiculous.
Yeah, only way I could reconcile it was with 2 rotations, bro, or a Pac-Man map.
See, Jeremy, I do think that works on an AE map, though. What you're saying, the
sun going straight
at the equator, yeah.
Here's the problem, Jeremy, is it looks like a cylinder on a globe, dude. So how can you have a cylinder effect on a globe to have it match? Because that's what you're asking. You're asking it to appear like a cylinder then.
Well, no, exactly.
How's everybody seeing at a 90 on a sphere? It'd have to be. How would that be possible?
Sorry, that was for me.
Perfectly.
Well,
You'd have to have a cylinder, buddy.
On Walter Bislin's thing, well, you bring up the cylinder, which is kind of interesting. Sorry, I was just looking for this image. I was going to post it, but I might have to make sure I'm posting the right one. I think this is it, I think. So yeah, the cylinder idea. Well, so, okay, if you have, all right, if someone wants to go, because I want to get 2 things pulled up here.
Jeremy's question to you was interesting, but then Nano Data asked questions also. So we got cylinders going on, and then we got straight lines on the equinox on the AE model. So I agree with Jeremy on that one. That does seem like a question that needs to be answered because it doesn't seem possible.
All right. Well, the thing about the cylinder. All right. So if you see how on Walter Bislin's thing, I was going to try to find the one that animates it where it shows it going from the north to the south, because that little sphere there, that's halfway under the ground, the hemisphere thing that's spinning. I don't know if Jeremy, if you're able to see it, but that tilts as it moves from north to south. So if anyone else has it, feel free to post it. I do have, this is one of them. If anyone has the one that actually shows it animating. So it is in a way like cylindrical because it's kind of two sides of the tilt of that hemispherical field of view. It's not the tilt of an actual sphere out like a globe Earth. It's the tilt of the actual visual field that constellates in almost cylindrical. But see, I don't really think it's cylindrical. I think it's electromagnetic. There's the two poles, as it were, quote unquote. I think there's four. So there's one in all four quadrants of the Earth, but we only see one of them. So that's why it seems like it's two poles. And you're always in one of those quadrants. And it is kind of cylindrical in a way because you're seeing either the north or the south. In this one, just to finish what I'm saying, I think there's one of these at all four, like in that map I just laid out, there's one of those southern poles at each one of those four quadrants of the four corners of the Earth, which is in all the ancient texts as well. So you can only see one of them at a time because anytime you go south, you're within one of these latitude and longitude. See how on that one I just posted, it has latitude and longitudes that look like a globe. They're kind of bulging out. And if you were to kind of cut out the middle parts and then wrap it around, it would go around a globe. So the point is that those latitude and longitude that focus on the North Pole extend out. And then at the equator, they start extending back, in, as it were, to the South Pole. So if there's one of those star rotations at each of these four locations, this would completely make sense why when you go south and you hit the equator and then you start going south of the equator, you're going to see one of those, whichever continent you're on. Now, what's going on between these? That's a deep question. The deep Southern Pacific, deep Southern Atlantic, those are places that virtually there's a whole question of, no one really goes there. That's where even there could be hidden land. But anyway, so yeah, there's a whole thing with that, the actual Southern oceans. So that is a question. But the way I'm describing it, it's almost like each one of these is like a cylinder is what I was getting at, where from the north out to one of those four poles, you're in like a tunnel almost, where as you go south, the stars, the north ones are going to fade. And then as you go south, one of those four corners is going to come into your vision. And then the thing about the Walter Bislin, that kind of hemisphere thing, if our field of vision functions in that way, where it's not that it's tilting, in my viewpoint, it's not that the sphere is tilting around it, it's that the sky is electromagnetic. And so these are poles of a larger system, and they have an actual magnetic flux to them, which is connected to how this kind of hemispherical sphere that we see around us is actually tilted within that tunnel, having to do with the latitude and longitude and the the electrodynamic nature of the field.
That's like the model I made a while back. The way you just described it, I'm gonna post it, man. I think a couple of y'all probably already seen it. But yeah, I drew it up just the way I was imagining it, and it's pretty close to what you just described. I have one rotation for every continent and one in the middle, so it's like a quadrupole. And yeah, if you went out in the middle of the nowhere, you might be able to recognize a hole in it, but you'd have to really technically be way out in the middle of nowhere. And then,
I just posted. See, that's what I'm saying. The celestial sphere tilts as you go north and south. It's not that it's tilting though; it's that it's just the way the stars function in their path. It's a toroidal vortex, dual vortex system. There's vortices occurring on both sides of the polarity of the field, and so it's not like there's a sphere actually tilting around you. In my viewpoint, it's that the sky is actually functioning this way. It's the way the celestial sphere functions throughout the spectrum of the magnetic field related to the north, one of the souths, and then the equatorial region, which is where it's essentially horizontal.
You see the one I just posted, like the sun and stars, the middle triangle, it's like a circular triangle, and the middle one's going straight. The one on the inside represents Capricorn, and it's doing a little bit of a frown, and just a gentle frown, and then the one on the outside triangle is a very gentle smiley face, and yeah, and there's a rotation down beneath every continent pretty much, and pretty much it's I was trying to represent 3 dimensions by the circular part, like thickening it in to show that the sun doesn't have to be, or the stars don't have to be necessarily the same level as they're coming in. They're getting higher, and the rotation as they go out, they're getting lower, and that would make it hard to distinguish the two rotations in the south, like because the stars are getting lower. So the way perspective works, you would be able to tell if you were out in the middle of nowhere in between two continents, but barely, because the way perspective works with the stars, dropping down a little bit. But anyway, I made that a while back. It's kind of the way you described you, so I figured I'd post it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar. Like when we see what we see in the north, like Polaris and that whole. I mean, as you go south, like the one in the south does look, quite similar. I mean, it is different, obviously, but it's. I'm not saying it's like a direct reflection or mirror, but yeah, it functions quite similarly. It's just that when you're in the north, you're seeing Polaris at a particular angle, and then the whole celestial sphere is rotating in a way that fits, like the way that in like a planetarium, when you have a planetarium, it's like a hemispherical dome above you. And so essentially that is the actual field of stars you see, but the stars themselves are actually on their, I'll just use the word tracks, like they're on their own tracks up there, like a racetrack or whatever. They're on their own path. And that whole system is a magnetic field, the star field, in my understanding of it, to where you now have like the whole tilting hemispherical thing that's going around you. That's just because you're positioned to Polaris at that point, and then you get your latitude from that because you have a right angle, latitude to that. And then as you go to the equatorial region, you're going, that actual field of view is going to have, that kind of horizontal, the straight line function to it, like at the equinox. And then as you go south, but it's like because of that magnetic field polarity. And sorry, I didn't actually mean to. I know I kind of repeated myself. I didn't even mean to. I was actually trying to link something to what you were saying, though.
No, I like what you said, man, because that was a little perspective. But only thing different about my is I've got an east and a west Antarctica, which if you look at Google Earth, there literally is an east and west Antarctica. And that's why I challenged them to fly from the tip of South America and the tip of Australia to prospected bases, that are close by, and then switch bases. Like just two planes is all it would take to me to prove the flat Earth, because it should be easy on a globe, but I don't think they could do it. Because I picture it more like that model I drew, where they're further apart, even if it's a ring or if it is literally something surrounding us, but two land masses of Antarctica that they're calling Antarctica. I think they're further away in either example. It is just easy to shit on the globe, but it's tough to explain on a flat plane. Like to me, they think it's a flat Earth killer in a globe proper, but it's easy to use the star trails to destroy any model, in my opinion, especially a globe. But that doesn't make it easy to explain on a flat plane either, in my opinion.
That's a good point, man, and I think that there's something insightful in that as well, right? Because it's true, it is difficult, or it's easy to debunk on a globe for some people, as anyways. And so yeah, you're right. But if it's even harder, if it's even easier to debunk it on any other model, then that tells you that there's the reason why we think it's a globe is because it's the best model, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is, okay, so I understand why the globe model works for this, which is why I've always said the southern stars are one of the things about the globe model. Like, there's these categories. Like some things work on a globe partially, some things work very minimally or not at all, and then some things work quite well on the general globe model. And the southern stars is one that works quite well. I'm trying to think if there's any like major flaws in it. I mean, it's probably up in the like 80th, 90th percentile, meaning of how like much it does match the globe model, because the fact that the sky does have, in my viewpoint and my understanding of it, a spherical geometry involved, which is why they've called it the celestial sphere, and why a planetarium has a hemispherical shape to it as well. Our eyes are spheres. We see in a hemispherical field of view. So all of those factors, there is a spherical nature to it. And so if you just reify it and basically beg the question and just use it as trying to claim that it is, validation of a globe, I don't think is valid to do those things. However, the fact that it does correlate with a globe model at least gives it that part of it, because if you just say, hey, we're on the sphere and then the stars are infinitely far away, but they're making the spherical pattern above a sphere, I see why it works in that way. Because when you go south, even if it is what I'm saying, that there's 4 southern quadrants and you're only seeing one of them, that still fits with the globe model, which is why some people can be very attached to it and think this is it, and so on. But the thing is, if you have a planar surface and you have what I'm describing, like vortexes, magnetic fields, because all vortices work in this way. You have a clockwise and a counterclockwise. Well, not all of them do, but ones that are in tandem, like two together, as it were, like a two-pole type system, has that clockwise and counterclockwise vortex nature, like a propeller in water or dragging a paddle through water, blowing air. All of these things, they will have that pattern to it. So to have that above a planar surface is not problematic at all. However, it does take an understanding of how those stars are mapped in their fields above the planar surface, which, again, a planetarium being hemispherical shows that quite clearly.
Fair enough. That's actually honest answer.
But it's like, is it the truth though? Yeah, just because it works on a globe type idea, is that what the actual truth is? And if it's not, then someone clinging to it is, well, for what it's worth, they're just not using it to get to something truthful. They're just using it as
it's being used to fool them. Yeah.
Well, in terms of today's model, yeah, for sure. I mean, we've talked about, they extrapolated the globe model from the sky, so that's their starting point as to what they used. It's just reversing the geometry into, inverting it.
We've honed both of our answers. We sharpened the swords, and no homo way. We sharpened each other's swords, because I imagine like you guys being in a debate with like Neil deGrasse Tyson or something, or just actually somebody who does not, or globers or ballers, in these conversations past few years. I think there's a lot of things that you guys wouldn't have even got confronted with and then had answers for. Which, it's interesting that Southern Star Trails, you got pretty good answers for them, right? So if you come across somebody who, well, I say pretty good answers, but I mean, you at least have answers for them. But you come across somebody who's not familiar with y'all's arguments, you could really stun them, which is what happens.
It took me years to get to it took me years to get to my current understanding of it. I mean, years ago, I still understood it because even on a planar surface, you have perspective in terms of, like, if you have stars that are, let's say they are like a dartboard, they're going out from the center and they're getting wider as you go out. As you go out, when those get wider and wider and wider, they're spaced differently to where you get that like inverse effect. Now, I'm not saying that's the full explanation of it, but it does fit it enough. It's like, it's not the full story, but so yeah, that was how I first understood it. And you've seen that one where it takes like a plane of stars and it puts a little dome glass over it, and then it shows how the stars are going like clockwise and counterclockwise.
Sure.
Yeah. So even that alone fits. And that's because there is a hemispherical nature to the magnetic field of the sky.
Honestly, the best answer,
Right.
I think that one's one.
Wait, did you say magnetic in the sky?
Yep. Yeah.
I think he said in
What
the
does that
sky.
even mean?
The magnetic field that is related to how the stars move. There's a magnetic phenomenon where, like, magnetic flux lines are essentially lines where the magnetic field has concentration, essentially, and movement. So the stars being objects of, like, celestial objects of light, like luminous objects that are flowing in the patterns and the flux lines of the magnetic field. Like that one I just posted. So yeah, I don't think that's the like full explanation of it, but yeah, it does show. I mean, it partly is though, because we have that hemispherical field of view above us, and
The counter argument would be that the constellations don't morph and change shape in the sky, in our sky, like they are in this image you posted.
yeah, because it's like a dome magnifying glass thing. So it's very, very crude kind of layout of it. Obviously, it's not exactly what the sky is. It's not a piece of glass, in that way. But it shows how when you have a hemispherical field, you can get these counter rotations.
Yeah, but at the point where they do those rotations, that's where it kind of like distorts the constellations the most, and we just don't see any constellation distortion as far as
Like this one. Yeah, I just posted this one. Shows again how that fits with a dome type surface. Yeah, of course, it's not made out of glass. It's going to warp it like that. That's just a little demonstration of it. Because yeah, there's not that obviously not that type of warping, but yeah, I mean this pattern, and this is actually problematic for a globe because I could explain why, but I've been talking a lot, so I don't want to just go on a long thing. If you want to respond,
no, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, if you're on a planar surface and you have some kind of field of stars like this, whether like what I'm saying, like if however it's functioning, whether it's magnetic field or whether they just are what they are, they're just moving. You can have that clockwise and counterclockwise where you see it on one point of the Earth. You see the straight lines and you see the clockwise and counterclockwise if you're on a planar surface and the stars are above you. However, on a globe, if you are, let's say you're north of the equator, the reason you see the counterclockwise stars in the north is because you are in a position on the sphere north of the equator, which means you're making a circle. Like if you were looking at the Earth from above the North Pole, you would look at the dude on the Earth making a circle. He's on the sphere. He's at a particular latitude and he's making a circle. Because you're making a circle, it's like you're on a merry-go-round, you're on a circle and you're looking up. Because you're doing that, that's what makes all the stars look like they're turning in the globe model, look like they're all making circles because you're circling. Now, if you go to the equator, you're not turning in a circle anymore at a latitude. Now you're at the equator. So, and then if you go south, etc. So my point with this is that let's say you're north of the equator and you see the stars rotating in the north. The reason they're rotating is because you're on that part of the sphere. You're north of the equator, making that smaller circle, and that's why they're doing that. You never would be able to simultaneously see stars in the south making the counter rotation. You would never be able to see that because you're not on both parts of the sphere. You would have to be on both. You would have to be south and north simultaneously. Maybe take photos of it or take video of it and then splice it together in one image to get that. You would never get that from one position on a globe. You would never see that counter rotation because, again, the reason you're getting the rotation in the north is because you're on a sphere. You're on the north part of the sphere. The only reason you see them in the south is because you're on the south part of the sphere. So the fact that we can see them both simultaneously is completely incongruent with the globe Earth.
Gio, if I may, if you're at the equator looking north, the stars will rotate counterclockwise. The ones you'll see them going across the top of the horizon, looking straight north, going counterclockwise. And as you turn around and look south, the southern stars will do the same. They'll go clockwise, and that is something that's been observed at the equator. I've certainly observed enough of the North Stars, even from south of the equator, to see that they are turning clockwise, counterclockwise from my perspective, and that the ones that are closest to the equator are the ones nearest to being above my head, go straight across the sky, and the ones behind me rotate around a central point. How is that possible?
I don't know if you just got in or whether you were bringing up.
I did. I just got in.
Okay, because it's not responding to the nuance of what I brought up, so I'm just trying to figure out. I mean, we could go on that, or
well, I was waiting to add into what you just said. That's the strongest argument is just seeing the different rotations off toward the horizon. It's not very I mean, it's there. You know, they don't deny it, and it's not a lot, but it is there. It's that divergence, and yeah, if you're in the north, why are they straightening out? Like, are they have brains and they know what they're supposed to be doing? If it's a spear, they know to start curving the opposite way in the south. But here's the thing: when you try to do this and replicate this in real world, the only way you're going to get a center point of rotation is if your camera's pointed. If you're directly underneath the center, or if your camera's pointed right at the center. Other than that, you just get trails that match your loop. Whatever size circle you're doing, everything's going to reflect that circle, but they're all going to go in one direction.
Right.
And,
So on a globe, if you were at the equator, all of the star trails would be going straight. You wouldn't see the rotation and counter rotation. They all would be going straight because you're on the equator and you are going straight. You're not veering because on the equator is the one, on the equator is the one part where you can get, in theory, get an airplane, fly at the equator, and never turn the wheel right to left. All you get is keep it dead straight and that's it. But if you're in the north or in the south, you have to turn that wheel a little to, if you're in the north, a little to the right in order to circumnavigate a globe. That is why the stars, and so that is why the stars do clockwise or counterclockwise on a globe idea. However, they're only doing that when you're north, when you are turning your wheel, when you're north of the equator. So that's why it doesn't work when we see multiple of these on a globe. That is completely incongruent with the geometry.
That's actually not true. I've been at the equator in Colombia, and I literally have looked up and saw the stars going directly over my head were going in a straight line, but the ones in the north and the ones in the south went in an arcing pattern as if they were following a circle or a progression around a circle.
Exactly. How could that happen if you're only in one place? If you're the one rotating, how are you getting multiple directions, bro? That's what we're stressing. Upon first glance, it's a great globe proof, but if they're literally going in different directions, and like I said, it's acknowledged by the Royal Astronomy Society. Some globers, sometimes they acknowledge it, sometimes they don't, depending on what we're arguing. But here's the point. If they are simultaneously moving in opposite directions, but it's me rotating, that's not possible if I'm the one rotating.
Actually, if you're standing there and you're on the equator looking north, what you're doing is you're going over kind of like a hump, because you're going around the equator of the globe. It's taking you around in a big circle, and as you look north, those stars are going to be traveling in a counterclockwise circle. As you turn around from where you're standing, you're still moving around in that big circle, because I think Gio made the statement that if you're on the equator, you're not actually making a circle. You are. You're making the perfect circumference of the circle. You're at the biggest circle possible.
Well, yeah, you're making a circle, but you're not. You're making a circle, but you're not. Like I said, in the airplane, it's the place where you would never have to turn the wheel left or right if you wanted to fly right over the equator. So because of that, that's the path you're making through the star field. Therefore, all of those lines in the sky would be dead straight if it was a globe.
But not in the north.
No, because in the north, if you're in the north, then no. On a globe, if you're in the north, you will see that counterclockwise rotation because you're at a position north of the equator. Where now, if you were in an airplane, you would. Oh, okay. If you're on the equator, if you're not north, no, they would still be straight because you're moving straight.
No,
they're not. I'm on the equator. I'm just below the equator. I'm on the Tropic of Capricorn, and when I look up, because the sky goes diagonally, it doesn't go east to west over my head. They're almost over my head. So I can see both sides. I can't quite see a lot of the north, and I can see the celestial pole of the south, but I can see them, and then I can see them start to spin different ways.
Right. Welcome to flat Earth. That's our whole point.
Yeah, but that proves it, Trouble.
Okay.
Because it's moving on an angle, not straight.
Hold on. Really, I've been at the equator. That's the thing. And when I looked north, this is exactly what I saw. Standing at the equator looking north, the stars directly above me go straight across the sky. Correct. But the stars that are at the north, towards the north, which is up near the North Pole, because from the equator you can see the North Star just above the horizon. Just literally.
Why would they do anything different if it's you moving, bro? Why would any stars do anything different if you're the one moving? They should all do the same thing opposite to what you're doing.
I'll finish my statement. So anyway, as I'm looking north, the stars are going counterclockwise, the ones at the north, in the northern sky. I don't see the whole circle, obviously, because I'm not far enough north, but I do see a semicircle of stars tracking around through the night as I observe them all night long. If I'm looking south, the same thing is happening, except it's going clockwise, and that's from the equator. Because what I'm seeing are the stars on the bottom side of the globe that are moving because of the rotation of the Earth in a circle around a progression around the so-called South Pole.
Let me make a point real quick, Gio. I wanted to really listen to this before you debunk it or try to. Okay, if you're on the equator and you're looking at 0 degrees, you're looking at the horizon, Polaris is going to literally be on your horizon. If you're on the opposite side of the globe Earth and you're looking 0 degrees, Polaris is also going to be 0 degrees. It's going to be on your horizon, just barely right at it, right? So everywhere you are in that circle around the equator, Polaris is going to be 0 degrees. Okay,
Yeah.
so now spin a circle. If you're the one moving, why would it get tighter if it's literally 0 degrees your whole way around? It would be a big circle. In other words, if you're the one moving, there would be no tighter circle in the north. Like Gio's saying, if you were in the north now, you're doing a smaller circle, so it would reflect that. But if you're at the equator, and everywhere you look, 0 degrees is Polaris, you're just doing a big circle, and Polaris is going to do the same circle as every other fucking star
I'm not
because
looking
you're
at,
the one moving.
I'm not looking at Polaris. What I'm looking at are all the stars that are out from Polaris, which are progressing at so many degrees above the horizon in an arc around where Polaris should be at the direct north. And as I look south, Sigma Octantis is at the south. The stars are several degrees away from that star, are moving in a circle around that central point in the south. From the equator, I see that arc and progression. And there's lots of photographs of stars that, from like, I think the southernmost point was Costa Rica, and an observation point was taken where they took pictures of the northern stars and the southern stars in a panoramic view on a time lapse, and you could see the rotation at both sides, on both sides of you.
Welcome to flat Earth, bro. Gio, you see what I'm saying with Polaris at the 0 degree? Like you was explaining, it would do a circle. In other words, if I'm the one moving, everything is going to reflect against what I'm doing. No matter what way you move me, everything in my field of view is going to do just the opposite. Okay, so you're not going to have little star circles.
How is that flat? It doesn't move with you. It's the sky. It does the same pattern regardless of where you are looking at it.
If all the stars are just sitting there, and I do a big ass circle.
Why do when I look up, do I see the celestial equator? Why don't I see the celestial pole? Everywhere I look, why isn't there a celestial pole?
Why do you see them change direction?
Why is it only when I look south and north?
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. Why are they changing directions when you look north?
Because you're seeing those parts of the sky above you.
You've had that explained to you. You know why.
What do you mean?
It's based on your movement that you see the stars rotating the way they do.
I'm only moving in one direction, though, right?
Right, and so the stars are moving the opposite direction. And
right.
If
so
you
why
look
are they
south,
diverging?
If you turn around,
getting
look
tighter
south,
and wider, you know,
Brian,
because that's a circle.
Let's try to go one at a time. Go ahead.
Okay, so as you're moving to the right, let's say you're standing at the equator looking north, you're going to be moving to the right, and the stars are going to go counterclockwise to the left, and they go into a smaller concentric circles as you're looking further north, because again that central rotation point is at 0 degrees, which you confirmed. That's where Polaris should be on the horizon. We shouldn't actually see it, but the stars make an arc around that one central point. And the closer you get to that point, I don't know how good your view would be, the smaller the circles are. But when you turn around and face south, you are now moving to your left based on the direction that you're looking, or as you're moving along. The stars are now rotating to the right, making smaller and smaller concentric circles. And that's because it's a globe in that sense. Welcome to the globe Earth.
Yeah, I think I've worked out what's going on here. Everyone's describing a software program within a computer. Think about it.
Well, I wasn't going to debate that, but I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Right. So what we were talking about originally, Angela, if we wanted to bring it back a little bit to that, where you know how when you're in one position on Earth, you can see the essentially the clockwise and counterclockwise and the center point simultaneously. So like I'm posting one in the chat. That's just a magnetic field, but I mean the stars can look like that from one position. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
But you know how like when you can catch it with like a time lapse.
Right. There's actually a picture. I think the one from Costa Rica looks similar to what you're seeing there, except half of it's kind of cut away because the southern stars are farther away.
Yeah. So I was just I know I have. Oh, here we go. That's kind of.
By the way,
so I'm talking about this. So okay, so that one, the first one I posted, you don't need any globe for that. You could, that's a flat sheet of paper. You can have that vortex motion. It's also ferrocell, magnetic fields. It's everywhere, nature, toroidal field, etc. That's just right out of a electrical diagram, etc. And then this, so you don't need any globe for that. It can be on a flat piece of paper. And then the sky is doing the same thing. So it's, in a way, it's that simple. But the deeper question, well, I could stop there, but the deeper question is, could you see both of these simultaneously on a globe? You know, of course, over a planar surface with the sky moving above you, you absolutely could. That's the deeper nuance of it, is could you be on one position, let's say north of the equator, and actually see the southern and northern? Because you're only making one rotation north of the equator. You wouldn't be able to simultaneously see the southern one unless you were in the southern lead area.
You will only see technically what you'll only see at the equator. You will see a semicircle to your south and a semicircle to your north. That's the most you're going to see of that circular pattern. As you move north, Polaris becomes visible, and any stars that are closest to it will make a perfect circle around it. But you'll still see the semicircle, not quite a full semicircle, now still to the south as you're moving north. The further north you go, though, eventually you lose track of the southern stars, and all you see are the ones that are progressing straight along the different the two tropics, and and of course the equator, and then of course the circular stars around the North Pole. But the southern stars won't be visible anymore because you're too far to the north. And if you progress south, it's just the opposite happens. The northern stars show their arc 50% at the equator, but as you move further south, you lose that. You see only the straight stars going over the tropics and the circular stars traveling around the southern celestial point.
Give me a try, Gio, real quick. Let me give me a shot at it. So I was going to post it, but I think you could picture it just as well. Travis did a good time lapse from right about just above Cancer, and he's looking west. He's looking kind of southwest, kind of toward the equator. Okay, so he gets the ones that are turning above his head because he's in the north, and then toward the equator, they start to straighten out. So it's not a lot, but it's enough for the time lapse to pick up. There's a deviation from the ones at the equator, and then what you could really see, and it's still not a lot if you're at the equator, but it's there. It's acknowledged by time and date, by every astronomy program there is, that little deviation. And in the south, you see them start to deviate the opposite way. Now, here's our whole point: is how do they know if it's just me spinning? How do they know to straighten out at the equator and then start going the opposite way, diverging in the south? I would have to be in the south to see them diverging that way, because if it's me spinning,
right,
I can't simultaneously see three different paths.
Precisely.
Why are you thinking that the stars have some kind of conscience and know how to go?
Because they're related to your motion.
Just a minute.
Hold on, because they're related to your motion. They're related to the fact that you are moving through quote unquote space, as it were. And you're in different positions. So what Brian just said is exactly it. If you were at the equator, yes, you'd see them straight. If you're in the south, you would see that rotation. If you're in the north, you'd see that rotation. But to see all three simultaneously when you are at one position, let's say north of the equator, you're at one position, is not geometrically, that ironically that only can, well, I'm not going to say only, but that does, of course, if you're on a planar surface and the sky is actually above you, then if they're actually doing those things, they actually are moving in those ways, then of course you could see all three of those motions because they are the things doing it. But if you're on the sphere, the stars are supposed to be reacting to your movement on the sphere. So you shouldn't be able to see the north and the south simultaneously and the ones going in the center when you're at, let's say, one position north on a sphere. It's not possible, because you need to be at those different parts of the sphere, because you need to be moving through space differently in the north and in the equator and in the south in order for those effects to take place.
Well, I can give you one other good thing is, based on the angle that the Earth is, tilted on its axis, Polaris is located directly over the North Pole, regardless of where we are in our progression around the sun, no matter what. We're always looking at the North Pole from the north, directly above the North Pole, the North Star.
Right.
And the southern celestial point the same way. And if you're moving along the equator, or if you're at another latitude and you're still moving, you're still rotating around that central point at both ends. So you'll see the progression of the stars circulating around that central point in the north and a central point in the south. And as you move up and down, latitude doesn't matter where you are. It's when you're at the South Pole. When you're at the South Pole, I know you keep saying "Welcome to Flat Earth," and that's fine. Maybe you want to get like some more Patreon or whatever because of that, but it's still, the point is what we observe in the sky doesn't prove the flat Earth. What
I'm
we
just
observe
poking,
in the
bro,
sky-
man. I hope you don't
I
take
know
it
that.
personal, bro. I'm just messing with you.
Not taking it personal. So anyway, as we are observing the sky, and one of the best observations that I can make actually involves the sun, not the stars. It's on the equinox. It's either the first day of spring or the first day of fall. No matter what latitude you're at, you always see the sun rising in the east, directly due east 90 degrees, and setting directly due west 90 degrees.
Have you ever looked at them on Google Earth? If you look at them due east directions, bro, they all converge about 6,000 miles away.
I don't
Just
care
so you
about
know.
Google Earth. I don't care about Google Earth. These are on Earth observations that you can do on that day, and I
They're
can
not
do
parallel,
on that day.
though.
I'm in the southern hemisphere, and you're in the northern hemisphere. And on that day, if you look at the sun rising on that day, it will rise due east, directly east for you in the northern hemisphere, and it's rising directly due east for me in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, and guess
That's
what? Due east
impossible.
for you and me. No, it's impossible on a globe
You're
because
talking over me. Okay, let me finish.
I thought you made your point.
Not quite.
You want to repeat
Okay.
it? Go ahead, repeat it. Sorry.
Okay. The reason why it's due east for both locations is because you have to be on a curved surface in order for that to work. Because on a curved surface, due east on an object that's far enough away if that object is at the center of a sphere, rotating around the center of a sphere far enough away, every observer from the Arctic Circle all the way down to the Antarctic Circle will see the sun rise due east and set due west. Now
Right.
the difference is in the northern latitudes they will see it arc to the south of them. It will rise due east but arc to the south of them, hitting a high point in the sky south of their position.
Right, bro.
and
Well,
then
you made your
setting
point. Let me
due
respond, bro. We
west.
get it. We get it. Let me respond, bro. Because I'm
almost done. I'd like to finish the south observers so everybody gets it clear what I'm talking about, and then
we
you can say
all
whatever you
know.
want.
Go ahead, though, man.
Thank you. So anyway, in the northern, like I said, it's going to rise in the east, be south of you as it hits its peak, and then set directly in the west. If you're in the southern hemisphere, even close to the Antarctic Circle, it will rise in the east, 90 degrees from you, from your position. In other words, directly east, curve to the north to a high point in the sky and set. And if you're at the equator, rises in the east, goes to your zenith directly above your head and sets in the west. And the only way that is possible is if you're on a globe.
It
and
can't
the
work
sun
on a
is far
globe,
away.
and let me tell you why. Yeah, upon first glance, it's a great proof. But here's the thing: when you go to Google Earth, you just said due east. Due east is a geodesic, meaning there's no such thing as parallel geodesics. So if your sun is coming from 93 million miles away, it's got to be coming in parallel, following every latitude. But here's the problem: when you go to Google Earth and you trace if you go to the 80th meridian, and you do it from Capricorn and Cancer, and then one at the equator, they all converge just above Africa, about 4,000 miles above Africa, because you're going off into space. But if you go all the way to the pole, they all converge at that one spot. They're not parallel. It's a trick, and I'm telling you, they try and bend you over backwards. But even if they do that, it still only equates to about, like I said, 4,000 miles away from a point right off the coast of Africa, bro. They are not parallel. It
All
can't
right.
work
Why is that an
with
issue?
parallel
Straight lines.
rays.
All right, can I answer
Why
that?
is it an issue that they're not parallel?
So my question to you is, why is every observer on that day, from the northern hemisphere all the way through the southern hemisphere, all seeing the sun rise at the same point in their sky, which is directly east of them?
They're all looking at one spot, a converging spot, not parallel. They're all
But-
not looking parallel.
but-
Think about this.
Hold
If you're
on.
at the
That's
equator
okay.
and I'm at Cancer, right? If you're at the equator and I'm at Cancer, and let's say Geo is at Capricorn, okay, and we're all looking toward the sunrise, okay? Now, wouldn't we all started at the equator, right? If we don't change orientation, that's hunky dory. Like if we go to Capricorn and Cancer, that's hunky dory. But as soon as we change orientation and we spread out from the equator, we're no longer looking parallel, bro. You're not looking along Capricorn.
You're at Cancer. I'm at the equator. Geo's at Capricorn. Where's the sun rising?
It's rising above the it's right over the equator, right off the coast of Africa, and everybody's looking at that one spot, converging, not
How
parallel.
Does
Yeah,
somebody
look
in
it up.
Capricorn, how does somebody in Capricorn see something that's rising on the equator, okay, which is north of them? The equator's north of them. If they're down at
Every due
Capricorn,
east converges at the equator, bro.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. You know what a geodesic is? It's a great circle, pal. Just go to Google Earth and try it yourself.
How do you look on your latitude? If you're at, say, I'm at latitude, what am I, -12, whatever. If I look due east, it's going to be on that -12 when it rises on
Do you
that
think
day.
you're looking along? Do you think your straight line of sight is following Cancer and Cap? Because I will say this. Hold on. The equator, Capricorn, and Cancer are indeed parallel. But you can't look along. You can't look along Cancer or Capricorn because it's not a great circle.
Yeah, you're not looking along the
10 days,
latitude.
10 days
latitude.
later, 10 days later, that sun is rising north. We're going to say that it's springtime. That sun is rising north of the equator now.
Well, that's what I said. Don't move the days, bro.
Hold on. As I'm south of the equator, I now notice it rising not in the east anymore, but north of me, northeast of me. And if you're north of the equator, it's still southeast of you. But on the day of the equinox, for some reason, it's east of you. How's that possible?
You've been suckered, bro. A geodesic or due east converges at the equator no matter where you're at along a meridian, bro. Just go to Google Earth and try it yourself, bro. I'm sorry to sound like a dick, but you got to go try it.
I wouldn't call you a dick. I would never call you a dick.
Can I illustrate a point here real quick that maybe Great Angela will understand? So when you say due east, are you talking 90 degrees from north?
Exactly.
Okay, so if you actually do what Brian's saying and you go to Google Earth and you try to draw a line 90 degrees from north from Capricorn and from Cancer, both of those lines will draw towards the equator and intersect with the equator because they will run
and that only works on a globe, right?
What do you mean it only works on
that
a globe?
observation that you see?
It's supposed to be parallel
your
rays,
geodesic, bro. You're missing the point. Go look at your flat model, and you'll see that it doesn't work.
It proves a local sun, bro. Maybe it doesn't prove the flat model.
Hold on, I don't know if anyone asserted a model, but Brian, can we just let Napalm and Angelo go back?
Yeah. I'll give them a minute. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
But Angelo, what you were stating, right, is that the people looking in a specific direction are only going to see due east, meaning the sunrise is going to be what you would consider due east, right?
If the sun is far away, yes. But if it's close, I'm telling you right now, if that sun is 3,000 miles above the equator, close, somewhere over Africa, people in the southern hemisphere during sunset or sunrise will see it rising. It should not see it rising directly east of them. They should see it rising northeast of them as they look towards that equator intersect point. It's so close. But the farther the sun gets away from the sphere and away from the flat Earth, okay, the farther the sun gets, the more likely everybody's going to be looking east. And it doesn't work on a flat Earth, but on a globe, it completely describes why you see that sun so far away that everybody sees it from the same point.
Well, see, that's the thing. You have a faraway sun, so you should be seeing things in parallel, right? So you should be technically seeing in the
on that day, yes.
On which day?
On the equinox, when it's over the equator, everybody will see it rise in the east. It's an observation that's been centuries old, known about, and everybody sees it set in the west only on that day, and it's twice a year. First day of spring, first day of fall.
I just need to realize the point you're trying to make.
The sun rises in the east and sets in the west every single day of the year.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't rise directly in the east on every single day of the year. You know that. You know that, like if you're in the northern hemisphere in the summertime, it's way up there in the northeast as it rises and sets in the northwest. And the arc of the sun goes very high in the sky, not quite over your head, but it goes up to where the tropic is. And so that's why you don't ever see the sun rising directly in the east and the west except on those 2 days. And the only way for that to happen is if the sun is far, far away.
But that's what he was saying about the if you want to call it like the path of the person's eyes on a globe to the sun on all those different positions have to be parallel because the sun is far away. So there's an inverted geometry there.
It's still showing that it's still showing a fact. The fact is that in order for that to happen on that particular day, all observers have to be observing the sun at a distance, not local.
But do you understand what I'm saying though? If you assume a curved surface, you then have to make the sun very far away and have the light rays, quote unquote, be parallel. If you're on a planar surface,
it's not the light rays. It's the perspective of seeing where the sun is in relationship to where each person is on the globe. And a local sun will make them all diverge, pointing. The guys in the south will be looking northeast, the guys in the north will be looking southeast, and the guys on the equator will be looking straight east on that day. But if it's far, far away, it becomes far enough away that everybody in the southern hemisphere sees it rise in the east. The only people who don't see it rise in the east are those who are way down in the south, below the Arctic Circle and above the Arctic Circle, because they don't even see the sunrise at that time.
Look, Walter.
Thank
you, Walter.
That was just
That's
sort of
gone now.
It's just a reiteration of the globe model. I think I don't want to speak for Napalm, but that's what I was thinking and what he was saying. But maybe if Napalm, if you want to try to, because I don't think, Angela, you've even kind of received what I think he started saying, and then what I also kind of commented on.
Did they take Walter's model off the internet today? Did they take it so that no one can talk about Walter's model?
Yeah, but we found it on the Wayback Machine. People found it.
Okay, but they took it off of mainstream so that no one can even see it.
Yep.
Yeah, and the sunrise and sunset, everything works.
That's pretty. That's wicked behavior. If I'm being honest, that's some pretty wicked behavior. Why are you censoring that kind of information?
Well, it doesn't mean it's way too much. I think to assume it's. I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard from him or whatever. But I mean, sometimes
I think I can feel it.
All right. Well,
from a long way away, I think I can feel it from Arizona. I think I can feel that wickedness coming from Arizona. Why would they censor something like that, Gio?
Right. So what I was trying to say,
that kind of information, Gio.
All right. I don't. We were first talking about something different. All I was saying is that I don't know anything. I haven't heard anything that Walter Bislin. I mean, if you don't keep your hosting going, for example, if you lapse on your payment, it could be that he could have chosen to take it down for various reasons. It doesn't mean he was censored. He may have taken it down because for various reasons. We could only speculate. But Angelo, I think just back real quick. If we want to talk on that, we can, because I know you brought it up. But just to end,
I get to talk here, right? This is Earth Awakenings, right?
The sun's position on the equinox.
I get to talk here, right?
Hold on, man. No, hold on a sec. You can't just come in and interrupt and hijack a whole conversation. No, but you can bring that topic up, or we can go on it in a second. You can go next with that topic. So, Angelo, just real quick, when the sun is rising, like we were talking about at the equinox, the thing is that path of your body, your eyeballs looking at it to the sun versus someone else's at a different latitude, those all have to be parallel because the sun is 93 million miles away. So that changes the geometry. And I know why you're saying it only works on the globe. It does work if you, I'm not saying it all works, but I'm saying the general model of it, it's just the same thing with Eratosthenes. If you curve the surface, the thing is, in order to account for that, you have to make the thing so far away to allow for the planar paths of light, the parallel stars. That's where you're inverting. That's where they are inverting the planar geometry and then making the Earth a sphere. So instead of the Earth being a plane and the sky having that component to it, it's just reversed into by the parallel path, light rays or whatever, parallel light rays, parallel vision rays, whatever you want to call it, to the sun, like in Eratosthenes. You have to make the object millions of miles away, like they have, to make those paths, quote unquote, parallel. and then you curve the surface. So do you see what I'm saying? How it's like
Yeah.
it's like an inversion of the
back-
geometry. Well, let him
back you up,
respond.
dude.
Just hold on. Let him
Well,
respond, dude. Let him respond.
Tell him to look in lab text real quick.
So,
Back to
so
what you
what
set
I'm
up.
what I'm trying to get at is, and this is a perspective from the observer's point of view. You know, you're talking about the parallel light rays and so forth. Yeah, if the sun is far enough and massive enough, far enough away that almost all the light waves that reach us, in fact, all of them are parallel from the sun. Okay, but that's because of the distance. Now, it doesn't matter though as far as what we observe. We're not observing all of the, we're observing an object in the sky that takes up one half of a degree.
I have to interrupt.
1/2 of a degree.
I
Why do you
want to
have to interrupt?
discover every.
Works perfect on a cylinder. Doesn't work on a globe if you look in lab text, bro.
You're
You'll understand
looking-
what Gio said.
Okay, can I finish now?
Yeah, someone was interrupting you. I had to temporarily mute him. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so you have an object that's about 1/5 of a degree and is taking up that much of the sky, or 1/2 a degree, whatever it is that the sun takes up in the sky. In order for that disk, that size, to be seen in the same place between those two locations in latitude, Capricorn and Cancer, on the equinox, it cannot be local. It has to be far enough away in order to first maintain its size, which is taking up 1/2 a degree, and to be at that location in the sky, which is directly due east, 90 degrees perpendicular from north. And
Look in lab text 1, bro. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
that's exactly why it's a distant object. The
you're
other
not
half of it
understanding
is
what Gio
the,
said, though, bro.
the other
Just
half.
look-
I know. I understand what he said, and I understand the properties of light well enough to understand what he said. But I'm talking about an object that takes up a certain size and shows up at the same place on a sphere or on a flat surface. If it's showing up at the same place, it cannot be local. The argument is about local.
If you look, you'll quit saying that. If you'll just look in lab text 1, I drew 3 geodesics, 3 Deweys, and even on a globe, it's local, bro. You just you'd quit saying that if you just look at the simple picture I posted, because you definitely didn't understand what Gio said. Sorry.
Where did you post this picture?
You'll see a big globe with 3 angles, 3 Deweys. You'll see a due east.
Those people aren't looking due east. The guy in the south and the guy in the north are not looking due east. They're looking south.
Yes, they are. Due east is converged, pal.
Not on a globe, it doesn't.
On a cylinder, they don't, bro. On a cylinder, they don't.
Hold on. You have it. It's not a cylinder. Look at where you have your sun. You have your sun local, supposedly. Yeah, they're going to be looking south. Okay, the guy in the north is looking south, and the guy in the south is looking northeast. Okay,
Nope.
in order for it to converge.
Nope.
But if that sun is far, far away, where are they going to be looking? They're going to be looking at the guy on the 30th. The guy at 30 north is going to be looking east at 30 north and see the sun rising in a straight line out from where he's at on that particular day. And what you're drawing here is absolutely inaccurate. It's wrong.
Google Earth is inaccurate now, bro. They converge above
who drew
Africa.
that line? Who drew that line?
I drew one of them, but Google Earth drew the other ones. Okay, all I did is draw 90 degrees from.
Where is the line in the north? The one going from number 1 to the sun. How is that a due east?
You think 90 degrees from the North Pole doesn't always converge at the equator?
90 degrees from the North Pole, from where that point 1 is at,
from anywhere
is going
on the
to be
globe.
along the 30-degree parallel.
Well, we can just go through this. We can go. Hold on. We can go through this slowly. I mean, Jeranism showed this years ago in a really good way. I mean, I'm not being rude, Angelo, but I'm not sure you're understanding. I'm not trying to say you're like getting it or anything. I'm just saying that I don't know that the meeting of the minds has happened yet. At least on the general concept. I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but yeah, that is due east on a globe.
Can I try to explain it to Angelo?
Is no way
Angelo, I'm a glober. Let me explain. He's right that from position 1, 2, and 3, if you point directly east, all of them are looking directly east and seeing the sunrise. However, he drew great circle lines which aren't straight. If you draw 3 perfectly straight lines and point straight east from points 1, 2, and 3, they'll go off into space and won't.
Yeah. That's why I said 4,000 miles above Africa. That's why I said above.
Okay.
They won't intersect.
He's manipulating.
They will only intersect if you follow a path along a geodesic, which is not even a straight line.
I understand that, and he's drawing a curved line, okay, but a curved line that is not going due east. The
Right.
curved line going due east goes along the 30th latitude north on a sphere.
Yeah, it starts out due
Okay.
east at 30,
And,
but then
and
it
it goes.
Are you
no,
admitting that a geodesic is a
why
curved
would it
line?
change?
Yes,
Hold on a minute.
everything on a sphere is a curved line.
Yeah, but the point is the line that's at the parallel, the 30th degree parallel, anywhere along that line, the people who are along that line will always see the sun at 30 degrees north, directly due east from them. And the people in the southern 45, well, yeah, I guess you got a 35 in the south, somewhere in there, are going to see the sun rising due east at 35 degrees south.
That's what I said, bud.
Okay, hold on. That line that you're drawing has them looking north in the southern hemisphere and looking south in the northern hemisphere.
I can draw a tangent. I can draw a tangent with each of them lines, and they meet above
if
Africa.
you have a local
about
sun,
4,000 miles above Africa, bro.
If you have a local sun, you won't be looking due east and seeing the sunrise on that day. You'll be looking
So
south.
now on equinox, we're not looking due east.
On the
Can you guys
equinox,
join
everybody
Livestream?
looks due east.
I can try to explain that to Brian. I really like to try it.
Go ahead.
But I'll need him to join the live stream. I did a 3D model here.
Did you quit talking, or you? I think we lost you.
I
Bacon, yeah, I
joined
seen your
this
model.
live- I wanna
Yeah,
see
you
this
try and
live
bend us
stream.
over backwards, but it still
I
converges no
wanna
matter
see
what
it
you
live
do.
But I agree, converges. It should converge. So
Not if the rays are
what-
parallel. My
Yeah,
whole
with
point
the
is this,
rays being
Bacon. It works perfect on a cylinder. But once you
No.
tilt my orientation, then my shit converges. My due east converges, so it's not parallel.
Wait a second.
Well, it does work on a
Take a
globe.
look at the live stream, please. He's drawing a nice picture here on the live stream.
It's a little bit of it's like a both and situation, because what he might show is when you put the sun that far away on a globe, then the angle is so oblique between you and the equator and the sun, because they're putting the sun 93 million miles away, that it still hits that equator while also being parallel. Of course, if it's like the local sun, then it's going to do what Brian drew. It's kind of like corpuscular rays, like you're actually.
And you're not going to be looking east when you look at that local sun. Bring that local sun in on
Yeah,
the
you will.
3D program, and you will not be looking east. You'll be looking southeast in the northern hemisphere, northeast in the southern hemisphere.
No,
Bacon can draw whatever he wants.
It's like if we're to take an AE map, it's still all.
And that local sun, by the way, is not on a globe because you guys are calling the Earth flat. You're not. You're making curved lines on a flat Earth, which doesn't make sense at all.
I'm just showing. Bacon can show whatever he wants. The math puts it about 10,000 miles away above Africa. He's going to try and bend you over backwards and make that convergence take longer.
Which math? Go ahead and show me the math that points out that the sun is going to be
Google
10,000
Earth, bro.
miles
Look
away.
at, check it out on Google
Right.
Earth. I just
And
drew it.
10,000 miles away, the sun. How much of the Earth is it going to illuminate?
If I drew a tangent, does it veer me off the route of winding up above Africa any sooner? Does it change my direction? If I hold on, if I go a tangent from the horizon
problem is-
along one,
Yeah, 10,000
does it
miles.
change
still
my
makes you-
direction?
You're missing my point. Look at your own curved line. Nobody is looking due east on that line. They're looking southeast.
See what he's trying to do, but look, them
They're looking
lines
southeast.
converge. All he's got to do is turn the globe, and you're going to see them lines like pointing in towards each other. And he's not doing it to scale. Here's the thing, okay? All I'm asking is one question, and I asked this to Bacon and you. If I follow a tangent along that line, that straight line, that straight geodesic, does that change my angle left to right?
What do you mean, to the sun?
Yeah. Don't I wind up over Africa?
You
10,000
wind up over
miles away?
Africa, and a sun that's 10,000 miles away for that sunrise. Okay, I have a problem with that.
Well, then you have to say that just from my tangent's not the same direction as my great circle. Then you got other problems.
Your tangent that's going to the equator, by the way, is going southeast. How in the world do you get that going east on the equinox?
You got random lines, Drew, bro. Draw them to scale and watch them converge
They're not
10,000
random lines.
miles away.
They're arrows pointing. They're arrows pointing to an object that's 93 million miles away by scale.
You see how they're pointing toward each other? If you drew it to scale, they'd right about that distance, maybe a little bit further than that. They would connect. They would never make it 93 million miles because a tangent would follow the great circle underneath. You're just getting higher, is all. And the math doesn't diverge my direction.
Okay. For one thing, if you're observing an object that's 93 million miles away, and you're on the side of the Earth, because you have to be on the side, as during sunrise, and if it's directly east of you, it is not a case of a tangent converging at 10,000 miles, at the equator. It's definitely over the equator, 93 million miles away. And from your point of view perspective, anywhere between the tropics, you're going to look east and see it directly east because you're so far away, it looks parallel. It might be a slight tenth of a percentage of a tenth of a percentage to the southeast, technically, because it's not truly a parallel line. You're dealing with a center point 93 million miles away, and you're not in the same place as the equator, so you obviously are going to have them converge, but not visible to the naked eye. The problem with your 10,000 mile sun is it definitely will be visible to the naked eye that we're not looking east anymore. We're going to be looking southeast. And
here's what Bacon's doing, though. This is the trick, y'all. This is the trick. He's showing it from one orientation. Dude, I did 4 videos on this. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I just listened to your monologue, bro. Let me say one thing real quick. If I show these lines from one orientation, they work perfect. That's like on a cylinder. If all the rays are coming in, I got a sun right in front of me, and they'll converge 93 million miles away. Perfect. But on Google Earth, they meet about 10,000 miles. He's showing you these lines from one orientation, and that's not the way it works on a globe. You've got every position has a different orientation.
Bacon, you've had this up for a while, and you've been wanting to explain this. I'll let you go ahead and take over the explanation.
Notice how his lines aren't following the geodesics on the globe.
Why don't you let Bacon explain it?
Right. The blue lines are following the Great Circle route path, and they all intersect at the equator, just like you said. But that's where the ground position of the sun is. That's where they should converge. If you instead of following the surface, if instead of following the surface, you create a straight line just pointing at the sun, they're all parallel, and they match the line that would be pointing to the sun from the ground position of the sun, where those lines are converging to. So I don't see the problem.
That's the trick, bro. You're just showing it from one orientation. You're forgetting, bro.
Let him finish.
Yeah, he did finish, bro. You cut me off before I could even get my bro. But I'm just going to repeat again instead of even saying it. From one orientation, bro, you're going to get that every time, bro. But look, from one orientation, you can't get them lines to follow the geodesic. I want to see them follow the straight line path because them tangents still converge. You're not changing directions just from bending me over backwards. All you're doing is putting me up above a tangent. You're just following a tangent, and the Google Earth puts it about 10,000 miles away, which is about 4,000 miles above Africa, bro.
Brian, when you're looking
orientation.
Brian, when you're looking at the horizon, are your eyes looking at light rays in a straight line, or are they looking at a geodesically curved line?
What?
Are your eyes looking out at light rays coming into your eyes? Are they curving in a geodesic curve, or are they coming in a straight line?
What I'm trying to tell you is that
my question first. Answer my question.
Yeah, this is the answer. My answer is this. Okay, we are looking. It's converging at a local point about 10,000 miles away.
That is not an answer to my question. My question was very simple. Are you seeing light rays coming in? Are the light rays coming into your eyes coming in at a straight line, or are they following a geodesic curve?
Bro, there is no geodesic curve. That's all in y'all's heads.
Are they following a curve?
There's no curve. It's in your head.
The light is going in a straight line, correct?
The light is going exactly how it's going. It's local. It's going to shine up on local clouds and not clouds off to the left and the right. It's a local sun, bro. Everything about it tells me that it's local, bro, and y'all are in denial. I'm sorry.
I understand that, Brian. You can go ahead and hang on to your beliefs all you want. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you a very simple question about light itself. Are the light waves coming into your eyes coming in as a straight line?
It's observer dependent, pal. It's observer dependent. So in other words, a reflection coming to me and you're down, down the beach pointing at it. We're pointing at different things. It's observer dependent.
Any light ray coming into your eye, is it coming in as from a curve, or is it coming in as a straight line?
I don't think that it depends on the distance, man. That's a complicated question, bro.
Straight. Okay, I'll just.
Only
give you
thing I can tell you is that it's local, bro. That it's obviously and observably local.
I understand you want to hang on to your belief. That's not what I'm trying to prove. I'm not trying to disprove what you
I think it's the other way around, bro. Because you're trying to dominate the conversation instead of acknowledging my other evidence.
I hate to tell you this, but you've been doing all the talking and interrupting. I haven't. I've let you finish every time.
Bro, you've monologued. Every time you've talked, you've monologued,
Well,
except for the last one, except for your question.
I hate to tell you this.
Then you ask the question and instantly interrupt me,
and
bro.
again, you're doing it. So let me
Guys,
explain
come
to you.
on. Yeah, just go one at a time, please.
Thank you. The reason why I monologue is probably because of my age. I've been around for a long time, so I just have a tendency to get a little lengthy, and I'm sorry about that.
That's all cool, man. It's all cool. But if
But
you
I
ask a
wanna
question,
point
let me
something-
answer it, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I did, and you haven't answered it yet. I'm asking a very simple question. Now, light waves that enter your eyes, do they travel in a straight line or are they curved?
Light doesn't.
That's a good question, bro. I don't know. I can't say for sure what they're doing. I know the ground ain't curving. That's all I can.
The light that's coming into your eyes is coming in a straight line.
Hey, did
Okay,
you know
It
that-
says you, bro. It says you.
Great,
Yeah,
Angela.
explain refraction. I mean, nothing about light says it's coming in straight.
Refraction is bending light off of different objects within the atmosphere itself.
Hey, great, Angelo. Did you know that experiments have proven that visual space is hyperbolic?
So what?
So that means that means visual space is curved.
No. Okay. I'm talking about light waves and the way of seeing the sun, and the direct line of sight to that sun is not a curve like what he's putting on his little model. Okay, it's a direct line of sight. Okay, it's not like the sun is trying to trick us and bend the light so it looks like it's closer or even farther away than what it really is. It's easy to measure the distance to the sun, not only off of the different stars and the different planets around it we can measure it from, but just from the light coming from it itself.
No, the light doesn't have to physically bend. It just appears to be curved in visual space
It
because
doesn't matter. The point is you can use an instrument to avoid that. Okay, so the point that I'm getting at is that his observation of a curved line to a central point 10,000 miles above the equator over Africa is incorrect, because no one looks out across the horizon with a curved perspective. They look directly at the sun, directly due east on that day in the equinox, and between those two latitudes that I talked about, everybody sees it come directly in the east and set directly in the west. And the only way that's possible is in a faraway sun on a globe. Welcome to the
No,
globe.
it only works on a cylinder, bro. Until your own guy came in and told you, you denied that they even converged at the equator, bro.
It's not a cylinder; it's a sphere.
I just got to point out, man, like you said, no one sees in a curved perspective. You're just objectively wrong. It's been proven in an experiment. And what's even more interesting is you said something about.
I thought that was Whitsitt. Okay, now that I know who I'm talking to, sorry about that, Whitsitt. I just need to make sure I knew who I was talking to.
Okay, so you said you could use instruments to avoid that, but what are you talking about?
If you're trying to detect light and see whether it's coming in a straight line or not, you can easily use photocells and so forth to figure out whether it's coming in directly through and with no lens, just a pinhole box, whether it's coming in straight or coming in as a curve.
Do pinhole cameras have diffraction?
No, it's not about diffraction, and you're not even putting it at the back of the box. You're just using the hole in front of your sensor. You're not even. You could have it just millimeters above the sensor and get an accurate reading of whether those light waves are coming in a straight line or curved.
Okay, there's no light waves coming in. Light doesn't travel, but it doesn't matter.
Photons, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. The point is light's traveling in a straight line.
Yeah, no one's disputing that light.
Good. That's my point. If
But
you're
we
not
perceive
disputing
it.
light's traveling in a straight line, explain to me how come we're seeing light from this object coming in a straight line to us, everybody's seeing it from the same perspective on that day.
Do you want to know the answer?
Yeah, I'd like to know the answer to that.
Okay, so visual space is curved, and then the Atmos acts as a lens, and so what that does is it exaggerates the curving effect. It's provable that the Atmos acts like a lens. So,
And that's your answer?
it's provable.
On the day on the equinox, you know what we're talking about. Were you here when
The
I
sun
first
doesn't
talked
look
about
like the sun that looks like it goes directly east and west, and you think on the flat Earth it
Not
should do
directly
a
east and west. No, not direct. I'm talking about only at sunrise and only at sunset. It's directly east and directly west to everybody between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. I'm sorry, no, up from the Arctic Circle to the Antarctic Circle. On that day,
Yeah, I
twice a
literally
year,
just said that.
the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Every
Right,
other
so
day,
even the
it
sun
sets-
diverges. Even the sun converges and
almost,
diverges, right?
Almost done. Every other day, it sets and rises southeast and northeast, depending on whether you're north or south of the equator.
Yeah,
There's a smiley face frown.
But you missed out. You're talking about at the equinox. You missed that. You left that out.
It's only, I did say on the equinox. I said earlier.
But I said so it goes directly east and west. You said no, and then you said directly east and west. But yeah, so the sun changes position throughout the year, and then you're gonna perceive it relative to where it truly is, but you don't see it exactly where it is. So basically, your argument is that if the sun is local doing a circle over a flat Earth, you should see it set, not directly west, right? But
On any day other than the equinox, it will not set directly west.
So it definitely does a smiley face and a frown, right? It converges and diverges from the north and the east, right? Simultaneously.
I take that back, depending on your latitude. Like, for instance, if it's after the equinox and it's going towards winter for you guys, it would be in the southern hemisphere that I would see it rising in the east, depending on what latitude that the sun's coming up at.
Yeah, the sun changes position throughout the year, but
Of course.
basically your argument is that on a flat Earth, it should set.
It's impossible on a flat Earth to have the sun rise in the east and set in the west on the equinox.
So are you saying on the equinox, it's just northeast?
For all southerly and northerly latitudes other than the equator itself. Makes it impossible on a flat Earth. And not only that, but on a flat Earth, the sun rising in the east would not rise directly east of you, because you have according to, now I'm assuming you guys have a model. I'm hoping, because most scientific theories are backed up with a model, but I'm gonna back away from that and not accuse you of having a model.
Do you want to see it?
Should have one. Hold on. What I'm saying is, on a flat Earth, due east is a curved line that progresses around the North Pole.
Do you want to see
It's been modeled, bro.
Yeah, you
got to think outside the box, bro. You're stuck in a globe box.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead and show me your model.
Okay, no problem. Do you actually want to see it? I mean,
I'll get it, bro.
No, I didn't. I just asked for it because I didn't want to see it.
well,
Come on, be nice to me. Come on.
Well,
Let's just say, hold on, real quick, Brian. Yeah, if you can just let Austin and Angela go back and forth a little bit, because you've been going a lot with him, and I wanted to hear. I think it'd be cool if we could hear there.
So I mean, it's all. Yeah, like I don't care if it's all just open or, but I keep trying to get to the point, and you're getting a little excited, man. Like, are you saying that on a flat Earth, it should set to the northwest? You're saying that basically because if the sun does a circle over the flat Earth, then you should not see it set directly east and west, right?
Well, again, on a flat Earth, why is it set? But I won't go into that in a second.
Let's
go with the setting of the sun. If it's going to be on the equinox and everybody observes it setting in the east, okay. My question to you is how do people in the southern hemisphere see it setting directly due east on a flat Earth?
Okay, so can you watch my share screen?
Okay.
So the ballers are freaking out, so they took this model down. So I'm having to use.
Where's your share screen? It's not in the live stream. Oh, is that live stream one?
Is it just a coincidence that Walter Bislin has that model up for years? It's been up there and so on. And then because of everything that's been going on lately, he adds to his website literally Witset's name and says, mention like a sentence that was added about the, I don't know what the wording he used, but curved visual space. I don't know what wording, I forget, on the Bislin website, but it said, as stated by Witset or whatever. And then a couple days later, it's gone after all these years.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
So what day are we dealing with? This is the equinox you're dealing with, right?
Well, I don't know what number day is that, like 90
21st of
what day of the year should that be though? Like 9111? No. Yeah, 111 or something like that. March 21st. I don't really know. It'd be like 108.
March 21st. Go ahead.
I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, it's 111, bro. 111 or 112.
Okay, cool. Here we go. So we're gonna move the sun. All right.
Why don't you put the sun where it's supposed to be?
What do you mean where it's supposed to be?
On the equator on that day.
It's right there.
Okay, that's the equator there, and that's your model, by the way.
It's a model. Yeah. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's amazing how big Australia is.
I posted it real quick, and I'll drop back out. But I posted a magnetic flat Earth model, which gigabytes of data: stars, sun, planets, everything, eclipses, you name it.
Okay. Let Witsit continue. I want to hear what he has to say.
You see the sun up here?
Yep.
And you see the azimuthal grid of vision and where the sun just popped up for it.
This azimuth, this little dome in the middle here, is that your point of view? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this is our perspective.
Your perspective. Okay, so you're looking at the sun during sunrise. Where is the sun during sunrise from your position? Go to sunrise. No, you're now headed to sunset. Go ahead and put yourself right on the dot. You're not quite there yet. There you go. Whoop. All right, so now look at your sun and look at your curved line looking at your sun. Which way are you looking?
You don't see that the sun's clearly sitting right there to the east?
No, it's not. It is not due east. It is not due east according to where your line is. See, the problem is you're drawing this. You've got this curved line here going up to where your sun is on the equator. It's actually north of the equator right now. And you're claiming that you're looking due east based on that line there. Where's your calculation? And how do you come with the calculation that the line is directly due east when you're looking at that sun?
It appears directly east, even though it's not really there.
Yeah, of course. It's not really east, is it?
The appearance is east.
We have perspective, man. Like I don't think you're listening, but it's actually been proven with experiment that perspective is not your.
Where's your data on your experiment? I'll be happy to look at it.
Yeah, sure. I'll drop you all kinds of PDFs. So you know. So anyway, so do you agree that if perspective is non-Euclidean, then we would not be seeing in straight lines?
No, I agree with my eyes tell me and what everybody else tells me across the entire planet on that day when they look due east and see the sun. And then I look at this flat Earth model and see you attempting to say that you're looking due east along your line, but the sun is to your left, which means it's north of you.
Okay, so I'm going to drop all these PDFs.
I mean, do you not agree that the sun is to the left of the observer?
Yeah,
it's observer dependent, bro.
Observer, but it appears to be straight in front of you.
It doesn't appear to be straight in front of you.
In his model, there's some magical curve of.
I agree, and I want to know how he explains that.
You have to make sure.
No, it's not magical, bro. It's observer dependent, bro. He's getting the data, and y'all talking shit. As soon as he goes away to get y'all the data, y'all start talking shit.
Brian, just let Witsit answer, okay?
He's getting the data you asked for, bro. And as soon as he goes away, you start talking shit, magical shit, bro. It's observer dependent, bro.
Nobody, put your drawers back on. Everything's okay. Go ahead, Witsit.
Well, there are all the PDFs.
Thank you.
Anyway, we've done experiments where they've shown, like for example, an equilateral triangle will appear to be to have spherical excess, ranging all the way from as small as 2 meters up to 20 meters. Even though it's provably equilateral triangle, it'll appear, due to perspective, to have spherical excess. Also, I dropped some people doing robotics talking about how they had to update their visual models to non-Euclidean hyperbolic visual space models for the robot to be able to accurately interpret the natural data, meaning that the Euclidean perspective model did not work and did not match the natural data.
Which one of those is that?
I don't remember. That's just a long list of all of them. And
yeah, I've been reading them.
Hang on,
I really want to find out
downloading
what
your
you just
documents
mentioned.
here.
So I didn't get there so far.
I'm already like bored. Okay, well, it looks like you need to keep reading. So the point is that you can laugh, but I could care less that you laugh.
No, I'm not laughing.
Same
What
guy
you
that
said.
laughed
That's
at
something
me
else
when I
here.
told you that human perspective was non-Euclidean. You laughed at me and mocked me, and then a week later,
I never left a human.
In a week later,
a human visual space is not.
Yes,
I
you did.
never. I
A week
never left
later,
it.
you conceded, and then you try to say there was a difference in perspective and perception, and that's all that it's talking about, and that these are all psychological.
There
things.
is.
Yeah, but of course I was dropping astronomy papers, physics papers, not just
Yeah, but the astronomy papers still talking about
They-
human perception.
they-
It
no.
doesn't matter if it's
And of course,
astronomy paper.
these papers that you
It
just dumped on
specifically
me.
describes.
What's
One
it?
second. It specifically describes the results of using human subjects to estimate azimuthal angles in a third party angle. It's not even an angle that is being directly observed. So completely unrelated to this model.
I get
So
that
observer dependent.
you're in a state of despair, desperately trying to dismiss the fact that
No,
you.
no. I'm
All right,
exposing what the article is about and how it's completely
anything.
unrelated to
You're not
the point I'm trying to
you're,
make.
you're actually in the process of being exposed. That's why you keep interrupting.
No, I was trying to answer you.
No.
So I'm pointing out the fact. I'm pointing out the fact that the article you mentioned doesn't corroborate to the point I'm trying to make.
I know that's the new talking point you've come up with, but I bet you're going to interrupt me again because I'm about to expose what you're doing. So, what it started out with was you denying that human perspective was non-Euclidean. You then changed your stance, and you admittedly said that you changed it. Even that once you saw it, you're like, okay, then yeah, it does look like it could be hyperbolic. You did actually laugh at me just like you just did when I first told you about that. Now you haven't gotten to the robotics paper yet, I guess. I don't know what to tell you, but obviously robotics using cameras has nothing to do with human perception. And this is specifically not just talking about how our brain perceives the data. It's about how it's actually visually acquired. It's actually the visual space itself. It makes a very, very clear distinction in the papers I sent you that it's about perspective specifically. And so the fact you're saying it's just about perception either means A, you're misrepresenting the papers, or B, you haven't actually read them or finished reading them. That was a bit of a diversion, though. So the point is that let's see if you guys can answer honestly, right? Like, if perspective is in fact non-Euclidean and visual space is hyperbolic and then at certain distance actually elliptic, then any Euclidean model would be incorrect.
I'm gonna answer to the first 3 points you made against me before I answer your fourth point, which was the question. So you said I deny human perspective is non-Euclidean. I said that never made any sense to me. That perspective is non-Euclidean. What I conceded is that human visual space is not Euclidean, which some articles, basically most of the literature seems to point out. That I concede, but that's not saying that perspective is not Euclidean. It's just that's what human perception is. And
how is perspective not non-Euclidean, if I'm saying that right, when it has converging lines that are not parallel?
They're converging because they're not parallel once they're projected.
I also made a statement that the 93 million mile distance between the Earth observer and the sun, no matter where they are on the planet, is not a parallel line. That they do converge. The point of conversion is the sun itself. So
to save us some time,
but the conversion is so minuscule and small that it's not perceptible by the observer, which is why every observer sees the sun rising in the east like that. A local sun would definitely be noticed by all observers in the north and southern hemisphere.
Yeah, let's definitely take your arbitrary subjective recollection because
It's not arbitrary. It's very precise. I just specifically made not an arbitrary, but a precise statement saying
Bro,
those
you
lines
interrupted
converge.
him right when he went to talking. You interrupted him. He was trying to
I
respond
sure
to you.
did. Just a minute. I said that those parallel lines do converge at the point of the sun and are not noticed from that distance by all the observers on the Earth, but a local sun they definitely would.
Are you guys like nervous? Or
So where's the arbitrary part of that? What part was arbitrary?
Yeah, Bacon, do the math real quick on that shit you showed about the equinox and tell me it doesn't meet over Africa 10,000 miles away from each observer. I care what you're showing with the graphics, the mathematics. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You seen the ground distance?
So just to save some time, Gio, basically what Bacon's response is he uses.
I wasn't finished responding to you.
Buddy, chill, man. He uses the.
I got interrupted by.
I'm saving us time.
Angelo.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry.
Projection, and he says that the projection, that it just converges when it's projected, and that it's the difference in 3D and 2D, and it's just a projection, And he just consistently says perspective, perception, and projection. And he thinks that it answers the question, not understanding that they're all intrinsically interconnected, and that the papers I gave him specifically denote that and actually rebut the ignorant position that perception is the only thing that is non-Euclidean. It specifically addresses that claim and shows why it's wrong. So I don't know even what's going on.
I never ignored the relationship between perception and perspective, but perception is something that happens later, after the process.
But it's happening completely independent of humans.
Perception isn't. Perspective is.
Buddy, the non-Euclidean visual space is happening independent of human perception.
Now, visual space is when you're talking about visual space being hyperbolic, those are articles about human perception.
You keep saying that because it's the talk.
Because I read them.
No. Okay. Do you want to bet money on it? You want to bet money that it's not just about human perception?
Why don't we just get down to the details?
Well, that's what I'm putting money on the table.
Yeah, the triangle.
The misrepresentation. So this always cuts straight to the chase.
Hey, Whitson, how much math have you had as far as perspective is concerned?
Math?
Yeah, the math involved in the geometry.
There are many different equations proposed in these papers, but what you guys don't seem to really
do them?
Oh man, what you guys don't seem to really be able to understand is perspective is actually a complicated subject, and you guys just have like this really simple trigonometric understanding that you learned like on a very simple level, and you think you can equally apply it to every situation. You guys think you can apply Euclidean straight line orthographic view depictions of geometry to all examples of things being seen.
Observe, sure.
That's not actually true. Like the experiments have shown that the accurate geometry of visual space actually changes in different situations. And in fact, that when it's closer, it's hyperbolic. As it gets further away, it gets more elliptic. And then as it gets even further away, it actually can become parabolic. And there are different equations based on the conditions, the actual aperture of the optics, the observer height, and the distance of what is being viewed.
Okay, hold on. Before you go, I have to go pretty soon, so I'm just going to say one last thing. Whitsit, if you'd like to go ahead and debunk, a simple explanation like the one I gave, why don't you get the math out and show me how
the
you
math
guys?
is easy,
How are
bro.
you gonna,
You're not hearing it, bro.
I'm not talking to you.
You're throwing insults,
What
bro.
part?
He's
No.
saying the simple trigonometry.
Where's the insult in asking him a question?
Bro, you're acting like you're teaching him.
Answer my. Let me ask my question. Then you can judge me all you want.
Trigonometry.
All right, somebody. Can I get a mod to work this guy over, please?
Does not work.
Yeah, Brian.
Would you like a question or not?
Yeah, let him speak, Brian.
All right, what's it? What I'm saying is if I have a simple explanation for something and you think it's wrong because for whatever reason you want to say my perspective is wrong or all of the other excuses, basically all the snow you're piling onto it, I'd like you to go ahead and prove it mathematically why it's wrong.
Yeah.
When I talk about the distance of the sun and all of the observer's observation, go ahead and give me the mathematical explanation of how it's wrong.
Bro, he posted it.
No, not his articles. The articles do not talk about that specific problem. I want him to use that math that he now has posted to show me where I'm wrong.
Trigonometry, bro. They're showing that the simple.
Okay, you're not witness again.
Yeah, sorry, Brian. I don't want to have to mute anyone, but come on, you gotta be fair. Let's let Wizard respond. That was directed at him.
Go ahead, Wizard.
Okay, yeah. So I can't just give you like a simple equation because I just explained this. Literally, I just explained it. It depends on, dude.
Go ahead.
If you actually want to know the truth, you need to listen, dude. Okay. It depends on many variables, including aperture, conditions, and the observer's height and the distance to the object and the visual space, and thus the formula and equation to depict the visual space and perspective changes relative to those conditions. And it's actually an ongoing process to determine the best equations. Those papers actually have many different proposed equations. Okay.
All right. So now here's the problem with what you just said. Number one, I gave you all the variables. I said from every latitude, north and south, from the Arctic to the Antarctic. Okay. And I said all observers observing the sun rising in the east, let's make them all 6 feet tall with normal irises. The sun either being 10,000 miles away or 93 million miles away, prove the mathematics wrong that I say it's 93 million miles away and they're looking at it from a curved Earth.
Your math puts it 10,000 miles away, bro. I think you're trolling at this point,
He's
bro.
not-
I'm gonna
no.
shut up. He's trolling, dude. He's literally not hearing nothing we're saying.
I heard what he said, and I want him to use the math that he studied and has sent to me to prove me wrong.
Do
Because I
the
just glanced
trigonometry,
at
bro.
it. I've
Do the
glanced
trig.
at it, and I know he's not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, he can. Do the trig, bro. It puts the
Okay,
sun, the
you're not
intersection
with it.
point at
I'm going to
10,000
tell you
miles.
again, you're not with it.
Yeah,
Again,
Brian,
Whitson,
dude.
would you be so kind as to answer that?
Please, Brian, just chill for a bit.
Answer what? Like your question?
My question, I gave you a very simple hypothesis, a simple set of variables to fit within your parameters of complaining that the variables are all different. Now I've given you all the same variables. Everybody's the same height. They're at different latitudes along the same line during sunrise. They're all observing the sunrise at the east. I'm saying, prove to me that mathematically that it's not at 93 million miles.
Prove to you that something is not at your assumed distance. Like what?
At the distance, in other words, that they are not seeing parallel lines, that the lines are curving to 10,000, because the other guy who posted it said it's 10,000 miles above Africa, and they're all seeing it at the equator with not looking east. They're definitely not looking east if they're seeing it there. I want you to prove it mathematically that they're seeing it in straight east, every one of them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I haven't done the full math of all the latitudes, but you certainly could, because we have an azimuthal grid of vision, just like the astronomy department of Vanderbilt explains that even in seemingly boundless physical space, we have bounded visual space. And that's why we see the sky as a dome, right? So
Fucking word salad, Witsit. You have absolutely no idea. Apply what you know, or fucking shut up. Jesus.
okay, can you name what I said that was
What
word
is
salad?
that? Ruif, what are you doing? What is Ruif? Are you that upset that Bislin took his thing down because of this?
He's just muddying the waters. He's just throwing shit. He has no idea what he's reading.
I am.
Cannot apply
I'm pretty upset.
anything of it. Cannot apply anything.
Ruif, you usually don't come in just all hot like this. What's going on today?
I'm at the gym.
Oh gosh.
Can you name one that was word salad?
And I'm headed to the gym. I got to run. Just, if you want to send me a personal DM or whatever with the math, I'll be happy to look at it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apply this knowledge.
That was word salad.
Rurik just hates Witsit, dude. I don't even know what it is. He turns into like a little girl whenever he's around. But dude, Bislin took his model down because of us, or what? Or do you think it's gonna come back up? All right, definitely.
Witsit, it wasn't word salad. It was dressing. There's a difference.
Somebody earlier said word coleslaw. Somebody earlier called it word coleslaw.
Word slaw. Got it.
No laughs on that. I mean, when he said it, people were laughing. So I thought it'd be funny to repeat it.
Yeah, I just think it's funny. Like word salad, just like these words that people say, but I'm never using word salad when they say it, so it's so weird that they do that. But anyway, I got to point this out, Bacon, and I hate to put you on blast here, but I happen to know that you've read this paper, and you keep making the baseless claim that it's strictly about human perception, which is distinctly different from perspective, and that these papers are unrelated. This is patently false. You have the curving world hyperbolic linear perspective. The artists are not trying to consider other diagrams. He reminds us that artists' paintings are private interpretations of the real world. Their perspective is going to be different than others. So the curving world hyperbolic linear perspective is not about perspective. Okay, well, I think that hyperbolic linear perspective is probably about perspective. If I was going to go out on a limb. Anyway, so these papers break them down pretty good. I mean, I haven't had time to like research this in depth because there's so much. It's like pretty overwhelming because it's an ongoing dispute.
This is what kills me, dude. What kills me is every time we try to, they try and hold our model to the pure trigonometry. I've said this before, but they have refraction and they have all this other shit, and the math if you do the pure trig, it puts the sun out as 4,000 miles above Africa, and Africa is actually 6,200 miles away, but it puts you in a straight line tangent at a convergence point above Africa, about 10,000 miles away from each observer, no matter if you're at the pole or the equator. But they try and hold us to pure trigonometry. No matter what you show them, you're showing them the papers right there showing that The pure trig doesn't work. It's observer dependent, and it's more complicated than that. But they get to use all this other stuff for their model, but they want to hold us to just pure trigonometry. It's a double. I mean, it's a double standard, bro. And I think they know they're doing it.
So you know how in Bisland's model, what's it like the little hemispherical data? Your mic, the hemispherical like field of view. You know how that tilts, as it were, from the when it's at the north versus the equator versus the south. What do you think about that?
Wait, what? What do you mean it tilts? You mean like the little circular convergence point?
Well, like if you're showing it, okay, make it to where that sphere, that the hemispherical thing, the little field of view sphere, how that, like, make it to where that moves north to south, like where it scrolls.
It's caustic mathematics.
Yeah, that one. See how that that little sphere is tilting? Well, of course, in their globe model, they say that's the whole globe Earth tilting. But why do you think, in terms of the curved visual space, that tilts, as it were, throughout that like corridor?
Well, this is representing the convergence specifically, right? Like this is going to be the convergence. Like the whole dome isn't tilting, just the convergence point. So, like just as you move further away, this would be like the optical convergence point. Like, what is that really doing to the sun? Watch. Like nothing really. Like it just changing relative to the actual position of the sun through the curve. Like that's not really changing anything. That's just the sun's position actually changing. Just like throughout the year, right? Like if I was to change throughout the year like this, right? Like that's just the sun's actual position changing. So you see it moving differently in our dome.
Yeah.
Say you keep the same position and then I move away from it. It's the same idea. Your actual position relative to its actual position is changing, and then you're viewing it through the curve. Like this tilting up and down, like that little circle just represents the convergence point.
Literally caustic mathematics. It's the same thing that gives us sundogs and rainbows and shit.
Let me represent
Lucid,
the center of that rotation.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you read Robert Hansen's stuff? Is that who you're talking about?
Wait, what's up?
Have you read Robert Hansen's work?
I don't know if that's
Hansen has a it's called The Curving World, Hyperbolic
Yeah,
Linear
yeah.
Perspective.
Yeah.
So his name is Robert Hansen.
Dana, I don't know if you're on a different mic, but there's
Yeah, Flat Earth Theta, you need to wear headphones so that you're not echoing everybody.
really bad echo.
Bad echo copy.
Or turn down the YouTube, maybe.
No, it wouldn't be that. It might just be something with his mic.
I mean, it is like a hell of a coincidence if the caustic mathematics, like the same thing that gives us sundogs and rainbows and corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays and all that. You know, everything seems to be a hell of a coincidence, man. When you dive deep into the subject, it's like crazy, man, ain't it? When you really look at it.
No,
I would say the truth coheres. Like if you got the right model, everything works together, and ours does.
And that's like, yeah, that's a really cool elementary way to look at it. But obviously, it's not a coincidence or weird or anything like that. They actually,
Yeah. I agree. It ain't a coincidence.
they took these
Is the
observations
echo still there?
to make the globe. So, of course, it matches. That's how they
You
made
guys
it.
still hear an echo?
No.
Nope. Good now.
I don't know why that's
So Robert
so
Hansen
confusing. Good.
talks about hyperbolic linear perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't read all of his. It's like a whole book. It's from the 70s.
Dude, I hope someone backs this up before Archive takes it down too.
Yeah.
I think someone hit me up on your Telegram saying they were going to do just that. So that's pretty dope.
Nice.
Well, I mean, it could be remade, right? I mean, because the data is pretty
Well,
straight. It's just the graphics, and honestly, those graphics could be way improved by someone.
Well, right. So somebody's taken it. It's in a script called Unity, which you have to like learn to figure out to use to even understand it, to even reproduce it. But he's converting it to like Java, which is more like adaptable and modular, so you can, everyone else can edit it and make it better if we want.
Yeah, Bacon said he could make it, but then he said, "How much would I pay for it?" And I'm like, "Oh man."
Oh, Bacon's supposed to help for
I got
free.
5
That's
on it,
down to
man. I
Bacon.
got 5 on it, Bacon.
I'm actually like making a meme right now because Ruif motivated me to make a meme.
I have an AI of Ruhif calling you a bunch of names. Like all the names, like literally like all the names that he said once you came in. I was like, that was fantastic. I got to put that in a video.
Yeah, that was like so out of the blue. He had not said anything. He just started
like, stupid winger. Like, dude, hold on. Let me get it.
Wait, I'm about to make this meme and then I'm just gonna start dropping.
Sure,
you do that.
Sure, I threw Gamma in there a few times as
Yeah,
well.
that was the Gamma Mel.
Gamma, fuck it. Seriously, Witsit, you read these papers, you got no idea what you're reading because you cannot apply it.
Here's what I'll read for Ruhif.
There's the meme.
Hello,
In point of
Ruhif,
fact,
do you have anything to actually back what you just said, or is it just a kind of baseless idea?
let me read this to Ruhif so he understands.
In the lack of any demonstration that he knows what he's doing, yes, that is my proof.
Hey, I mean,
in point of fact, modern central perspective is a mathematical extract abstraction substituted for a psychological image which is wholly deceptive. We do not see with one fixed eye, but with two constantly moving eyes. The image which we receive on the retina is a spheroidal world projected on a concave plane. Thus, in a perspective drawing, straight lines are presented as straight. But in our visual imagery, they're actually curved. Through the use of printed page and mathematical perspective, we are now accustomed to discount mentally this image. But for the ancients, the curving world was accepted as a phenomenon.
That's pretty great.
Hey,
Also, your
Ruhif,
mic sounds good now.
Ruhif, your shit's archaic, bro. Your model's archaic, man. It's just information.
Again, show that you understand what you're reading with it to apply it to some observation that we've given you.
Ruhif, did you
use
listen?
it to make a prediction? No, not to you, Data. Sorry.
Did you listen? We do not see with one fixed eye, but with two constantly moving eyes. The image which we receive on the retina is a spheroid world projected on a concave plane. Thus,
please apply that
perspective
to some observation to explain it.
in a perspective
What are you
drawing,
looking for, Ruhif, in particular?
For you guys to make a prediction for what we should see if the Earth's flat.
They are actually curved. Though the use in a printed page and mathematical perspective we are now accustomed to is to discount mentally this image. But for the ancients, the curving world was accepted as a phenomenon. So they were taking their eyesight, Ruhif, and turning it into a spheroid. Do you understand that that's what it's saying here?
I understand that you can read shit without applying it to any observation that we've given you. That's what I understand.
No, what you're doing is projecting. You do not apply the idea that what you see with optics is a spheroidal nature due to perspective, not to due to the world that you're looking at.
I apply what I think is